Chapter 1001. 5 minutes ago. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. That foolish old fart, how could he not recognize such bad acting? Marshal Haros looked extremely annoyed as he flew ahead of what appeared to be a swarm of imperial guards. At any other time, he would have felt like he was in the safest place in the world, surrounded by 70 imperial guards. But now he was flying forward like an arrow, too afraid to slow down for even a moment. Marshal, was there really a need to leave like this? The oldest of the imperial guards sped up slightly to catch up with the marshal. We agreed to follow you because you saved our lives in the military square battle, but that doesn't mean we want to betray our brothers at your mere order. But here you are, betraying them and following me. Did I slap you on the hand to make you do it? The marshal shouted back. That imperial guard lowered his head slightly. In truth, he wanted to oppose the marshal and stay behind, but seeing Marshal Haros so panicked and fleeing like this made his feet move on their own to follow him. What's happened has happened, Marshal. Why don't we go back now to save them? We can say we were attacked and drawn into a distant battle or something like that. Another imperial guard sped forward to support his brother. There's no one left to save. Marshal Haros sped up slightly as he remembered Robin's terrible acting. Am I the only one who noticed? He was acting as if everyone who went to him was already as good as dead and was just trying to lure more. He didn't even put much effort into his performance, as if to say, if you don't believe I'm defeated, at least come save them from me. He just wanted more of us to come out. If I hadn't fled, we'd be dead by now, no doubt about it. Hate me all you want, but I just saved your lives for the second time in a row. Hearing this, the imperial guards closest to the marshal looked at each other, then down, and continued flying behind him, trying to match his speed. As for the marshal himself, he kept muttering, that human bastard has such an appetite. He wasn't satisfied with Snate and 130 imperial guards, he wanted to lure us in as well. What exactly is he planning? Is he that confident in his power? Or is he preparing some kind of trap? Damn it. Clank, clank, we're here. The marshal slowed down and raised his hand to signal everyone else to reduce their speed as well. Then he slowly descended and hid behind one of the mountains near the battlefield. We'll wait for a chance to intervene. If we can turn the victory to the beasts here and then bypass the strait, Robin Burton will be forced to cram his army back into the military square to keep them safe. That'll buy us some time to figure something out. Doesn't that mean the beasts will take control of the planet and our species will be wiped out entirely? At least Robin Burton and his followers keep some as prisoners, the beasts wouldn't, one guard asked. Does anyone have a better idea? Which one of you wants to take my place and lead? Be my guest. The marshal shouted angrily, glaring at everyone. When silence filled the air, he nodded several times. That's what I thought too. Then he turned back to observe the battle. Clank. The battle was raging between the True Beginning Empire's army and the massive beast horde. Haros couldn't help but stare at the True Beginning Empire's army. This was the first time he had seen their full army in a real battle. His previous encounters with them on planet Gouda or in the military square battle meant nothing, those were merely clashes between martial emperors. But now, the sight of the cavalry armed with powerful matrices held their positions against millions of beasts. The infantry advanced from behind, killing the beasts near the walls using a vast display of heavenly laws and high-quality weapons. Hundreds of thousands of Draco riders in the sky provided unmatched aerial support. The human emperors wielded heavenly laws somehow and donned complete epic sets of armor. The terrifying tree fathers and warlords, each of whom could rival a marshal, stood ready. And finally, those two individuals. One wielded a halberd, fearlessly floating above the middle of the battlefield staring at Dirger the Devourer right in the fucking eyes. None of the 9 beasts dared approach him, the very same individual who fought Marshal Snate and forced him to spend most of the battle fleeing until Haros eventually saved him. The other sat at the rear, exuding a dense aura and terrifying killing intent, allowing him to seal several breaches without even moving. Each of them possessed strength surpassing that of ordinary marshals. They could undoubtedly fight the first marshal, Celebos, head-on. Beyond the meticulously designed army formation, several green domes sat at the rear, filled with wounded soldiers visibly recovering. Additionally, there were numerous groups of Elder Burton family members working to reorganize the lines as ordered by the Supreme General. Should someone fall on the front lines or a breach open, they worked tirelessly to send reinforcements and restore the situation to its optimal state. After observing carefully for a few seconds, Haros muttered under his breath, "Perfect, everything is perfect." At that moment, Caesar's voice echoed even to their position. Now. The Terra battalions advanced, slicing through the beast army like a hot knife through butter. What's with all these arrays? Damn it, their overlord is ridiculously rich. The Imperial Guards, who had spent most of their lives in the Middle Belt, knew well the value of such matrices in wars, their prices, and how rare they were. Seeing so many matrices deployed in a battle in the Young Belt was shocking. Focus. The opportunity has arrived, Marshal Haros stood. Their army's formation is very tight. Even in the absence of that human with the halberd and the Terra battalions, their army remains strong. We can't engage them head-on. Your mission is to attack the warlords from the rear and open those gaps in the dark flame wall. All we're doing is helping the beasts break through to the other side, and then we retreat. Understood. Understood. The 70 guards stood in unison, then launched themselves toward the battlefield. Swoosh, swoosh, boom. Enemies coming from the rear. Take caution. Arg. As soon as the Imperial Guards reached the battlefield, they followed orders, immediately attacking the breaches while ignoring everything else. The martial emperors of the True Beginning army and technically all of the soldiers were already engrossed in the battle, trying to maintain balance despite being vastly outnumbered. So when all those high-level martial emperors suddenly attacked, they didn't know how to respond. Clatter, clatter. Feeling insulted that the army was attacked while he was present, Richard started showcasing his strength for all to see. He stood up and shouted at them, "Does none of you know the difference between life and death?" The green flames in his hair erupted, roaring until they reached the heavens. Chapter 1002. Sit back down, you green bastard. I won't allow you to screw this, we just need a few seconds. Marshal Haros drew his bow and metallic arrow, covering it with the law of corrosion, then launched it at Richard. Whoosh! Bang! Richard caught it bare-handed, snapping it in half. The purple coating instantly burned away in green flames as he pointed at the marshal with an enraged expression. "I'll deal with you later." Ignoring Haros entirely, Richard charged toward the nearest breach under attack. Grabbing the first Imperial Guard by the neck, he snapped it without hesitation. "Damn it, stop right there, come and fight me." Haros shot 2 more arrows, whoosh, whoosh, toward Richard to slow him down, but they were easily burnt as well. He then shouted to his followers, "Don't back down. Ignore the small fries and pests. Focus on opening breaches and keeping them wide." His command snapped his subordinates back to reality, drawing their attention away from the Green Death King, Richard, momentarily. They resumed their fierce assault, but the shout also caught the attention of the Black Death King, Caesar, who began rallying the 20 battalions to pull back. But it wouldn't really matter at this moment, because the breaches had already been opened. By the time Caesar returned, the Beast Army would have annihilated the true beginning Empire's infantry, destroyed their formations, and spread across the battlefield. Once they spread, the war would be over. Flap, flap, roar. At that moment, a roar shook the very fabric of space. GRH. Key. Marshal Haros turned around in anticipation, but his expression shifted to shock. A massive wyvern was soaring toward them at high speed. It wasn't the wyvern itself that unsettled him, but the figure riding its back. "Damn it, Robin Burton has followed me. Fall back. We've done what we can, the breaches are open. Leave the rest to the beasts." Haros quickly signaled his followers, but instead of action, he was met with an eerie silence. Turning around, he saw the beasts frozen in place. Some bowed their heads, trembling where they stood. Others began retreating. Even the 9 great beasts halted their battles, stepping back with a mix of bewilderment and clear dread. "It's His Excellency. Seize the intruders in His Excellency's name." The arrival of the wyvern didn't weaken the morale of the true beginning Empire's forces, instead, it soared sky-high. With their beastly opponents retreating, they now focused on the 70 Imperial Guards standing amidst them. What was supposed to be a hit-and-run mission turned into a death trap for the Imperial Guards. Surrounded by an entire army and with Richard glaring at them like mice who had stolen his last meal, fear gripped their hearts. "Help! Slash!" Theo, the second-in-command, appeared behind one of the Imperial Guards and drove his dagger into their neck. He barked his order, "Kill them all." Boom! Richard charged at the nearest guard. Lords of War and Emperors, around 300 in total, followed, pouncing on the trapped Imperial Guards. Against such a slaughter machine, the guards had no chance even to scream, let alone escape. Hiss! The mighty 5-horned serpent finally showed some agitation upon seeing the new arrival. Raising the front of its body, it flaunted its immense size and dominance. Hiss! Damn it! Marshal Haros was nearly in tears as he watched his last followers get massacred helplessly. But what could he do? With the Beast Army to the east and Robin Burton on the Wyvern to the west, he decided his best bet was to flee north as fast as he could. "You won't get away this time." Robin stood atop the Wyvern, laughing as he watched Haros attempt to escape again. Patting the neck of Crixus the Great, he said, "You know what to do. Don't push yourself too hard." Then, he vanished, telling you not to push it, yet he brings you to face the Beast King of another planet. How considerate of him. Hulak chuckled. Crixus didn't respond, perhaps he didn't hear it. His eyes were locked entirely on the 5-horned serpent. Something deep within him told him that he had to kill it, but he remembered the orders, and recalled his injuries. Flap, flap. The wyvern landed on a high vantage point behind the Empire's army. It raised its head high and roared as if to expel its lungs from its chest, roar. With the hissing of the 5-horned serpent from the rear and the wyvern's roar from the front, millions of beasts fell trapped between a hammer and an anvil. Shwela. A pillar of purifying blue flames was the straw that broke the camel's back. It made all the beasts realize the being before them was a true beast king. Ah. Every beast that hadn't yet reached a stage of consciousness crumbled mentally. They instinctively knew this was a battle beyond their capability and scattered in every direction. Within minutes, the only ones remaining were the mighty Dirger, the 9 great beasts by his side, and around 1,500 Emperor tier beasts. They too were agitated, but their awareness kept them loyal to their known king, the 5-horned serpent. Hiss! The 5-horned serpent glared angrily at the retreating backs of its once mighty army. Its sharp gaze then turned back to the wyvern. Hiss! What are you? Hiss! Bam! Whoosh! Whoosh! Huff! Huff! Damn it! Marshal Haros panted heavily, darting around the rocks of a mountainous region like an insect. He could have taken flight as usual, but that would make him an easy target. Instead, he stuck to the cracks and shadows of the rocks and forests. Damn it! Haros muttered in frustration, his voice low despite his intense emotions. "Damn you, Pythor, you stupid son of a bitch. Damn you 1,000 times. Why did you get us entangled with an enemy like this?" Crack! The fabric of space tore open next to Haros, and a familiar laughing face emerged. "If Pythor hears you, you'll be in trouble." Ah! Seeing Robin, Haros made a sharp turn and bolted in the opposite direction. Crack! You can't run from someone who wields the major heavenly law of space, my friend. That's just irrational, don't you think? Stop and accept your fate already, this is just sad. Never. Haros shouted defiantly, stomping the ground and kicking up a massive dust storm. Using the burst of force, he launched himself into the sky. Cough, cough. Robin waved the dust away and shook his head with a laugh. Then, with a flick of his hand, he slashed the air open, creating another spatial rift, and stepped through. Boom. Haros couldn't comprehend what had happened. One moment, he was flying at top speed, the next, he was plummeting toward the ground like a cannonball. Boom. Arg. The impact of his body hitting the ground was like an explosion. He quickly scrambled to his feet, clutching his head with both hands as blood poured freely from the wound. Whatever had sent him crashing down had struck his head directly. Marshal Haros. A voice called from above. Looking up, Haros saw Robin descending toward him, hands clasped behind his back. Do you have any last words? Chapter 1003. The annoying Marshal Haros, do you have any last words? Question mark. When Haros heard those words, he finally accepted that he was facing certain death, not just another imminent danger like the many times he had managed to escape. This time, he might actually die. Whoosh, whoosh. Frightened, the marshal darted his eyes around, trying to analyze his surroundings for anything that could help him. With both hands, he grabbed the soil beneath him, quickly analyzing its density, dispersal speed, and whether it contained any useful elements. In no time, the marshal spotted a very narrow cave about 90 meters away. If he could enter the cave and crumple its entrance behind him, he could buy a few seconds. During those seconds, he could use the minor law of corrosion to dig through the mountain and escape. As for how to reach it, the ground beneath was soaked with a flammable substance, which explained why his earlier attempt at creating a dust storm did not work as he imagined. If he used his fire element dagger to ignite an explosion, it would push Robin Burton away. Then he could use the momentum from the blast to launch himself toward the cave. The plan formed in Haros's mind in mere fractions of a second. His hand darted toward his waist, where his dagger was holstered. But just as he reached for it, for some reason, his eyes met Robin's. Ba-dump. When their eyes met, the marshal's heart pounded hard, then froze for a moment. At that moment, Robin was standing with his arms crossed over his chest, looking at the marshal with a broad smile. His gaze was full of challenge and mockery. When he noticed the marshal staring at him, Robin waved tauntingly with his left hand. Go on, try. That vicious man. He was waiting for Haros to make another escape attempt. Poof. Every ounce of resistance drained from the marshal's body. His upper half went limp as he collapsed onto the ground, his eyes wide open but gazing at the sky in peace. I have no regrets. Do what you must. Oh. Robin raised an eyebrow slightly. I was expecting some bargaining, maybe a bit of begging. What do you know about me to expect anything, you fool? Haros raised his head slightly and shouted at Robin. Since his death was certain, there was no need to sugarcoat his words. Robin did not seem offended by Haros's tone. He simply shrugged. Your constant fleeing from every battlefield didn't leave the best impression. All of them were hopeless battles. Why would I stay in a place where I knew I would die for sure when I could retreat and regroup? What kind of idiot would do otherwise? Haros yelled again. More than you think, Robin replied with a few nods. Many would choose as Haros had, albeit not in his exact manner, but they would certainly retreat under certain circumstances, such as people like Aru, Sakar, Oldgu, and Theo. On the other hand, there were those who placed heavy importance on prestige and would rather die than retreat before completing their mission, like Pion, Alexander, Richard, and Caesar. Then they're all idiots. Anyone who chooses differently from me must be mentally unstable, a lunatic to whom life or death makes no difference. But Haros's voice dropped slightly as he looked toward the sky. I didn't want to die. I had great things to accomplish. After a brief silence, Robin finally spoke. You're still alive. You can still accomplish them. Ha! The marshal, still sprawled on the ground, quickly raised his head, staring at Robin in disbelief. He could easily stand up now as he did not have any serious injury, but he was afraid that this action might provoke Robin Burton to kill him faster. Are you going to let me go? I'd certainly thank you if you did. Of course not. Your schemes have been a thorn in my side, and the beast wave, which I'm certain you masterminded, claimed many of my soldiers' lives. What kind of lunatic do you take me for, to let an enemy like you walk free? What would I need your thanks for? Robin laughed loudly. But if you swear loyalty to me, I'll forget the past entirely. You're one of the few who've truly pushed me to this extent. I wouldn't prefer to kill you so easily. Someone like you should showcase their talents under better leadership, mine. No. Haros replied angrily. Again, you assume things about me just because I've retreated multiple times. I am not a traitor. Really? Robin raised an eyebrow, pointing in a specific direction. I literally heard you cursing Pythor, right over there. I was just stating facts. But just because he's a stupid son of a bitch doesn't mean I'm willing to betray him for another master. Haros returned to lying flat on the ground. I've lived my whole life with honor. Everything I aspire to is tied to my honor and name. I won't resort to treachery just to save my life. My life would be worthless if everyone looked at me with disdain. Just kill me already. Oh, that's a more reasonable answer than simply saying you won't betray Pythor. I wouldn't have believed you. Robin nodded several times before snapping his fingers. How about this? I'll take you as my prisoner until the war ends and I kill Pythor. Then, I'll release you under the pretense of appointing you as the leader of the remnants of your kin. That way, you'll be seen as a hero by all sides and serve as my general while retaining your pride. If, for some reason, Pythor prevails, he'll come to rescue you from your imprisonment, and you won't lose either. You'd do that for me? Haros's eyes widened. This was the highest praise he had ever received in his life. You'll still take an oath of soul loyalty, one even harsher than the one Aru will take. Robin shrugged. Who's Aru? Someone of your ilk. Haros gazed at the sky for a long moment. Do you really intend to let the Dirger humans race survive? After everything that has happened. I've fought humans multiple times, and they were the ones who nearly wiped out my family. Should I exterminate all the humans now? Robin shook his head. As long as I have someone trustworthy to oversee my defeated enemies, there's no need for genocide. I'm a researcher, not a butcher. So, do we have a deal? Robin extended his left hand toward Haros. Haros stared at Robin's hand for several seconds before sighing and reaching out to take it. Why not? I've got nothing to lose. Haha, excellent. Robin pulled Haros up with his left hand, and suddenly, a large nail appeared in his right hand. What's that? Haros barely stood upright when he saw the ceiling nail, resembling a stake, driven directly into his heart. Arg. Sorry, pal. If you're going to be imprisoned, you've got to experience the full prison treatment. Did you think I'd take you to the beach? Hee hee. Robin chuckled as he watched Haros writhe in pain. Then, he tucked him under his arm and opened a rift in space. Come on, let's meet your bestial ancestor. Chapter 1004. At the battlefield. Sure. With a wave of Caesar's hand, the massive black flame wall scattered and disappeared. There was no longer a need for it. The wall, which spanned several miles and stood over 30 meters tall, was too weak to do any good. Caesar had activated it for one purpose, to frighten the beasts under the Beast Emperor realm of Death's aura. But now that all of them had left, the two sides stood silently, staring at each other. The strait that once held millions of beasts now contained only Dirger the Devourer, the 9 beast tyrants, and roughly 1,500 beast emperors. Each of them could easily breach the black flame wall or simply leap over it. The sight of these gigantic, myriad beasts was a nightmare, and their bloodthirsty auras and foul stench confirmed to everyone that the nightmare was real. However, the true beginning Empire's side had not lost much in terms of presence and dread. Whoosh, whoosh. To Caesar's right, standing at the forefront of the army, Victoria descended, holding a blue and black scepter topped with an energy pearl of the ice element, recently acquired from the planet Gutta. To his left, Kasha landed, wearing full battle armor, wielding a longsword in one hand, and placing her other hand behind her back. Catch! A bolt of lightning struck the ground next to Victoria, from which Raiden emerged, clutching a crescent-shaped dagger, lightning coursing through his eyes and spiky silver hair. Swish! Beside Kasha, a mass of flames materialized, revealing General Martin Barnett, the successor of the Flame Continent and currently the strongest among the major Heavenly Law of Fire users. Each of these generals was undoubtedly capable of leading an army to conquer a planet, and each had already done so once or twice before. Seeing the four of them standing side by side under Caesar's banner was a terrifying sight for anyone who knew them. Behind the 5 generals stood 17 warlords and around 300 martial emperors. Behind them, hundreds of thousands of infantry and terra cavalry lined up, while above them, hundreds of thousands of Draco riders hovered. Beyond all this, Richard and Hulak were particularly too eye-catching. The 9 tyrants focused their gazes on them and Caesar, knowing full well that if another battle began, they would have to deal with those 3 first. Dirger and his companions were intimidating enough, but their numbers were a mere handful compared to a fully prepared army that came prepared to face millions of beasts. Yet, Dirger seemed unconcerned. His eyes were fixed on something behind all of this, atop a small hill. What are you? Hiss. Disturbance. Disturbance. The beasts around Dirger were shocked by the sound, and they had to confirm once or twice that their king was the one who had spoken. The king could speak the language of humans? This was undoubtedly the first time, evident in the difficulty with which he uttered the words. Long before the arrival of Pythor and his bothersome empire, Dirger had either been sending waves of beasts or simply sleeping. It had never occurred to him to communicate with Pythor. Whenever he saw humans, he attacked them without exchanging a word. Caesar furrowed his brows and gripped his halberd even tighter. The language Dirger had just spoken was the language of planet Ura. They had indeed been speaking it in front of him throughout the days-long battle, but could this have been enough for him to understand it and pick up a few words? Just how intelligent were these creatures known as Beast Kings? Knowing the words were directed at him, Crixus raised his body high and spoke in a tone full of authority. I am the Wyvern, descendant of dragons. I am Crixus the Great. I am Crixus the Purifier. I am the Beast King of planet Nihiri. Commotion. Commotion. Once again, the beasts were struck by some panic and confusion. Upon seeing Crixus, they instantly recognized that he was no ordinary beast. Hearing him declare himself as a beast king from another planet only solidified their fears. Something deep within every beast sowed fear of the beast kings in their hearts. The presence of even one beast king was more than enough. King of beasts. Nihiri. Here. Why? Dirger raised his 5-horned head higher. You challenge my authority. Rattling. Rattling. Dirger's aura as a level 50 beast fully manifested. The air around him began to dissipate under the density of the law of corrosion in his aura, forcing the beasts to step back slightly in all directions. Yet they were puzzled to see their king remain still in the face of such a direct provocation. In the past, any beast daring to raise its head in his presence would have had it bitten off immediately. But here he was, talking, questioning, and revealing his aura before this wyvern. However, they couldn't blame him. Even their king had to tread carefully in the presence of another king, especially one who showed strength comparable to his own. Crixus opened his mouth again, and his ancient voice resounded. I was summoned here by His Excellency, the planetary Emperor Robin Burton. He decides what I shall do. If he asks me to challenge you, I will. For now, however, he has asked me to make you wait for his arrival. Crixus the Great felt deeply embarrassed after uttering those words, but Robin had instructed him to say them word for word. This would reduce the chances of a battle erupting between him and Durger. Losing face a little now was far better than starting a fight while he had an injured core. Me? Wait. For a human? Hiss. 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 Durger shook his head, laughing a strange laugh. His gaze toward Crixus turned mocking. How disappointing. It seems the beasts of this planet Nihiri need a new king. Damn, he is roasting you. The worm got a good sense of humor. He is better than you in this aspect at least, I am not going to lie. Ha ha. Polak slapped his partner's leg a few times, laughing out loud. Say that again. Whoosh. Crixus growled, baring his massive fangs. The blue purgatory flame began to ignite in his throat, ready to burst out at any moment. That wretched serpent was rubbing salt into the wound. Durger's eyes narrowed even further, his entire body preparing for battle. I said you. Rip. At that moment, the space between the two sides was torn apart, and Robin emerged, carrying someone under his arm. Oh, dear, the tension here is suffocating. Chapter 1005. Crack. The fabric of space split open, and Robin emerged before everyone. The moment he saw his father, Caesar bowed, placing his right fist over his heart. His voice carried a blend of awe, respect, and reverence. Even though he treated him as a father in private, in front of the soldiers, and especially in front of enemies, he had to address him in a way befitting a planetary emperor. Your Excellency. The word was like a spark that triggered a chain reaction. Behind him, the four generals exchanged tense glances for a moment before bowing with the same imposing military discipline, echoing the word in unison. Your Excellency. Then, as if born to be the echo of that word, hundreds of thousands of soldiers lined up behind them shouted it with a roar that exploded into the horizon like a deafening storm. Your Excellency. Durger could do nothing but lean his head back slightly, trying to reassess the situation. The cry carried something beyond mere words. It conveyed blind loyalty, unwavering and absolute. The ground trembled beneath their feet, and the air around them quivered as if the world itself was bracing for something. These men would undoubtedly leap into hell itself if this puny human ordered them to. Yet, Robin stood calmly, contrasted by the chaos around him. His expression didn't match the overwhelming authority he commanded, but at least his eyes gleamed with enough confidence, and the smile on his face seemed to dictate the ultimate verdict in this place. While the generals and soldiers bowed, another entity hesitated. Crixus, the colossal beast that seemed like the embodiment of nature's wrath, clenched his massive jaws, revealing an inner struggle. He was trying to maintain his independent stance, battling within himself not to bow like the rest of the human army, not under the watchful eyes of the beasts who regarded him as a king. But in the end, he made his choice. Slowly, his enormous head lowered, and his glowing blue eyes dimmed slightly. When his voice finally emerged, it was deep, as if coming from the bowels of the earth itself. Your Excellency. But Crixus's submission wasn't the end of the story. It was the beginning of a grave transformation. Durger the Devourer, the beast standing among the 9 tyrant beasts, slowly turned his head toward Robin. His eyes, filled with merciless intent, focused on Robin with even greater intensity. The Beast King coming from another world was undoubtedly a threat, but the man commanding him was the greater danger. A low growl rumbled from him, almost like a suppressed roar. HSS. As soon as this hiss escaped, the 9 tyrant beasts tensed up. Their fangs, claws, and taut muscles revealed a readiness to pounce at any moment. It was evident that any wrong move from Robin could unleash an unstoppable chaos. But Robin, despite all the tension, showed no sign of concern. His eyes were coldly evaluating Durger, analyzing every detail of his massive form. He raised an eyebrow as if impressed by what he saw, and his smile deepened slightly. Impressive. Then, almost simultaneously, he waved his hand backward as if discarding something insignificant. Catch. Thud. The man Robin had been holding under his arm was thrown violently, landing hard at Caesar's feet with a pained groan. A male, looking as though he was on the verge of death, tried to rise while muttering weakly, "Ugh. You. Arg." But he couldn't manage. Caesar's eyes widened briefly before he raised his eyebrows in clear surprise. He recognized him immediately. That's the troublesome Marshal. But the bigger shock was the sealing nail embedded in the man's chest. Caesar lifted his gaze, his expression a mix of confusion and curiosity. Why the sealing nail, Your Excellency? Do you plan to torture him first? Robin, maintaining his calm demeanor and keeping his eyes fixed on Durger, gave a slight head shake. Neither. Put him in a prison cell. Ensure adequate security around him. Don't overdo the harm, but don't pamper him either. Treat him as a regular prisoner, nothing more. He spoke as if brushing off dust from his hands, then lazily gestured toward Caesar. All right, you may leave now. Caesar froze for a moment, as if unable to believe what he was hearing. He looked at Robin and asked, "Are you speaking to us, Your Excellency? Who exactly is supposed to withdraw?" Robin, with a serene yet mountainous weight in his voice, replied without altering his tone. "Everyone. The battle is over." Ha! Caesar raised his eyebrows in shock, his eyes darting between the 4 generals behind him. Everyone started looking at each other in confusion as if doubting whether they had heard his orders correctly. HSS. Even Durger the Devourer, the beast that knew only the language of carnage, narrowed his massive eyes. His colossal head, which had been slightly bowed forward, suddenly reared back more, as though trying to comprehend what he had just heard. Robin's actions didn't fit into any scenario Durger could imagine. Haha, you don't have to say it twice, mate. Polak, with his ever-present laughter, was the first to break the strange tension. He leaped nimbly onto the back of the massive Crixus and clapped the giant beast on the shoulder, saying, "Let's go, partner. Time to get the hell out of this mess." Whoosh! Crixus didn't need further encouragement. His massive wings struck the air forcefully, lifting his enormous body off the ground. He was the first to want to flee from this place, filled with the disappointed gazes of the other beasts. He'd endured enough humiliation today to last 1,000 years to come. "Take me with you," shouted Richard, who seemed to have just awakened from the shock of the situation. He leaped with impressive force, landing next to Holak on Crixus's back. Holak glanced at him up and down, then shrugged indifferently and laughed. "Well, you're strong enough to sit here. Make yourself at home, haha." He then slapped Richard's back with his large hand so hard that the latter almost choked for a moment. Quickly, the three disappeared into the horizon, leaving behind a wave of confusion and disarray among both the soldiers and the beasts alike. After a few moments of confusion, General Kasha stepped forward, trying to maintain her composure despite the charged atmosphere. She stood before Caesar, straightened herself with full military discipline, and said in an official tone, reminding him to act. "Supreme General, orders are orders." Caesar, who was still feeling a bit incredulous, gazed deeply into his father's eyes. He wanted to ensure that Robin fully understood what he was saying, but when he saw that confident smile he knew so well, he had no room left to question him. Finally, Caesar sighed, returned his black halberd to his spatial ring, and shouted loudly behind him, "Activate the instant space portals. We're returning to the military square." Chaos. Chaos. The massive Imperial army began moving in an organized wave. Some hesitated, as they wanted to stay and claim more points and victories. Others were grateful their supreme commander had ended the battle, knowing they had families waiting for them. But in the end, Caesar's word was absolute. Everyone followed the orders without question or change in their expressions. They began crossing the instant space portals in disciplined ranks, their synchronized footsteps sounding like a perfectly orchestrated military symphony. 1 hour later, the place had completely transformed. Durger the Devourer, who couldn't fathom why this army was leaving so easily, remained standing in place. His sharp eyes darted between the departing soldiers and the human named Robin Burton. His unease didn't stem from their withdrawal, but from the fact that something illogical was happening. His primal mind couldn't stop itself from wondering, is there a bigger plot unfolding around me? But despite his doubts, Durger kept silent. He knew one simple rule. If a powerful enemy wants to leave, don't stop them. As for Robin, he stood at a distance, his hands clasped behind his back, humming softly with his eyes closed. His tone was calm and certainly didn't match the charged atmosphere. Buzz. The last instant space portal closed with a faint hum. The area was now empty except for the beasts and Robin. Even Theo and the Shadow Swords, who were always on high alert, had received mental orders to withdraw and obeyed without hesitation. Clap. Robin suddenly clapped his hands, as if announcing the end of a theatrical performance. He looked at Durger, the five-horned serpent, who had been silently observing everything with wary anticipation. Robin, his steady smile in place, spoke in a lightly mocking tone as he locked eyes with Durger. "Well, hello there. Do you want to die?" Chapter 1006. Hello, do you want to die? Robin said his piece with a confident smile, staring at Durger the Devourer, the legendary serpent that seemed like a fragment of darkness itself. Its massive body, stretching over 200 meters, made the ground beneath its coils appear small and fragile. The air around it was heavy, charged with the weight of its presence, as the breaths of the colossal beast stirred whirlwinds. "Were you talking to me, human?" Durger growled, his voice resembling a volcanic eruption, as his massive, glowing purple eyes narrowed. Deep down, he knew he had heard clearly, but his pride refused to process the audacious words uttered by this tiny creature. Robin, showing no trace of fear or hesitation, locked eyes with Durger for a few seconds to show his lack of fear. Then, without breaking eye contact, he clasped his hands behind his back and spoke in a calm tone as if discussing mundane matters. "In truth, I am in the midst of a planetary war against someone named Pythor. He commands what is called the Great Serpent Empire. I assume they named it after blood stolen from you or something like that? Anyway, the battle has been raging for nearly a year now." Robin's tone shifted slightly, leaning toward mockery as he tilted his head, as though asking with innocent curiosity, "Can you believe this, Mr. Beast? I was living peacefully, minding my empire, the true beginning planetary empire. Then suddenly, this Pythor decided to launch an all-out attack on me with everything he had. He pulled armies from every planet under his rule and even came himself to topple me. Yet he failed. And now, here I am, standing on his home planet, speaking to you, the serpent whose name he borrowed to lend his empire some semblance of grandeur. Isn't he the same one who humiliated you for centuries, taking your blood whenever he pleased?" Hiss. Durger let out a sound resembling a lethal hiss, exuding his growing rage and embarrassment. His enormous body rose, and clouds of purplish-black venom began to swirl around him, as if his colossal form was emanating hatred itself. But Robin didn't allow him the chance to respond. He continued his speech, his tone turning cold and filled with disdain. "Do you know what is even stranger? That I am fighting the very same person who kept you imprisoned in the poison sea for 10,000 years. The one who forced you to spend your time fortifying your defenses, fearing the moment he would return to drain your blood again. The one who made you waste all your time and effort on building an army of mindless beasts to protect yourself. And yet, here you are, fighting me on his behalf? Is this love for slavery? Or are you a masochist who cannot live without your favorite tormentor?" Robin's expression suddenly shifted. The mocking smile vanished, replaced by a sharp, blade-like seriousness. "Or are you simply looking for death? If that is what you want, let me save you the trouble of searching. I can grant you a swift end right now." It is you who wants to die. Dirger roared, his voice shaking the earth as if an earthquake had struck. A dark aura erupted from his body, brimming with aggressive energy. His entire form trembled with a mix of fury and humiliation, his bloodlust rising like volcanic magma. Yet he remained still. Robin's voice broke the tense silence again, his arms spreading slightly, as if inviting the colossal beast to challenge him. So what do you want, exactly? Why are we even in this situation? If you think that by fighting me you will regain your glory or impress your beasts, you are mistaken. You and I both know I did not send anyone to provoke you. You attacked without reason. You saw my army and witnessed the power I wield, yet you still chose to engage. What am I supposed to make of this? You are in my world. Dirger bellowed with a tone that blended embarrassment and authority. Each word dripped with rage as if he needed to remind himself and everyone else that he was the ruler here and this land was his. Your world. Robin laughed a laugh so mocking it seemed to pierce Dirger's very being. He waved his hand dismissively, as though swatting away a ridiculous notion. It was never your world. It belonged to Pythor. You were just a source of blood to create more of his soldiers and expand his empire. A living reservoir of blood, nothing more. Pythor has a dark cube that can kill you at any moment, but he kept you alive simply to milk you whenever he wished. And now you want to present yourself as a king before me? With what pride? With what authority? This planet is mine now, just as it was Pythor's before. If you wish to survive, act as a reasonable beast should, stay in your lair and know your limits. Tension, tension. The atmosphere grew heavier all of a sudden, as though the sky itself was closing in, suffocating the very air. Even during the peak of the true Genesis Empire's military might, the tension had never reached such a suffocating level. The air was saturated with a dark aura so oppressive it seemed to weigh on every creature present, silencing even the fiercest beasts. These creatures were no ordinary beasts. Each one of them was sentient, their intelligence and power transcending the understanding of mortals. Some of them caught snippets of the fiery exchange between Robin and Dirger, while others relied on body language alone. Every glance, every tilt of Dirger's colossal head, every tremor of his massive tail, each motion conveyed a message. It was unmistakable, this human had uttered something he should never have said. Under normal circumstances, the beasts would have attacked as one, their blood boiling at the slightest insult to their king. Their loyalty to Dirger compelled them to act without thought, proving that their king's throne was inviolable. But this time was different. This was not someone to be provoked lightly. Not Robin, the man whose overwhelming golden army had already subdued the Wyvern King. None among them dared to bear the responsibility of summoning that cursed army once more. So, they remained still, their eyes locked on Dirger, waiting for his command. Rumble. The ground trembled violently. Dirger the Devourer began to move. The roar that had been simmering in his massive chest erupted like the groaning of a fractured earth. His previously relaxed posture shifted gradually. He raised his enormous head, inching forward with a deliberate menace that radiated sheer terror. The movement of his colossal form shook the earth beneath him, as if the planet itself was bowing to his dominance. Hiss. The hiss he released was enough to make the surrounding beasts recoil slightly, though their feet remained rooted. Dirger seemed calm, too calm, a calmness that foreshadowed a storm. Yet, everyone present, even Robin, could feel the unease in the air. It was clear Dirger had made his decision to attack. But Robin, unflinching, burst into loud laughter, as if the scene before him were nothing more than a ridiculous play. He spoke in a mocking tone, his voice carrying over the tense silence. Haha. What exactly are you trying to do, you oversized potato? He gestured behind him with a derisive smile. Do you think you are about to try something new that the Wyvern did not already fail at? I spoke to you like a reasonable being, and I even pulled back my army to give you a chance to have a conversation. But you want to fight? Damn, you really must enjoy being humiliated. A masochist to the core, aren't you? Robin's words struck like an arrow, piercing Dirger's pride. The once unquestioned king of the beasts, now openly challenged, felt an acute embarrassment in front of his followers. His roar reverberated across the space, full of fury and wounded pride. You want killing, Dirger? His voice, though booming, betrayed his frustration and anger. He was now forced to put on a show of aggression to save face before his beasts. If he failed to display strength now, his followers might question him, perhaps even lose their faith in him entirely. Yet, deep inside, Dirger hesitated. Did he want to kill Robin? Absolutely. Could he? That was the question that gnawed at him. The image of the subdued Wyvern King still lingered in his mind. Beast Kings were rare entities, each carrying an immense pride within their core. Whatever fate had befallen the Wyvern, Dirger had no desire to share it. Robin, quick to seize upon the serpent's hesitation, responded sharply, driving the knife in further. I will only kill you if you wrong me. Do you think you can unleash your beasts to conquer my world and slaughter my armies while I stand idly by? But. He paused briefly, as though pondering aloud. His tone softened slightly, though it retained its edge. There are other ways we can come to an understanding. Chapter 1007. There are other ways we can come to an understanding. Robin's elegant, confident smile returned to his face. Everything he had said earlier was meant to lead up to this moment. He continued, raising 3 of his fingers. In fact, besides the obvious option of trying to kill each other, there are 3 other choices. Hiss. Dirger narrowed his eyes, trying to listen without saying a word. First, return to your lair around the poison sea and take your beasts with you. I don't want to see you again as long as I rule this planet. I'll leave you in peace, but in return, I expect you to control your followers and ensure they don't approach my empire. I will allocate enough space for you to live and tear each other apart as you please. But if anyone crosses the borders I set, I will kill them and send an army to randomly slaughter 100,000 of your kind as punishment. Robin lowered his first finger. Turmoil. The scales of Durger clattered against each other. You are exaggerating much. Durger's anger was at its peak. Even in Pythor's reign, during the era of daily wars, all the beasts around the Poison Sea were never confined as Robin described. Except for Durger, who was under heavy surveillance, the others roamed freely to hunt and explore. Even the 9 tyrants had always moved freely across the Poison Rock planet and destroyed many villages and towns across the years. But now, every time one of them crosses the border, Robin would send an army to invade and kill 100,000 of them. What exactly is this? How could Durger possibly control all these beasts? And how many such humiliations of invasions and massacres could he endure before he lost his followers' respect or was forced to go to war with the Golden Army again? That is your first choice. If you pick it, I will not change a single word of it. I don't want to see uncontrollable beasts roaming around killing my citizens. Robin opened his eyes with absolute authority, then lowered his second finger. The second option is that I will grant you an area 3 times the size of the Poison Sea, about 10% of the planet's total area. If any beast crosses the border, I will only kill the offender and no more. However, this comes with one condition: you must provide me with a small pond of your blood every year. From your massive body, I don't think that will harm you even slightly. Grr. The tyrant beast, wolf-like in appearance, bristled, its fur standing on end as if electrified. It was undoubtedly ready to attack. A pond's worth of their king's blood every year? Even Pythor barely collected a few barrels over 10,000 years. Knowing that his options were extreme, Robin spoke quickly before anyone could react. He lowered his last finger. The third option is that I will grant you all the land behind you up to this strait, a territory roughly a quarter of the planet, in exchange for cooperation. Cooperation? Hiss. A strange laugh escaped Durger's mouth. What could beasts and humans cooperate on? What could you have that I, Durger the Devourer, might desire? Your laws, ambitions, dreams, none of it matters to me. Glint. Robin took something out of his spatial ring and raised it with one hand. Hiss. Durger lowered his gigantic head slightly to inspect what the human had revealed, then opened his eyes wide. That. The object was spherical, about the size of an orange, radiating an extraordinary natural energy. It contained swirling purple clouds within, and its aura was unmistakable. It was a destruction path energy pearl. Robin smiled. It seems my assumption was correct. This planet lacked energy pearls, and Durger, who hadn't left the vicinity of the Poison Sea for the past 10,000 years, definitely wouldn't know about the energy pearls Pythor had collected. This was likely the first time he had ever seen an energy pearl. The significance? A single ordinary energy pearl contained energy equivalent to about 15 million regular energy stones, or several tons of liquid energy essence. Any being seeking power, regardless of their cultivation path, would covet such a treasure and consider it their most prized possession. And this was no ordinary energy pearl, it was one aligned with the destruction path, the very path that Durger was born into. This one was from the first batch of pearls formed from the sacrifices of soldiers in the step pyramid. Turmoil. Durger's massive body moved slightly forward, his gigantic head descending closer to examine the pearl. At this moment, he resembled a moth captivated by a flame for the first time. Even the other beasts, especially the 9 tyrants, had their eyes glint with desire. Tisk, tisk. Not so fast, my dear. We must come to an agreement first. Robin pulled his hand holding the pearl back, shaking his head with a laugh. I understand you know exactly what this pearl means to you, don't you? Pause. Durger's eyes refocused on Robin, but he gave no reply. What, don't you know? Or is it that you don't want to acknowledge it? Then allow me to enlighten you, Robin chuckled. This destruction path energy pearl can save you months, possibly years, of the energy absorption by that beast core atop your head. Even though you haven't advanced due to the imposed limits, continuous energy absorption still hardens your body, making you nearly invulnerable to anyone at the same level, correct? Robin slowly extended the orb forward again, letting it hover before Durger's gaze. As for the affinity with the destruction path, do I even need to explain what it will do for you? Your minor corrosion law usage will see a massive improvement. The duration you can use it without harming yourself will increase significantly. And most importantly, let's just say the minor corrosion law may not be the ultimate end for you. What do you want for the orb? Durger would be lying if he claimed his heart wasn't drawn toward it. In exchange for granting you a quarter of this planet to be your own kingdom, I want a promise from you, in front of your followers, that you will do your utmost to defend the Poison Rock planet if anyone other than me attempts to claim it. Robin's tone was serious now. He glanced at the orb and added, and for every one of these orbs, I want a pond of your blood. He gestured with his other hand toward a spot beside him, where the ground compressed under the effects of the major heavenly law of gravity, forming an enormous basin. This size. SAA. You're exaggerating. One of the 9 tyrants, a massive bird with crimson wings, spread them wide and screeched. The pond Robin carved out could hold 5 times the blood Pythor had collected over the past 10,000 years. Do you think I'm handing out destruction path energy pearls to make him stronger without compensation? This must be a mutually beneficial deal. Honestly, I don't believe I'm exaggerating even slightly. This amount of blood barely qualifies as a fair trade. But Durger paid no attention to the words of the tyrant or Robin's rebuttal. He kept his gaze locked onto Robin's eyes. Did you say for every pearl? How many do you have? Swish, swish, swish. Robin laughed, and with a single thought, more than 30 pearls materialized, swirling around him in an elegant orbit. How about these as a first batch? Chapter 1008. Back at the military square. Silence. Not long ago, the last soldier had been transported back from the battlefield against the beasts. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers from Jura and Greenland were crammed into a relatively small area, barely emerging from the blazes of battle, all exhausted and starving. Yet, for some reason, none had removed their armor or abandoned their posts. They all remained in formation, clutching their weapons tightly, their faces set in the same grim, hostile expressions. The atmosphere was unbearably heavy, charged with a tension so palpable it was almost visible. None of them sought rest or exchanged words with those beside them. They stood motionless on the grounds as if swords were pressed against their throats. Maybe you should tell them to rest? General Ryden spoke, casting a careful glance around before turning back to face his supreme general, Caesar. Was I the one who told them to stay in formation? Let them be, Caesar said, gripping his arm tightly as he directed his tense gaze toward the space portal. If His Excellency does not return within an hour, we will lead the army back to the strait. Ryden paused for a moment, then nodded firmly, his expression resolute. He understood Caesar's words perfectly. He also knew how fatigued the soldiers were, but perhaps attempting to calm them now would only insult their resolve. Afterward, he sat down in a meditative position alongside the other generals and martial emperors. He took out a small bottle, drank a little, and then closed his eyes. If His Excellency did not return soon, or if he came back injured, or worse, angry for any reason, another battle would begin. But this time, it would not be defensive. They would march forward relentlessly, cut off Dirger the Devourer's head, and turn it into a communal chamber pot. Rumble. At that moment, the space portal beside Caesar and the others cracked open, and Robin emerged, waving his hand playfully. Oh, heavens! What is with this suffocating atmosphere? Who died? Your Excellency. Caesar and the other generals leaped to their feet with lightning speed, rushing toward Robin. They immediately began inspecting him carefully for any signs of battle or injury. Are you all right? Did anything happen there? We are ready to mobilize. I am fine, everyone. Thank you for your concern. Robin laughed heartily before raising both hands and shouting loudly. The battle is over. Now rest, eat, drink, and celebrate before the next fight finds us. Hurrah! Long live the true beginning empire. Long live His Excellency. The suffocating tension that had enveloped the area dissolved like clouds on a sunny day. Finally, the soldiers began patting each other's backs and sharing laughter, while some collapsed onto the ground, heaving breaths laden with exhaustion. Others tended to their worst wounds, while some, oddly enough, simply fell asleep where they stood. Father, what exactly happened there? Did the battle really end that easily? Caesar asked seriously, his brows furrowed. He had fought those beasts for days and knew how thick their skulls were, especially Dirger, who seemed indifferent to the life or death of his subordinates, and of course, to the deaths of his enemies. Of course, it is over. How could I ask you to withdraw the army without sufficient confidence? Who do you think I am, you little brat, huh? Robin laughed spiritedly and gave Caesar a light smack on the back of the head. Then he cast a quick glance around at the joyous soldiers, who had started preparing some of the beast carcasses for a victory feast. I will quiet them down for you. Caesar's brows knitted tighter, and he was about to take a step toward the soldiers. The sounds of nearly 500,000 people were enough to deafen anyone. No need, Robin quickly grabbed his hand, gesturing toward the nearby imperial palace. Let us go somewhere quieter, and I will explain what happened on the way. They deserve some celebration after those grueling days. Can I come along too? Ryden stepped forward quickly, speaking in an enthusiastic tone. I want to show Your Excellency the report on Planet S1. Of course, let all the generals come. Robin smiled and began walking toward the palace, narrating the events as he walked alongside them. 5 minutes later. The massive doors of the throne room opened. Robin entered with his hands clasped behind his back, followed by Caesar and the generals. That is everything that happened. There are 34 pools of blood near the strait. I want you to transport that blood properly and safely to the Empire's treasury. Just a single drop from those pools can create many soldiers. Do not underestimate this task. What are we going to do with that filthy blood anyway? General Martin Barnett asked with a visible scowl, adding sarcastically. We are not like those clowns who turn themselves into monsters just to gain power. It is undeniably priceless. Even if we do not use it on ourselves, it can be considered a strategic treasure. If we hand it over to Her Highness Zara and Sky Opening City, they might discover a way to enhance the affinity elixir effectiveness, General Kasha Levan said with her sharp, analytical gaze. Robin nodded in agreement. No one denies its value. If it were not for His Excellency on our side and his success in discovering the temporary affinity enhancement elixir, we would have been crushed long ago due to the superior advantages of that beast blood. There would not even be a battle, General Martin quickly countered, his tone sharp. And honestly, if it were not for the antidote's fatal flaw, we would have crushed the army of the Great Serpent Empire multiple times by now. Everyone nodded in agreement. The need for the generals to retreat from the battlefield periodically to consume the elixir and refine it left a severe disadvantage. The true beginning empire constantly found itself in a predicament during large battles. These retreats not only disrupted their momentum but coincided with the warlords withdrawing due to the immense pressure on them. The empire's only hope always lay in swift, decisive battles. If these two issues were resolved, who could stand against them? Their impenetrable armor, vast reserves of energy orbs, and liquid energy essence made them closer to the concept of cheating in the world of warfare. Is that why you demanded Dirger's blood in exchange for giving him a resource as precious as destruction path energy pearls? For research? Caesar raised an eyebrow, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. It was clear he was not entirely convinced. Robin chuckled lightly and replied with a tone brimming with confidence, You really do understand me best. Yes, research is one of the reasons. As for the main reason, well, I will keep it for myself for now, until I see how this war unfolds. Then Robin took calm steps to sit on Pythor's throne, turning to face his generals. Raiden, you first. What do you have for me? Caesar raised another eyebrow but simply shrugged before heading to sit in the Grand Marshal's seat. The other generals followed suit, each taking a seat designated for one of the marshals. Except for Raiden, who walked forward confidently toward Robin, carrying a thick scroll in both hands. Your Excellency, this is a list of our spoils from Planet S1. Please, have a look and tell me what you think. Oh, Robin raised his eyebrows slightly, taking the scroll with curiosity. He held its edge and began to unfold it. Whoosh! The lower part of the scroll slipped from his hand and began rolling down the steps, crossing beneath the marshal's table and nearing the hall's door. Holding the upper edge of the scroll, Robin stared at it in astonishment until it finally stopped. Then he turned to Raiden, his eyes filled with disbelief. Really? Raiden nodded firmly, laughing. Really? Chapter 1009. Robin, furrowing his eyebrows at times and raising them at others, carefully held the long scroll, lifting it slowly upward as he read through the seemingly endless lines. An entire hour passed, and he had barely reached the middle of the list. Amusingly, the other generals, who had initially been watching him, eventually stood up and held onto the ends of the scroll, which extended across the length of the hall. They too began reading its contents in complete silence, though none dared to laugh at the situation. The weight of the words they read kept them solemn. The list resembled an unending encyclopedia of spoils and resources. Weapons and armor of all kinds, advanced machines for manufacturing equipment at the same levels as the golden armor sets, facilities for warships, and detailed designs for every stage of their construction, complete with precise explanations for modifications. The list also included scrolls inscribed with minor laws of space, alongside others about ship defense during battles. In addition, there were new weapons, cannons, incomplete schematics for complex arrays, and massive amounts of resources necessary for crafting ships and weapons, along with an ocean of liquid energy essence. As if that weren't enough, the spoils included a staggering number of prisoners, estimated in the tens of thousands, from the Dirger human race. This brief summary barely did the scroll justice. Every item was elaborated upon, and each category branched into subcategories with various spoils. Surveying the planet and compiling such a report must have taken an extraordinary amount of time. Robin, as though drowning in a sea of dreams, murmured in a barely audible voice, Caesar, have we reached the Imperial Palace treasury yet? His voice was distant, as the words he had read so far were enough to compensate for all the war's losses. Previously, Robin had given Caesar 5 different locations, assuming one or all of them contained the Great Serpent Empire's treasuries. One of these locations was the current palace, while the others were scattered across different fortresses across the planet. Caesar shook his head, holding onto one end of the scroll while reading as well. Since we arrived, we've been in constant battles, leaving no time for thorough searches. But if a vassal planet holds all these spoils, I think I'll need to prioritize finding the treasuries more urgently. Another hour passed before Robin reached the final line of the long scroll. Sighing, he handed it to the other generals to continue reading. Turning to face Raiden with a faint smile, he said, well done. You weren't expected to handle a situation like this when you were chosen for Planet S1, but you've outdone yourself. Raiden raised his head with visible excitement and exclaimed, does that mean I'll get better assignments next time? You know, Your Excellency, I reached level 47 2 days ago. The generals, deeply engrossed in the scroll's contents, exchanged quick glances before burying their heads back in reading, pretending they hadn't heard a thing. Raiden had always been the fastest in the entire empire when it came to breakthroughs, achieving remarkable progress that bordered on the supernatural. For him, the only challenge was gathering enough energy to build a solid foundation. Meanwhile, comprehending the major heavenly law of lightning, a massive obstacle for other practitioners, posed no challenge whatsoever to him. To his peers, it seemed as if Raiden was the favored child of the lightning path itself, a divine gift he had been born with. Still, seeing a young man not yet 50 surpass them so effortlessly was undeniably demoralizing, even if there was nothing they could do to change it. Trying to compare themselves to Raiden would be like a man comparing his height to a taller companion or a woman comparing herself to a friend with bigger breasts, as there were things beyond one's control, and it was best to simply let them go. I'll think about it. Robin chuckled lightly at Raiden's boasting. How could he dislike having a subordinate with immense talent and a strong desire to prove himself? After a moment of contemplation, Robin asked in a serious tone, did you contact the dwarves of Planet S1? Raiden responded eagerly as if waiting for this question, yes, Your Excellency. Their elder wouldn't utter a word to me until he saw the captured members of the Great Serpent Empire in person. When he realized they were no longer under their control, he opened up to me and started handing over those schematics willingly. Most of these schematics are their own creations. He paused momentarily before continuing, speaking faster as his excitement grew. Take, for example, the incomplete arrays, as the marshals only described seeing these things in the middle planetary belt once and they started trying to imitate something like it. Even though they weren't previously familiar with the patterns, they made significant progress. While the designs remain incomplete and untested, I'm confident Sky Opening City can finish them without any issue. Robin nodded, listening intently, before asking with genuine interest, tell me more about the starships. What have you discovered about them? Raiden responded promptly and without hesitation. The spaceships of the Great Serpent Empire had 2 main designs. The first was for transporting soldiers and goods, and the second was a warship equipped with a main cannon at its front. The dwarves, with their expertise, redesigned these ships intelligently, adding smaller cannons without compromising the ship's primary functions or reducing their speed. With these modifications, the transport ships were turned into warships with air superiority, while the original warships were developed into what they now call motherships. Robin chuckled slightly and said, "Really? It seems that the dwarves of planet Nihari share the same love for design and construction as the dwarves of S1. It seems that it is a common trait among dwarf mutants. But what's strange is that Nihari's dwarves never reached this level of innovation. Maybe the reason lies in the designs they obtained from the mid-planetary belt, such as weapon and ship designs, huh?" Robin then leaned slightly toward Raiden and looked at him intently before asking, "How cooperative were they with you, Raiden? Did you require any agreements, incentives, or pressure?" Raiden waved his hands quickly, as if strongly denying the notion. "No, not at all. As soon as they realized we had taken over the planet from their previous owners, they handed me everything without hesitation. Their elder even began explaining how things work, the number of meals they need daily, and confirmed that they would continue working at the same pace and on the same projects until we assign them new tasks." Raising a single eyebrow, Robin mused, "From what you're saying, they seem more like machines or even livestock. Have they forgotten how to live naturally? This is sad." Caesar chuckled lightly and remarked sarcastically, "What now, father? Are you planning to help them rediscover their sentience?" Robin smirked slyly and said, "Nah, the damage is already done. I'm thinking of how to make use of that trait. Builders as good as these aren't something you find every day." He stroked his chin thoughtfully before waving his hand dismissively. "Anyway, well done, Raiden. You've executed everything perfectly. I'll make sure to reward you properly when all this is over." Raiden stood at attention with enthusiasm, then quickly found himself a seat among the marshals. He sat smiling from ear to ear, as if the words of praise from Robin were the greatest reward he could receive, surpassing any other promise. Turning to his side, Robin looked toward Martin. "What about you, Martin? I understand you've completed the conquest of the planet assigned to you. Did you find anything as exciting as Raiden did?" Martin stood at attention, setting the scroll aside. "How could I be as fortunate as General Raiden, Your Excellency? That planet was devoid of any resistance, even any local sentient life. I found only 6,000 soldiers from the Great Serpent Empire and about 20,000 humans, whom I later learned were transported from the Stone Rock for mining work. I discovered several reasonably sized mines and gardens containing ancient herbs and fruit-bearing trees, but that's about it." Victoria interjected after waiting for him to finish. "Almost the same report on Planet S2, Your Excellency. We found stores of energy stones, energy essence, and various types of ores, but the planet itself was nearly empty except for a few thousand humans." Kezia Levon nodded in agreement and added, "Aside from a few minor details, I'm afraid my report is quite similar." Robin sighed and nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad. Having several peaceful farms for ores isn't a bad haul. We'll figure something out for them later." Whoosh! A shadow moved beneath the hall's door, advancing lightly until it settled beside the generals. Theo emerged with quiet steps and said in a low voice, "Your Excellency, we've received a report from Planet R1. Robin's eyes narrowed, and he furrowed his brows slightly. Where Alexander was sent, was he unable to hold on? His tone was cautious, as that planet was a particularly challenging mission, perhaps no less troublesome than the Stone Rock before he took charge. He added in a serious tone, "I think it's time to send reinforcements." Theo responded with his characteristic calmness, "There's no need for that, Your Excellency. The planet has been fully subdued. One day remains until the negotiations." Chapter 10:10. The planet R1 has been fully subdued. Excuse me. Caesar stopped reading the scroll and turned toward Theo, bewildered and unable to believe what he was hearing. "What do you mean it has been fully subdued?" The situation on planet R1 was undoubtedly dire. The Serpent Empire had two thorns in its side. The first was planet Gouda, also known as R4, which was challenging due to the planet's unique conditions and the presence of an arrogant beast like Devas the Transcendent, making any movement there extremely difficult. The second, R1, was even worse due to its strong popular resistance. The locals were deeply attached to several strict laws, reproduced rapidly, and were notoriously difficult to contain. According to intelligence Theo had gathered from prisoners, if not for the planet's production of a rare ore, the Empire would have abandoned it long ago. Alexander's poor position there was expected. That he was even holding his ground and defending was an achievement in itself. Caesar had been keeping up with his news, having heard about the arrival of Aru and 9 priests as reinforcements but dismissing it with skepticism. Up until this moment, Caesar had been waiting for the soldiers to rest briefly before dispatching reinforcements. He had planned to send Greenland's entire army and half the warlords to support Alexander. The other generals also paused what they were doing, staring at Theo in surprise. Robin, however, did not share their astonishment. Instead, a wide, excited smile spread across his face. Theo glanced around. That is what happened. After Aru and the 9 priests arrived on R1, they rejected Alexander's measures and advanced directly toward the enemies. They then reappeared not much later, this time with the leader of the local resistance by their side. They surrendered willingly with a smile on their face. Ha! Caesar's astonishment grew several-fold. Ha ha! Robin began clapping enthusiastically. That is Aru for you. He never ceases to amaze me. Father, do you know something about what is going on? Caesar turned to Robin with a serious expression. From his perspective, there was no option on R1 other than a purely military solution. The idea of the locals surrendering while still at full strength had never crossed his mind. Ha ha, ha. Robin stopped laughing heartily and wiped a tear from his eye. No, I do not know what happened. I was not even the one who sent Aru there. But a feat like this? Only he could pull it off. What kind of feat, Your Excellency? Does he have some kind of magic? General Victoria voiced the question that everyone was pondering. But why did Supreme General Sakar not mention anything like this during his war against him? Oh, he was doing his own piece when fighting against Sakar, alright, just somewhere else. Some people fight their battles here first. Robin tapped his head a few times. Not everything has to be solved with brute force. Why resort to all-out war against a group of locals if you can find something to entice them into accepting your presence? I am sure General Alexander must have tried that approach. Any of us would have. General Martin still did not seem convinced either. Robin shook his head. Think about it. Aru managed to convince dozens of races to make him their leader, even though they were all stuck at level 40 and could have banded together to kill him. He persuaded tribal chiefs to launch the 5 waves of soldiers against Sakar that wiped out half their army, then convinced them to support him in the internal sacrificial wars that eliminated the rest. Some of them even willingly sacrificed their entire race after his persuasion. He also managed to convince a large number of his world's locals to stay in their cities and act as bait for warships so he could smuggle out his tribe. Are you trying to portray him as the #1 negotiator under the heavens, father? Caesar laughed sarcastically. You have subdued many through negotiation before, but you always established a position of military dominance first. Aru, on the other hand, went to them when we were at a disadvantage, or at best, an equal footing. How did he do it? Caesar shook his head. That bullhead definitely did not use sweet talk alone. Who knows what he did behind closed doors with the leader of the locals? Who cares what he did? Is not the result what matters? Whatever he did, as long as it worked, I support it. Robin waved dismissively. Finding the right approach to the person in front of you is the art of negotiation itself. Robin raised an eyebrow and glanced toward the ceiling. Come to think of it, if Aru had not surrendered on that mountain peak and completely submitted his fate to me, he would not have attained his current ending. He said he wanted to die, but he ended up securing a promise to become a governor. If he truly wanted to die, would he not have tried to escape or attack me? If he had, I would have killed him no matter what. Robin chuckled. I guess I was one of his victims in a way. Generals Kasha and Victoria exchanged glances and chuckled lightly. His Excellency spoke of being deceived, but he was undoubtedly pleased. This was reassuring, as it showed that he genuinely enjoyed seeing his followers grow stronger. Caesar, however, did not seem impressed. Instead, his gaze toward Aru became more cautious. Whatever Aru had done there, it was definitely not something Caesar would approve of. In any case, what is the current situation on R1? Robin waved and asked Theo with a smile. One of his major concerns had resolved itself, so why not celebrate? Theo responded promptly. Aru left the planet after the announcement, along with the 9 priests. Governor Alexander is now negotiating with the local leader over the details of coexistence. The negotiations have been bumpy from the start, but they are ongoing. The governor has not ordered the army to withdraw or the formations to be dismantled. Everything is still in place. The atmosphere is somewhat tense, but all fighting has completely stopped. Caesar nodded in approval. That was exactly what he expected from the first general in his army, as he had to stay alert. Oh, a retreat that quick and smooth? That Aru is truly no simple man. Robin tapped his chin a few times. That horned young man must have been laughing in secret as he left, thinking I have handed you the thread. Let us see if you can pull it. Send old Gu to take over the negotiations from Alexander. That old man also has his ways. Robin patted his chin a few more times. And also, how are our dealings with planet Gutta? The sudden shift surprised Theo, but he answered nonetheless. They are going fairly well. They are buying large quantities of food from us in exchange for elemental gems of ice and fire types. They are also purchasing body heat regulation bracelets. However, the design of formations for them is currently on hold due to ongoing wars, and they understand this. A good relationship then. Excellent. Robin nodded a few times and snapped his fingers. I want you to invite King Volp and King Shamshan and send them along with Old Man Gu. Chapter 10-11. Volp and Shamshan. Caesar raised an eyebrow. Is that a good idea? They're already afraid of cooperating with us fully, trying to negotiate every step as they advance. Now you're sending them to convince another planet, one that was in a similar plight, to submit fully to us. You're not planning to turn R1 into just another trade ally like we did with Gutta, are you? Of course not. I wanted to avoid trouble with another overlord, which is why I left planet Gutta alone. That doesn't mean everyone gets the same treatment, Robin said with a smile, waving his hand. And since they're afraid of us on Gutta, they'll try to appease us by offering up other planets so we shift our attention elsewhere. You'll see Volp and Shamshan will negotiate on our behalf as if their lives depend on it. Caesar shrugged and returned to reading the scroll. His father often behaved as if he were playing chess, moving pieces and expecting them to act as he predicted. Caesar, on the other hand, disliked that approach. He hated relying on waiting for someone else to act. Subjugation by force always worked. Why change it? Your Excellency, what should we do now? General Martin asked respectfully. Return to the planets assigned to you, Robin clapped his hands. Until the negotiations are concluded, we don't know what will happen. Don't move from there until we've fully dealt with Pither and ensured the threat is eliminated. Understood, Your Excellency. Martin bowed, then turned his muscular frame and left immediately, without needing to provide a report or ask for further orders. What was the point of staying? The two women, Kasha and Victoria, stayed for about an hour longer, browsing through the scroll and discussing what they had encountered on their respective planets. When Kasha finally stood up, she grabbed her friend and they both left. We need to start designing ships of our own based on these preliminary designs. Riding those flying serpents is extremely uncomfortable, Caesar finally said as he finished reading. Focus on your next task. Hand over command to your brother Theo and don't worry about anything else. Robin looked at his son for a few seconds before adding, when Hulak and Richard arrive, make sure to tell them the same thing. You all need to be at your best by tomorrow. Caesar sat, stared at the ground, and nodded a few times without saying a word. There was less than a day left before the negotiations, where he, Richard, Hulak, and Sakar would accompany his father to the enemy stronghold, the City of Hope. The number of things that could go wrong was overwhelming, and the chances of success were almost negligible. Was he scared? No, not really, but it would be a lie to say he wasn't expecting the worst. What are you going to do now? Caesar raised his head and asked his father. Robin looked up at the ceiling with a smile. I'll sit here. It's not a bad place. That snake bastard enjoys the quiet, just like I do. Caesar smiled and shook his head. He immediately recognized that his father was trying to calm himself, likely considering scenarios for the upcoming battle. Staying here longer would only burden him, so Caesar patted his thigh and stood up. I'll take my leave, then. See you tomorrow. On his way out, he caught sight of someone out of the corner of his eye. It was Ryden, still sitting in the same spot with a wide grin on his face. Caesar approached him, grabbed the armor at the back of his neck, and dragged him out. Hey, is the meeting over already? I still wanted to tell His Excellency about the details of the battles. Ryden protested, but Caesar kept dragging him regardless. Come on, hero, tell me all about it outside. He. Robin chuckled at the scene before quickly adjusting his mental state. His expression returned to complete calm. Then, the light faded from his eyes. Within his spiritual domain. Rawr, bam, bam. Oh, the place seems livelier than usual. Robin's silver manifestation appeared, laughing. Are you kidding me? Evergreen's voice echoed from a distance. She came running toward Robin, exhaustion and anger evident on her face. What exactly were you thinking? What, didn't you tell me to use the soul-filling technique more often? Robin laughed heartily as he glanced around. His soul domain was now teeming with shiny white orbs floating all over the place. Some bumped into each other, while others butted against the high silver trees and circled around the soul altars. Some emitted growls and roars as if playing, yet none exhibited hostility. These were the nascent souls of the slain that Robin had gathered from the battlefield. Some were of human and Durger human races, but most were beast souls, many of them beasts and humans at the Emperor realm, but their numbers were overwhelming. At this moment, several soul creatures within Robin's domain were trying to capture and restrain the orbs, but their sheer numbers and rapid movements made it look as though they were trying to wrangle a group of unruly children. I'll need every bit of help I can get tomorrow. Robin's expression turned serious, and he raised both hands level with his shoulders. Rumble, rumble. The ground of his spiritual domain began to quake for a few seconds before multiple protrusions emerged, shaping themselves into volcanoes. From each volcano, drills and numerous chains extended. Within minutes, Robin had created 20,000 new soul altars. The nascent soul orbs scattered in all directions to escape the chains, but where could they go? Quickly and right before Robin's eyes, they were easily captured. Each orb was chained atop an altar before the altar's drill immediately started its work. This time, the drills didn't move gently or wait for the drops to gather for minutes before softly dripping onto the ground for absorption. The collection process accelerated several times over. Watching this grand scene, Evergreen couldn't say a word. She could only glance sideways at Robin before returning to observe the grim fate of those soul orbs. Yet, the first step toward a new life awaited them. As for Robin himself, he turned toward the largest soul altar present, walking toward it with visible determination and resolve. Apologies for making you wait so long. Let's finish this. Chapter 10-12. A few days ago on planet R3. Strike the back, and the legs will drop. Cut off the head, and the body will follow. Are you ready to be cut off, Mrs. Head? Ha. The girl named Carrie laughed maliciously as she drew a long dagger. She advanced gracefully, placing one foot in front of the other. On the ground, Elizabeth struggled to stay conscious. Blood poured from the deep wound in her side, and her body trembled with every desperate attempt to move. No, you do not have to do this, she whispered, her voice barely audible, her tear-filled eyes pleading for mercy. She tried to lift her feeble hand, trying to stop the inevitable, but she suddenly screamed in agony as the pain tore through her again. The massive woman standing behind her noticed her futile effort and began twisting the dagger buried in her body. The woman's overwhelming strength and brutal method turned Elizabeth's struggle into something barely noticeable. It was like a butterfly trapped in the jaws of a beast. Farewell. I will make sure your invading army follows you to hell. With a devilish grin, Carrie raised the long dagger nonchalantly. With a slash, she struck at Elizabeth's neck. Thud. With wide, disbelieving eyes, Elizabeth's head fell to the ground, bouncing several times before coming to rest. Humph, trash. The massive woman tossed the rest of the corpse aside, wiped the blood off her dagger with the dirt, and she did again. Then she laughed at Carrie. That was easier than we expected, huh? Carrie stared at Elizabeth's severed head for a moment, then sighed. She reminds me of how we used to be, dreamy and oblivious to how the real world works. I feel sorry for her. Did we act too hastily? She is just a fool, and whoever appointed her as a general is a fool too. The massive woman laughed loudly. If all their generals act this childishly while they are actually at war against the Great Serpent Empire, they are doomed to lose. Carrie nodded several times. When generals of this sort clashed with the experienced generals and marshals of the Great Serpent Empire, what could the outcome possibly be? Their arrival here must have been a stroke of luck. Perhaps they hoped to exploit the absence of the Great Serpent Empire from this sector. Making any agreements with those foolish strangers would have only led to bigger problems. Turning her gaze away from Elizabeth's body, Carrie began to treat it as if it were the carcass of a worthless animal, neither helpful nor harmful. What will you do now, and Jeta? With no leader, the new invaders will not be able to resist us. When we announce her death, they will be thrown into panic and rage. Every officer under that general will act on their own and refuse to take orders from anyone else. What do you think I will do in a situation like that? And Jeta laughed wickedly, already envisioning piles of the invaders' corpses. I will gather all the available young men and women and attack today. After we are done with that group at our borders, we will sweep the rest of the planet for any remnants. The group at the border is indeed easy to handle. But the one that split off and headed west is much stronger. They have those golden giants, and everything they set their sights on is utterly destroyed. Stopping them will be extremely difficult. Carrie rubbed her forehead with the back of her delicate hand. We have been observing them for a while. Every few hours, they break down into thousands of humans and rest. That is when we will strike. And Jeta waved dismissively. As long as they are exposed to us in the open while knowing nothing about us, they are easy prey. All they can do is defend themselves until they meet their inevitable end. Carrie nodded several times. Soon she furrowed her thick brows. You are right, but we do not have many of our people at the borders. You will be able to gather 1,000 fighters at most. How do you plan to launch such a wide-scale attack today? After the 2 waves of extermination led by Marshal Xanax, their numbers had reached a dangerously low point. This left a once thriving population reduced to scattered remnants. Additionally, they had splintered into several small tribes, each isolated and hidden across vast, rugged terrains. These hideouts, though strategically chosen to prevent such a tragedy from happening again, came with their own disadvantages. Now, their small numbers and the great distances separating them made assembling a large army nearly impossible. They could only gather small, nimble teams. They had to rely on stealth and the exceptional strength of individuals to create any meaningful impact against their foes. We cannot wait any longer. Have you not heard them talking about the completion of those things they call matrices in a few days? We will not be able to do anything after that. We have to strike now. Jeta waved her hand with firm resolve, her tone cutting through the hesitation in the air. Freedom is finally within sight. There is no turning back. You are right. Carrie nodded several times, her expression growing more determined. Go gather as many as you can and start the attack. Do not push yourself too hard. Just disrupt them and delay the construction of those matrices. As for me, I will return to my mother, gather an army from all the tribes, and catch up with you. Agreed. Agreed. And Jada patted Carrie's head affectionately, her calloused hand lingering as if reluctant to let go. You have grown up, girl. Soon, this nightmare will be over, and you will have time to find a good husband. Even with free time, I doubt I will find anyone who can tame me. Carrie laughed proudly, her voice echoing with the confidence of a warrior, then dashed off in a particular direction. Her aunt watched her briefly, shook her head, and headed off in another direction. Her steps were purposeful and unwavering. Silence. Nothing remained in the area but General Elizabeth's lifeless corpse and the dense trees. Their towering forms plunged the forest beneath them into an almost impenetrable darkness. The occasional rustling of leaves was the only sound. This created a chilling backdrop to the eerie stillness. Several minutes passed after the 2 women left. Gradually the symphony of insects returned to life, their faint hums growing louder as confidence seeped back into the forest. After a few hours, the local beasts began emerging cautiously from their hiding spots, sensing the absence of the terrifying aura that had kept them hidden. Their glowing eyes pierced the shadows, scouting for any sign of danger. Grr! A creature resembling a cat, with a lithe body and 6 muscular limbs, crept down from the interwoven branches high above. Its dappled fur shimmered faintly under the scattered moonlight filtering through the leaves. It moved with deliberate precision along the tree trunk, its sharp claws gripping the bark effortlessly, as though gravity held no sway over it. Thud! The spotted feline leaped gracefully next to Elizabeth's lifeless body, its landing soft but deliberate. Emitting guttural growls, it aimed to assert dominance, scaring off other opportunistic beasts lurking nearby. Then, with a predatory gleam in its eyes, it approached Elizabeth's severed head and took a savage bite. Crunch! With a single bite, it tore off a large chunk of her head, including a piece of the black decoration on the helmet. The creature's powerful jaws worked eagerly, savoring the texture of its unusual, tender-looking prize. It chewed for a few contented moments while threatening the other beasts with its intimidating gaze. Suddenly, piffed, the spotted cat shook its head violently. It spat out the contents of its mouth in visible disgust, its sharp teeth glinting briefly. It darted off angrily toward the nearest water source, its tail flicking with irritation. Chapter 10:13. Half a day later in the vicinity of the space gate on planet R3. Boom. There. No. Over there. Light the torches. Fire the shots. Damn it. Just like the first time the True Dawn army appeared, they suddenly found their comrades falling one after the other with various injuries. Instantly, they realized the race of demicats had returned. They quickly formed a defensive formation, standing back to back and reinforcing the agreed defensive structures. But today's attack was unlike those before. They are lying. It is impossible that General Elizabeth was killed by those wretched locals. One of the officers under Elizabeth shouted angrily, his eyes brimming with tears. This man, a member of the Trent family, had been extremely close to Elizabeth, even back when she was the Empress of the Sacred Tree. Damn it, James, snap out of it and focus on the battle at hand. Another officer shouted, his frustration evident. today's wave was different for two reasons. The first was that a massive woman had appeared and announced General Elizabeth's death. Some believed her, while others didn't. Regardless, it caused chaos among the ranks. The second reason was the sheer number of attackers, several times more than any previous assault. Although they couldn't see all the attackers due to their stealth tactics, by estimating the number of casualties in the areas being attacked simultaneously, there had to be at least 1,000 of them. Haha. The big woman, Jeta, smashed a soldier's head with her warhammer. Bam. She then proclaimed loudly, "A bunch of fools trying to take over our planet? You will all die, just as we killed your general and severed her head." She then darted toward the forest. "Stop." The man called James yelled, trying to run after Jeta. "Come with me. My team, follow me. We are heading to the gate." "Wait, I need you here. We will not hold out on our own." "Shut up. I must find the general. Even if it is just her body, I must bring her back." From the shadows of the forest, Jeta chuckled darkly. Seeing nearly 7 officers issuing conflicting orders, each commanding independently, was precisely what she wanted. She scanned the soldiers, and her grin widened. The soldiers were in a pitiful state, receiving contradictory orders while being attacked from unseen angles. Lacking clear commands, some began acting on their own, attacking wildly out of sheer panic, often hitting their allies instead. This was the trap every organized army fell into when their leader was killed. The only thing that dampened Jeta's satisfaction was the realization that the shadow prowlers weren't the only ones present. Something darker and more sinister moved through the battlefield's shadows, the ones known as the Shadow Swords. These individuals could locate the fighters of the Sad Night Cats, but the opposite was impossible. They would appear, stab one of the Demicats, and leave them screaming, drawing the attention of the rest of the golden-armored soldiers, who would gather around and kill them. The only slightly reassuring fact about the presence of these so-called Shadow Swords was that their numbers were small and there wasn't a single combat emperor among them. Otherwise, a true catastrophe would have befallen them. At that moment, a shout came from a figure who appeared among the officers. It was a Shadow Sword. "Enough. All of you. Do you think you are free now that your general isn't here? Have you forgotten your primary mission assigned to you by His Excellency, Robin Burton himself?" "What mission? What can we do without the general?" one of the officers shouted in anger. "Secure the perimeter of the space portal until it is rebuilt." Sef Alzel shouted at the officers, then looked back and yelled loudly at the soldiers, "Everyone, don't lose yourself to your thoughts. These are His Excellency's orders to you. Secure the perimeter of the space portal until it is rebuilt." That simple sentence was like a passcode that triggered something in the soldiers' minds. Secure the perimeter of the space portal until it is rebuilt. Secure the perimeter of the space portal until it is rebuilt. The soldiers began to chant loudly, having finally found a purpose. Even without orders from the officers, they focused on the orders of their emperor. The absolute orders from above cannot be defied. Boom, boom. Do you see that? The soldiers have better instincts than you. One of the officers pointed below and shouted to his comrades with regret, then, whoosh, he dove down holding his weapon and chanting, "Secure the perimeter of the space portal until it is rebuilt." Crack! Officer James clenched his hands tightly, then finally sighed and followed them. "I shall stay until complete the mission first, but then do not stop me." Then the next officer followed, then the next, each leading their soldiers toward one of the gaps in the incomplete formations. 3 officers took their soldiers to surround the rune masters and divine blacksmiths to protect them. In their minds, one task repeated on their lips, and above them were expert officers giving them precise orders. The defensive forces quickly regained their stability, and the formations and ambushes they set for the Demicats began to bear fruit. Every few seconds, one of them would be thrown to the ground, lifeless. Jeta furrowed her thick brows. This might turn to be a little bad. Who is that excellency who made the soldiers forget their dire position and the death of their general, and raised their morale to this peak even in his absence? When the grandmother died all those years ago, they didn't have anyone who could gather the race around him, and this made them split and go through centuries of suffering. And after Xanax's disappearance, his soldiers couldn't use his words to bring them together. They start panicking and every officer started executing what he sees fit, despite Marshal Xanax supposedly being still alive and only gone to war on another planet. The power over people's hearts, the sheer authority that makes one present even if he is not there. Now, that is a ruler. Whoosh. Whoosh. At this moment, something flew out from the protective circle of the rune masters, a glowing orb towards the sky. It was slow and shining, very captivating to the eye. What is this? The moment that orb reached a certain height, it exploded PSSSHH. The explosion didn't harm anyone, but it was like a bomb of light around the misty forest on a hot summer day. No. When Jeta saw this, she screamed loudly, then looked down. The shadows of her followers were clearly visible. Kill the damn intruders. Slash. Slash. The glowing orb took 10 seconds to lose its brilliance and extinguish. During those 10 seconds, more than 80 Demicats were killed. Who launched that orb? One of the officers responsible for protecting the rune masters looked inside the protective circle. "I did, sir." A young man raised his hand. He didn't look older than 18. He was one of the major heavenly law of light users who came to cut and then weld the space portal. Haha, well done, do it again. All light users, do it too. Chapter 10:14. An entire day later. Whoosh. Carrie launched forward with all her might. Her power as a mid-level martial empress caused the ground to bend dozens of meters under her feet with each step. Rustle, rustle. The dense forest and the small creatures resembling 8-legged lizards and felines of various sizes and shapes could not slow Carrie down in the slightest. In fact, it was noticed that some plants with simple awareness moved out of their way in fear of being crushed. After reaching a particularly dark and tangled spot, she stopped for a moment, scanning her surroundings carefully, then shouted loudly, "The happy cat does not live long in the jungle." She then hugged herself and closed her eyes. The ground beneath her feet split open and swallowed her whole, then with another hum, it closed again, and the forest returned to its complete silence. Whoosh! Carrie felt her surroundings shift rapidly, the air lifting her short hair upwards. She was falling fast, through a very narrow space that barely fit one person, so tight she could almost smell the dirt brushing against her nose. After a few seconds of free fall, Carrie's feet finally hit the ground with a bang. She opened her eyes and began walking forward confidently. "I am back." What Carrie opened her eyes to was a massive underground cavern. As far as the eye could see, there were numerous single-story houses made of mud bricks and narrow streets where barely two people could pass side by side. The only dim light illuminating the place came from stars on the cavern ceiling, but upon closer inspection, it was clear they were large glowing insects. Big Sister Carrie. Leader Carrie has finally returned. Several children with furry ears and chubby paws ran toward her, arms open and beaming with joy. Following them came several elderly individuals, and soon a group of eager young adults appeared. Though Carrie had just arrived, hundreds of people of different ages were already gathered before her. But Carrie did not rejoice at this sight. All she did was nod and pat the children's heads. What she saw now was the result of cramming their relatively large numbers into a confined space. No matter how big the cavern was, they had been hiding in it for hundreds of years, and it had become too small for them. Yet finding other suitable hiding places had not been an easy task. "Captain, have we won yet?" One young man's eyes sparkled, and the rest fell silent, waiting for her response. Weeks ago, Carrie and several fighters had left to try to reclaim the planet after intelligence reported that the Marshal had departed. This was the first time she had returned. "We are very close," Carrie replied in a way that did not satisfy many, but she did not elaborate further. She left them and walked away. Creak! In the middle of the cavern, Carrie found a house that looked no different from the surrounding filthy homes. She opened its door slowly. "My queen, mother, I am back." "Carrie, is that really you?" There was only one person inside the house, an elderly half-cat woman, extremely frail, sitting on a broken chair in the center of a large room. Upon hearing her daughter's voice, she barely managed to move her hand toward the door to touch her daughter, but she could not lift a finger. Her hollow white eyes spoke volumes about the state of her vision as well. Yes, it is me." Carrie took a few steps forward, knelt before her mother, and licked both her hands. A stream of tears poured from her eyes, tears she could not hold back. Although this was not the first time she had seen her mother in such a state, she cried every time. This woman had once been of great renown. She was Queen Tao. Years ago, when Carrie's grandmother died, her mother was the youngest of her siblings, just a small child unable to do anything about the unfolding events. She had no faction of her own, while the others each insisted on becoming the new leader, busying themselves with their own internal and external agendas alongside their small bands of followers. It wasn't until this small girl grew up and gained strength that she was able to subjugate the kingdom of the Sad Night Cats once again, uniting them under Queen Tao's banner to stand against the greedy invaders. But alas, soon after achieving this, Xanax struck again, orchestrating a second plot that destroyed the kingdom's cities and spilled the blood of millions of innocents. On that day, Queen Tao led all her remaining soldiers into the Valley of Darkness and attacked Xanax with a heart devoid of hope. The battle was a face-to-face confrontation. Neither she nor her followers intended to return alive. However, Xanax had no intention of engaging in a fight to the death. After exhausting her army through continuous withdrawals, he managed to isolate Queen Tao from her forces and attacked her with several of his generals. By the time her army caught up to her and managed to drive Xanax and his followers away, they found her on the brink of death. Her energy-gathering center was destroyed, and scattered injuries across her spirit domain rendered her nearly lifeless. Anyone else would have died instantly, but she clung to life, screaming in rage and fury. Yet, her anger toward Marshal Xanax did not heal her, and they had no means to cure her. She became what she was now. The only reason the remnants of the kingdom of the Sad Night Cats agreed to give her all kinds of life-extending resources was because her daughter, Carrie, had already been recognized for her talent. To this day, she is their crown princess and their unofficial queen. "You have returned early, my daughter. Are you done? Have you killed Xanax's followers?" The elderly Queen Tao tried to speak, but her toothless mouth made her words hard to understand. "We are getting close, mother." Unexpected issues arose, and new invaders appeared. But they are a group of fools. We killed their leader easily. I have come to seek your permission to issue a general mobilization order. We need to gather our entire army and wipe out all the invaders in one swift strike. Carrie's eyes gleamed with intent to kill. Well done. That is how you deal with greedy invaders, by using their own methods. Oddly, Queen Tao's hollow eyes gleamed with an even darker killing intent. Do it. You have the Queen's blessing. Take the royal seals and send them to all the clans, commanding them to send their full forces here within 3 days at most. Any tribe that refuses to comply, my blessing is yours to kill them all. Carrie nodded firmly, her eyes resolute, then turned and left the house with the utmost respect. Of course, she did not actually need permission. The royal seals were already in her possession. No one acknowledged Queen Tao's authority anymore. Carrie was their current ruler, though she refused to take the title. She merely wanted her mother to feel that she was still alive, with a voice and influence. Queen Tao lowered her head once more, returning to a state of profound silence, crushing loneliness, and excruciating pain. The only thing that gave her the strength to endure this torment was her desire to see the day when Xanax was killed and the blood of the Great Serpent Empire's soldiers drenched the earth. But the silence did not last long. At that moment, she heard a voice as if it came from beneath the ground. "Oh, that was touching. I almost cried. Who? Queen Tao whipped her head around in terror, but then, the ground split open and swallowed her whole, then it closed slowly, her voice along with her weak body, sealed underground. Chapter 10:15. 3 days later. Whoosh. From multiple openings in the ceiling, a large number of demicats began descending, just like Carrie did when she first arrived, with closed eyes and arms folded across their chests. They landed one after another as if the ceiling were raining warriors. Although the cavern was already filled with residents and the ancient, crumbling mud brick homes that seemed as if they had existed for 10,000 years, the locals did not resent the new arrivals. Instead, they stood on rooftops, raising their hands and cheering joyfully, "Freedom fighters, freedom fighters." The sight of these young men and women landing amidst them, brimming with enthusiasm and brandishing their weapons, was uplifting. It reignited a long-lost sense of hope. This was the first time in centuries that a unified army, made up of all the available forces from the different clans, had gathered under one roof and one leadership since the calamity of the Valley of Darkness. Whoosh! After the flood of soldiers had finally stopped, Carrie descended last. Bang! She looked around at the desolate cavern, now so overcrowded that there was no room to stand. Indeed, many of the freedom fighters had already started flying around to deal with the lack of space. But as Carrie surveyed the scene, she smiled. This shall be the last time she sees this underground hell. Freedom fighters, listen to me. Carrie raised her long dagger, and with a single shout, drew everyone's attention. Until today, we were forced, with deep regret, to divide ourselves across 7 different locations to preserve our race. Yet even in our weakest moments and direst straits, each tribe fought alone and crushed our enemies wherever they appeared. BRR. The half-cats raised their weapons in response. A new invader has emerged. They have weapons and techniques more advanced than their predecessors, but they are also fools who do not understand how wars are fought. With just 200 comrades, we turned their formations upside down and sowed chaos among them. And with just myself and Aunt Jada, we lured their leader away and severed her head. BRR. The cheers grew louder. Today, for the first time in centuries, the 7 clans stand united. Today, we have an army of 10,000 freedom fighters. Today, we will achieve victory. Carrie raised her weapon again, clenching her other hand over her chest, her resolute gaze infecting all who looked upon her. BRR, BRR, BRR. With a smile that radiated pride and excitement, Carrie lifted her face toward the ceiling, her blood boiling and her spirit burning with determination as she listened to the music of impending triumph. The girl who had opened her eyes to find her mother, the queen, reduced to a mummified shell by the merciless invaders, the girl who had dedicated her life to ensuring the survival of her people, could now see a future free of intruders. She could see paradise. As she gazed upward, Carrie noticed something strange. There was a large blue circle, its interior rippling like a disturbed water surface. Slowly, more and more people began to look up, drawn by the commotion. Buzz! 2 enormous golden hands emerged from the circle first, followed by a head and torso. Then, with a mighty whoosh, the massive figure pushed itself fully through the portal and stood revealed for all to see. It was a warlord. The warlord did not bother flying after his emergence but let gravity do the work. Bang! No! Mom! Wah! Ah! The colossal warlord landed among them like a boulder falling onto an anthill. The entire cavern trembled from the impact, and rocks began to fall from the ceiling, leveling dozens of homes under the warlord's feet and the collapsing stones. Hundreds of people were killed or injured in mere moments. Attack! Attack the intruder! Carrie shouted with all her might after regaining some of her composure, but there was no time to think. Buzz! 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 3 more blue circles opened above, releasing 2 additional warlords followed by a number of martial emperors, wreaking havoc with every step. Shortly after, a golden army began pouring down from the 4 portals like hail. Oh no! No! Carrie placed her hands over her head in shock. She instantly recognized this army. It was the army sent west to fight the Great Serpent Empire. We need to get out of here. Despite having a larger number of martial emperors and soldiers on their side, the first thought that seized everyone was to flee. Perhaps it was the sudden shock, the destruction wrought on the civilians, or the narrow space with the fear of it collapsing over their heads, or an innate fear within them for direct combat. Whatever the reason, the first wave of clash did not find any resistance. Bam! 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 Several soldiers from the Empire of True Beginnings climbed to the ceiling, attacking and sealing every visible gap, closing off all exits completely. The underground cavern was now truly an enclosed trap, with no way out other than the instant space portals. Next, the fire-using martial emperors ignited the ceiling, while wind-using martial emperors fanned the flames, making them burn brighter and hotter. The human emperors stationed above maintained the inferno, turning the dimly lit cavern into a blazing furnace as if it were directly under the sun. The soaring heat reached terrifying levels, scorching the civilians below and even affecting their warriors. Only the true beginning emperors, equipped with special armor pieces designed for temperature regulation, could withstand it. Without them, they too would have burned. The worst part? There were no shadows left for the demicats to hide in. They were entirely exposed to the 3 warlords and the organized Golden Army. Grr! Panic swept through everyone. Like wildcats suddenly caged in a burning trap, clan leaders and soldiers alike began to act on their own instincts. Some tried to break open an exit, while others desperately fought off the Golden Army. It was utter chaos. Step! Carrie retreated a few steps back, her eyes, once brimming with pride and hope, now filled with shock and fear. Her world was collapsing before her eyes. Even this filthy cavern, their refuge for centuries, would no longer exist after today. No, will we even survive today? Help! Kill the invaders. They are fewer in number, and this is our land. Kill them all. Finally, Carrie managed to regain some composure and issued a new command. But not everyone welcomed it. Carrie, you cursed traitor. Why did you gather us here? What did they promise you to betray your own kind? I hope you burn in hell. In hell. Bang. No. Carrie took a few more steps back, her eyes reflecting the blazing flames and the crushed corpses littering the ground. Me? A traitor? She remembered the old calamity. When the cities were destroyed in the Valley of Darkness, she was just a child and hadn't witnessed it herself. But now, she was seeing a similar catastrophe unfold before her, and worse, it was because of her decision to unite the army. Oh no, mother. She suddenly turned toward a specific direction and quickly flew off toward Queen Tao. Chapter 1016. No, 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 Carrie muttered absent-mindedly as she darted like an arrow, praying that her mother's home had somehow survived. But, no, swoosh. The house was a bit farther from the center of the conflict, so it hadn't been crushed under the warlord's feet. However, the flying debris from shattered homes and the collapsing ceiling had fallen on it, leaving half of it destroyed. Mother! Mother! Carrie rushed inside, frantically breaking apart rocks and wooden beams that made up the house's roof. Finally, she saw what she was looking for. Mother! Piffed! There lay an old woman with pale silver fur and empty white eyes. Her usual chair was shattered, and she herself was pinned beneath a massive wooden beam, barely clinging to life. Please, hold on. Carrie kicked the beam away and held her mother in her arms, tears streaming from her eyes. I am sorry. It is my fault. It is my fault. Boom, boom. Behind her, the battle raged on, the ceiling growing unnaturally hot and beginning to melt, dripping molten rock onto the demicats below. My daughter. It is not your fault. Queen Tao spoke with difficulty, trying to lift her hand to touch her daughter's cheek. Carrie guided her mother's hand to her face and continued, sobbing. It is my fault. I do not know how they found this place, but they must have followed me. It is my fault. Everything I planned was wasted. I should have handled things outside on my own. Sniff, sniff, my daughter. It is not too late. Queen Tao's voice was soft and fragile, as if clinging to the edge of life. Do you have any advice, mother? Carrie's eyes lit up with hope. My daughter, go out and surrender. Perhaps they will. Perhaps they will spare some of us. Queen Tao then began coughing blood. Cough, cough. She struggled to continue. If this battle continues, we will perish. Everyone will perish. But, Carrie looked at the battlefield with despair and a heavy heart. At that moment, most of her race were desperately trying to ignore the heat that had begun to scorch their fur, throwing themselves at the warlords and the still-pouring army of the true beginning from the four portals. But this direct, desperate clash only added to the casualties. The amount of spilled blood and burnt corpses had reached horrifying levels. My daughter, listen. In the past, we managed to rise again, even after they killed your grandmother. After they killed all the elders. Because the army was still standing. If this battle continues and all our strongest warriors die, there will be no fighters left to inspire hope, no one from the royal family to carry the banner. Our race will have no future. Queen Tao struggled to breathe as she finished her plea. Do it, my daughter. They might hate you for a while, but years later, they will appreciate what you did today. Surrender, and perhaps we will find mercy among them. Carrie stared into her mother's blind eyes for a few seconds before nodding several times. She gently laid her mother down, turned her back to her, and prepared to go out and declare their surrender. But after a few steps, she stopped, looking back with a cold expression. What is my father's name? He. The old woman clutched her chest, writhing in pain. She tried to speak, but no sound came from her mouth. Carrie raised an eyebrow before gripping her dagger. My mother isn't this weak. I will give you 3 seconds to answer. What is my father's name? Ha, he. The old woman lifted her head, letting out a sly laugh. And who would know, little bitch? Swoosh. Carrie raised her blade, her eyes wide and her fur bristling with intensity. Speak, demon. Where is my mother? First, may I ask how you knew? The blind old woman's smile was chilling, as if it came from a ghost. The word surrender would be the last thing Queen Tao would ever say. She would prefer the complete annihilation of our race over uttering that word. Carrie shouted again, wanting to kill whatever stood before her but fearful of losing the chance to find her mother. Ha ha. The old woman's face began to change rapidly, her body growing larger and transforming until she turned into a youthful human woman, round-faced with large eyes. Plausible. But what a question you have chosen. Who knows your father's name, sweetie? Over the past 3 days, I have captured several of your kind and interrogated them. None of them know anything about your origins except your mother, and I could not get a thing out of that old hag. You are likely an illegitimate child and your father is some random dog, yet you ask as if it is your greatest secret. No. Carrie stumbled back several steps until she tripped over a stone and fell. You are dead. I cut off your head myself. Of course, the figure before her was none other than Elizabeth, and she didn't bear a single scratch. What kind of monster are you? Carrie screamed, forgetting her intent to find her mother. She simply leaped from the ground, her eyes burning with the desire to kill. Slash. Bang. In a disturbingly familiar scene, Elizabeth's head fell to the ground, rolling a little before coming to a stop. Hey, this is ruining my pretty face. Could you grow up a bit? Elizabeth's head spoke with a little anger. Her body took 2 steps, picked up the severed head, and casually tossed it in the air like a leather ball. Perhaps it is time to think rationally? Killing this body will get you nothing. How? Terror and fear gripped Carrie's heart and feet. Elizabeth's head chuckled. It is a simple trick when you have complete mastery over the 4th stage of the plant path. Did you know there are plants of all colors and shapes? Some plants produce blood-like liquid, others have skin-like textures. Crafting this body required just a bit of basic knowledge about different types of plants. Then came the first stage of the life law and the first stage of the soul law to create a connection with it. What can I say? I enjoy studying various laws to expand my horizons. Ha! Finally, her body grabbed the head and placed it back on her neck with a grin. A replica? All this time, Carrie's eyes widened before she shouted angrily. Did you say you would trust me? You are all the same. Traitors, all of you. Haha, look who is talking. Elizabeth laughed softly. I accompanied you with my real body at first, but when I noticed your repeated glances behind you and your unjustified pauses along the way, I swapped bodies without you noticing. True, I am neither the strongest among His Excellency's generals nor the best army leader, but I was not born yesterday to let a child like you and a muscle bitch like her assassinate me. When I was running intelligence systems and wreaking havoc in the other 3 empires, your mother hadn't even ascended the throne yet. Creak. Next to Carrie, several roots and leaves emerged from the ground. They used liquids and began forming into more Elizabeths. One by one, duplicates of Elizabeth appeared. The nearest one grabbed Carrie by her short hair. Ah! Then it dragged her toward the battlefield and lifted her head high. Do you think the outside world is full of roses and peace? Do you think you have known suffering yet? You have seen nothing. I accompanied you with my real body, genuinely intending to negotiate a deal that would grant your people a decent life. And what did you do? Look at what you have done to your people. Look at the consequences of your actions. Mercy. Order them to stop, please. Carrie spoke weakly, her body void of any will to fight. What good would it do to cut through these plant replicas? How would that help save her mother or stop the massacre of her people? It would only provoke this human further. Elizabeth's gaze turned cold as she stared directly into Carrie's eyes. I saw and heard everything that happened to that replica. I tried to speak through it to plead for mercy. Did you show me mercy? Can you imagine watching yourself get killed, only to hear 2 harlots discussing your corpse like it is a dead dog? But no matter. A faint smile appeared on her face. When His Excellency gave us permission for total annihilation, I did not understand at the time why he would grant such an order. But after dealing with you all, I understand now. I understand perfectly. Chapter 10:17. A few minutes remained before the negotiations. Planet Poison Rock, Palace Military Square. In front of the space portal. Crack. Suddenly, the fabric of space split open, and Robin emerged with a broad smile on his face. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Father. I salute the Lord. You are late, Sleeping Beauty. In front of Robin stood only 4 individuals, Hulak, Sakar, Richard, and Caesar. 3 of them stood up upon seeing him, while Hulak simply raised his eyebrows in greeting. Sit down, take your time to prepare. We still have a bit of time. Robin gestured for the others to sit, paying no mind to Hulak's casual attitude. Then, after a brief glance over them, he nodded again, this time differently. You all seem to be in good shape. The exhaustion that had nearly overwhelmed Caesar yesterday, making him appear on the verge of collapse, had vanished. The residual effects of repeatedly using the temporary affinity-boosting elixir without proper refinement, causing his limbs to tremble and a thin line of blood to trickle ceaselessly from the corner of his mouth, were no longer visible. It was clear Richard had intervened personally to restore him to peak condition in the shortest time possible. And there was something else. You have broken through to level 46? If I had delayed any longer, I would have lost face in front of that silver-haired brat. Caesar sneered. Robin chuckled for a moment, but then his attention sharpened. Lost face? His eyes swept over the others before settling on Richard. You have reached level 46 as well? Richard nodded. I have been holding back progress for a while to preserve as much free life energy as possible, but I have gathered more than enough during the Beast War. Richard could have surpassed several levels by forcing the foundation building process with life energy. Although this method would enhance his body, allowing it to store more energy within solid foundations and in his physical form, it would consume a significant amount of his accumulated reserves. Since discovering this characteristic, Richard preferred to keep his energy stockpile for critical moments, such as major battles where he could rely on the difficult-to-gather stolen life energy. Sakar shared a similar mindset. By sacrificing more than half of his blood sea, he managed to break through during his solo battle against the fleet. He could have performed this maneuver at any time but hesitated, fearing the loss of that precious blood resource. In response to Richard's words, Robin nodded and walked over to him, placing a hand on his head. I understand. When you have enough blood stored, no one at the same level can touch you. It is a good feeling. I know it well. But when the gap between you and your opponent is large, all the stored energy in the world won't make much difference. There is still a limit to how much stronger your body can burn, and how much power you can show above your level. He continued, do you remember your fight with Daudar? Back then, you burned the equivalent of millions of mortal life energies just to hold him off, and you still needed Peon to intervene. What about now, after you have closed the gap? If the fight were to repeat, you could stomp on his head by burning just a few thousand, or even a few hundred, mortal life energies, right? Free energy is a false treasure. No matter how much you accumulate, you will remain like a poor man who struck it rich overnight. With no assets or foundations to sustain his wealth, he will lose it quickly. Only by building solid foundations will doors open to you. Only then will you become a true powerhouse. Richard lowered his gaze slightly, then nodded firmly toward his father. Understood. Ahaha, why not say those words to yourself, almighty level 39? Holak's laughter erupted. Robin smiled at him, opening his eyes wide as if silently threatening him to stop talking. I have my own ways of increasing my strength. Why don't we test them out together after the negotiations are over? Tisk. Holak shrugged and turned his gaze toward the space portal. First, they needed to survive today. Then they could think about what comes next. After ensuring the long-tongued one was silenced, Robin shifted his gaze to Sakar. Interesting. You are getting very close to level 50, are you not? Robin's words made the others glance toward Sakar, especially Holak, who furrowed his brows deeply and began examining him. Reaching level 50 was no simple feat. Generally, the last level of any realm was the hardest and most distinct, as it began paving the way to the next realm. Specifically, level 50 prepared for the legendary world Cataclysm realm. Up until now, only one person had reached this level, Pythor. After him, the beast Durgar achieved the same level due to the planet's unique laws. As for Holak, he was still stuck at level 49. His body had not yet reached its limits. He could one day attain level 50, just not yet. So, for someone like Sakar, barely a few hundred years old, much younger than Holak or Pythor, to be on the verge of reaching this level without any external assistance, it was genuinely terrifying. I recently came up with a few ideas regarding the blood path and applied them using the underworld chrysanthemums, Sakar said, clearly pleased that Robin acknowledged his status in front of the Empire's powerhouses. He spoke with a hint of hidden pride. I believe it won't take long before I break through. Perhaps after today's battle I will be able to do it. Excellent. To be honest, the blood path is still a mystery to me. It is not just a liquid. Its major law is unattainable, and its secondary laws are countless. It is nearly as enigmatic as the soul path to be, but I will try to help as much as I can. If anything hinders you, let me know immediately. Robin smiled, then slowly looked around. By the way, where is everyone? This does not look like the military square I left yesterday. A day ago, this place had been teeming with soldiers, the entire Greenland army and more than half of Ura's army, celebrating their victory with feasts and revelry. But today, there were only 4 people before him. The Supreme General Sakar ordered the square to be cleared. He said he wanted to speak with you privately. Caesar pointed toward his comrade, having long acknowledged him as an equal. Oh, Robin turned to Sakar again without a word, waiting for him to begin. I still need some privacy for our conversation, my lord. Sakar slowly turned toward Holak. Holak immediately spat to his side. Tisk. I am not one of your lackeys, Horned One. I am not budging from here. If you want to go somewhere else, then fuck off yourself. Ha. A crude man for someone who has lived thousands of years. Ungrateful for someone we brought back from the brink of death. And arrogant for a giant whose race once licked dirt and is on the verge of extinction. Sakar spoke in a chillingly calm tone. His coarse voice sent shivers down everyone's spines as if he were casting a spell. Your presence among us astounds me, and your disrespectful demeanor toward the Lord irritates me. Why not leave the grown-ups to their matters and go for a little stroll? Ride your big lizard or something. In response to the string of insults, Holak raised a single eyebrow, then lifted his middle finger and began wagging it mockingly. Chapter 10:18. The atmosphere froze for a moment. Sparks of hatred and contempt flickered between Holak and Sakar. A long history of disdain from the Nihari giants toward the demons and resentment from the demons toward the Nihari giants wasn't something that could be erased so easily. If this verbal exchange had taken place between anyone else, a major fight would have already broken out. However, neither of them even unleashed their auras. They simply stared at each other in silence. Sakar gazed at Holak with calm, steady breathing, sitting upright, while Holak lounged against a cushion, chuckling mockingly. Neither needed to release their aura or show any killing intent to convey the message, I am strong, and I can fuck you up. Each had their unshakable confidence, no matter who the opponent was. Alright, that is enough. Robin raised his voice at the two of them. Soon, we will be fighting side by side. If you cannot cooperate, then I do not want any friction between you, just ignore each other. He then turned to Sakar. You may speak. Ignore Holak. He will probably forget our conversation the moment we are done. As you wish, my lord. Sakar shifted his gaze back to Robin. It is about what happened in the southern region. I assume the lord has received reports of strange events. Are you not curious, my lord? Robin nodded slightly and scrutinized Sakar again from head to toe before smiling. In truth, the moment Robin arrived and saw the crimson figure, he had wanted to ask immediately about the report he had received, that Sakar had been defeated, the southern space portal destroyed, and the area overrun. However, noticing Sakar's unscathed state, not even a scratch on him, and his confident demeanor, Robin had quickly confirmed his initial theory that it had all been a strategy. He decided to let the matter drop. They were now on their way to a life or death battle. What was the point of discussing the southern region now? Unless, is it something that cannot wait? You could say that. Sakar tightened the blue leather pouch tied to his waist, drawing Holak's attention. Holak spat on the ground again and turned away in disgust upon recognizing what it was made of. Sakar then pulled out a spatial ring and channeled his energy into it. The ring trembled slightly in his hand until crack. The fractures already present within it widened before it shattered with a bam, releasing a single object. Boom. Around the space portal, there were only 5 individuals, each capable of taking on an army alone. Yet when the object emerged from the ring, their eyes widened in shock, especially Holak, who immediately stood and stepped back, exclaiming, "Where did you get that cursed thing?" It was the same dark cube that had attacked him atop the northern limit mountain, the last thing he had seen before being powerless against death. How could he not be terrified to find it now in the hands of the one he had just argued with? Remarkable. Robin immediately stepped forward, taking several strides closer, and held the cube with both hands, lifting it as if cradling a 2-year-old child. The 7th prince came to threaten me with this object. Sakar began explaining while Robin examined the cube closely. But I trapped him at the gate and struck a deal. He would hand over the cube, and in return, I would kill his men, allow him to destroy the portal, pretend to be injured, and even let him claim a quarter of the southern region. I agreed immediately. Sakar concluded. Well done. Robin laughed loudly. If Sakar had insisted on opposing the prince, trying to kill him or take the cube by force, the prince would have simply activated it. In that case, the space portal would have been destroyed, Sakar might have been injured again, and, of course, they would have lost the cube. He gave you such a valuable item just like that? Caesar got up and took a few steps toward the cube. It was his first time seeing it, and curiosity had been eating at him ever since he heard all the rumors about the Nyari incident. He hesitated a lot, afraid of what his father would do to him if he found out he had taken it. But in the end, he sighed with relief. He said that Jabba and his father were at odds and that Jabba hadn't activated the direct surveillance arrays for some time. So, he likely wasn't watching us talk. Finally, after much negotiation, he handed it over and started the act. Sakar shrugged. Then he added, now, he is pretending that he defeated me without using the cube, pretending that the Dark Cube is still in his possession. He does not want to return to the City of Hope to face his father. That is why he asked me to allow him to advance in the central region and achieve a few victories as an excuse to avoid going back. Will his deception be exposed eventually? Richard furrowed his brows slightly. When he returns to meet his father, the first thing he will be asked for is the cube. After all, that thing can destroy worlds. Better to die tomorrow than to die today. Sakar turned toward Richard with good intentions. He is likely praying that we win today so he can take his ship and escape. Hearing these words, Robin cast a sideways glance at Sakar, who nodded with a terrifying smile. Do not worry. Everything has been accounted for. Robin returned to examining the cube, turning it over in his hands. His eyes glowed like golden lanterns after fully activating the eyes of truth. I do not understand anything. The runes on the cube and the patterns on the aura it emits are at least of the 5th grade. Then he shot a quick look at Sakar and the others. What do you think? Should we take it with us and activate it against Pythor? No. Sakar, Caesar, Richard, and even Hulak shouted in unison. Haha, alright, I am just kidding. Robin waved dismissively, laughing sarcastically. Activate it? Perhaps, if he wanted to die. The dark cube wasn't like a bomb he could activate, throw, and then run away. Both Sakar and Hulak had spoken clearly that the shadow had some level of awareness. If Robin activated it, the shadow would most likely attack him. Whoosh. Beside Robin, Theo appeared, casting a quick glance at the other 4 before clasping his hands helplessly and looking down as he whispered, Father, we've received a report from Planet R3. General Elizabeth and her army are safe, but the battles are still raging. Oh, haha, that is fantastic news. Robin tossed the cube to one hand and patted Theo's back with the other. You have lifted our spirits even more, my boy. Thank you. Phew. Caesar sighed and closed his eyes for a moment. That was a significant portion of his army, and as the Supreme General, he was, of course, worried. Apologies for interrupting, you may proceed. With a step back, Theo vanished again. Richard stared at the spot where Theo had disappeared for a few seconds before turning to his father. Second brother Theo was feeling down, maybe a little envious. I will figure something out for him, if we survive. Robin shrugged. How could he not notice? Theo was his adopted son, just like Caesar, and had spent more time with him than Richard. Yet, Theo's strength didn't compare to either of them, not because he lacked talent, but because Robin had given the other 2 unique powers while Theo had none. Immediately afterward, Robin took out an empty spatial ring from his void ring and struggled to place the cube inside. Then he snapped his fingers and gestured for the others to rise. It is time. Caesar took 2 steps toward Richard and pulled him to his feet, and the 2 nodded at each other. Sakar let out a long exhale and then slowly stood. His massive body and intimidating horns made him hard to ignore. On the side, Hulak cracked his neck to the left and right with his hands and began jumping in place several times. Buzz. After stabilizing the space portal, Robin turned back and looked at the 4 for a prolonged moment. Then, placing his hands behind his back, he spoke with a smile. This war has dragged on for too long. Billions have been killed, and tens of billions have been displaced. Hold nothing back. Whether we win or lose, this war ends today, by our hands. After receiving determined nods from all of them, he turned and entered the portal. Chapter 10:19. Make it tighter. Tis. Now this is perfect. Pythor spread his arms level with his shoulders, spinning slowly in a circle as he examined his appearance in the large mirror before him. He wore an ostentatious purple robe adorned with the rarest and finest materials. It was tight at the waist and hem, with wide sleeves and a broad design around the shoulders and chest. Even his thick, snake-like hair had its own miniature purple robes. Pythor smiled and nodded, admiring his elegant and beautiful appearance. He picked up one of the perfume bottles, spraying himself lightly as he reveled in the sight. Setting the bottle down gently, he asked in a low voice while still gazing into the mirror, Have Celebus and Xanax returned yet? Yes, your majesty. Everyone is waiting by the portal. One of the 3 women surrounding Pythor lowered her head slightly and placed her hands on her full thighs before speaking formally. She wore scattered pieces of Imperial Guard armor, leaving her nearly naked. Though she acted like a servant, her noble features hinted at a significant amount of Durger blood. Her face and body bore scattered bruises. Pythor took another look at himself before glancing at the woman. What do you think, Katie? Should I go down to the portal to greet Robin Burton myself, or stay here and make him come to me? I am heavily leaning toward the latter. In Hades' humble opinion, if your majesty were to greet him personally, standing among your generals, you would lose your status and initiative. It would resemble welcoming a friend with open arms rather than commencing negotiations to end a war. You need to be in a position of power. Hades replied formally. Even though Robin Burton is supposed to hold the same rank as your majesty, you must present yourself as superior. If you aren't superior in your enemy's eyes, then you're inferior. So, you also support my choice, haha. Pythor laughed loudly. What's your opinion, Heather? In Hatar's simple opinion, Robin Burton sees himself as an equal to your majesty. If he's told to follow several people of lower status to reach you, he might get angry and turn back or stay in place, demanding your presence. This could stop the negotiations before happening, or force your majesty to go to him anyway, which would damage your image even more than the first option. The second woman responded in the same calm tone. Her half-naked body was in no better condition than her sister's. That's quite the problem. That human doesn't know his true place. His arrogance might lead him to do something like that. I can't lose the opportunity and let him walk away. Pythor rested his square chin on the edges of his hands, then turned to the third woman. What do you think, Tetha? In Tetha's opinion, you should remain seated on your throne, but within Robin Burton's line of sight, so he's forced to come to you without any chance to cause a scene. That way, you maintain the initiative and deny him the opportunity to say anything. The third woman added, and the other two nodded in agreement. Reasonable. Pythor nodded before slapping the nearest woman on her bare backside. Make everything perfect, or Papa will get angry. Yes, your majesty. The three bowed slightly before leaving one by one. Ha! Watching them as they exited, Pythor returned to the mirror with a smile, spinning around once more to admire himself. An hour later, near the gate, when everyone sensed the approaching figure, a large number of them knelt down. Bah, 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 while others immediately gave a deep bow. We salute His Majesty Pythor, the first and last of his name, ruler of the greatest empire in the young planetary belt. Pythor descended majestically amidst the crowd. He advanced with steady steps toward the table he had ordered to be placed near the gate. Taking his seat on the metallic throne, he gestured to his followers, at ease. In that moment, standing before Pythor were the four marshals, Celebus, Xanax, Sribal, and Lacros, surrounded by 100 individuals. Their auras and epic armor signified that all of them were imperial guards. If one ignored the ground forces, generals, and the rest of the guards, this current gathering represented the concentrated military power of the Great Serpent Empire. Xanax, did you bring that item? The planetary emperor's eyes immediately settled on one of his subordinates. Yes, your majesty. Xanax looked down, his expression far from pleasant. Pythor understood the reason almost instantly. Was it truly that expensive? Yes, your majesty. We had to barter half our assets in the mid-planetary belt to obtain it. Xanax clenched his fists tightly. They weren't just ordinary soldiers in the Supreme Lord's army, they were imperial guards, marshals, and generals, treated as elites wherever they went. As a result, they had reasonable shares of the spoils of war. Over time, they had amassed various treasures, acquired estates, and settled in a corner of the Pit of Destruction planet. Exchanging half of their properties and lands at once for an item that might only be used once was sheer madness. A reasonable price. Once today's meeting concludes, we'll receive ample compensation. Pythor laughed grandly, then turned his gaze to Celebus. I see they finally managed to drag you out. Have you made any progress with the spirit of planet Nihari? She's a bit stubborn, but I think I'm close, your majesty. Celebus pressed his fists together forcefully. That wretched spirit didn't acknowledge him at all. Today, he came with the intention of killing that scoundrel Robin Burton, whom she incessantly praised. Ahaha. A laugh echoed from the far side, drawing everyone's attention. As expected. How could a scum like you captivate the planetary spirit who rejected Ancestor Holak and witnessed great figures like His Majesty Pythor and Robin Burton? Pathetic. The one laughing was a human seated on the steps of a nearby house by the space portal. He had shaved sides with long braids down the center that extended to the middle of his back. Who is that filthy wretch? A human who dares to mock me. Celebus felt his blood rushing to his head. I'll kill you today, even if it's the last thing I do. Jabba stood up, gripping a warhammer several times his size. Try it, and it will be the last thing you do. Chapter 1020. You are as good as dead. Marshal Celebus drew his broadsword and took a step toward Jabba. Stop this madness already. Marshal Lacros stood in his path, extending his arms. Leave him be, he is not worth the effort. Do not soil your hands with his blood. Lacros, why are you defending him? Get out of my way. Celebus shoved his comrade aside. He was already furious and felt deeply insulted by how the planetary spirit had treated him. He would not allow a mere human to speak to him this way, especially on this matter. This was not his first encounter with a planetary spirit. He had reached a refinement level of 95% with another spirit and was still progressing, albeit slowly. He was certain he was not so unworthy that spirits would reject him outright. That is why being treated this way had been such a shock to him. At that moment, Pythor's calm voice echoed. Enough, Celebus. I would love to kill him myself, but our hands are tied, and he knows it. If anything happens to him, we will have to answer to the Overlord. Celebus was stunned by those words. Since when did the Overlord care about anyone's authority? But then, something clicked in his mind, and he sheathed his sword. Are you the fourth chosen of truth? Oh, finally some sense. Jabba laughed and looked away again. I am still waiting for your apology for attempting to refine what was promised to me. Even if you failed, the fact that you tried still stands. I do not owe any explanations to a child. You are not as significant as you think you are. Sit quietly until you are shipped off to the middle planetary belt and forced to work until your butt burns off. Celebus spat to the side, refining what belonged to him. Should they fight a war like this only to hand over the planet to some kid they knew nothing about? Impossible. The plan had been to quickly refine a part of the planet and tell the Supreme Lord they were in critical need of the refinement percentage during the war. Once forgiven, Jabba would be sent to the Supreme Lord, and the matter would be forgotten by both. Be polite, Celebus. Pythor's tone was firmer this time, his words hinting at a disregard for the Overlord's orders. Jabba, however, shrugged indifferently. I do not need to hear anyone's justifications anyway, but you will be humbled for your actions. Haha, maybe in your dreams. Knowing he could not do anything to him, the first marshal chose to ignore the irritating human and walked over to sit at the table next to Pythor. The other three marshals soon followed. Afterward, the Imperial Guard stepped forward, forming a single line behind Pythor, their hands clasped behind their backs, standing as firm as mountains. Behind them, 300 regular martial emperors stood atop rooftops in an orderly formation. Pythor sat in the center, with 2 marshals on each side, 100 guards behind him, and 300 martial emperors beyond them. All were clad in epic gear. Pythor smiled and raised his head. If this was not the very definition of majesty and authority, what could be? After a few seconds of smiling and looking around proudly, Pythor's smile faded. He furrowed his brow and asked Marshal Haros, "Where is my 7th son? Why has he not come yet? Did he not receive the summons?" His 7th son carried one of the remaining 2 cubes. Depending on how things went today, he might need it. Responding to His Majesty, the 7th Prince is in the midst of an intense war in the southern region. He has finally surpassed the 20% control threshold and claims to be on the verge of controlling a quarter of the entire southern region. That is equivalent to a quarter of the poison rock planet in terms of area. Haros responded promptly, attempting to justify the 7th Prince's defiance of a direct order. Then he added, "When I told him to return with me, he said that if he retreated even a step, we would lose the entire southern region, which goes against your Majesty's wishes. On the contrary, he mentioned he is expecting a massive attack from the demon army, their ferocious ranks swelling with war cries that echo through the battlefield, and the local forces preparing to strike with relentless determination. He requested reinforcements of 100 Imperial Guards from the northern region, and 100,000 soldiers, forming an unyielding tide of steel and resolve. They had already arrived for him this morning. He said that if the battle goes as planned, we might destroy the demon army entirely, their fragmented remains scattered like dust in the wind, and control half of the southern region by midday. He pulled 100 Imperial Guards from the northern region." Pythor furrowed his brow slightly, his sharp gaze flickering with a hint of concern, but began to nod as if weighing the gravity of the decision. "I gave him orders to do whatever it takes to secure the southern region as quickly as possible. He has already managed to destroy the portal, injure the demon commander, and take control of a significant portion of the southern region. He is a good son, I will trust him on this." "Of course, Your Majesty. The lion's cubs will always become lions, their roar echoing with the pride of their lineage, haha." Haros seized the opportunity, his voice brimming with admiration as he praised his leader. "But the situation in the northern region also destabilized this morning," Celebus interjected, his tone tinged with unease. "I believe the absence of those 100 guards, the very backbone of our defenses there, will be an issue. On my way here, I inspected the situation. The Nihari giants have united again under the leadership of a tribe called Ashura, renowned for their fierce tactics and cunning strategies. They are currently attacking our strongholds in the northern region, and all 100 guards remaining there have been engaged in battle for hours, holding the line against a seemingly unstoppable force. Our entire army and 200 guards are fully engaged in both the north and south." Pythor's tone lowered slightly, his voice carrying the weight of his unease, as he looked down at the table, fingers drumming against its surface. There was something unsettling about this situation, like a faint shadow creeping at the edge of his awareness, though he could not quite put his finger on it. "There is no need to worry about what is happening elsewhere, Your Majesty," Xanax interjected confidently, his voice smooth yet tinged with an unsettling glee. "After today, everything will resolve itself naturally. Strike the head and the body will crumble into dust." The marshal let out a coarse laugh, his long, serpent-like tongue flicking in the air, as if tasting the victory he so fervently believed in. Pythor nodded several times, his broad chest rising and falling with a deep breath. He had not faced a situation like this, where he had a true rival, a figure that challenged his authority and forced him to strategize a way to eliminate them, since he was a minor ruler on the Poison Rock planet 10,000 years ago. But his lack of experience in such scenarios did not mean he was afraid. Quite the opposite. The overwhelming power he had amassed over the years, a tempest of destruction and might, gave him limitless confidence, and the forces gathered around him, his most loyal and fearsome warriors, gave him an additional boost that bordered on arrogance. Robin Burton? If he did not bow today, he would perish beneath the crushing weight of his imperial might. No, even if Robin Burton's Supreme Lord himself appeared, even he would kneel before Pythor's indomitable will today. Buzz. At that moment, the space within the portal rippled, its surface shimmering like liquid, signaling a connection to another portal. Step. Step. Oh, a voice rang out, calm yet laced with a sly edge. "Have you started the party without me?" Chapter 10:21. Did you start the party without me? Step. Step. A human emerged from the portal, dressed in a pristine white robe, devoid of a single piece of armor, with his hands clasped behind his back. His piercing blue eyes and golden hair shimmered as he advanced confidently and calmly, his head held high as if he were strolling in the backyard of his own home. Robin Burton. Marshal Lacrosse stood abruptly, slamming the table with both hands. Part of him hated Robin deeply. He had monitored every move the man made on Nihari and was keenly aware of Robin's dangerous unpredictability and unorthodox methods. Yet, another part of him was struck by disbelief. Was the planetary emperor himself the first to arrive? Wasn't it customary for his entourage to secure the venue and pave the way for his entry first? What was he plotting this time? Oh, it seems I have my own fan club here, huh? Robin chuckled as he noticed Marshal Lacrosse's explosive reaction to his presence. Pythor, however, was visibly displeased with the Marshal's outburst. His glare hardened as he gestured sternly for Lacrosse to sit back down. Robin paid no further attention to the Marshal, nor did he acknowledge the table or those seated around it. Instead, his eyes swept over the figures standing behind Pythor and those stationed atop nearby buildings. What an army you've prepared for today. Aren't these supposed to be peaceful negotiations or something? I told you I wanted to meet you alone, but you insisted on bringing companions, Pythor said, spreading his arms. These are my companions. Those at the table are my closest confidants. As for those behind, they are but my children and a few guards to secure the meeting. Your companions include 4 of your marshals, your children are 100 high-level martial emperors seasoned in the middle planetary belt wars, and the security guards are made up of 300 martial emperors ranging from mid to high levels? If my guess is correct, they are what's left of your marshal's elite forces. Robin nodded thoughtfully. What an impressive show of force. Come, sit down. There's no need for fear. As long as you focus on me, no one will harm you, Pythor said with a pointed smile, gesturing to the seat at the opposite end of the table. The chair, identical in quality to those of the marshals, bore no signs of tampering or disrespect. No need for fear. Robin laughed. You know what? Perhaps I am afraid. Maybe I should summon a few warlords to guard the meeting instead. Just 10 of them would suffice. What do you think? Pythor's brows furrowed momentarily. Robin was blatantly flaunting the fact that he possessed a weapon known as warlords, something Pythor himself lacked entirely. The negotiations had already begun, it seemed. Although Pythor had never witnessed these entities firsthand since arriving on Nihari, he had heard enough to know that warlords were incredibly formidable. Seeing the reaction, Robin burst into loud, unrestrained laughter, ensuring that everyone present could hear him. Ha, ha, no need to worry. It never crossed my mind to summon them today, nor did I consider retreating either. I said I'd bring 4 companions, and that's exactly what I'll do. I, Robin Burton, am a man who keeps his word. He finally raised his hands from behind his back, spreading them wide with a smile. The martial emperors stationed on the rooftops exchanged uneasy glances. Robin Burton's casual stance in the face of such a formidable assembly left them with an unsettling feeling. His gaze swept over them like a wolf surveying a den of rabbits, as though he were the one surrounding them, not the other way around. Buzz. At that moment, the active portal behind Robin emitted a low hum and rippled once again. This time, 2 more humans emerged, stepping forward until they stood to his right and left. The first was a young man with jet black hair, clad in a full suit of black and gold armor, with a golden cape flowing from his shoulders to his heels. His sharp features and hawk-like eyes radiated a piercing intensity that seemed to penetrate anyone who dared meet his gaze. His unwavering confidence made it clear he was ready to challenge anyone present, while his commanding aura suggested he was an unrivaled military leader. The second figure contrasted sharply with his companion. With silken white hair that fell over his ears and forehead, his lifeless eyes resembled those of a corpse, devoid of any light. Unlike the first, he wore no full armor. Instead, he donned a tight green robe with fitted sleeves, secured tightly at the waist by a belt. The sole piece of armor he wore was a black gauntlet that extended from his fingertips to his elbow. Pythor narrowed his eyes as he observed the 2 figures. Though it was his first time seeing them in person, he had heard countless rumors. Some came from Nihari's armies, who described the Supreme General, Caesar, in vivid detail. Others came from those who had witnessed the invasion of planet Jura and spoke of the man with white hair. Each of them, without a doubt, could take on a marshal in battle. Buzz. The portal didn't take long to hum again, and this time, a towering figure, nearly 3 meters tall, stepped out. His massive, spiraling horns extended from the sides of his head, and his cotton-white hair cascaded down his back, reaching behind his knees. Unlike usual, the demon was clad in a crimson and black suit of armor that enveloped his entire body. Its design was ferocious, as if it had been forged in the depths of hell, rather than manufactured in any conventional workshop. The demon didn't exude any aura, but his mere presence was oppressive enough. Step. He approached until he stood beside Caesar. Everyone instantly recognized who he was. The Supreme General of the Demon Army, Sakar. Marshal Serbal bared his teeth upon seeing the newcomer, but a grin crept onto his face as he recalled that Sakar had sustained serious injuries at the hands of the 7th Prince. Surely, the armor he wore now was merely to conceal those wounds. Please, this way, Your Excellency. Caesar took the initiative, respectfully gesturing toward the table before stepping forward. Robin followed behind him, with Sakar and Richard following closely behind. Without delay, Caesar reached the seat prepared for Robin. With a resounding bang, he kicked it away as though it were a mere pebble. The chair disappeared into the horizon like a missile, and without missing a beat, Caesar retrieved a fitting throne from his spatial ring and adjusted it to occupy the former seat's position. Standing to the side, he waited until Robin approached and sat down, wearing a formal yet sly smile. That wasn't necessary. It seems you care too much about appearances, which is not a mark of a good ruler, Pythor said, struggling to suppress his irritation. That throne was slightly more lavish than his own. Ha, what can I say? My men adore me a little too much. Isn't it the same for you? Surely, you didn't plan to adjust that hideous throne of yours in a way that made you appear superior to me. That would have been rude and a clear overestimation of oneself. Robin laughed mockingly before gesturing for the 3 men around him to take their seats. Pythor clenched his fists, holding back his anger. Can we start now? I believe we're still missing one person, Robin said with a grin. Buzz. At that moment, the portal activated once more, then dimmed. Step. Ladies and gentlemen, the main event has arrived. The moment the newcomer stepped through, everyone's expression soured. Emerging from the portal was a member of Nihiri's giant race. And not just any giant. It was someone they thought they would never see again. You. The King of the North, Hulak, you're alive. Chapter 1022. King of the North, Hulak, you're alive. Impossible. One by one, the marshals rose in shock and disbelief. The 100 princes standing at the back all furrowed their brows, abandoning their disciplined stances. Even Pythor widened his eyes to their fullest and stood up, utterly stunned, as though he had seen a ghost. Most of those present had witnessed the end of the world day. They had seen firsthand what happened to Hulak and Morin through Jabba's live surveillance array. Those who hadn't been there had heard the tale from those who had. They clearly remembered seeing Hulak take a direct blow from the Supreme Lord's shadow, watching his arm disintegrate. They had seen him near his end, only for a massive wyvern to descend and begin incinerating his body. At that moment, Jabba cut off the feed, stating that he respected his ancestor too much to watch further. Clank, clank. Yet no one was more shocked and terrified than the special forces of the marshals standing on the rooftops. All of them abandoned their posts in disbelief. Some stepped closer to get a better look at the newcomer, while others recoiled in fear. They had been there on the end of the world day. They had felt the overwhelming power of the dark shadow, and had seen Hulak turn to ash before them, like a dry leaf set aflame. Just the sight of the shadow had stopped their hearts and sent them fleeing eastward without a single backward glance. Since that day, they had never ventured beyond the eastern region. Some of them still suffered nightmares from that moment. How could the man who faced the shadow still be alive? How could he now stand before them without a scratch? Haha, calm down, everyone. I don't like messy atmospheres. If you want my autograph, line up. Hulak laughed boisterously, motioning for the crowd to quiet down. You. Pythor finally realized his standing position was inappropriate and grasped the edge of his violet cloak to compose himself before sitting down. With a forceful wave, he ordered the marshals to do the same. Then, he fixed Hulak with a steely gaze. How are you still alive, you wretch? Everyone saw you take a direct hit from the Supreme Lord's manifestation. We saw his power consume your arm. Such an attack shouldn't stop without an equal force countering it. That's a power someone from the young planetary belt like you couldn't possibly possess. Oh, you mean that shadow? It couldn't kill a fly, let alone harm the great Hulak. Hulak thumped his chest, laughing. Secondly, aren't you from the young planetary belt too, huh? Pythor opened his mouth to retort that he couldn't be compared to someone as lowly as Hulak, but he stopped as he watched Hulak casually disregard him and make his way to the table. Hulak seated himself beside Richard and turned toward Robin with an exaggerated frown. Hey, why didn't you wait for me? I know my charisma is overwhelming, and I'd probably steal the spotlight from you if we walked in together. But leaving me to enter alone like this? Damn, that's low even from you. What if I caught a cold from the concentrated chilly air? Pythor's icy composure began to boil. He was being ignored as though he were nothing. You're late. Were you doing warm-ups on the other side? I don't wait for anyone. Robin waved dismissively. You waited for Sakar, though. That bastard crossed right before me. Hulak gestured toward the towering crimson-horned giant. You're not Sakar. Robin turned slightly and locked eyes with Hulak. Now, keep your tongue in your mouth. Tisk. That's the response of someone who's got no good argument. Hulak crossed his arms and leaned back, propping his feet on another seat in front of him right in Marshal Celebo's line of sight. He then raised his brows repeatedly and blew him a mocking kiss. Hey there, sweetheart. Remember me. You. Don't you have any respect, you savage? The first marshal slammed the table but refrained from attacking Hulak, partly because of the ongoing negotiations, and partly because, truthfully, he didn't dare. When Pythor saw what was happening, a strained smile stretched across his face, barely masking the mix of irritation and frustration brewing beneath the surface. He adjusted his posture slightly, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table as if attempting to regain composure. Then, with deliberate precision, he turned back to face Robin, his voice laced with a sharp edge of sarcasm. Even a mighty planetary emperor cannot control his subordinates? Or are you so desperate for followers that you brought the first person you thought might prove useful? You came here to discuss the fate of planets. Billions over billions of creatures' lives are hanged on a word here, and yet you bring along a subordinate who disrespects you so openly. Truly, this is beyond pathetic. His words cut through the tense atmosphere like a blade, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. Pythor's tone was calm, yet the sting of his mockery was unmistakable. As the words reached Caesar, Richard, and Sakar, their expressions darkened. The tension in their bodies became palpable, and their gazes turned toward Hulak, radiating a fierce intensity. Caesar's knuckles whitened as his hands clenched into fists, while Sakar's crimson eyes narrowed, barely concealing his simmering anger. Richard, typically composed, let out a low, audible sigh, his glare sharp enough to pierce steel. It was evident that once this meeting concluded, Hulak would face a beating. Yet, in the midst of this storm, Robin remained unfazed. His serene smile was held firm, his demeanor was unshakable and calm, and he responded with measured grace. Unfortunately, Robin began, his tone as smooth as still water. That's just how Nihiri giants are provocative and notoriously difficult to control. Even when they're on your side, they have a way of rebelling against authority, ignoring commands as they see fit. But, he added with a faint shrug, their power makes them indispensable, forcing you to tolerate their antics. As he spoke, Robin's gaze shifted, his hand gesturing casually toward a spot behind Pythor. His voice carried an undercurrent of amusement as he asked, "Don't you have one of them as well? From what I hear, your relationship hasn't been the most harmonious of late." Turn. Every eye in the present followed Robin's gesture. Robin was pointing at someone lounging in a chair that resembled a beach lounger. The figure sat with an air of detachment. His eyes were fixed on the sky above, as though the heated discussion unfolding around him was of no consequence. His relaxed demeanor was almost comical in contrast to the tension around him. "Do you mean the fourth truth chosen?" Pythor's smile widened into something sharper, almost predatory, as he turned his eyes toward the figure. A glimmer of satisfaction flickered across his face as he responded, "He was your disciple all this time, yet you failed to distinguish between a human and a Nihiri giant. No wonder he abandoned you. You truly are a terrible master." Robin's eyebrows arched slightly at the statement, but his expression remained composed. He turned his attention to Jabba, his voice calm but carrying a subtle weight. "You didn't inform your new master that you were once a Nihiri giant yourself." Jabba, who had been silent until now, finally spoke, steady and unbothered. Without even glancing at the table, "I didn't think it was necessary. This is common knowledge across Nihiri. I assumed their intelligence system would have conveyed such a basic fact." "You." The word burst from Pythor like an explosion, his composure shattering for a brief moment. Jabba's words were not only a direct insult to him but also a scathing critique of the intelligence system Pythor prided himself on. Robin chuckled. "Haha, see, they're all the same," he remarked, his gaze shifting back to Pythor. Though his laughter was genuine, a faint flicker of something passed through his eyes. Meanwhile, the four others accompanying Robin exchanged subtle glances, their focus briefly settling on Jabba. The implications of Robin's earlier question lingered in the air. Had Jabba truly pledged himself to Pythor? Robin's question to him carried another hidden inquiry about his current stance, but his lack of denial left the matter hanging. Pythor's frustration was evident as he waved a hand, dismissing the side conversations. His voice rose slightly, tinged with irritation. "Enough of this nonsense. We came here to discuss ending the war, not to hold a contest to determine who has the most insolent subordinate." Robin nodded in agreement, his tone light but firm. "Agreed. So, what do you propose?" Chapter 1023. "There is no need to beat around the bush then. I know you've taken control of my 9 planets, and I want them all back." Pythor locked his gaze firmly on Robin, exuding an air of authority. His tone was more of a command than a negotiation. "Understandable. Robin nodded a few times with a faint smile. "What will you offer me in return?" "Peace, of course." Pythor spread his hands calmly. "This war has gone on far too long, and I know it's cost you dearly. Handing over my 9 planets would be a fitting gesture of goodwill toward peace." "Eh-ha-he-he." Polak let out a loud chuckle, momentarily drawing everyone's attention. Even Robin's smile widened slightly in response. "I understand I would gain peace, but that would be the end result of the negotiations. Now let's get back to the negotiations themselves. In exchange for the 9 planets, what will you give me?" "Peace." Pythor furrowed his brows and lifted his chin, making it clear that he was stating his final offer. "What nonsense is this?" Caesar turned toward his father, pointing at Pythor in frustration. "I told you this guy would bring us nothing but trouble." Robin raised a hand to silence Caesar and continued speaking, his smile intact, now directed at Pythor. "What about Nihiri? What about it?" Pythor raised an eyebrow. "The planet is entirely under my control. The southern region you made your stronghold is no longer in your grasp. We've destroyed the space portal there, and it's currently being invaded. Within less than a week, it will be mine." Robin's tongue momentarily froze at those words. Without meaning to, he quickly glanced at his marshals, silently questioning if their leader had lost his sanity. Then he turned back to meet Pythor's eyes. "What's happening here is called negotiation. It means I give up something, and you give up something, in exchange for peace. That's how this works. Do you understand what's happening here?" "Of course, I understand. And that's exactly what's happening. I am giving up my intention to obliterate you and your entire empire." Pythor tilted his head higher, his arrogance undeniable. "You've been hovering around Nihiri for a long time. There's no need for me to explain its value to you. Nihiri is worth far more than the 9 planets combined. Besides, it's the ultimate goal of our overlord, who wants it at any cost. Did you think I would hand it over to you under any circumstances? That's insanity." The 4 marshals exchanged quick glances, with Lacrosse, in particular, beginning to sweat slightly. "Oh, I see. Robin nodded a few more times. "So, this isn't a negotiation. We're here to declare your surrender. Is that correct?" "It is a negotiation," Pythor insisted, nodding. "Because after receiving my 9 planets, if I'm dissatisfied with their condition, I might choose not to agree to peace with you." "Excuse me, are you insane?" At this point, Richard couldn't hold back any longer. "Have you forgotten everything you did in our 3 planets Jura, Greenland, and the Orphan Blood? We haven't even begun to address the lives you took there, yet here you are spouting nonsense." "Silence that child, or he will be silenced forever," Pythor muttered, his focus never leaving Robin's eyes. As for Richard's outburst, Pythor had no intention of acknowledging it. "Destroying planets? Killing billions of people? These were trivial matters. If anyone deserved accountability, it was Robin for the valuable great serpent soldiers he had killed in those campaigns. Honestly, I expected you to at least make an effort to make these negotiations seem real, like offering me the southern region of Nihiri in exchange for the 9 planets. Robin chuckled softly. But it seems you're not even trying. The marshals looked at each other again, their confusion growing. Robin's words made it sound as though he was ready for a fight. I don't have to try to make anything look better. Nihiri must be fully mine. Why? Because the Overlord said so. Pythor shook his head several times. You're a frog at the bottom of the well, unable to fathom the power of our Lord or his authority. You can't imagine the scale of the wars he's fighting in the Middle Belt and the destruction they cause. What we're doing here is child's play. He then leaned forward slightly. Do you ask yourself why I'm saying all this? Do you think none of this concerns you? Maybe you're right, but even if somehow, today, you managed to slip away from this army, as you called it yourself, or even if lightning struck down from the sky and killed us all for your sake, do you think your story would end there? How naive you are. Your war isn't with us, it's with the Overlord. Let me clarify something to adjust your understanding. The Overlord has many other planetary empires in the young planetary belt. In his early days, lacking resources, he planted the seeds of many planetary empires in the young belt, waiting for tributes from them, and we are just one of those empires. The only reason we fight you is not because we're so special, but because we were the ones who found you, and that's why we deserve a portion of the tribute from this planet. Pythor then leaned back against his throne, his confidence unwavering. I don't know who your Overlord is, and frankly, I don't care. Since our Overlord arrived in Nihiri and laid eyes on it, the matter was decided, this planet belongs to him. We are sufficient to destroy you, and if we fail, he has many other empires that can rally against you and crush you. The simple fact is, this is not a matter of who will give up and who will gain. Even if we are defeated and lose everything, we will lose everything as well. The matter is simply over. This time, Caesar was the one who shot a look at Richard. Sakar remained silent, but his aura darkened, and even Hulek turned to look at Pythor with a serious expression. There are more of those scoundrels? They all thought the same thing in unison. They immediately began to see Pythor in a different light. Instead of seeing him as a clown who didn't know his place, they began to understand his position. He wasn't a fool who didn't know his worth, but rather someone who knew exactly the power of his master and took pride in it. He was sitting before them as the embodiment of the entity he called the Overlord and all of his followers, not just himself. The marshals and their guards had mixed emotions. Hearing about those other empires under the same Overlord was pressure on them, but it also provided a sense of protection. They were like competitive brothers in a way. The 100 Imperial guards showed no change in their demeanor. They had seen special units from those empires in the Middle Planetary Belt on numerous occasions and fought alongside them. They weren't as powerful as the Great Serpent Empire, but they were certainly present, and with one order from the Overlord, he could summon them all here. Amidst all the shifting moods and varying morale, Robin turned toward Jabba. The Demisnake says that the Supreme Lord came and saw Nihiri. Have you met him? Chapter 1024. Did you meet that Overlord? Robin asked, gesturing toward Pythor, but directing his question to Jabba. Jabba remained silent, but his body trembled slightly. Ha, of course, he met him. The moment he saw the greatness of our Overlord, he immediately switched to the winning side. Pythor laughed loudly. I wonder, did your personal disciple never meet your Supreme Lord? Perhaps he is just too shy or something? Even the Supreme Lord on Judah was seen by everyone. Or is your Overlord so weak that when the truth-chosen Jabba saw ours, he immediately knew who the stronger one was? I want to hear it from you. Robin didn't even send a glance at Pythor, instead turning to Jabba once more with a firmer tone. How was your meeting with that Overlord? I only met a shard of his soul. That shard was powerful enough to destroy Nihiri if it wished. Jabba exhaled deeply as he recalled that day, his closed eyes trembling slightly. Even today, I still shudder when I think of it. Pythor nodded several times, smiling as he heard those words. He then looked toward Robin to further exert pressure, but Robin remained focused on Jabba, showing no interest in Pythor whatsoever. Was that enough to break you? Robin's tone turned cold. The one who raised the banner of principles and defending the homeland, who abandoned his master willingly to protect his people. You are the same one who cast everything aside and helped destroy his own planet because you are afraid? People change every day. Don't talk about principles when you don't know anything about them. Jabba's tone was now angry. Jabba's reply angered Robin slightly. I have been steadfast since my first day. I never said anything and went back on it, and I certainly never betrayed anyone because I was afraid. Your words contradict the truth you know deep inside your heart. Finally, Jabba stood up and pointed at Robin angrily. That day when I met the shard of the Overlord's soul, it effortlessly scanned my soul domain as though reading a newspaper and found no trace of a soul restraint of any kind. Where is the oath tablet we used that day, me, you, and Orson? The tablet where you passed your soul through and swore that you would not bring harm to the Nihiri giants and that you came only to be a counselor and help us through this crisis. Come on, take it out and show me if you can. Robin was completely speechless, not knowing what to say. Jabba's question was very specific, and it was clear that he wasn't asking expecting an answer, he already knew it. I burned it the day I first saw Richard. Sitting beside him, Richard quickly turned toward Robin, his eyes wide in shock. You selfish bastard, for your wife, for your son, for 2 individuals. Jabba pointed at Robin angrily, raising his voice. For 2 individuals, you condemned an entire race to extinction? My race, me, the one who followed you and helped strengthen your empire? It has been more than 20 years since your meeting with your kid, and I have served you with all my senses. Yet your hatred and animosity toward the Nihiri giants have never wavered, and you even refused to assist in the mission that you were sent on. My empire, my war, my mission, my rules. Why should I listen to you when you order me to move and go to Nihiri? I have my own way of handling the war and the Nihiri giants race. I never said I intended to exterminate them, and I never said I would stand by doing nothing. All you had to do was trust me. Robin responded firmly. But you were too arrogant to listen, weren't you? Because you were one of the higher-ups of the empire, so strong and so important, you somehow thought you could order me around, and I would obey. He continued, secondly, what did you do when you broke the ties between us and returned to the eastern region to warn them and take charge? Did they welcome you with open arms when you tried to strengthen them and help them? Didn't they attack and betray you? Didn't you need to isolate the Nihiri giants and destroy them yourself? You single-handedly destroyed all the giant tribes in the eastern region, every single one of them. What exactly did you save by returning to them? The handful you threw into prison. Pythor and the marshals shifted their gazes toward Jabba, eagerly awaiting his response. This conversation was incredibly entertaining. Nonsense. I was trying to save the Nihiri giants race, not preserve the existing order. If I had to destroy them to save a handful of them, what is the problem with that? As for you, you intended to exterminate them all, and that is why you destroyed the Oath Tablet. Jabba's shouting grew louder. I stood by you for nearly 50 years, I built the Nihiri Union sect with you stone by stone, and returned to conquer planet Jura and planet Greenland with you. I helped you develop your combat style and introduced you to blood research. I stood by you and helped with my very soul and blood. I built an array for a completely new body strengthening system just for you, for hell's sake. And in the end, you condemned my entire race to extinction for a dead woman, a woman you never even loved. Disturbance. Richard stood up. Say that again, I dare you. A thick killing intent radiated from every inch of his body, sending chills down everyone's spine, even Pythor, whose thick hair seemed to recoil as if merging with his seat. Caesar and Sakar also seemed on alert, both knowing very well what Lady Neela meant in Robin's heart. Even Halak shook his head. Tisk, that was a cheap shot, my friend. Calm down, let him show what is in his heart. The only one who remained calm on the surface was Robin, who pulled Richard's hand and sat him back down. He then turned to Jabba once more, his tone extremely cold. Go on, my dear disciple, continue. Bah. Jabba took 2 steps back and collapsed into his seat, suddenly feeling as though his head was too heavy, supporting it with both hands. I am sorry, I did not mean to dishonor the memory of Lady Neela. I am sorry. No need to apologize. Robin, with cold eyes and a steady tone, shifted his gaze away from Jabba. I was only trying to figure out whether you were forced, or if you did all this willingly, and now I have my answer. There is no need to say any more. Then he turned to look Pythor in the eye, his gaze still cold, but deep within them, a volcano was clearly waiting to erupt. His next words were a testament to that. I completely reject your foolish offer. I won't return the 9 planets to you without compensation, and I won't give up an inch of Nihiri. If you don't have a reasonable offer, your corpses will turn into demon shit by the end of the day. Chapter 1025. Your corpses will turn into demon shit by the end of the day. Robin's words fell like a bomb over everyone's heads. It didn't matter if they were the marshals and imperial guards or even Caesar and the other 3 companions. All of them looked at Robin with raised eyebrows, trying to process what had just been said. Even Hulak let out a faint whistle, sitting up straighter in his seat, clearly excited. Would a battle take place today? Most likely, yes. Every person present knew this without exception. But this did not diminish the weight of Robin's words. He was threatening them in their own stronghold, surrounded by an elite force of their best men, while he had only 4 individuals with him. You. Pythor stood slowly, disbelief and astonishment evident on his face. What did you just say? Robin, opening his eyes wide, gradually raised his voice. My words were loud and clear. If you have another offer, spit it out. If you really came here today with just this nonsense, then let's save some words and hand me your head. Fool, a mere fool who cannot recognize death when it stares him in the face. Marshal Serbal rose, infuriated. His Majesty grants you a way to live, even though we have direct orders from the Overlord to kill you, and yet you, a mere ant, refuse. Are you insane? The insane one is the one who listens to you. Robin turned slightly toward Marshal Serbal, his gaze filled with contempt. What, am I supposed to feel flattered that your Overlord issued an order to kill me? And you, a bunch of slaves, have the power to defy a direct order from him. Doesn't that mean you would still try to kill me even if we reached an agreement today? What idiocy is this? Marshal First Celebus cast a reproachful look at Serbal before turning back to face Robin. The order was to kill you alone or capture you. Submit to the orders, and the consequences will be much lighter. Oh, stop the war, return everything to you, and surrender myself? How delightful. Robin let out a bitter laugh. I wonder what would happen to me afterward. Marshal First Celebus didn't back down either. Perhaps the Supreme Lord would treat you as a respected truth-seeker and keep you by his side. Or perhaps he would kill you in one strike. That would depend on the Supreme Lord. But at least your followers and children would be safe and avoid a fate worse than death. And who exactly would give them that fate? Ugh. I don't know if this is stupidity or arrogance, but you're boasting in front of me because your Supreme Lord has other followers? Robin's gaze swept across everyone present. Did you bring me to these so-called negotiations to tell me there are other planetary empires that might seek revenge if I destroy you? No problem, I'll kill you all today and wait for them. Let's see if your overlord wants to lose all his resources in the young planetary belt. Insolence, and we are the arrogant ones. Do you think you can stand against the Overlord? Against all the planetary empires under his rule? You're delusional. Marshal Lacrosse clenched both fists tightly. He did not want to see a battle begin today. Be rational, man. I know someone who built a planetary empire isn't naive to this degree. If you anger the Supreme Lord to the point of moving all his forces, your authority over a few planets won't help you. No one will be able to save you. How I deal with my enemies and whether I will triumph or not is none of your concern. All of you will be dead by the end of the day, regardless of whether I win or lose against them. It won't make a difference to a pile of dust and bones. Robin waved dismissively, his tone full of disdain. The threats from the opposing side were simply illogical. Would you prefer to be defeated today or tomorrow? Fine. Pythor didn't remain in disbelief for long after Robin's words. He gestured sideways. Xanax, do it. At once. The Marshal quickly retrieved an object from the box beside him. It was a small pyramid with a dark blue color, almost black. Boom. Upon activating the small pyramid, it began emitting successive waves that caused everyone to feel a headache for a moment before the sensation faded. What is this thing? Are you trying to make us laugh to death? Halak tilted his head back and laughed loudly. His readiness for battle vanished in an instant after reaching its peak. That object emits waves that affect the fabric of space, but it causes no harm. Robin scrutinized the dark pyramid. It prevents manipulation of space pathways. That's correct. Pythor raised his hand slowly and looked down at Robin. This is a mid-tier epic artifact used to deactivate spatial gates within a 100-mile radius. We spent half our savings to acquire it, just to prevent you from using that annoying instant spatial gate. No one can leave, and you won't be receiving any reinforcements. Robin Burton, you are the one who will become a corpse by the end of today. Robin glanced at his hand beneath the table and tried to create a spatial tier, but the tier was warped and immediately vanished. Robin fell silent, the anger that had built up inside him during his exchange with Jabba dissipating. The arrogance he had held as he spoke from a position of power was now gone. That Pythor, was he incredibly smart or just incredibly lucky? By bringing this device, which constantly manipulated the fabric of space, he had unintentionally neutralized one of Robin's strongest weapons. Robin could no longer freely use the laws of space. Cough. So does this mean you have no other offer? Robin smiled shamelessly. Ha, ha, here's another offer. Do you want a quick death or a slow one? Pythor laughed loudly, clearly realizing that his opponent had grasped the gravity of the situation. Tisk. Damn it all, Robin muttered, his expression shifting back to one of irritation. He then gestured toward Marshal Xanax. Richard, bring me that pyramid. Understood. Boom. Chapter 1026. Richard, bring me that pyramid, Robin commanded in a steady voice that carried a mix of calm authority. Without turning his gaze, he pointed toward Marshal Xanax. Robin's eyes remained fixed on Pythor, as though his opponent alone was the sole threat in today's game of chess. Understood, Richard responded swiftly, without hesitation. In less than a moment, he lifted his left heel from the ground and slammed it back with a burst of green energy injected into the ground in a flash. Shah! Time seemed to halt for everyone except Robin, who subtly activated his eye of truth to observe every detail without missing a beat, and Richard, the one wielding the technique. All the others could do was widen their eyes and await the inevitable. And the inevitable didn't take long to arrive. Boom! The ground beneath Marshal Xanax exploded violently, unleashing a jagged, fiery green spike of rock. The attack was sudden, rapid, and, worst of all, aimed not at the dark blue pyramid as Robin had instructed, but straight at Xanax's chest. The intent was clear. Richard wanted the pyramid retrieved from a corpse. Damn! Xanax shouted, the first to sense death rushing toward him. His survival instincts flared, but there wasn't even enough time for a fleeting glance downward. Shush! With the first thought that crossed his mind, a thick, purple mist erupted from his mouth, spreading like a defensive veil against the impending doom. The purple mist easily eroded the tip of the jagged rock spike, turning it into scattered dust. But the attack didn't stop. The spike continued its relentless drive, slamming into Xanax's body with a force that reverberated like a lightning strike hitting the ground. Bam! Xanax's body was hurled violently into the air, a stifled scream of pain escaping his lips. Arg! Get back here! Richard's voice roared again, this time filled with fury and insult. He hadn't expected his target to survive the first strike, let alone manage to keep hold of the small pyramid. Slamming his hands onto the ground in front of him, a surge of green energy rippled outward, shaking the earth beneath his feet. A moment later, Richard launched himself into the air, chasing after Xanax. Dead or alive, he was determined to retrieve that pyramid. Where do you think you are going? A sudden voice roared, cutting through the chaos with ferocity. Although none had been able to intervene in the rapid exchange between Xanax and Richard, they had seen everything and realized the dire situation for their ally. In an instant, Marshal Serbal leaped from his position, swinging a massive sword he had concealed behind his chair. The sword was no mere weapon. It was like an epic relic from the distant past, weighing more than a ton. Yet, in Serbal's hands, it seemed as light as a feather. His target was clear, to cleave Richard in two as he soared overhead. Shwela! As Serbal's blade gleamed with intent, his eyes suddenly glowed a dark shade, and the world seemed to darken around him. Ah! He screamed, a mix of rage and terror in his voice. The black flames consuming him were not ordinary. They seemed to devour his very essence. Who gave you permission to attack my little brother? Boomed Caesar's voice, resonating like an earthquake. His eyes burned with pure fury, his face stern, and his words were as unavoidable as a lightning strike. If you wish to hasten your demise, I will gladly deliver it. To Caesar, Richard was more than just the son of Robin by blood. From the moment Richard was born, Caesar, along with Lord Mila and Billy, had cared for him until disaster struck. To Caesar, Richard was not only a little brother but also a son. There was no way he would allow anyone to harm him while he stood. Arg. Huff. Huff. Serbal regained consciousness with great difficulty, using the purple mist to extinguish the deathly black flames that had nearly consumed him. But that single second it took to douse the black flames left a deep scar on his heart. I will kill you. I will kill you. I will kill you, he roared, charging at Caesar with his massive sword. But Caesar showed no fear. With each step Serbal took toward him, Caesar's annoyance grew. He tried to summon his death halberd through his spatial ring, but there was no response. Facing that enormous blade without a proper weapon would be a hassle. Let me lend you a hand, came Robin's calm but confident voice. With a casual wave of his hand, one of the tattoos on his body began to glow faintly. Swoosh! In the next instant, the death halberd materialized, floating in front of Caesar. He grabbed it with both hands, a small smile forming on his lips. Thanks, Caesar said before rushing to confront Serbal. Pythor's brows furrowed deeply. Boom! The massive sword clashed with the death halberd, forged entirely of orezalium. The collision unleashed a shockwave that instantly shattered the table at the center and sent Caesar flying backward. Swoosh! In terms of levels, Caesar stood at level 46, while his opponent was at level 48. In terms of weaponry, the marshal's sword was more specialized for close combat. Physically, though their strengths were nearly identical due to their beastly bloodlines and Jabba's body-strengthening array, the marshal held a significant advantage in height, granting him superior leverage. Robin wasn't surprised to see Caesar lose the direct clash and be hurled backward like a projectile. But, the marshal let out another scream, dropping to one knee. His eyes filled with tears and blood as he leaped after Caesar. You filthy scoundrel! I will kill you! I will kill you! In that fleeting moment, Caesar had ignited the flames on his halberd and struck his opponent during the collision. Robin Burton. Marshal Celebos's voice roared with fury. We gave you a slim chance to survive and salvage what remains of the chaos you call an empire. Yet you chose to destroy everything and doom your followers. Standing ablaze with anger, Celebos unsheathed a crescent-shaped sword, its core embedded with a fiery gem. He pointed it at Robin. Now that your 2 sons have fallen, who will protect you from me? The horned one, who was gravely wounded by the 7th prince, or the blue jester with one functioning hand while the other barely reaches his wrist? Step by deliberate step, Celebos advanced steadily, his eyes shining with murderous intent, his demeanor exuding absolute authority. You dared challenge an entity greater than you, your pitiful power deluded you into thinking you stood a chance at victory. Let me enlighten you, you are nothing but. What is with the headache, you blabbering bitch? A sudden voice interrupted. As Celebos approached, Halak stood up and, with his good hand, grabbed his shield. Then, bam, he headbutted Celebos squarely on the nose with his thick skull. BSHHT. The impact sent the first Marshal Celebos skidding backward, furring the ground until he collided with the chair he had just vacated. Celebos stood quickly, his face a mix of embarrassment and rage. How dare you, you mongrel? His voice was distorted, his nose utterly shattered, yet his words were somewhat understandable. Of course, I dare. Why wouldn't I? Ahaha. Halak leaped forward, laughing maniacally, clearly enjoying himself. Chapter 1027. Of course, I dare. Ahahaha. Damn it. But the first marshal didn't seem to share the same enjoyment. He swiftly raised his legendary weapon, covering it with a layer of insulating energy followed by another layer of purple mist, and lunged to slice Halak in two. Shwela. His preparations were enough to dominate any of the other marshals or severely injure someone of the same level who wasn't fully prepared. But his opponent was not just anyone. The blue purgatory flame created a barrier between Halak's left fist and the purple mist, while his lightweight shield, which had survived the shadow strike, wasn't something that an epic tier weapon could easily pierce. The result was a swoosh as the first marshal was sent flying backward again, trying to regain his balance. Once again, Halak leaped after him, laughing, haha. I've dreamed of this moment ever since the Battle of Northern Edge Mountain. Finally, I've caught the rat that dared meddle in my den. Swoosh, swoosh. The first marshal, Celebos, didn't dare face Halak head-on again. He turned and dashed away, layering his hands and weapon with more purple mist with every passing moment. He had endured brutal wars with his friend, Pythor, back when he was still a human ruler. Then came bitter battles after they used the race upgrading device, transforming into what they were now, spreading havoc on Poison Rock Planet and 8 other worlds. Later, they fought in the middle planetary belt against the multiple planetary scale empire of Ghassan. When was the last time he was suppressed this much by someone of the same level? Never. Even against officers from the Ghassan Empire's vast army, he had never retreated like this against someone of equal power. A battle-hardened veteran with a law from the path of destruction, a path respected and feared across the mid-planetary belt, he now found himself running for his life. And the one chasing him? A local fool who didn't even seem to have left his planet before. Damn it. My brother Xanax. Elder brother Celebos. Marshal Lacrosse sprang to his feet as he witnessed what was happening behind him. The battle had just begun, yet Xanax and Celebos were already in critical states. Marshal Serbal's expression wasn't good either. He seemed to be holding his ground against his opponent by advancing and retreating while avoiding those grim black flames. But Xanax and Celebos would be crushed if the battle continued at this pace. Hold on. I'm coming. Lacrosse leaped toward Marshal Xanax first. His human opponent, with green flames blazing, had gone berserk. Each strike he delivered either demolished a building or left a crater. If one of those punches hit his comrade, Xanax would surely be torn in half. He needed to save him and make sure the space sealing device was secure. Swoosh, boom, boom, bam. The sounds of battle grew increasingly distant. Marshal Serbal versus Caesar. Caesar was trying to dodge Serbal's close-range attacks and his massive, destructive sword. Meanwhile, Serbal was doing his best to avoid any contact with the Death Flames, in a fight dominated by power and caution. On the other hand, it was the first Marshal Celebos versus Hulak. Celebos had already unleashed the shadow of the five-horned serpent, Durgar, burning his thick blood with reckless abandon. Meanwhile, Hulak continued punching anything within his reach, his taunting laughter sending chills down his opponent's spine. The third battlefield quickly turned into the most chaotic. It was already heated because Richard was intent on following his orders and retrieving the Dark Pyramid as swiftly as possible. Whatever that object was, it was the last straw that had caused his father to cancel all protocols and command an immediate attack, so it was undoubtedly crucial. Richard began unleashing his full power from the outset, breaking several of Marshal Xanax's bones in the process. After Marshal Lacrosse joined the fray, the battle became even more chaotic and intense. Richard started channeling a portion of his massive reserves into the city to fight both marshals simultaneously. Although this dramatically increased his energy consumption, it was the only way to keep Lacrosse occupied while maintaining his assault on Xanax. The battle had barely lasted a minute, yet a significant portion of the City of Hope had already been leveled. Near the spatial portal, however, the situation had returned to stillness. The table was destroyed, the chairs shattered, and parts of the floor were either burned or broken. Nothing remained in its original place except for three individuals, Robin, Sakar, and Pythor, still sitting in their chairs as if the chaos around them had nothing to do with them. But their calm demeanor didn't mean they were alone. Clang, clang. Imperial guards and elite martial troops moved out from behind Pythor, surrounding the negotiation site in the blink of an eye. Robin and Sakar found themselves encircled by nearly 400 high-level martial emperors, including 100 imperial guards with the strength of fleet generals. Under the weight of this terrifying sight, Pythor casually pointed a finger at Sakar. Go on, pick an opponent, and go play like your brothers. Your master wouldn't want you witnessing what's about to happen to him. From Pythor's perspective, the matter was already settled. With his absolute confidence in his marshal's combat expertise and the small army surrounding him, there was more than enough power to crush Robin and the human creature beside him. Robin wouldn't even have the chance to move from his spot today. Me. Sakar slowly raised a finger and pointed at himself. I'm supposed to pick an opponent from among them. Who else is there, ugly creature? Pythor's expression showed clear disgust as he gestured toward someone nearby. 11th son, take him and kill him in some far-off ruin. Bring 2 or 3 of your brothers to help you finish quickly. As you command, your majesty. The person Pythor addressed bowed slightly, then unleashed his aura, revealing himself as someone on the verge of breaking through to level 48. He raised his epic warhammer toward Sakar, declaring, Come. Your final chapter will be written by my hands today. Chapter 1028. Come. Your final chapter will be written by my hands today. Still pointing at himself, Sakar turned slowly toward Robin, as if seeking confirmation about what was happening. In response, Robin burst into loud laughter. Yes, he is talking to you. Go on, let him write your final chapter. But his gaze wasn't on Sakar, nor even on Pythor. It was scanning elsewhere. Jabba had disappeared since the battle began. Phew. Sakar sighed, rising quietly to his feet and shaking his head. What more do I need to do to earn a little respect around here? How frustrating. Shush. A dark, oppressive aura began seeping from Sakar's body. Heavy and palpable, it was as if blood vaporized into a crimson mist, reeking of the stench of millions of decomposing corpses. Come, write my final chapter then. Pythor gripped the armrest of his chair tightly. This creature was dangerous. The 11th prince instinctively stepped back 2 paces, the sight of Sakar rising and the surge of that ominous aura terrifying him. He glanced around hurriedly. Brothers, come on, we will kill him together. This monster does not deserve a one-on-one duel. Clang, clang. All 400 high-level combat emperors around him raised their weapons, channeling energy into them. It was almost laughable that this was their collective response to one person moving. Yet, without a doubt, they had all been shaken by Sakar's presence. Sakar shook his head again, sensing the situation, and turned back toward Robin. I can fight the 100 Imperial Guards or the 300 Marshals elites. If I isolate one side, I can kill them given enough time. But fighting all 400 will be troublesome. At best, I could keep them occupied for some time before I had to retreat, but I wouldn't be able to deal any meaningful damage. How do you want me to proceed? Who do you think you are, you filthy monster? The 11th prince's pale complexion turned beet red in embarrassment, and the others around him scowled. Even Pythor's expression darkened. Even if Sakar emitted the aura of a level 49 combatant like the first marshal, he was still just a high-level martial emperor. No matter how strong he was, 10 Imperial Guards should theoretically be able to encircle and suppress him, let alone 400 battle-hardened veterans who had fought in the Middle Planetary Belt Wars. Even the King of the North, Hulak, hadn't been able to wipe out the Marshal's elites in a battle that lasted weeks. He had barely managed to kill a handful of them. What, then, of this boastful individual? Forget the 400 Marshal Emperors, 400 fully armored peak sage level fighters with epic equipment should theoretically be able to hold him back. Theoretically. Robin, meanwhile, was still glancing around. Finally, he smiled and nodded gently. No worries, I will send someone to assist you. But take them far from here. I do not want a battle of the scale erupting over my head. Oh, and do not kill them all. Try to take as many prisoners as you can. Pythor and the others' expressions began to tremble with rage. If that horned crimson fool was delusional, that was his business. But for a planetary emperor to also be this clueless? You will regret underestimating us, you beast. Today, I will rip off your horns and turn them into daggers for slaughtering pigs. The 11th prince roared furiously. Understood. Sakar nodded toward Robin in response. Then, he rose off the ground, flying steadily in a specific direction. It was clear he was heading toward the city walls, intending to leave. Follow me, all of you. You are not in control here. I will decide where we. The 11th prince began yelling again, but his shout was cut short mid-sentence. Though he was only days away from reaching the strength of a marshal, this creature was still treating him like air. Shush. Shush. At that moment, flowers began to bloom from Sakar's fingertips. Each one emerged as a stream of blood before solidifying into deep crimson chrysanthemums. The blossoms began spinning on their axes, emitting a sound that resonated deep within the soul. Zzn. Sakar continued flying in the direction he had chosen, still moving among them as if they were nothing. Within mere seconds, hundreds of those crimson chrysanthemums emerged from his hands, swirling around him like a swarm of wasps. It was the first time anyone had seen underworld chrysanthemums, but their extensive combat experience told them that each one of these was a nightmare in its own right. What now? Should they take all the guards and elites away from His Majesty? Away from their primary target and their planetary emperor, Pythor? Or should they take only a handful to pursue him? But the words of that monster still lingered in their minds. Arg. Follow him. If his final wish is to have his body torn apart by 400 high-level martial emperors, why stop him? Finish him quickly and return, Pythor commanded, waving his hand with visible frustration. Yes, Your Majesty. All of you, let us go. This time, the 11th prince's shout held a sense of relief. Now he could take all the soldiers with him under the guise of following orders. Swish. Swish. The speed of so many high-level combat emperors was a spectacle in itself. Within moments, all 401 of them were outside the city. One figure at the center was surrounded by tens of thousands of crimson chrysanthemums, and encircling him were 400 high-level martial emperors. At that moment, the fiendish figure looked like the center of the universe. Fire! Boom! Boom! Whoosh! At the 11th prince's command, the gates of hell opened. The 400 martial emperors unleashed their epic weapons on Sakar with ferocity, yet not a single attack landed. Whoosh! 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 The underworld chrysanthemums spun at incredible speeds, leaving only crimson streaks in their wake. Sakar faced a torrential downpour of attacks from the heavens and earth, but at the same time, every single one was intercepted. Bam! Bam! However, it did not seem this defense would last forever. Several chrysanthemums began to crack, their petals falling after the initial collisions. The 11th prince furrowed his brows and yelled to rally himself and his troops. Keep going. To withstand all these attacks without losing a single chrysanthemum yet. With tens of thousands of them remaining, didn't this mean he wasn't exaggerating? Could he truly hold them off for a while? No. He had to end that monster quickly and return to deal with the rest of the intruders. Otherwise, it would be a tremendous humiliation for the Great Serpent Empire. The elites wouldn't be able to lift their heads again. At that moment, a massive silver ring appeared on the ground, rising rapidly. What is that? Everyone paused momentarily, watching in shock at the marvel unfolding before their eyes. Attack that tree before it fully emerges. It is that thing again, one of the Marshal's elites shouted when they saw the trunk of Hovenheim starting to form. Robin Burton had once unleashed that monstrosity to halt an entire army. You dare divert your attention while I am here? Sakar felt a slight sting of insult, and the chrysanthemums began scattering in every direction. Ah, arg. Chapter 1029. Bam, bam, bam. As soon as the Soul Domain portal and the massive tree trunk appeared, more than half of the 400 martial emperors redirected their attacks to rain down on the Soul portal and the tree. They desperately tried to destroy it before it could fully materialize. Those who had seen Hovenheim in its full glory before and knew the terror and power it wielded attacked with ferocity, as if their lives depended on it. The reason was simple: dealing with that crimson fiend was already troublesome enough, and the outcome was uncertain. Within a few seconds, it had effortlessly deflected all their attacks. What would happen if that colossal tree joined him, his massive branches attacking them from every direction? Fools! Sakar sneered, unleashing his underworld chrysanthemums in every direction. Swish! Swish! Arg! With many of his assailants splitting off to attack Hovenheim's trunk, half of the chrysanthemums were freed from their defensive roles. For the first time, Sakar shifted to the offensive. Slash! Slash! Damn it! The 11th prince panicked. Around 200 martial emperors were relentlessly bombarding the tree trunk and gate with their epic weapons. Some even employed the law of corrosion against it, yet the damage to the trunk was immediately repaired as if nothing had happened. After dozens of futile rounds, despair began to creep into their hearts. Meanwhile, the Crimson Fiend had managed to wound many of his siblings on the battlefield. Beware of that demon, but keep attacking the trunk. This thing is indeed a soul creature, the 11th prince shouted again, issuing his orders. Spiritual creatures draw their strength from their master's unit reservoir. Every injury it sustains and heals drains its master's reserves. Eventually, its master's spiritual energy will run out, and it will disappear. Keep attacking. Yes. By the space portal, Pythor furrowed his brows deeply as he observed the colossal tree, now reaching the clouds and nearly fully emerged. They told me you had a powerful soul creature, but this is simply absurd. A soul creature was typically a remnant of an initial soul absorbed incidentally during training. It is said that to encounter a soul master, you must venture into forests and areas rife with death, as they often wander there to absorb soul force, increasing their chances of capturing such remnants. However, the strength of an absorbed initial soul ultimately depended on the individual's power. Usually, the initial souls someone could absorb were much weaker than them. For example, a new soul master with 1,000 soul units could barely absorb the souls of rabbits, insects, or small fish. If someone managed to get a dog's soul, for example, they would be ecstatic. But this colossal tree, it possessed the strength of a marshal, if not more, and was tougher and more useful than one. How could his soul domain accommodate such a being? More bafflingly, how had an initial soul of this strength entered this human soul domain in the first place? It was akin to forcing a camel through the eye of a needle. Amazing. They say every great person encounters a chance in their life, and seizing them is what makes them great. Is this soul creature your chance? Did you absorb its initial soul by luck? Is it what enabled you to subjugate your planet and build that poorly named empire of yours? Pythor raised his eyebrows slightly, starting to piece things together. Typically, truth-chosens are solitary individuals, devoted to studying their surroundings and sharing their discoveries. As such, all great empires strive to secure a seeker, treating them like precious jewels to be protected at any cost. The chosens, in turn, often agree to such arrangements for the protection and resources necessary to pursue their research and passions. But Robin Burton upended the norms. He established his own empire. Breaking such conventions would undoubtedly require a major event, and that colossal tree was clearly that event. Tell me, Robin Burton, how did you manage to dash at that moment? Pythor finally shifted his gaze from the larger battlefield outside the city walls and turned to Robin, intending to engage in a proper conversation befitting two planetary emperors in such an epic scenario. However, he found Robin glancing around and behind him as if searching for something. He paid no attention to the battle outside or to Pythor himself. Could you act a bit more like a proper emperor? Pythor struck the armrest of his throne, feeling slightly insulted. Apologies, but I don't care about what you have to say right now. I have something important to handle, and I will deal with you afterward. Robin continued scanning his surroundings until his gaze locked in a specific direction, his expression turning serious. There. Shing. Robin's spatial ring gleamed for a moment before producing a slender black spear with a needle-like tip. He grabbed it without hesitation, his focus still locked on that specific point. Then, standing upright, a flicker of killing intent glinted in his eyes. Pythor's body stiffened for a moment. He felt both danger and insult simultaneously. Robin's killing intent and aura exuded a severe sense of threat, the kind only someone who had directly or indirectly claimed the lives of billions could wield. The air around him grew heavy and isolating, as though the planet itself could barely bear his presence. And yet, Pythor also felt insulted. He, the planetary emperor Pythor, was seated before Robin. A battle of life and death raged between their followers at that very moment, with the potential for a catastrophic clash between the two emperors looming, as neither had yet revealed all their cards. Despite all this, Robin dared to avert his gaze and direct his killing intent elsewhere. At that moment, a shout came from the distance, "My lord. What do you want?" Robin responded without turning, his intense focus unwavering. Only one person present would address him with that title, and Robin replied flatly, "I am busy here. I will return shortly." "Wait, do not do what you are thinking." Sakar's voice thundered from afar. "Do not kill Jabba." Chapter 1030. Wait, don't kill Jabba. Sakar's rough shout came quickly and forcefully, fearing that the Lord would rip open the fabric of space and leap through it before he could finish his words. His shout proved effective. Everyone around heard it and froze momentarily before resuming their battles. Even Robin's target halted midair, looking back with eyes filled with fear and disbelief before quickly continuing his flight. As for Robin, he froze in place and slowly turned toward Sakar, his eyes wide open. "You, of all people? Have you forgotten what happened to Morin and half of your army? Or do you think I am weak and incapable of doing this myself? Give me a reason. If it's something trivial like, don't do it because I want to kill him myself, then prepare for the consequences." By the end of his sentence, anger had etched itself onto his face. Prepare for the consequences. Even Sakar was stunned upon hearing those words. It was the first time Robin had threatened a high-ranking member of his empire with punishment. Usually, individuals like Caesar, Richard, Sakar, and even the generals were given allowances for mistakes without facing repercussions. Robin didn't want those around him to feel as though he was lying in wait for their missteps, which would stifle their independent thinking and problem-solving abilities. But today, he clearly meant his words. During the Shadow Raid, Sakar had demanded Jabba's execution for his betrayal, particularly for handing over the teleportation arrays to the Great Serpent Empire. But Robin had refused, stating he needed indisputable evidence of Jabba's betrayal, and if found, he would deal with it himself. Today, he had his proof. Jabba's manner of speaking was not that of someone feigning innocence or plotting schemes. It was the demeanor of a man who knew exactly what he was doing. And as long as Jabba was fully aware of his actions, there was no need for Robin to entertain his justifications or seek reconciliation. Jabba was a grown man, over a century old. Having chosen his path, he should know where it ends. Robin had made his decision the moment Jabba mentioned his wife. His gaze shifted from seeing Jabba as a misguided student to a dead man. The pity and incomprehension in his eyes were replaced by cold detachment. He had resolved to end Jabba's life then and there, the man he had once considered the closest to understanding him, even closer than his own children. Thus, if Sakaar now stepped in to stop him for a petty reason like wanting to deal with Jabba himself, it would insult Robin's resolve and provide more than enough reason for punishment. Sakaar sighed in relief when he noticed Robin halt and turn toward him. At this point, there was no need to shout again. Yet he still feared Robin might lose patience and proceed. Quickly, he retrieved a voice ring from the blue leather pouch and infused it with his spiritual essence. We agreed, Jabba is yours. And I know the Lord always keeps his word. But could you delay his death for just a bit longer? Why? Robin furrowed his brows slightly and loosened his grip on the spear. Sakaar's words had calmed him a little. Jabba's words. If I'm not mistaken, his dialogue with you contains several hints, Sakaar said, his voice calm but carrying a weight of hidden meaning. Even as explosions of energy tore through the battlefield and warriors clashed with elemental fury around him, Sakaar appeared oddly detached, his focus unwavering at Robin alone. Above them, the soul creature Hovenheim had fully materialized, its colossal form casting a shadow over the battlefield like an ancient monolith awakened from a slumber of eons. Its bark shimmered with a strange, otherworldly light, veins of glowing energy coursing through its massive branches. It lacked the raw strength to overwhelm the emperors it faced, but its purpose was clear, to disrupt and delay. Each swing of its gargantuan limbs sent shockwaves rippling through the air, forcing its opponents to scatter and focus their attacks on the mighty creature rather than the battle at large. Below, the scene was no less intense. A myriad of Sakaar's underworld daisies dotted the battlefield like an eerie, spectral garden. Their sinister glow pulsed as they regenerated relentlessly, rendering conventional destruction futile. Frustrated, his opponents had resorted to invoking the secondary erosion law, a devastating technique that reduced the daisies to fine, shimmering dust. Each eradicated flower seemed to spark another in its place, turning the battle into a desperate contest. Would the daisies be depleted first, or would the blood of their assailants give out under the relentless toll? What hints are you referring to? Robin's reply came through the sound ring, his voice laced with skepticism. He would be lying if he claimed Jabba's words had left him unaffected. These hints had not escaped his notice, yet he had chosen to dismiss them. This was the final confrontation, there was no room for ambiguity. What value could hints hold now? Even if Jabba stood brazenly on this battlefield and hurled insults at Pythor's lineage, who would dare touch him under Robin's watchful gaze? I don't want to seem like a fool if my conclusions are incorrect, so I'd prefer to keep them to myself until proven otherwise, Sakaar responded tersely. His words were clipped but firm as if weighed down by an unseen burden. All I ask is that you grant him one last chance. Robin remained silent for a moment, his gaze following the faint silhouette of Jabba as it shrank in the distance. The young man with his long, dark braids streaked through the skies with remarkable speed, a blur against the smoky horizon. A few more seconds and even Robin's sharp eyes would lose him. Who? Robin exhaled slowly, his breath a mix of exasperation and resignation. He eased back into his throne, its ornate design glowing faintly with stored power. Resting the tip of his black spear against his shoulder, he signaled his reluctant agreement. I hope you know what you're doing. His voice, though neutral, carried a chilling undertone. The responsibility for Jabba's survival now rested solely with Sakaar, and Robin made no effort to mask the consequences should this decision backfire. Yet deep inside, a quiet sense of relief unfurled within him, like a tightly wound spring finally released. I hope he knows what he's doing, Sakaar replied in a soft murmur, before slipping the sound ring back into his leather pouch and returning his attention to the battle at hand. A sardonic chuckle broke the tension as Pythor's voice cut through the stillness like a blade. I see you've returned to your seat. Does this mean you've reconsidered killing your disobedient disciple? His tone dripped with mockery. Tell me, how does a planetary emperor stoop so low as to heed the barks of a subordinate? That horned fiend bellowed at you, and you simply sat down. Pathetic. Truth chosens, for all their vaunted wisdom, truly make for laughable rulers. Robin's lips curled into a faint, humorless smile as he rubbed his temples, the weight of Pythor's provocations an unwelcome distraction. Finally, his golden eyes settled on Pythor, their intensity sharp enough to cut stone. Mind your own affairs, Robin said, his tone laced with cold disdain. You can drape yourself in your gaudy jewels and parade around with hair as garish as your robes, but don't think for a moment I'm unaware of how you grovel before your overlord. Nose to the dirt, chin scraping the ground. Even prisoners of war in my empire are treated with more dignity. Chapter 1031. A few minutes had passed since the battles of the City of Hope began. Boom. For battlegrounds had spread out in 4 directions around the portal, each one devastated in its own unique way. The fight between Caesar and Marshal Serbal was marked by counterattacks, with each trying to evade their opponent's deadly strikes before retaliating. Up to this moment, neither had suffered any significant injuries. So, where did all those missed attacks land? In the city, of course, many towers turned into dust under their crazy might. Meanwhile, Richard's battle against Marshal Xanax and Marshal Lacrosse was no less violent. If anything, it was even more intense. The 3 of them had already started accumulating injuries. Richard kept charging aggressively toward Marshal Xanax, who was simultaneously trying to protect the Dark Blue Pyramid and remain within 100 miles of the spatial portal. Marshal Lacrosse, on the other hand, pursued Richard relentlessly, seeking any opportunity to kill him while also engaging with the living city. The fight between Hulak and First Marshal Celebos had reached a temporary stalemate. After Hulak persistently chased his opponent, laughing like a specter of death, Celebos had had enough. He began burning through his vast blood reserves, creating 3 separate manifestations of Durger the Devourer and settling into a defensive stance at their center. Of course, these manifestations were insufficient to defeat Hulak, who wore the purgatory armor, but they were enough to halt his reckless onslaught. Now Holak circled around Celebos and his three Dirger manifestations, searching for a weakness or simply waiting for the manifestations to exhaust themselves and dissipate. Slash. Slash. Naturally, the most attention-grabbing fight was none other than Sakar and Soul Creature Hovenheim against 400 high-level martial emperors. With the full emergence of Hovenheim, many imperial guards had turned their focus toward it, relieving some of the pressure on Sakar. By guarding his back with the colossal spiritual entity, Sakar managed to direct his attention fully toward his enemies. However, even after all these minutes, not a single guard had fallen, not even the 300 martial elite had sustained serious injuries. Sakar extended his soul sense to reassess the situation, his brows furrowing in frustration. He had underestimated this enemy greatly. He could merge several of his daisies to create one with 10% of the Bloodsea's power, sufficient to kill the guards outright, but doing so would significantly weaken his defenses, leaving him vulnerable to injury. Those purple clouds were exceedingly dangerous, and there was no room for reckless experimentation against the path of destruction. Alternatively, he could maintain his current strategy. The rate of daisy destruction had slowed considerably since Hovenheim's appearance. By prolonging the battle, he could wear his enemies down until their blood reserves were depleted, and then finish them off. He was confident he could hold his defensive stance for an extended period, but could His Excellency keep up with the soul unit losses at this rate? Back at the portal. I've heard of you prostrating before your overlord, with your nose and chin touching the ground. Even prisoners of war in my empire aren't treated that way. You're just ignorant, utterly ignorant. Do you think I should treat you and the goddess of blood and destruction in the same manner? Pythor pointed at Robin with a serious expression. How we deal with mortals is one thing, and how we deal with gods is another. How can you conflate the two? Don't you show your overlord the same respect? No wonder he hasn't helped you since the war began. Even after the appearance of the Cataclysm sealing cubes, I was waiting for some kind of retaliation from your overlord to confirm his stance, but there was nothing. But I get it now, you're a rowdy servant. Why would I care? Just false gods. One does not become a god simply by gaining immense power. Do you even know what the word god truly means? Robin waved dismissively. A god is the focal point, the ultimate destination. By their command, one dies while another's life is spared. They are the embodiment of divine wrath, immortal, untouched by the ravages of time, and noble beyond the reach of slanderous tongues, Pythor declared, lifting his head with pride evident in his voice. A god is the personification of strength, authority, and might, the one who grants blessings if they so choose and obliterates kingdoms at a whim, the rightful owner of the land and the souls above it. That definition. Robin rubbed his chin thoughtfully while looking down at the ground before lifting his head to meet Pythor's gaze. Wait a minute, are you indirectly describing yourself? And what if I am? Doesn't the definition apply to you as well? A half-smile spread across Pythor's face, pleased that his opponent had caught on to his insinuation. Every mountain has a higher peak behind it, and every king has one who surpasses him. This diminishes neither the mountain nor the king. But then, does the term god still retain any meaning? How does your description differ from that of any ruler over a mortal kingdom? The only thing missing is immortality, and that can be attained by refining a planetary spirit. Beyond that, even a father might call himself a god within his own household. Robin shook his head, unconvinced. This is precisely why I hold no respect for those who attach such grandiose titles to themselves, and I certainly have no intention of taking such a title for myself. Oh, then what is your definition of the term from your perspective? Pythor extended his hand calmly. For 10,000 years, this was the first time he had had a conversation with someone of equal stature. Even though one of them would die by day's end, savoring the discussion was a must. I don't know yet. Someone like me shouldn't be defining God in the first place. At best, I can search for one. A true God's definition must be like them, true and eternal. Only they can define themselves. Opinions and definitions from people like us are irrelevant. Robin shook his head firmly. Come now, rejecting the concept so adamantly must mean you have your own viewpoint. Pythor teased with a laugh. Heh, if you want my view on what a god is, then we must look for the creator of this universe. This precise system didn't come into existence by chance. Anyone else who hasn't created something of this magnitude and complexity doesn't deserve the title. No matter how the description is twisted, they are nothing but frauds. Robin gazed at the horizon, lost in thought. This wasn't the first time his mind had wandered to such topics, as patterns and laws surrounding them couldn't be mere coincidence. Even Pythor rested his chin on his right hand, falling into a contemplative silence. A full minute passed before Robin turned to Pythor with a chuckle, changing the subject. You mentioned your overlord as the goddess of blood and destruction. Is it a man or a woman? We don't know. Every time we only encounter the red and black soul fragment, like the one that tore through your demon army, or they just go to fight the enemy leader directly. We never see them. Pythor replied calmly. However, there are rumors suggesting they are a woman. The Ghassan Empire promoted this idea heavily, perhaps because she kicked their emperors but a couple of times. Regardless, we decided to play it safe and address the overlord as a man. That is what I have done since my first encounter with them, and they have never corrected me. Until they do, I will continue addressing them as male. Then, pointing at Robin, he asked, what about you? You laughed while asking, have you ever met your overlord in person and know for certain whether they are a man or a woman? Come to think of it, no, I don't know anything for sure about him either. Robin raised an eyebrow, then smiled. The idea of the all-seeing god being a woman felt odd. He then raised both eyebrows toward Pythor. So, shall we fight now, or? Chapter 1032. So, should we fight now, or? Robin asked calmly, his tone making it clear that he wasn't particularly invested in the answer. Any response would suffice. Why the rush? Honestly, I'm enjoying this conversation, aren't you? Pythor shook his head with a laugh. I'm either surrounded by followers or superiors. Rarely do I find someone I can talk to as an equal. Even if you're destined to die by the end of the day, you're still a planetary emperor, deserving of some respect. Oh, you're making me blush a little here, Robin chuckled. So, what do you suggest? Should we wait until our subordinates finish their fights? But by then, we won't get a good duel. The victorious subordinates would simply surround the losing planetary emperor. Don't you think? I guess you're right. Pythor nodded several times. Even though he had absolute faith in the subordinates who had followed him since time immemorial, he couldn't ignore the fact that 4 marshals had been killed by the very people fighting them now. The circumstances might have been different, perhaps they were outmaneuvered, isolated, or ambushed, but the fact remained that they had died in this war. And it could happen again. If his remaining subordinates perished, what would he do then? Robin Burton was a soul master and had that massive soul creature at his side. One had to be cautious and consider the possibility that he had other spiritual beings at his disposal. Against such an opponent, Pythor couldn't afford to be careless. If he allowed the battles around him to drag on and ended up surrounded, there was a slim but real chance he could be defeated. Even with his absolute confidence in his body and planetary gift, Robin Burton was also a planetary gift wielder and a soul master. Alright, let's speed things up a bit. I have an army I want to bring into this battle. I wouldn't feel satisfied losing or winning, for that matter, if all the pieces weren't in play. Pythor clapped his hands quietly, laughing, then reached to his side and pulled out what looked like a small fabric pouch for storing coins. He opened the tiny pouch and slipped his hand inside. Not just his fingers, his entire hand up to the elbow. Robin raised an eyebrow and activated his truth eye again. His brows shot up in recognition. A spatial artifact. Indeed, just a simple travel pouch. It holds about a cubic meter of space. Nothing compared to that ring on your hand. Pythor laughed as he rummaged through the pouch, finally pulling something out. Aha, there you are. It was an object the size of a building block, adorned with several sensors. Pythor placed both hands on its sides and spoke loudly. To all ships in the northern area, to all generals and imperial guards, return to Hope City immediately. The final battle has begun. Once Pythor finished placing the device in position, he attached the travel pouch back to his waist. Apologies. Since negotiations failed, there's no reason to keep the army away anymore. I hope you understand. Of course, Robin chuckled a few times, then gestured toward Pythor's waist. Was that a miniature transmitter? I've seen blueprints for one in the hands of the dwarves in your S1 planet, but compressing the massive shipbound devices into something this small seemed incredibly challenging. I never thought they'd actually make one. Robin let out a faint whistle. Those dwarves are truly resourceful. Hey, we were having a respectful conversation here. No need to turn it into an exchange of insults, Pythor retorted, clearly annoyed at the mention of the dwarf world. While he knew it had fallen into Robin's hands, the mere thought of it irritated him. My apologies, it was just an innocent remark. Robin laughed heartily. Whoosh. As Robin's laughter subsided, the sharp sound of sonic barriers being shattered echoed from a certain direction. Turning his gaze, he spotted 2 warships. The ships immediately began deploying thousands of soldiers via ropes, while several martial emperors emerged, flying. This will cost you dearly, Pythor. You're under heavy pressure in the north. I won't lie, I personally oversaw the planning of the Giants' uprising there. If you try to withdraw troops this hastily, they'll suffer catastrophic losses as they give their backs to the enemies in this way, Robin muttered, watching as ships arrived one after another from all directions. I know, but what's the point of fighting there after things have escalated to this degree? Pythor shook his head. I wanted to show you I had control over Nihari, hoping we might reach an agreement. But now, battles in those regions will yield nothing. I'll sever your head first, then return to them. As for those who will perish during the retreat, it's fine. They're not the first sacrifices this time, but they will be the last. Whoosh. Damn it. Caesar felt a growing threat and unleashed the flames of death in that direction, immediately incinerating a martial emperor. Arg. But that wasn't the last. Gradually, Caesar found himself surrounded. Richard also began taking hits from multiple sides, and the pressure on Sakar and the Tree Father doubled as the ground forces moved toward them. The only one seemingly unfazed was Hulak. Where did these cockroaches come from? Bam! Hulak slapped one of the newcomers, turning his head all the way around before leaping back toward First Marshal Celebus. Robin's gaze swept slowly around the battlefield. By now, 7 ships had arrived, already disrupting all ongoing battles. Portions of the ground forces were beginning to encircle the city, and the ships were bombarding the spiritual creature Hovenheim with artillery. Even though Robin had a large reserve of soul units now, he couldn't allow this attrition to continue. My apologies, then. I didn't want to involve the infantry for this ruckus, but you're kind of forcing my hand here. Robin sighed, shaking his head. Chapter 1033. Robin infused his soul sense into the sound ring and spoke in a clear voice. Amon, bring your army and come to the City of Hope. I will be waiting for you. You had better set the coordinates 100 miles away from it, as there is a spatial lock here. Alright, I will send you the coordinates. Haha, your demons will not help you. My 7th son is surrounding them as we speak and will annihilate them at any moment. Honestly, I am amazed you managed to heal that person, Sakar, to this extent after my son severely injured him. But I am also sure he will crumble the moment he takes even a single hit. Pythor laughed proudly. Everything was going according to plan. He had only withdrawn his forces from the north while leaving a complete army in the south to engage the demons. He knew full well that Robin's planets required a massive army to stabilize, making it nearly impossible for Robin to withdraw his human forces from them. Perhaps Robin had even sent part of his demon army there as well. With this strategy, even if he managed to summon just 10 ships, Pythor was confident he could still control the situation here. He could certainly do so, let alone summoning a full army with 100 Imperial guards and hundreds of martial emperors from the north. The demons have never let me down, and they will not start today, Robin muttered as he turned his head to look in a particular direction. After a few seconds, a smile spread across his face. Pythor followed Robin's gaze, but unlike Robin, his expression soured with annoyance. How can they be here so quickly? Far in the distance, more than 100 miles away, a blue portal shimmered atop a rocky hill. From within that portal emerged crimson figures, rushing toward them as if hell itself had decreed their demise. The demons know well that the southern battles are merely a sideshow. Their primary objective has always been to come here if the situation escalated. Robin chuckled and shrugged. Honestly, I was not the one who planned the battles happening down south, so I am not sure how many demons I can pull with this call. I guess that depends on your seventh son's capabilities. Then I should feel reassured. Pythor laughed loudly. When it came to military command and strategic planning, no one among his offspring surpassed his seventh son. Even in the mid-planetary belt, that son was treated with utmost respect. Prepare for engagement. Enemies are approaching from the rear. The infantry and even the newly arrived combat emperors turned their attention toward the portal and the crimson tide pouring from it. Though they were taken by surprise, the 100-mile distance gave them ample time to prepare to face the incoming wave. Whoosh, whoosh. More ships arrived and began unloading their forces, their cannons aimed directly at the crimson tide. Fire! Barely halfway across the distance, the demons began facing long-range bombardments from multiple warships, each equipped with hundreds of side cannons. Boom, boom, ha, ha, ha. The demons gasped for air, their breaths harsh and labored as they pushed their battered bodies forward. Some dragged mangled legs, their movements jerky and uneven, while others bore gruesome wounds to their heads, dark blood trickling down their faces and staining their armor. Blue projectiles rained down from the skies in an unending barrage, exploding with deafening roars and scattering chunks of earth and flesh alike. The air was thick with the acrid smell of burning and blood, but even this could not deter them. If anything, the pain and chaos seemed to ignite a feral fire within them, their pace quickening, their resolve hardening with every step closer to their enemy. Hold your positions. Hold your positions. The booming commands echoed across the battlefield, cutting through the cacophony of battle. The soldiers of the Grand Serpent Empire moved with mechanical precision, a testament to centuries of hardened discipline and unyielding resolve. Their defensive array snapped into place like the pieces of a well-oiled machine, forming an impenetrable wall of shields and spears. Now! At the shouted order, the air above the formation exploded into chaos. The martial emperors from the Great Serpent Empire shot forward like arrows, engaging the demon emperors in fierce aerial battles. Blades clashed and sparks flew, the sky lit by flashes of power as the combatants tore into each other with ferocious intensity. Below, the infantry braced behind their shields, thrusting their spears forward in unison like a tide of death. Slash, slash, boom. The clash was brutal, the collision of two unstoppable forces. Blood sprayed and bodies fell, but the outcome was clear from the first impact. The Empire's disciplined soldiers stood firm, their superior equipment and numbers giving them the edge. Though a few soldiers in the front ranks fell, their loss was overshadowed by the dozens of demons who perished in return, their savage charge cut short by cold steel. Ka. But the demons were not deterred. They pressed on with a ferocity that defied reason, hurling themselves against the Imperial lines with reckless abandon. Claws and teeth tore through armor and flesh, dragging unfortunate soldiers into the maelstrom, where they were ripped apart with sickening savagery. Damn it! Cries of rage and pain echoed through the formation as the Empire's soldiers fought to hold their ground. For every soldier dragged down, more demons fell, their bodies piling up in grotesque heaps. The general overseeing the formation stood on a small rise, his sharp eyes scanning the distant horizon. There, beyond the immediate carnage, he saw the source of this relentless onslaught. The spatial portal stood like a glowing wound in reality, a pulsating blue ring guarded by hulking demon emperors. From its depths, an unending tide of crimson demons poured forth, their numbers stretching as far as the eye could see. The battlefield stretched over 100 miles, the ground painted red with blood and littered with the broken remnants of both sides. The general's gaze hardened. By his estimation, at least 15,000 demons had already entered the fray, with more spilling out by the second. They charged with wild abandon, their lack of organization replaced by a sheer, primal hunger for destruction. To any onlooker, the sight would have been overwhelming, a nightmare given form. But to the Grand Serpent Empire, it was merely another challenge to overcome. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of engines roared through the air as several more Imperial ships descended from the sky, their hulls gleaming under the dim light of the battlefield. This time, the ships disgorged squads of Imperial guards, their imposing figures clad in battle-scarred armor. Despite their injuries, deep gashes, shattered armor plates, and scorched weapons, the guards moved with unshakable confidence. Their faces were etched with fury, their eyes burning with a fiery determination. "Every lowly creature dares to stand in our way these days," one of the guards growled, his voice a deep rumble that carried over the battlefield. He raised his weapon high, his blade catching the light as he roared, "Die, all of you." The few Imperial guards charged forward, their battle cries mixing with the clash of steel and the screams of the dying. Behind them, the Empire's cannons roared to life once more, their blue projectiles carving through the advancing demons in an unrelenting storm of destruction. Chapter 1034. Beside the Spatial Gate. Bythor and Robin observed the main army's battle in silence for several minutes. The clash had reached its zenith almost immediately after beginning. Bodies of both men and demons scattered across the field, piling higher with each passing moment as the carnage escalated. Yet, despite the chaos, the sheer scale of the conflict continued to grow. Ships of the Grand Serpent Empire arrived in an unceasing stream, delivering fresh waves of soldiers, martial emperors, generals, and imperial guards. Some of the ships, having emptied their holds, quickly turned back north to collect reinforcements, racing against time. Given the Empire's practice of targeting and salvaging enemy ships in every conceivable battle, this logistical frenzy seemed only logical. There were far more soldiers than available ships, but the vessel's incredible speed, enhanced by intricate spatial law runes, compensated for their limited numbers. The near-light speed travel between the northern and eastern regions reduced transit time to a negligible factor. In fact, the time spent loading and unloading troops proved to be the most significant delay. On the opposing side, the demons charged with an intensity that suggested their very lives depended on it. A significant number of demon generals had already joined the fray, clashing fiercely with the imperial guards. Yet, a notable absence was felt. Amon, the commanding leader of the demons, remained unseen. This absence stirred unease in Robin but brought a smile to Pythor's face. "It seems my seventh son has managed to keep your general leashed," he remarked smugly. Robin chuckled, his expression unconcerned as he gestured toward the endless crimson line stretching over 100 miles to the spatial gate's location. "I don't mind, as long as Amon stays tied up and sends me such a large army. Why would I be mad at him?" The total number of demon troops had already swelled to nearly 20,000 and continued to grow. Their overwhelming numbers and ferocity had forced the Grand Serpent Empire's army, which had been closing in on the city and attacking Caesar and his forces, to rethink their strategy. Quickly, they redeployed to reinforce their main army, abandoning all other battlefronts in the process. Tisk. Considering the sheer size of the demon forces, it's no surprise some managed to run away from their main battlefield and come, Pythor muttered, waving dismissively as his gaze shifted back to Robin. The scene unfolding on the battlefield no longer held his interest. "But these portals will stop sending reinforcements at any moment now. The moment you decided to attack my 9 planets, you lost the battle of the main army." "That may not be entirely true," Robin replied, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he turned to face Pythor. Pythor, however, raised a single brow, skepticism etched across his face. "Why don't you draw a quick map in your head of what's happening right now? Do you see any hope at all?" The numbers were stark and unforgiving. In the northern region alone, the Grand Serpent Empire's forces boasted an impressive 700,000 infantry, nearly 1,000 martial emperors, 100 imperial guards, and around 20 generals. Even if their retreat from the Giants' uprising cost them a portion of their strength, their losses would be insignificant compared to their overwhelming numbers. On the other hand, the demons, after their crushing defeat at the hands of the Shadows, had been reduced to a meager 450,000 infantry and fewer than 400 demon emperors. Now, this already diminished force was locked in battle against the southern army of the Grand Serpent Empire. This southern force, under the command of the cunning 7th Prince, was a formidable legion of 600,000 infantry, 600 martial emperors, 10 generals, and 100 imperial guards. By all accounts, the southern army alone could obliterate the remaining demon forces 2 or 3 times over. How many of them do you think will manage to escape and join you here? Even if every last one made it, they wouldn't stand a chance against my northern forces, let alone those stationed in the south jump in as well." Pythor's words carried the weight of irrefutable logic, his tone exuding confidence that bordered on arrogance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of incoming reinforcements echoed through the air, as more ships descended to the battlefield, each carrying fresh troops ready to tip the scales further in the Empire's favor. Like music to Bythor's ears, the warships approached one after another, each a small army in its own right. The entire formation of the Grand Serpent Empire had already shifted, the defensive lines morphing into a crescent shape designed to encircle the demons. With ruthless precision, they began advancing toward the portal to obliterate the remaining forces. Numbers aren't everything. Robin shook his head calmly at the scene unfolding before them. Of course, he was fully aware of the Empire's overwhelming forces, yet his demeanor remained unshaken. "Quality matters more." Boom! A deafening explosion erupted near the western walls as one of the Empire's flagship vessels unleashed its main cannon on the demons below. "Haha, what quality are you talking about?" Pythor scoffed, his laughter resonating like thunder. "What does your army have that mine doesn't? Our equipment is almost identical. As for the epic tier crews you boast about, we've compensated with a shipment from the middle planetary belt. As for the laws, we've mastered a law from the path of destruction. And if you're talking about portals, we have the ships." He pointed, almost dismissively, toward the endless stream of demons pouring through the portal, not even bothering to look. "Or are you referring to them? They're savages, creatures teetering between humans and beasts. Their fearlessness in the face of death doesn't grant them any advantage in quality, it just makes them easier to kill." "You don't know anything about demons," Robin replied, shaking his head. Then, with a confident smile, he added, "And second, I wasn't talking about them. What else could you possibly have that I don't?" Pythor leaned forward, his expression curious yet mocking. "Name one thing in which you, a ruler whose empire hasn't even reached half a century yet, can surpass me." Robin's smile deepened, radiating unshakable confidence. "My generals." Buzz. At that moment, the distant instant spatial portals, over 100 miles away, emitted a sharp, resonating noise. From its shimmering expanse, a figure emerged, cloaked in a menacing black aura that exuded hostility even from afar. Amon had arrived. Even Pythor's attention was immediately drawn toward the disturbance. Amon's overwhelming presence, dark and oppressive, rivaling that of a marshal, was impossible to ignore. Tisk. Your subordinate ran from my son and left his army to suffer in his absence. Is this what you mean by the quality of your generals? Pythor sneered, his tone dripping with disdain. As soon as he appeared, Amon scanned the battlefield for a few moments, his piercing gaze taking in the chaos. Then, without hesitation, he raised his right hand and pointed forward. Boom! Massive horns blared from atop the nearby mountains, their deep, resonant calls echoing across the battlefield. Almost instantly, 4 more instant spatial portals flared to life. Each one began disgorging demons at the same relentless pace as the original. What? Have your followers completely lost their minds? Pythor's brows furrowed slightly, irritation flickering across his face. No matter. I'd like to see just how many troops your reckless general can pull through before my 7th son crushes them from behind. Chapter 1035. After Pythor's declaration, Robin fixed his gaze on Amon, not knowing what to think of this. Pythor's words weren't without merit. The battle between the Great Serpent Empire's main army and the demons was, by all accounts, already decided. The numerical difference was insurmountable. But one thing still lingered, a chance. It lay in the meticulously crafted plan left by Sakar and Amon's flawless execution. To be honest, this front is dead in my eyes. It's only a matter of time before they kill them all and return to besiege the city. Pythor waved dismissively, turning his sharp eyes back to Robin. He then gestured toward another battlefield. And that's not the only front I've bet on. Your trusted powerhouses won't last long either. The direction Pythor pointed led to the battle between Marshal Serbal and Caesar. Though the skirmish was still ongoing, Caesar was undoubtedly the worse off. His armor bore dents in multiple places, and a thin trickle of blood ran down the corner of his mouth. Engaging with Serbal's mighty greatsword was no trivial matter. As for Marshal Serbal, though his features betrayed deep-seated annoyance and innate loathing, there was no visible sign of injury on him. Indeed, some battles won't last long. Robin chuckled as he observed Caesar's struggle. Then, he pointed to another, more chaotic battlefield, where Richard fought against Marshal Xanax and Marshal Lacrosse. This battle was second only in ferocity and destruction to the duel between Sakar and the soul creature Hoffenheim against 400 high-level martial emperors. You are not going anywhere. Richard's expression was not one of a man fighting a life-and-death battle against 2 marshals. Instead, it reflected sheer irritation, like someone chasing 2 mischievous monkeys who had stolen from him. The marshals, for their part, only added to this impression. They unleashed their full arsenal without restraint, holding nothing back. Yet the bull of a man before them treated their efforts as though they were mosquito bites. The sheer force of his punches and the energy surging from his steps as they struck the ground defied reason. He seemed like a condensed storm of rage and might in human form. What a fine lad. Is he your son? Pythor narrowed his eyes slightly. Robin nodded with a confident smile. While the Flame of Life law granted Richard a significant advantage, he was still up against 2 marshals with thousands of years of experience. Each of them was stronger than him in terms of raw levels and wielded a minor destruction path law. Alone, the Flame of Life would not suffice against opponents of such caliber. But Richard's movements were sharp, precise, and deliberate. His reaction time, decision-making, and energy management bordered on perfection. He neither wasted energy recklessly nor held back to the point of vulnerability. Occasionally, he even left parts of his body exposed, baiting one of the marshals to attack, only to counter with devastating retaliation. This was not a desperate fight, it was a calculated storm. While Richard fought with meticulous precision, each decision calculated down to the smallest fraction of a second, Robin's gaze lingered on his son. The pride he felt was evident in his smile, but it was fleeting, dimming as his eyes filled with a sad resolve. What had Richard endured in his less than 60 years of life to gain such combat expertise and display such unrelenting ferocity against himself and his enemies? Yes, he is my son, Robin finally said, exhaling deeply. And I am deeply proud of him. His tone carried a weight of unspoken truths. Despite Richard's recent attempts to reintegrate with his family, the scars of his early years would remain with him forever. Fascinating, Pythor muttered, his eyes fixed on the green flames Richard wielded. That green flame your son uses, it is not just any branch of fire path laws. And the melancholic black flame your other son uses carries the same unique impression. What exactly have you bestowed upon them? Is it some martial technique, or... Pythor's voice slowed, his piercing gaze meeting Robin's, emerged law? Robin returned the gaze calmly. What is the difference? Isn't one part of the other? Techniques derived from laws used to create techniques, whether for attack or defense. We don't often use the term martial technique, but that is what I understand it to mean. The manipulation of laws to craft abilities. Or do you have another definition? Pythor raised an eyebrow, his curiosity tinged with incredulity. It is odd for someone of your stature to be so ignorant of such a fundamental distinction. A moment later, realization dawned on his face. Wait, do not tell me you have never been to the mid-planetary belt, have you? You got me. Robin replied with a shrug, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. It did not bother him much personally, but Pythor's reaction made him feel like a farmer who had never set foot in the city. A planetary emperor who serves under an overlord, yet you have never visited the middle planetary belt? Pythor leaned forward slightly, his disbelief palpable. How do you even send tributes to your overlord if you have never been there? Do you dispatch some blind, deaf, and mute messenger to deliver offerings? I think my overlord either doesn't care for resources or doesn't need anything from me. He only requests specific tasks from time to time, Robin explained, shrugging again. In comparison to the conditions imposed on Pythor and his Serpent Empire, Robin couldn't help but feel his overlord, the all-seeing god, was either extravagantly wealthy or supremely indifferent to material wealth. Bah! I never thought I would envy someone serving a different overlord, Pythor scoffed, leaning back against his throne with a grimace. Though you are still provincial, having never stepped foot in the mid-planetary belt, I cannot help but envy you a little. Pythor's lament was genuine. For someone who surrendered over 95% of his resources to a higher power, Robin's words were a dagger to the heart. Extracting gold from the earth's depths only to hand it over to another for 10,000 years would test anyone's sanity. His heart bled every time tributes were due or when his higher master demanded urgent support. Now, about that martial technique and merged laws. Robin gestured calmly, steering the conversation back on track. Is there truly a difference between them? Oh, are you looking to learn, dear planetary emperor? It is not out of the question though. What should I ask for a payment? Pythor's lips curled into a wide grin. Very well, I will tell you on one condition. You must let me strike you once at the start of our duel. And, of course, you are not allowed to evade. Chapter 1036. Forget it then. Robin waved his hand dismissively and looked away. Receiving a direct attack without being able to dodge? That sly scoundrel would undoubtedly use his strongest attack right from the start. Perhaps he would even bring out that dark cube and claim, "This is my attack." Sure, Robin wanted to know more about the middle planetary belt, but not to this extent. Haha, fine, I was just joking. Of course, I would be happy to explain, Pythor said, crossing one leg over the other while lifting his left hand to play with a strand of his thick hair. But in return, I want an honest answer about the nature of those two flames after I am done explaining. Deal. Robin shrugged. If Pythor had simply asked from the start whether the flames were merged laws without bringing up martial techniques, Robin would have answered anyway with a yes. It wasn't a secret, after all. Good. Let me explain then. Energy cultivation systems in the middle planetary belt have branched out and evolved significantly compared to what we have here. This is only natural when you consider that the planets there range from 500,000 to 100 million years old when it comes to cultivation heritage. Additionally, there are major entities invested in this kind of development, such as multi-planet schools and sects, all the way up to the colossal entities called stellar academies. Pythor started explaining directly, a hint of pride evident on his face as he educated his primary rival. Robin nodded. That was only logical. He was barely 200 years old yet had reshaped several planets. What about those entities that had survived for millions of years? Pythor continued. One branch of this evolution is the path of the soul. We don't have soul masters here in the young planetary belt. Well, no one except you. But over there, soul masters are numerous enough to warrant their own cultivation classification. They even have their own organizations. Anyone who can access their soul domain is called a soul disciple, while those who can open gateways to the domain to bring things out are considered true soul masters. He pointed toward the soul creature Hovenheim, currently fighting about 100 martial emperors on his own. Soul masters are respected because they are essentially a moving army. No one knows how many of those creatures a soul master has at their disposal until the battle begins. Additionally, their soul creatures don't die unless their master's soul units are depleted. You, soul masters, are a real nuisance, but you are also the weakest defensively. That is because you focus on your soul's force and, frankly, because most of you are human. Then Pythor gestured toward Robin. When battles start, everyone targets the soul master's body. Usually, 1 or 2 strikes are enough to settle any fight. That is why soul masters often stay within their organizations, focusing on crafting inscribed artifacts and raking in enormous profits. However, during ancient ruin explorations or wars, soul masters travel in groups of hybrids and halflings tasked with defending them. That is when things get really tough. Robin raised his eyebrows slightly. For the first time, he began to form a general idea of what the middle planetary belt was like. Swoosh! Boom! At that moment, something resembling a meteor crashed between Pythor and Robin, creating a massive dust storm. Amidst the chaos, the voice of First Marshal Celebos could be heard screaming, "Damn you! You are going to die a horrible death today. Today! Haha, I would like to see how." Holak then rushed forward at a similar speed, aiming to punch the injured Marshal again and send him flying once more. Hiss! But as Holak swung his punch, a shadowy snake with 5 horns emerged from Celebos' elbow, sinking its fangs into Holak's hand. Tisk! Holak grabbed the snake's head and crushed it, then looked at his hand, which had started to change color. Nevertheless, he raised it and struck the Marshal's nose again. "I will send you flying whether you like it or not." Whoosh! The Marshal disappeared from the battlefield once more, and moments later, the sound of an explosion came from the nearby buildings. Boom! That stubborn fool. Holak shook his hand as if the snakebite were nothing more than a child's nip, ignoring the venom infused with the path of destruction. He then looked around and laughed loudly. Haha, sorry, guys, I will leave you to finish your tea party. Carry on. Bam! He stomped the ground and leaped after Marshal Salbos. Whoosh! Robin waved his left hand effortlessly, and a gust of wind swept away all the dust. Then what? Where was I? Oh. Pythor tapped his forehead a few times, then gestured as if recalling something. The commotion between Celebos and Holak was ignored, treated as little more than a squabble between mosquitoes. There are several new paths of cultivation over there, most of which arose from the issue of humans' inability to use the 4th stage of laws. You see, the human race, the most widespread species in the universe, failed in something as simple as this. As a result, they tried every possible way to become stronger and ensure their survival, even if it meant changing their race at times. You mean? Robin narrowed his eyes slightly. Pythor spread his hands calmly. I mean the most prevalent path of all, racial upgrade, and I am a living example. Look at me. I used to be human, like you, maybe a bit shorter, but I chose to adopt one of those new paths to gain strength after humanity on Poison Rot Planet was on the verge of extinction. Didn't they go extinct that way? You aren't really a human anymore. Robin looked Pythor up and down. When I visited Poison Rot Planet, the humans who didn't get a chance to use that device didn't seem like a victorious species to me. They survived. What more can they ask for? Pythor shrugged. No one said the process was without consequences. It is true we have lost what is known as humanity and sometimes see humans as a lower race, or even prey to some. But what was the final result? We became stronger. The human race on Poison Rock survived because they had familial ties with us, and together we conquered several planets. If you were a human there 10,000 years ago, would you choose this or extinction in an internal war? Robin couldn't respond immediately. Pythor was somewhat convincing. Chapter 1037. Boom. One of the city wall's corners completely collapsed. It was where Hulak and Celebos were fighting. How widespread is this racial enhancement in the middle planetary belt? Robin asked after a brief silence. He and Pythor seemed to exist in a different world, ignoring the carnage around them. I do not know how to answer. It is both widespread and not widespread at the same time, Pythor said, spreading his left hand. Racial enhancement devices are incredibly valuable. Most of the existing devices were manufactured in an era tens of millions of years ago. These remaining devices are sold only at auctions or acquired by killing their previous owners and taking them. And, of course, either way is extremely difficult. Most people do not have the money to buy one, nor the strength to seize one. He continued, but those who possess the devices build their lives around them. They do not need much to establish a significant power base. They simply announce the opening of an army for humans and promise that anyone who joins and serves for a certain number of years will receive a racial enhancement and the freedom to use the fourth stage of the laws. Humans will flock to them from all directions, even crawling out from underground to lick their feet for the chance. And boom, they have got an enormous army just by owning the device. Pythor leaned back in his chair, a sense of pride visible on his face. But, of course, not all artificial hybrids are on the same level. Most hybrids use the blood of beasts only tens of thousands of years old because it is cheaper and more abundant. But we transformed using a beast king that is over 2 million years of age, imbued with a path of destruction law. Even in the middle planetary belt, we are considered elite among elites in any army. Robin raised his eyebrows slightly. Humans in the middle planetary belt are that desperate. Serving in an army for someone they do not even know, fighting people they have no grudges against, and in return, being turned into half-beasts? How many of them would even live to complete their service and leave anyway? If this was not desperation, what was it? Can you blame them? Pythor laughed, his expression somewhat mockingly absurd. Humans have wrecked their minds searching for anything that could support their existence. And even now, there are only 4 paths they follow, with no fifth to this day. The first is the soul path, the second is racial enhancement. What are the third and fourth? Robin's interest peaked again. Perhaps he would finally learn something that could help refine the elixir to temporarily increase affinity. Pythor leaned forward, folding his hands. The third is temporary methods to raise a martial emperor's affinity with a law to at least 90%, even if only briefly. The time frame might range from hours or days to weeks or even years. But, of course, nothing comes without a price. These methods are prohibitively expensive and incredibly rare. When any of them appear on the market, they vanish in the blink of an eye due to overwhelming demand. Leaving aside the fact that they enable humans to wield the fourth stage of the heavenly laws, these methods temporarily elevate anyone's affinity with the respective law to 90%. Essentially, they function as natural boosters, and every warrior would pay dearly to increase their survival odds. Even as a hybrid myself, I would spend a fortune for them. Pythor pointed at Robin repeatedly, a smug grin on his face. Your subordinates must be using one of those methods, are they not? I was unsure whether your faction relied on the third or fourth path, but seeing them in action, I am convinced. Aside from the epic arrays, those methods to increase the affinity temporarily are undoubtedly your most valuable asset. For your overlord to provide you with such resources, he must truly care for you. Oh, such a thing exists. Robin raised his eyebrows to their limit. He had always scorned those elixirs, seeing them as a reminder of his own inability to solve the problem. He had not realized they were so sought after and considered one of the 4 major solutions for humans. But what was Pythor talking about, calling them rare and exorbitantly priced? Creating those elixirs was a tedious process with many steps, but they were not expensive or rare. They could be produced in large quantities. In fact, virtually all his martial emperors consumed them like candy. What about the fourth path? Robin refocused his attention, locking his gaze on Pythor. That one is the most controversial. In my opinion, it is one of humanity's greatest innovations, if not the greatest. But, unfortunately, it has not been utilized to its full potential yet. Pythor shook his head several times before pointing at Robin, his expression enigmatic. It is the method of crafting energy foundations without relying on laws. Crafting energy foundations without laws? Robin's brow furrowed deeply. You do not mean the internal energy foundations, the ones in the internal energy system itself, right? As the question left Robin's lips, he shook his head, an embarrassed smile forming on his face. The very premise of the question was impossible. Foundations without heavenly laws. Ridiculous. To construct solid energy foundations at the energy center, one had to use a law to shape and solidify the energy through its patterns. Otherwise, it would remain in its liquid state forever, leaving the person stuck at their current level, unable to absorb more energy. Moreover, employing a heavenly law to solidify energy caused comprehensive changes in the body, enhancing its strength, aligning its affinity with the chosen law, and transforming the skin, flesh, bones, and even marrow incrementally with each new level. Without a heavenly law to guide the body's transformation, it would remain merely human, a mortal body. Pythor laughed heartily. Seeing Robin asking like a curious child amused him immensely. Actually, that is exactly what I mean. There is a development in the cultivation path where one no longer needs a heavenly law to build internal energy foundations. That is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Robin's eyes widened in shock. Chapter 1038. Boom, boom. The thunderous blaring of trumpets shattered the air, heralding the arrival of reinforcements surging in from the northern expanse. 10 mighty generals, each a master of strategy and war, led over 120,000 soldiers into the fray, their banners fluttering like a storm-tossed sea under the crimson-tinted sky. The great Serpent Empire's forces were a sight to behold, a living tide of discipline and power as they split into battalions, each spearheaded by one of these seasoned commanders. However, the absence of a unified leader, a marshal to orchestrate their movements, left a vacuum of central authority. Coordination between the generals was disjointed, a patchwork of individual decisions. Yet this seeming disarray gave rise to an unpredictable and highly adaptable defense. Each general operated autonomously, their actions dictated by the immediate threats before them. The moment a breach appeared in their ranks, a weak point exposed by the relentless, savage onslaught of the demonic hordes, the general in charge of that sector acted without hesitation, plugging the gap with reinforcements and countermeasures. Meanwhile, their counterparts elsewhere focused solely on holding their own sections, their strategies unfolding like isolated yet harmonious movements in a symphony of war. The battlefield itself was a hellscape of chaos and fury. Already, over 40,000 demons jumped onto the already blood-soaked ground, their grotesque forms twisted by malice and rage. Yet the torrent showed no sign of abating. From 4 massive instant space portals, they continued to flood the field, an unending tide of horror pouring forth as if from the depths of an inexhaustible, infernal wellspring. The air reeked of sulfur and the coppery tang of spilled blood, while the cacophony of clashing steel, guttural roars, and the cries of the wounded created a deafening symphony of destruction. Back and away from this nightmare, Amon hovered in midair, his imposing form wreathed in a faint, shimmering aura of energy. His vigilant eyes scanned the scene below, locking on the 4 portals that served as the demons' gateway to the battlefield. He circled them like a vulture over carrion, his presence a sentinel's deterrent against any attempt to disrupt these critical nexus points. From his vantage point, the battlefield stretched out like a vast chessboard, with each general apiece in a deadly game of strategy and survival. Yet this grand view provided little comfort to Amon. The scale of the conflict was utterly skewed, the demons' relentless advance threatening to overwhelm even the formidable defenses of the Empire's army. There is nothing he can do now but follow the orders he had received from Supreme General Sakar, leaving him a passive observer of the chaos. Robin shouted loudly, "This is impossible, absolutely impossible." What he was hearing seemed like pure fantasy. It wasn't as though the idea hadn't crossed his mind before. In fact, every sage on every planet must have considered it at some point. Who wouldn't want an unrestricted energy center free of patterns and constraints, containing solid energy that could be used in any manner desired? But all had eventually concluded it was an unattainable dream. As Robin had discovered, likely as every wise person before him had, the internal cultivation system is inflexible. The energy center was designed to function in a specific way, evolving alongside the planet's inhabitants. The energy center was an organ like the lungs or eyes, with a predetermined role and manner of operation. If laws were required to solidify energy within the center, then one had to abide by those laws, just as organs must be treated according to their purpose. Trying to use the energy center in any other way would be akin to attempting to breathe through one's ears. Ha ha, I knew that would be your reaction. Pythor slapped his thigh, laughing heartily. I responded the same way when I first heard about it, but that's just how it is. The human race is greedy, always attempting the impossible to reach the next level in anything. After being given millions of years to research, how could they not find 1 or 2 solutions to this problem? Robin calmed down, rubbing his chin for a few moments as he nodded. Please, continue teaching me. Tell me more about this 4th cultivation path. Pythor grinned, still chuckling. With pleasure. The matter is this, the world cataclysm realm stumped all beings in the universe for an incredibly long time. After reaching the peak of the Marshal Emperor realm, it becomes impossible to build solid pillars or foundations again, and those who attempt it perish when their energy center is destroyed. Transitioning from the Emperor realm to the World Cataclysm realm took intelligent races an exceedingly long time to decipher, longer, in fact, than it took to discover the path from the World Cataclysm realm to the Nexus state, or what you like to call the false gods. Robin nodded, unsure how this related to the 4th path, but it was a fact. He had noticed it ever since he wrote the technique for reaching the Emperor realm and Alexander used it on himself. The Marshal Emperor realm must be the limits of the human body. And is the realm above the world cataclysm called the Nexus state? Well, that's new. Pythor continued, anyway. When the problem of advancing to the world cataclysm realm was finally solved and experts from non-human sentient races began advancing to it, enhancing their advantage over humans who rely solely on soul power, one of humanity's truth chosens emerged. He used the method of advancing to the world cataclysm realm as a basis for solving the problem of the human emperor's inability to use the 4th stage of the heavenly laws. Pythor leaned forward slightly, engrossed in the explanation. To save time, I won't go into the boring details of how to break into the world cataclysm realm. The breakthrough is nearly impossible, and whoever thought of it in the first place must have been insane. Since you'll die today anyway, there's no need to burden ourselves discussing the exact details. He continued, all you need to know is that breaking into the world cataclysm realm requires you to destroy your foundations and use them as one of the elements to form a solid core. This core becomes the anchor and foundation within your energy gathering center. Around this anchor, you can store energy in a liquid state with incredibly high density, far beyond your imagination. As your level increases and the anchor grows, the amount and density of energy you can store also increase. All the energy I carry in my body now, at level 50, is just a drop in the ocean compared to those bastards. It's said that the strongest among them hold energy within their bodies comparable to small planets. Robin raised his eyebrows, his attention completely captivated. No wonder Pythor called the person who thought of this method insane. Destroying all the solid foundations? Even cracks forming in them during the Saint Realm nearly sent him into shock and almost killed him. What would happen if they all collapsed? And what about using them as one of the elements to form a heavy core? What other elements could even enter the energy gathering center in the first place? The point of bringing this up, Pythor said, is that because the newly formed core acts as the anchor of the gathering center without completely enclosing it like foundations, the surrounding energy is no longer confined by it. Thus, starting from the world cataclysm realm, you can use any heavenly law you wish. Of course, using other heavenly laws will never reach the quality of the original law with which the core was built, but the important thing is that the restrictions are lifted. A passionate gleam appeared on Pythor's face, and that's when that truth chosen emerged among you humans. He said, if the restrictions can be lifted from the world cataclysm realm onward, I will lift them for everyone from the very start. Chapter 1039. The massive sword in Marshal Serbal's hand struck the ground with devastating force. Boom! Instantly, a circular crater with a 50-meter diameter and over 10 meters in depth appeared beneath it. Swoosh! Caesar barely avoided the attack, leaping back several times until he reached a relatively safe distance. Wiping the thin trail of blood from the corner of his lips, his face noticeably pale, he muttered, "Damn that sword." This wasn't the first time he had cursed the weapon since the battle began. The sword, 3 meters long and nearly a meter wide, was monstrous. Its immense weight combined with Marshal Serbal's strength rendered it nearly impossible to counter. Even the death halberd, forged entirely from Eurasium and the pride of the true beginning empire's craftsmanship, couldn't withstand that weapon in direct combat. Caesar cast a distant glance toward another part of the battlefield, where Richard was battling both Xanax and Lacrosse simultaneously. If Caesar could just acquire a small portion of the fire of life to forge those wings and alleviate the backlash of the law of death, he could obliterate Marshal Serbal within seconds. Then, he could join Richard in his fight. But, no. Caesar refocused on his opponent. How could he call himself an elder brother if he couldn't handle a single opponent while Richard faced two? Even if Richard was drawing on the life force of millions of living beings, it was still his power to wield. Asking for help in this situation would only make Caesar despise himself. Gripping his halberd tightly, he resolved, I must finish this quickly and go help him. You stubborn wretch, why don't you just stand still and accept your fate already? From within the storm of dust, the marshal took a few steps toward Caesar. Step. Crrrr. Marshal Serbal emerged, dragging his colossal sword behind him in a terrifying display. With every step forward, the ground cracked and shattered beneath the weapon's weight. Hatred for Caesar oozed from his expression, yet the marshal's body bore no injuries or even bruises, as if he were merely engaging in a training exercise. Still, there was something peculiar about him. Anyone familiar with Serbal would recognize that something was amiss. His face, once youthful, was now lined with wrinkles. Where he once looked to be in his 30s, he now seemed to be in his 50s. Even his stride was noticeably slower. What happened to you? You look like you've aged a few years. Our fight has dragged on, but not that much. Ha ha ha. Caesar laughed mockingly. This wasn't the first time he had seen such a reaction from opponents drained of their life force. A mix of dread and hatred paralyzed their thoughts. What kind of demonic techniques are you using? What is that black flame exactly? Serbal raised his sword, pointing it at Caesar. The weapon, weighing a ton, seemed as light as a feather in his grip. If you were in the middle planetary belt, you'd have been captured and dealt with as the vile creature you are. Haha, there's nothing evil here, I'm merely using the heavenly laws, just like you. Caesar laughed loudly again, his voice echoing in the tense air. He aimed to distract Serbal from noticing his deteriorating physical state while fueling the marshal's hatred toward him. What's wrong? An ancient relic like you, who has lived for thousands of years, can't last half an hour against a young man like me, and now you're calling me the villain? That's pathetic. Serbal clenched his fist tightly, his anger visibly boiling. Today, I will kill you without fail. Today, I'll watch death devour you until the light fades from your eyes, and then I'll tear apart your corpse myself to vent my rage. You watch to death devour me? Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Caesar threw his head back and laughed maniacally. Then he spread his arms wide open, his voice thunderous. I am death. Arg. Overcome with Caesar's provocation, Serbal stomped the ground once again, shattering it behind him. He charged towards Caesar with all his might, raising his colossal sword with a single hand. Inhale. Time seemed to freeze from Caesar's perspective. Ignoring the raging beast of a man barreling toward him, Caesar took a deep breath, preparing himself physically and mentally to invoke the law of deathfire once more. Who've come at me? He raised his halberd and struck. SW000000000sh. Robin's eyes flew open wide. Now, with the knowledge that heavenly law restrictions could be removed for experts above the cataclysm realm, certain events from his past began to make much more sense. That day, the one where he was fated to die, the all-seeing God had appeared out of nowhere. That guy had stopped time and effortlessly reverted Robin's aged body back to his prime youth. He even made Caesar young again as a bonus. It was impossible to achieve such a feat with a few first-stage laws. And that's when that truth chosen emerged among you all, claiming that if the restrictions could be lifted for the cataclysm realm, then he would lift them for everyone from the very start. Pythor spoke excitedly, his enthusiasm evident. Robin's eyes sparkled. Did he succeed? Haha, what do you think? We wouldn't even be discussing the fourth cultivation path if he hadn't succeeded. Pythor laughed, but his response plunged Robin into deeper thought. But, the removal of restrictions at the cataclysm realm was due to the gravitational core, and even that core was built using a heavenly law. However, having no law at all in the energy convergence center seems illogical. Oh, but there is a law. There's always a law there, we just never pay attention to it. Why not take your time and think it through? Pythor teased, raising his eyebrows playfully. Robin furrowed his brows in concentration. Is a law always present in the energy gathering center? The center of energy? The heavenly law of energy. Robin shouted in realization. Chapter 1040. Hey, Red Cheeks, why not surrender already? If you raise both your hands now, I'll accept you as a nuts-peeling servant. How about that? You'll even get a day off and can eat the shells too. Halak clapped a few times, watching Celebos retreat before him once again. You filthy rat. Haven't you heard the saying that you can kill a man, but you can't insult him? Stop your nonsense and fight seriously. First Marshal Celebos was nearly losing his mind. The unbearable feeling of humiliation coursed through his body every time Halak opened his mouth. At the very start of the fight, First Marshal Celebos had summoned 3 5-horned serpents. Each serpent was over 10 meters long and capable of dealing with multiple imperial guards on its own. Even Halak had despaired of finding a way through them. So, he simply ignited his shield with the purging flame and leaped straight into their midst. Like a rat jumping into a cup filled with acid, Halak's skin began to peel, and his nails started disintegrating. But that was all. Halak only needed a fraction of a second amidst all this chaos to deliver a blow to Marshal First Seal Boss. That strike sent him flying from between the summoned Dirger constructs, crashing down amidst the planetary imperials. I can kill a man but can't insult him. Halak widened his eyes as if he had just grasped some sacred truth. Then he placed a hand above his eyes, scanning the surroundings. What man? Son of a... Marshal First Seal Boss finally lost his patience. Pointing forward, he commanded, hiss, hiss, hiss. The Dirger constructs charged at Halak once again from 3 directions, but this time, he began dealing with them relatively easily. Crack crack, the Marshal's teeth and knuckles ground together with intensity. Halak can be a predictable and irritating opponent, but he is terrifying, a true monster. His body represented the pinnacle of human physical perfection. Every function in it had nearly reached its zenith, not just his muscles. His regenerative capabilities were exaggerated to the point where he could heal almost instantly upon being injured. His liver's detoxification function treated incoming poisons as if they were mere candy. Just moments ago, Halak had injected a quantity of poison containing the law of corrosion directly into his palm. His palm had immediately turned black and begun to crack. Yet now, the discoloration was gone, the cracks healed, and the poison was nowhere to be found. In the end, I'll have to use my ultimate weapon in such a filthy place. Marshal First Seal Boss placed a hand on his hip and pulled out a coiled leather whip from beneath his cloak. But no matter. It will enjoy the blood of that blue bastard. Seal Boss gripped the whip's handle and let the rest of it unravel, revealing its natural length of nearly 10 meters. He charged forward, and with a sharp sop, the whip descended like a thunderbolt, aiming to cut through anything in its path. Tisk, another child's toy. Halak raised an eyebrow as he saw the whip approach. He pushed the nearest Dirger construct away with the force of his left palm and quickly raised his hand to catch the whip's tip. Crack! Yet, the whip slipped from his grasp. Ha! Ha ha ha! What do you think now? Do you still believe everything can be solved with brute strength? Marshal First, Ilebos burst out laughing. Halak opened and closed his hand several times, seemingly trying to comprehend what had just happened. Whatever it was, it had left a gap in his left hand. The heavenly law of energy. Robin shouted, almost falling off his chair. I thought it would take you longer to reach that conclusion, but yes, it is the heavenly law of energy, Pythor said, equally surprised. Robin had arrived at the answer in less than a minute. I understand that energy is considered a heavenly law, but can it really be used in this way? Robin leaned back on his throne, slowly stroking his chin. Like soul and blood, energy has a unique existence that cannot be categorized. This isn't because it's mysterious like soul or blood, but because of its simplicity. Robin extended his left hand as he continued, energy patterns are extremely simple and devoid of any hidden intricacies. They are just frameworks to guide how we use energy, responsible for basic functions like energy absorption, its release from the body, and its transformation into other laws when needed. There's nothing within them that can serve as a foundation. They're just auxiliary factors. Using them to build a foundation is like trying to cook a meal using only salt. Again, my rival, is this really the first time you're hearing about this? This is becoming unsettling. Pythor raised a single eyebrow, his gaze toward Robin tinged with awe. When Pythor had first learned about the fourth path for humans, he had been dumbfounded, unable to grasp the entirety of it in one sitting, let alone predict anything. Now, Robin was practically finishing his sentences. Oh, don't sell yourself short. It's simply my field of expertise, so it's no surprise I'm well versed in it, Robin waved, laughing. Don't try to make me feel better. You do have some intelligence, I'll give you that, Pythor sighed. The conversation now felt more like a casual chat between old friends. Anyway, you've pinpointed the exact problem with the fourth path, it exists, but it lacks true weight. Could you elaborate? Was the path truly created, or did it remain just a concept? Robin asked eagerly, wanting to follow this discussion to its conclusion. Of course, the path was created. The foundations were built using the patterns of the energy law itself. As we speak, there are many humans following it, individuals who can use all heavenly laws without restrictions. Pythor declared, enjoying the incredulous look on Robin's face. Robin felt his understanding of the world collapsing. Everything he knew about cultivation systems seemed obsolete in the face of such a perfect cultivation path. But, Robin frowned. Why is this only the fourth path? Why weren't all other paths discarded in favor of this one? Because lifting the restrictions didn't help them much, of course, Pythor laughed heartily. Everyone who follows the fourth path is an idiot eating dirt wherever they go. Chapter 1041. Stop. Richard stomped the ground forcefully, but the explosion occurred elsewhere. Boom. Damn it. Marshal Xanax found the ground cracking beneath his feet as metallic rods surged upward. He struck the air with his foot, propelling himself upwards quickly, then swung his free hand downward. Be gone. Sure. A purple mist descended quietly onto the metal rods, gradually reducing everything beneath it to dust. When it settled on the ground, it began to corrode the soil, deepening the pit further. I want to see how many of these you can create before the rods pierce through your body. Richard's fury was evident now. His eyes radiated intense irritation, and his long white hair fluttered gently as he advanced and retreated. Show some respect for my presence, for God's sake. Lacrosse descended behind Richard, wielding a long halberd. Slash. Richard sidestepped, letting the halberd strike the ground, then sent his green-flamed fist hurtling toward Marshal Lacrosse. Not a chance. Lacrosse shouted, releasing one hand from his halberd and turning it into an open palm surrounded by the purple mist. Buzz. The clash of the life flame and the corrosion law ensued as always. It seemed as though an invisible barrier prevented direct contact between them, but then boom, the barrier shattered. This time, however, was slightly different. As the explosion subsided, Richard quickly grabbed the marshal's halberd and channeled most of his strength into his leg, aiming a kick at the hand still gripping the halberd. Hand it over before you run. Damn it. Marshal Lacrosse sensed the danger. He didn't want to lose his epic halberd so easily. Yet if he held onto it, he'd have to deal with the kick, somehow a daunting task given the explosion had already forced his other hand backward. Haha, did you forget about me? A shout came from behind Richard at that moment. Without turning, he instantly recognized Marshal Xanax, who had circled back to the battlefield. This wasn't the first time Xanax had done this. He needed to stay within range of the spatial gate, so he'd retreat and return periodically, always appearing at moments when Richard was in a tight spot. But because it wasn't the first time, humph. Richard continued his attack on Lacrosse with his left leg, while a surge of energy channeled through his right leg into the ground. Boom. Instantly, two small mountains rose and clamped down on Marshal Xanax from both sides. Arg. The Marshal had neither the time nor the space to dodge. The mountains struck him like two massive hands crushing a bug. And that wasn't all. Crack. Behind the Marshal, the ground shattered again, and a sharp stone pillar surged toward his back at high speed. This again. BSSH. The purple mist seeped from Marshal Xanax's pores, gathering behind him to disintegrate the sharp end of the pillar. But the pillar pressed on regardless, slamming into his back with enough force to send him flying like a missile. Swoosh. Arg. On the other side, Richard completely ignored Lacrosse and followed through with his attack. Bam. With ease, he dislocated the Marshal's arm, a cracking sound echoing in the air. Crack. Arg. Marshal Lacrosse let out a muffled cry of pain and disbelief that his arm had been broken so effortlessly, but he had no time to dwell on it. Swoosh. Swoosh. Boom. One went flying east, the other west. Marshal Xanax and Marshal Lacrosse smashed through several buildings headfirst before finally coming to a halt. In a rare moment of calm, Richard glanced at his trembling hand. The strain on his body from using such an intense amount of life energy in quick succession was starting to take its toll. His veins throbbed, and his blood boiled. Clench. Richard clenched his fist tightly, then pointed the halberd at Marshal Xanax. Hand over that pyramid, or I won't let you off today. He charged toward him again like an enraged bull. Why do you say that users of the fourth path eat dirt wherever they go? Robin furrowed his brows in confusion. It's the perfect path, no matter how you look at it. I don't know how that truth-chosen managed it, but it's clear he's a genius. Using energy as a foundation, which can be converted into any other law, since that's one of its properties, how could anyone lose when they can wield any law they want at any time? Because there are many issues with the fourth path, and those issues are widely known. Anyone who uses it is basically inviting ridicule. Pythor shook his head. The first issue is the one you just mentioned. Relying on the simple energy patterns to construct solid foundations wasn't the best solution. The foundations built this way are frail and easily broken. It's like building a house of glass, elegant but weak, liable to collapse at any moment. A single strike to those foundations can result in paralysis or death. Plus, contrary to what you might expect, energy capacity for users of this path is incredibly limited. Energy patterns can't sustain the construction of large foundations. Robin furrowed his brows further. Anyone aware of this flaw would simply drag a battle against fourth path experts into a prolonged fight, aiming to exhaust their opponent. This issue alone was enough to ruin any popularity the fourth path might have had. Pythor raised a second finger. The second problem is that the body gains no significant benefit from advancing levels or breaking through realms. Whether humans, mutants, hybrids, or even beasts, we all naturally resonate with energy. We've been breathing it in its gaseous state since birth. What's new for the body when using it to build solid foundations? Perhaps a slight increase in energy gathering speed. But other than that, you're just concentrating energy on a single point in your body. Meanwhile, the rest of your body remains unchanged and fragile. You're just a mortal who can be broken with a slap unless you're constantly protected by energy. Chapter 1042. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. What is with that damn tree? Why will it not just fall? One of the Imperial guards shouted angrily, blood streaming from his nose and mouth after being slammed into the ground like a missile by one of the branches. Attack! Attack! There is no way the summoner's soul units have unlimited reserves. That soul creature belongs to the planetary emperor, Robin Burton. If we can wear him down, we will win this war. Do not hold back your attacks. The 11th prince commanded from a safe distance behind the fray, pointing once again at the spirit creature, Hovenheim. His brothers and allies promptly followed his orders. Hovenheim's sheer size was monstrous, its trunk literally reaching the clouds. Its branches descended like bolts of lightning, striking anyone nearby before retreating. However, this made Hovenheim a perfect target. It was nearly impossible to miss its colossal trunk, even if one tried not to hit it. The number of times its trunk had been destroyed and reconstructed was beyond counting. Likewise, the number of strikes it had delivered to the over 100 martial emperors surrounding it had reached an astonishing figure. Each of them bore signs of blood or bruises across their bodies. Some of their ancient, epic armors, already cracked, shattered from the repeated blows. Yet, Hovenheim's strikes were purely physical and did not cause deep wounds, so they continued their assault anyway. Most attacks were tit for tat. Someone destroyed a branch, and Hovenheim swatted them, shattering a tooth in the process, and so on. Huff, huff, again. One of the elite marshals rose from the ground, where Hovenheim had flattened him, and rushed back into the fight. Nearly half an hour into the battle, many of them began treating it as training. Standing beside Hovenheim, Sakar observed the situation closely, lost in thought. Do you have time to let your mind wander? One of the princes shouted at Sakar, noticing his distant gaze. Haha, given the number of your flowers, your arrogance will not last much longer. Sakar simply ignored him. It was true he had already lost over 10,000 normal underworld daisies since the fight began, turned to dust by the minor heavenly law of corrosion. However, the initial frenzy had subsided, and the combatants stopped relying as heavily on the law of corrosion, focusing instead on their legendary weapons and armors to try to advance. But swoosh, swoosh, arg. The prince who had taunted Sakar was easily forced to retreat by 60 daisies. Anyone attempting to approach met the same fate. While it was true that Sakar had not managed to kill a single opponent yet, the battle was progressing much better now than at the start. After a while of observing Hovenheim's fight, Sakar shifted his gaze toward the main battlefield of the armies. His expression darkened at what he saw. He immediately retrieved a sound transmission ring from his blue pouch and infused it with his spirit. Shadow Sword Charles, what exactly is happening in the north? More than half of the Great Serpent Empire's army has already arrived, and more ships are still landing. Because of the unrefined body, the cultivator of the fourth path becomes nothing more than a mere mortal who can be broken with a single slap if not constantly protected by energy. But who can maintain an energy shield day and night? This is simply impossible. As soon as they fall asleep or simply lower their guard, they are at the mercy of any infant carrying a fork. Pythor shook his head. Robin nodded in agreement. Pythor did not need to elaborate on the disadvantages of the body's transformation. Robin had experienced them firsthand. The master law of truth had not granted Robin any physical transformation except for the change in his eye. When he first broke into the knighthood realm, he immediately realized he would be the weakest person in level 11 to ever exist because of this. And due to this fact, he spent years trying to compensate for this weakness in every possible way until he finally acquired the body-strengthening divine tattoo. This is precisely why Robin could forbid the use of tattoos in the true beginning Empire's lands because of the destruction they caused to the planet. However, he himself could not do without them. Without the tattoo, Robin's body would have been a lifelong weakness and a hindrance. He would never have achieved the strength he possesses today nor sat before Pythor with such confidence. Still, if given a choice between retaining his current tattoo-enhanced body or having a unique body completely attuned to the master law of truth, he would unhesitatingly choose the latter. Pythor raised another finger. The third problem is the way they use that energy. They truly can use energy freely and transform it into any law they desire. However, their bodies, which lack affinity toward any law, suffer from any attack they try to execute. For example, if one of them attempts to use the fire law, they would burn themselves as well. If they attempt to use an ice shield, they freeze themselves first. Pythor laughed loudly. Can you imagine such a thing happening during a duel? It becomes a competition over who harms themselves more, haha. Robin chuckled softly, but his eyes showed he was lost in thought. This was another serious problem and resembled the issue faced by users of divine offensive tattoos, where they harm themselves before others. The difference here is that fourth path users do not have strong bodies to withstand the backlash. Additionally, this means they can only use elemental paths they can physically endure. If someone attempts to use something like space, time, or even poison laws, they will kill themselves in the process. The fourth and final problem is their affinity for laws. Pythor raised his fourth finger. All humans are born with an affinity for a certain law. Some may even have an affinity for more than one law. If someone attempts to cultivate in a law they lack affinity for, their cultivation will be slow, and their strength mediocre at best, or they will simply fail altogether. So even humans who follow the fourth path still have to use the laws they naturally have an affinity for. Otherwise, their techniques will be weak or won't work at all. Pythor leaned forward slightly and began laughing again. And do you know the funniest part? Their bodies have not adapted to harmonize with the laws they have a natural affinity for. So, even if someone has an 80% natural affinity for, say, the minor corrosion law, they will not be able to use it because it will kill them. Thus, the best feature you could think of in the fourth path using multiple laws has been completely tossed aside. Haha. Would you like to hear more problems? Robin sighed upon hearing about this issue and leaned back on his throne. From his perspective, this was the end of the discussion. Why do some humans in the middle belt still use the fourth path if it is this flawed? Because of martial arts, of course. Pythor's laughter subsided, and he looked Robin in the eyes. Finally, we have arrived at the point I wanted to make. Chapter 1043. One of the mountain ranges in the northern region. Damn it, what the hell should I do in this mess? Arg. Charles Burton, the second in command of the Shadow Swords, clenched his teeth as he observed the scene from afar. A mental message finally reached him, stating, "Charles, what exactly is happening in the north? More than half of the Great Serpent Empire's army has already arrived, and more ships are landing." The Shadow Sword instantly recognized the source of the message. It was the Supreme General, Sakar. Quickly, Charles infused his soul sense into the sound ring, selected Sakar's soul imprint, and replied while biting his lip, "Apologies, but it seems the rest of the northern army of the Great Serpent Empire is also on its way. There's nothing we can do to stop them." "What are you saying? What do you mean the rest of the army is on its way? What exactly is happening on your end? Have the Nihari Giants' uprising forces been subdued?" On the other side, Sakar was nearly losing his mind. Although 6 giant clans had been destroyed by the Great Serpent Empire, they weren't annihilated to the point of extinction as Richard had done with the Azel tribe. A large number of survivors from these 6 clans managed to escape. The same applied to the 2 clans attacked by the demons. Currently, there were 8 partially destroyed clans and 3 clans at full strength. This included the Ashura tribe, which was allied with the True Beginning Empire. The Ashura tribe, in cooperation with the Fire Salamander organization, managed to gather all those fleeing giants and formed a powerful coalition consisting of hundreds of emperors and millions of soldiers. They spread across the northern region to harass the Great Serpent Empire's forces day and night. Coordination between them was made easy through the sound rings, which had been taken as spoils of war from the True Beginning Empire. Naturally, with a little help from the Shadow Swords network, which fed the Ashura giants detailed movements of the Great Serpent Empire forces step by step, they not only survived under the intense siege, they also became a thorn in the side of the Great Serpent Empire, even after the arrival of the Imperial Guards. It so happened that the Ashura tribe, which had gathered and led this alliance, chose the day of the negotiations to launch a full-scale attack on the largest concentration of the Great Serpent Empire's army in the north. They informed their followers, citing intelligence from the Fire Salamander organization, that the Great Serpent Empire would engage with the Third Sky Chosen's forces in the south, presenting a prime opportunity to wipe out their northern army entirely. As expected, their followers obeyed, as the Ashura tribe had been the reason for their survival thus far. Finally, the day arrived, and the great battle began. The giants attacked ferociously, as if their lives depended on it, spurred by their displacement and the devastation of their cities. Everything was going perfectly according to plan, until the Great Serpent Empire's ships began retreating. Leaders of the Ashura tribe shouted at their followers to prevent the enemy from leaving, but instead, the giants began cheering as if they had already won the war. The Ashura tribe, trying to set an example, advanced alone into the battle, hoping the others would follow. Yet, after more than half an hour, the Ashura tribe found themselves fighting solo while the rest of the giants were busy scavenging the fallen for loot. "I don't know what to tell you, Supreme General, but the battle is over here. The giants' army has lost the will to fight and has begun rummaging through corpses for spoils. They are hopeless." Charles muttered, unsure whether to laugh or cry at the absurdity of their behavior. This useless race never ceased to baffle him. "No, this doesn't make sense, not even by the standards of giants," Sakar exclaimed in shock. He had always relied on logic and predictability, and his expectations for the giants were clear and straightforward. When their mortal enemy retreats, they would engage to kill as many as possible. Isn't that what any rational being would do? Even animals would act this way if they see their target retreat. But instead, they relaxed the moment their enemy withdrew, feeling victorious, and immediately reverted to seeking indulgence. "I should have known. It is my fault for elevating that filthy race and treating them as humans, or even animals." Sakar's voice, filled with frustration and bitterness, sounded once more. His hatred for that race burrowed even deeper into his bones. He should have anticipated such an outcome. The so-called Nihari giants were the ones who had killed their Truth Chosen and then spent hundreds of thousands of years basking in the prosperity built by the Truth Chosen while using weapons invented by others to bully less fortunate races. Sakar nearly ground his teeth to dust in fury. If not for the first Truth Chosen who appeared among them by mere coincidence and passed his research and flame to the second Truth Chosen, that lazy race would now be hauling carts like the cattle they are. "What do we do now, Supreme General?" Charles quickly asked as he watched 7 more ships seal their gates and prepare for liftoff. "Do you want me and the Shadow Swords to intervene personally?" "No. Most of the Shadow Sword Emperors have been dispatched across the 8 planets of the Great Serpent Empire. You are left with only a handful of ordinary shadow swords. Your intervention would achieve nothing, it would only expose the Ashura giants' ties to us. You may retreat. Your mission in the north is over. Go and lead the 5 warlords to support General Amon, Sakar commanded. Understood. But what about the overall war in the City of Hope? The 5 warlords won't tip the scales. The entire plan hinged on stopping the northern army here, and the demons stopped their southern army. Charles asked hurriedly, feeling deflated. The Ashura tribe and the Fire Salamander forces were doing all they could and more, but very soon, the entire army of the Great Serpent Empire would likely leave the north. At most, 1 to 2% of them might remain behind. This meant that, within half an hour, the City of Hope would find itself surrounded by over 1,000 martial emperors, around 600,000 soldiers, and dozens of ships hovering above. Even the entire demon army in the south hadn't been able to do anything against them. This time, Sakar did not respond. Chapter 1044. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At the mountain's peak, 5 new instant space portals opened. The portals quivered violently, expanding as the space within them crackled and churned chaotically. Finally, they revealed what they had in store. Bam, bam. With earth-shaking steps and an oppressive aura that demanded submission from all who felt it, 5 golden giants emerged, capturing every gaze. Warlords. The warlords have arrived. Hooray! Even the demons, still pouring out from the other portals, paused and shouted in excitement at the sight of the warlords, the symbol of the true beginning empire's might. Oh! The 5 warlords began rising slowly into the air, each one brandishing their massive weapons. Without awaiting orders, they launched themselves toward the City of Hope. Damn it, prepare for engagement. Major trouble incoming. From a distance, the generals observed the scene. Even from 100 miles away, those radiant giants were unmistakable. Send to all imperial guards to drop everything in hand and prepare to stop the warlords. All the generals who had witnessed the warlords' prowess in the Battle of the Safe City felt a shiver run through their bodies. Each of those 5 could single-handedly fight a banner marshal. As the warlords neared the city walls, they ascended even higher into the air, then cancelled their flight ability to plunge down in freefall, their heavy weapons in hand. Boom! All the defenses the generals of the Great Serpent Empire had been preparing for the past 35 minutes collapsed instantly. Long live the true beginning empire! Long live the Lord! Taking advantage of the massive momentum from the warlords' destruction of the central defenses, the demons surged forward with unparalleled fervor. Push them back, the generals shouted, grabbing their weapons and stepping onto the battlefield themselves. The collapse of their defensive formations had allowed the demons to break through, and a wave of casualties was beginning, one that would not end until the warlords were dealt with and the defenses were restored. From afar, Amon stood near the portals, watching silently with his arms crossed. This will not work. King, what will not work? We are winning, one of Amon's entourage declared with a laugh. The arrival of the warlords had suddenly tipped the scales in their favor. No, this will not work. Their numbers are growing abnormally. This was not in the original plan. Amon began tapping on his arm as 7 more warships landed, deploying another 30,000 soldiers. It seemed unlikely this would be the final wave of reinforcements. So far, Amon had brought 110,000 demons and 200 demon emperors to the battlefield. In contrast, the Great Serpent Empire had landed 370,000 soldiers and nearly 400 martial emperors, better organized and far better equipped than the demons. The arrival of the warlords had broken through barriers and set the stage for an open ground battle, a specialty of the demons. However, the Imperial Guards would eventually push back the warlords, returning the battlefield to its prior state. At that moment, Amon heard a familiar voice. Amon, the Nihari giants have retreated and the war in the northern region is over, and the Ashara Giants clan cannot stop them by themselves. I am afraid the entire Great Serpent Empire army from the north is coming, and it will not take long. What? Amon finally lost his composure and shouted. He immediately grasped the looming danger. General Sakar had designed a plan that linked the north and south, aiming to strike 2 birds with 1 stone and reduce the main army's battle to a symbolic, weightless conflict. But the actions of the Nihari giants had disrupted everything. Now, the victor in the main army's battle could intervene in the fights within the City of Hope, securing victory in the war. Under such immense pressure, Amon asked cautiously, "What are your orders now?" "I will leave the decisions to you. The entire demon army is under your command." Sakar's swift response carried a weight that crushed Amon's heart. Amon was not the strategic type. He could not stand in place and devise a plan to fend off an army several times his size, better equipped and better organized. Physically and mentally, this was impossible for him. But Sakar followed up with something that eased the burden slightly. 1 hour. All you need to do is prevent them from besieging the city for 1 more hour. I am entirely confident I can kill these 400 high-level martial emperors surrounding me and come to your aid personally. 1 hour? Amon took a deep breath, then exhaled slowly, clenching his fists tightly. You can count on me. Robin laughed loudly. All this talk to circle back to martial arts and merged laws? I almost forgot what we were talking about. I had to give you a solid foundation of information so you could understand the difference and answer me honestly. Pythor shrugged, then rested his chin on his hand. And to grasp why I asked that question about you to sons. Martial arts, simply put, are born from the 4th cultivation path, a natural development after the emergence of the 4th cultivation path. To put it simply, they are attacks that utilize a heavenly law without a prior understanding of it. Often, they involve multiple laws at once. The martial arts are the sole benefit and ultimate strength of the fourth cultivation path practitioners. It is also the only reason many new cultivators still choose this path, preventing it from fading into obscurity. Pythor continued, to understand better, let us assume someone has an affinity for the laws of fire and wind at 70% and 50%, respectively. Even without prior knowledge of these paths, they could purchase a low-tier martial art called Eastern Phoenix. This technique unleashes a powerful attack in the form of a great bird, combining the two laws and reinforcing each other for greater destructive power. Or they could opt for an enhanced version, Joyful Eastern Phoenix, allowing them to integrate a few soul units into the attack. The bird would then screech and appear somewhat conscious. Chapter 1045. Using a law without prior knowledge of it. Robin set aside the fact that martial arts could merge multiple laws, even soul units, and focused on this particular point. What makes trainees what they are? It is their constant attempts to comprehend heavenly laws day and night, going into life and death seclusions hoping to grasp something that helps them build a solid foundation, extend their lifespan a bit, or improve their cultivation. Robin himself had faced the same struggle while trying to explore the path of truth. But this fourth cultivation path for humans does not just make creating foundations easier, it entirely bypasses studying the laws themselves. If you have offensive and defensive techniques and everything you need in your hand, why would you bother studying the entirety of a law? If you have a device to help with addition and subtraction, why would you study mathematics for years? Robin could clearly see a lazy and futile future for those who rely solely on this method. Yes, you can use any law without studying it, Pythor said, slapping his thigh. Martial arts emerged tens of millions of years ago, right after the appearance of the fourth cultivation path, created by another great truth chosen. That chosen selected specific patterns of laws and translated them into readable talismans. Those who read and understand them can convert the energy in their bodies into forms matching those patterns. However, they will not gain any deeper understanding of that path. It is like teaching an illiterate person to write a word, but they still cannot read it after writing it. He continued, for instance, there is a martial art called Finger of the Desolate Prisoner. It is a combination of several secondary laws like ice, wind, and dust. Using it, you can gather clouds with the wind, freeze the rain, and then coat the frozen rain with dust. And voila! You get an extraordinary spectacle resembling a giant finger descending from the sky. Haha, can you imagine the reaction of ignorant people seeing such a thing? But in reality, the user of that art knows nothing about wind, rain, or dust. Robin tapped his chin steadily. He was beginning to form a general idea of the fourth cultivation path and what was referred to as martial arts. Indeed, the fourth cultivation path alone was highly flawed and had many gaps to be filled before it could be truly useful. However, martial arts made it undeniably tempting. The Joyful Eastern Phoenix attack Pythor mentioned, classified as a lower-tier art, was remarkably similar to the manifestation of Divine Edict, an ultimate attack in the arsenal of the emperors of the Flame Continent. It was the same attack that helped the current General Martin secure his position after mastering it. Not to mention, the Barnett family's manifestation of Divine Edict did not even incorporate a law from the Wind Path. Do not think too much about it. Pythor waved dismissively. The fourth path is still trash even with martial arts. There are several issues with martial arts. Can you think of one? Robin thought for a moment before mumbling. For a start, it definitely consumes a massive amount of energy to activate, and that is a fatal flaw for the fourth cultivation path, which already lacks a proper energy reserve. Maybe every cultivator can use the technique 2 or 3 times before becoming completely exhausted. Correct, and also the affinity. Pythor raised a finger to join the discussion. The second issue I have found is affinity. Each cultivator must search for martial arts that they are naturally attuned to. Cultivators who only have an affinity for a single path will be at a disadvantage in this equation. It would simply be better for them to study laws the traditional way. Yes, and also, Pythor raised another finger. The third problem is that these techniques still rely somewhat on understanding. After all, they are written runes that are fundamentally based on law patterns, which are not exactly easy to comprehend or imitate. If the cultivator's intelligence is low or the runes are unclear, they will not be able to execute them at all. Robin continued tapping his chin a few times before realizing something. Oh, did you want to say something? You are taking all the fun out of this, Robin Burton. Pythor waved, annoyed. Haha, alright, I will stop. There is definitely another issue I do not know about. Come on, impress me. Robin laughed loudly and slapped his thigh. Alright, I will tell you. Pythor straightened up again. The final and most significant problem is that martial arts are exclusively created by Truth Chosens. The powerful techniques were made solely by the great Truth Chosens throughout history, the true legends, those who built their solid pillars with the law of truth itself and lived to see the fifth stage. With shining eyes, Pythor continued, this is why strong martial arts are incredibly rare and scattered as a priceless treasure. Most of the great entities monopolize the powerful ones entirely. As for the weaker martial arts, they are auctioned off. There are several common techniques, but they lack the power to justify pursuing the fourth cultivation path just for them. Followers of the fourth cultivation path are always chasing after more martial arts. They delve into ancient ruins and follow every rumor about any truth chosen, hoping to find where they lived and turn the place upside down searching for a martial art, even if the truth chosen passed through there a million years ago. He then added with a hint of seriousness, let me tell you, anyone can use martial arts. Even we, who built our foundations on laws, can use them. In the end, it is just a matter of converting energy into patterns. Anyone can do that, it is not exclusive to users of the fourth cultivation path. That is why martial arts hold great importance in the middle planetary belt. Leaning forward slightly, he continued, each martial art, even a weak one, can be sold for a high price. The stronger martial arts are valued as much as the entire great sect that controls multiple planets. As for the legendary martial arts created by certain individuals, galactic wars could break out over them, and stellar academies might intervene. That sounds a bit extreme, do you not think? Robin scratched his head sincerely. Chapter 1046. This sounds a bit too extreme, do you not think? Robin's shock was evident in his heavy expressions. Galactic wars, the intervention of stellar academies? What exactly was this? What scale should he imagine when hearing such grandiose terms? Martial arts, the legitimate offspring of the fourth cultivation path, and yet they took center stage while the fourth cultivation path was relegated to ridicule, or at best, considered a free tool available to humans. You just cannot imagine what I am talking about. You still view martial arts through the lens of something like the Phoenix of the East technique I talked about earlier. But when you open a book and take a look at some of the martial arts that have appeared in history, you will feel a chill running down your spine, Pythor explained quickly. I will give you an example of one of the legendary martial arts. It was created by the great truth-chosen Antichrist 70 million years ago. He called it the execution. It is a blend of 6 stage laws from the path of cleaving, the path of waves, and the path of gravity, along with other minor enhancement laws. The great truth-chosen Antichrist gifted this martial art to his dear friend who had supported and protected him during his early years. That friend once stood before a planet with whose people he had a grudge from the past. He raised his hand like this. Pythor demonstrated the motion by stretching out his arm and waving it toward Robin like a sword. With that single motion, he activated the martial art, and the planet was split in two. Robin raised his eyebrows, his eyes widening in disbelief. Splitting a planet in half with a single attack? But suddenly, he noticed something. You said a martial art composed of 6 stage laws? 6th stage of the laws is equivalent to what you call the Nexus realm. I do not think just anyone can use a martial art of that level, right? Of course not, otherwise anyone walking down the street could fight world cataclysms, haha. Pythor laughed loudly. You said it yourself, understanding a martial art through its runes and converting it into patterns requires deep comprehension and, more importantly, immense strength. While martial arts do not require a specific level of foundation, they do demand experience and power. For instance, the martial art I told you about might be usable by someone at the peak of the world cataclysm realm, and through it, they would have a chance to fight someone in the Nexus realm. A world cataclysm fighting a Nexus realm through martial arts? Once again, Robin was stunned by this revelation. Although he did not fully understand what this meant, he could imagine it. The leap from a martial emperor to a world cataclysm was massive. He had heard enough about the shadow that attacked Sakar and Halat to realize this. So what about the gap between someone at the world calamity level and someone in the Nexus realm? And what if the martial art fell into the hands of someone in the Nexus realm? How much power could they extract from it? The mere ability of legendary martial arts to allow a person to transcend such levels made them worthy of the exaggerations he had heard from Pythor. Even if we leave aside the legendary martial arts, even ordinary martial arts are a treasure. No wonder there are still people clinging to the fourth cultivation path until now and refusing to turn themselves into demi-humans. Robin turned to the side and began reflecting on what he had heard so far. The information was severely lacking as if it were pieces of a puzzle, but it was so much that he did not dare ask for more details. What, do you think you have found a gold mine? Perhaps you are thinking about all the martial arts you plan to create after you kill me? And how they will benefit humanity. After giving Robin some time to digest the information, Pythor laughed loudly. Maybe you are thinking of solutions for the fourth cultivation path? For me to spread these kinds of martial arts? I am not that naive. But Robin waved a few times, smiling. In fact, I found myself in a similar situation when I started my path. Planet Jura was very young and did not have any proper techniques to introduce them to the heavenly laws, so I decided to be clever and give all those techniques only to my family, hiding them from the world so they would not kill me or try to abduct me to work for a certain faction. But in the end, they burned my city, nearly destroyed my family, and it led to the death of my wife and the torture of my son. I do not know if I will ever need to go to the middle planetary belt, but I definitely do not want to stand out again in any way. I will try to walk along the wall for the rest of my life. Robin shook his head many times. Secondly, how exactly would I benefit humanity? I cannot even grasp the enormity of the middle planetary belt. Even if I tried to publish my research, it might take tens of millions of years for its echoes to be heard and have any impact. Pythor was stunned, his expression shifting from attempting to annoy Robin to complete disbelief. He had expected Robin to tell him that an ordinary person would not be able to replicate the martial arts that had vanished throughout history and that thinking of solutions for the fourth cultivation path was too much for him after it had been neglected by all those great truth-chosens before him. But instead, Robin started giving logical reasons for not doing it. But since their conversation was all based on assumptions anyway, Pythor waved and dropped the subject. I understand your concerns, but in fact, there are solutions for all of this. This is why the Soul Society exists anyway. What is that? Robin asked quickly. Tisk tisk. Pythor shook his head and finger. If we continue branching out like this, we will never finish. After talking about the Soul Society, we will have to get into the phenomenon of cosmopolitization, and then we will get into the unique rules of the entities called galaxies. Then we will talk about the role of interplanetary sects and schools and how they function in planets they do not own. After that, you will surely ask about the governance systems, and I will need to tell you about how planetary spirits interact with cultivators, and the emergence of planetary weapons, and then we will delve into the maturity of the laws there and the very influential role of the law of karma, and maybe, alright, I give up. Trying to learn about the middle planetary belt in one session really does seem ridiculous. Robin raised both hands, laughing. But if we picked a few small topics to talk about? I would love that, but unfortunately, we do not have much time. Pythor shook his head, then pointed in a certain direction. Robin turned in that direction as well, towards the main army battle. Things there did not look good at all. Chapter 1047. Send more reinforcements to the left flank. The left flank is falling. Our men there are strong, they will think of something. The right flank is about to collapse too. What are you doing over there? Get us more food. Ha ha ha. Amon stood still next to the portals, his hearts pounding heavily at times and stopping at others. His entourage around him was divided. Some averted their gaze from the losses they were suffering, hoping for the best. To them, the lives of their demon brothers were of no value. The rapid growth of their younglings and their vast numbers had ingrained in them from birth the notion that a demon life was less significant than a good meal to strengthen another demon. So, it did not matter if large numbers died as long as their enemies also perished. The other part of Amon's entourage noticed what was happening. They understood that the problem did not end with the number of dead but extended to the potential for defeat and annihilation. They were indeed trying to find solutions, but foolish, weightless ones. What could Amon do when hearing that the left flank needed reinforcements? Where would he get reinforcements from? Go and help them. What are you doing standing next to me? Go. When Amon had enough of the chatter and realized his advisors would not give him any good counsel, he started pushing them toward the battle, even kicking one of them on the backside. Amon returned to silence, watching his 9 advisors, high-ranking demon emperors, making their way to the battlefield. This was the last reinforcement he could think of. 60 minutes had passed since the battle began, and 30 minutes since the Supreme General Sakar requested a reprieve. So far, roughly 500,000 soldiers from the Great Serpent Empire had arrived, along with 700 martial emperors, with more generals and ships, and more were still coming. In contrast, the entire army Amon had planned to bring, 300,000 demons and 300 demon emperors, had all arrived. The portals had stopped, no longer producing anyone. The power disparity was simply immense, but there were 2 reasons preventing the complete collapse of the demon army. The first was the warlords. The warlords had managed to destroy the central defensive formations a few minutes ago, opening a path for the demons. Although, as expected, the imperial guards rallied against them, pushing them back and isolating them from the fight. Still, they managed to separate around 100 imperial guards from the battle. The second reason was the sheer scale of the battle, involving hundreds of thousands of soldiers, military formations, and more. This alone was enough to make the fight stretch on for days under normal circumstances. But today was not a normal day. The Great Serpent Empire army was trying to end the battle as quickly as possible. They were using some sort of technique that temporarily boosted their strength. Each time one of their soldiers used it, they managed to kill 2 or 3 demons before stopping. Currently, the generals of the Great Serpent Empire army were executing an insidious strategy. After the warlords obliterated the central formations, allowing the demons to pour through, the Empire generals began reinforcing the flanks and gradually tightening the battlefield. They deliberately pushed the combatants toward the edges, advancing those flanks inch by inch, herding the demons like prey toward a trap. In a matter of minutes, the strategy would reach its climax. Once complete, the Great Serpent Empire forces would successfully encircle the demon army from the rear, cutting off any hope of retreat or reinforcement. In such a dire situation, an instant spatial portal could have been a lifeline, but the spatial lock imposed on the area was unyielding, rendering any such escape utterly impossible. Once the demon's main force was surrounded, the floodgates would open for the Great Serpent Empire army. They would stream into the city without resistance, and at that point, the war would reach its bitter and inevitable conclusion. Crack! Amon's fists clenched so tightly that his fingers almost shattered under the strain. His mind raced as he grappled with the impossible situation before him. The only viable solution that came to mind was summoning the remaining demon forces stationed in the south. Roughly 150,000 soldiers and 100 demon emperors still remained there. If he brought them here, it would not be enough to tip the scales in their favor or secure a victory, but it might buy them the precious time needed to hold out until Supreme General Sakar promised deadline. However, such a move would have devastating consequences. It would unravel the intricate plan that Supreme General Sakar had painstakingly orchestrated to hold back the southern army of the Great Serpent Empire. Amon did not fully understand how Sakar had managed it, but he had somehow negotiated with the 7th Prince, the commander of the Empire's southern army, to keep his forces anchored in the southern region no matter the circumstances. Sakar had issued explicit instructions. A portion of the demon army must always remain stationed in the south, maintaining the illusion for Pythor, the ruler of the Great Serpent Empire, that his son, the 7th Prince, was genuinely engaged in battle there. This deception was crucial. If the ruse was uncovered, Pythor would likely issue commands to his other sons, ordering them to isolate the 7th Prince and mobilize the army. The Great Serpent Empire Southern Army was colossal, featuring 600 martial emperors, 500,000 soldiers adept in law manipulation, 11 generals, and 100 imperial guards. It was nearly identical in size to the forces Amon was currently facing. If Amon withdrew his southern forces and the worst came to pass, if the southern army of the Great Serpent Empire marched northward, the demons would be utterly annihilated. Amon's gaze shifted toward the heart of the besieged city. Cesare, Richard, and Hulak were locked in legendary duels against enemy marshals, their clashes shaking the very fabric of space. Meanwhile, Supreme General Sakar was waging his own war against 400 high-ranking martial emperors, flanked by the ancient and awe-inspiring Tree Father. Everything happening inside the city was a spectacle of raw power and defiance. These were the pivotal figures of the battlefield, each a force unto themselves, each engaged in a titanic struggle. Give me an hour, and I will kill these 400 high-ranking martial emperors and come to assist you. Such words were beyond belief. Kill 400 high-ranking martial emperors? Even the mighty 5 warlords were struggling to hold their ground against just 100 of them. And then come assist in halting an army numbering in the hundreds of thousands, bolstered by 1,000 martial emperors? What kind of arrogance fueled Sakar to speak such words? Sakar. He was a demon, just like him. A few decades ago he was trying to hide in caves to keep his life, just like him. Why is there so much gap between them now? What am I doing here? Amon muttered under his breath, the weight of his inadequacy crashing down on him. His legs began to move, almost of their own accord. I am no strategist. I am a warrior. With a resounding boom, Amon launched himself into the fray, his figure a blur of raw power and determination as he charged headlong into the battlefield. Chapter 1048. Ha ha. Pythor pointed toward the battlefield of the main army, laughing hysterically. Look over there. Your general has stepped onto the battlefield himself as if that is going to make a difference. He did not even leave anyone in the back to direct the battle. Robin also watched the unfolding chaos. Upon Amon's arrival on the battlefield, he directly attacked the right flank, alleviating some of the pressure on the struggling forces. With his power as a level 48 demon emperor, he would indeed wreak havoc for a time. However, Robin sighed at the sight, his expression betraying a sense of disappointment. Sigh. Amon's leadership skills are not the best. I cannot blame him given the situation he found himself in, as any capable general would have found it difficult to face this kind of numerical disadvantage. It would not take more than a few minutes before Amon was surrounded and dealt with by 10 or 20 martial emperors from the Great Serpent Empire. His joining the fight might have bought the right flank 5 extra minutes at best, but it had cost the army its general. There was no one left to issue commands. Speaking of numerical disadvantage, something does not add up on that battlefield. Pythor stroked his chin repeatedly, scrutinizing the demon general and his main army. There are too many of them, far too many. I thought I had annihilated a third of that army with cataclysm sealing cubes, and the rest were supposed to be fighting in the south. Without waiting for a response from Robin, Pythor swiftly pulled out his transmitter from his traveling pouch. After adjusting the frequencies for a few seconds, he spoke in a commanding voice, loud enough to be heard clearly. Whoever is listening, get me the 7th prince. After a full minute of tense silence, a voice finally emerged from the device. Your Majesty, this is the 7th prince. What exactly are you doing over there? Most of the demon army has made it to the City of Hope. Pythor's tone was sharp and impatient. Send reinforcements immediately. Let us crush them all today. This time, the response was quick. Is this real? How unfortunate. We are currently fighting hundreds of thousands of demons and hundreds of demon emperors. There are also tens of millions of locals here, and the battle is extremely difficult. What? Something like that is happening in the south? Pythor frowned deeply, his brows knitting together. Fine, focus on what you are doing, but try to retreat with minimum losses and come here as soon as possible, as your battle no longer holds any value. Understood, Your Majesty. I will try to get there as fast as I can. Slowly, Pythor placed the transmitter back into his traveling pouch. His sharp eyes shifted toward Robin. What is happening in the south? Were you hiding another demon army that we were not aware of? Robin shrugged, equally clueless about what the 7th prince was talking about. It was likely another one of Sakar's plans, so he chose silence over speculation. Instead, he attempted to redirect the conversation. Shall we continue our discussion? We were initially talking about the difference between martial arts and merged laws. You explained martial arts, but you did not elaborate on the merged laws yet. Ah yes. Pythor waved his hand dismissively, shifting his focus back to their earlier topic. I spoke about the history of martial arts first to make the comparison with merged laws easier later on. A martial art that incorporates a single elemental minor law can sell thousands of energy pearls. A martial art that uses 2 elemental minor laws can sell for tens of thousands, and so on. Martial arts containing attacks derived from a major elemental law or more are auctioned off for astronomical prices. And that is without even mentioning the value of martial arts with high grades of such laws, or rarities like a minor law from a fundamental path, as those types of arts require experts just to appraise their worth. Robin nodded in understanding. The sheer quantity and diversity of heavenly laws were overwhelming. When one considered the possibilities of combining these laws to create martial techniques, the number of potential combinations seemed infinite. A truth chosen, for example, could seamlessly merge the third stage of one law with the first stage of another. After all, they were just overlapping patterns translated into reality through energy. Anything was possible. But it was easy to imagine the staggering value of integrating one of the fundamental laws, those just beneath the master laws, such as time, space, life, death, construction, and destruction, into a martial art. The price of any martial technique containing even a minor pattern of such paths would be astronomical. Now that we agree on the value of martial arts, Pythor said, his expression turning slightly serious, we can discuss merged laws. What are merged laws but eternal martial arts? A martial art that can endlessly spawn hundreds of other techniques at will. Robin's eyes widened to their fullest. That single statement from Pythor hit him like a thunderclap. Leaning back against his throne, Pythor continued in a measured tone, if I, Pythor, the first and last of my name, were offered a merged law, I would trade all my planets without hesitation. Because I know with certainty that, by cultivating my offspring in that merged law, I could rebuild an even greater empire. But alas. Pythor's tone dipped with a hint of bitterness. I have never seen a merged law in my life. Even if one existed, our bodies have developed a natural affinity for the path of destruction after being transformed using Dirger's blood. Could there be a merged law in this universe with one of its poles aligned with the path of destruction? If such a law existed, it would not be my turn to claim it, and I would be too afraid to even approach it. He shook his head in self-deprecating amusement. Are merged laws really that rare? Robin asked hesitantly, his hands tightening around the armrests of his throne as the implications began to dawn on him. What do you think? Pythor spread his arms wide. That kind of meddling with laws is exclusive to truth-chosens, and anything exclusive to them is rare. But the rarest of all are the merged laws. I have heard rumors of several merged law techniques wandering the middle planetary belt, but they are only accessible up to the 4th grade at best and mostly involve elemental law compositions. And even then, no one knows where these merged laws are, and whoever possesses them certainly is not selling. Pythor shook his head solemnly. Merged laws are simply too powerful to be bought and sold. Any race that manages to obtain a complete, clear merged law technique, even just to the 5th grade, would ascend to dominate centennial empires. For a moment, Robin felt Pythor might be exaggerating, but then his gaze drifted toward Richard and the feats he was accomplishing against the marshals. What would happen if he had 1,000 Richards? No, just 20. The thought sent a shiver down Robin's spine. The potential was terrifying, yet the allure was equally irresistible. Chapter 1049. What if he had 20 individuals as strong as Richard? As he pondered the idea, a small chuckle escaped Robin, and he shook his head. In some way, he understood why there were not many merged laws circulating throughout the middle planetary belt. He was almost certain that the difficulty of creating merged laws was not significantly greater than crafting martial arts techniques. Yet, martial arts techniques were relatively widespread and could be purchased for as little as 1,000 energy pearls. The reason was simple: no truth chosen would ever willingly leak such a technique. Even he had created only 2 merged law techniques in his lifetime, and he gave them to his wife and son. Not once had he considered sharing these techniques with the army or creating additional merged techniques for them. Would he have been stronger if he had? Absolutely. He could have commanded an unprecedented army. But would they remain loyal forever, like obedient robots? Would none of them rebel? Would none attempt to sell the techniques? Would none be forced to hand them over? Oath tablets were a reassuring safeguard, but on the grand stage, they held no value. Jabba had said something particularly striking before fleeing. The fragment of the Overlord's soul scanned his soul domain as effortlessly as one reads a newspaper. If Jabba had possessed a merged law, would not that woman have easily seized it? Robin could adapt to indulging his children. If one of them rebelled and went their own way, he would wish them well. If one grew angry and tried to leak the technique, he would not blame them. And if one were killed or tortured over those techniques, the last thing he would care about would be the fate of the techniques. He would turn the world upside down for their sake. Now that I have told you everything, why do you not answer my question? Pythor asked, leaning forward slightly, his piercing gaze fixed on Robin as he gave him a moment to collect his thoughts. I have my speculations, but I want to hear it from you. What exactly do your sons possess? Martial arts, or merged laws? Would it make any difference? Robin slowly turned his gaze back to Pythor, his lips curling into a wide, almost mischievous smile. Whether martial arts or fused laws, both held immeasurable value. Pythor was essentially asking, do you possess gold or diamonds? It would make a difference to me, Pythor responded, his voice firm and tinged with an undercurrent of urgency. His posture stiffened slightly as if bracing himself for what he was about to hear. Come on, we had a deal. Answer me. Robin met Pythor's unwavering stare, holding it for a few long, tense moments. Finally, he spoke, his voice calm but deliberate. They are merged laws. Crack. The armrests of Pythor's throne groaned under the sudden force of his grip. His eyes widened in shock for a heartbeat, betraying his carefully maintained composure. Quickly, he regained his grace, straightening up and folding his arms across his chest. I thought so too, he muttered, his voice low but resolute. It is as though their entire being is tied to those techniques. Pythor's gaze shifted, drawn toward the battlefield where Richard ruthlessly shattered Marshal Lacrosse's leg like nothing. His eyes flickered, a mix of admiration and disbelief passing over his face. The feeling from that green flame is invigorating, brimming with vitality and an overwhelming presence. And the other, the black flame, it carries a sense of dread, a palpable gloom that seems to seep into the body itself. Pythor's voice trailed off as his sharp eyes glanced back at Robin. There was a question in his gaze, but also an unspoken recognition of the power that lay before him. There is no need for pretenses between us anymore. What Richard possesses is a merged law comprised of the major heavenly law of fire and the major heavenly law of life, Robin chuckled. And what Caesar wields is a merged law comprised of the major heavenly law of fire and major heavenly law of death. Bah dum. Pythor's eyes widened until his eyelids nearly disappeared, and even his mouth started to gape open gradually as if he were trying to process what he had just heard bit by bit. By now, all his grandeur had gone out the window. Robin Burton, by the hour of friendship we have shared, is what you have said true? Why would I lie to you? Observe them as much as you like. Robin chuckled, then returned his gaze toward the 4 battlefronts within the city. Still agape, Pythor watched Richard's and Caesar's fights for a while. Eventually, he managed to close his mouth with difficulty and regulate his breathing before turning back to Robin. Do you realize the value of those 2 merged laws? I have some guesses. Robin laughed. These were not just merged law techniques, they involved major heavenly laws from fundamental paths. Nothing could increase their value further except for master laws like spacetime or truth. No, you cannot guess. Anything you imagine will not come close to their worth. Do you understand what would happen if those techniques appeared in the middle planetary belt? Pythor slammed his throne's armrest. Who exactly is your overlord? How did he grant you 2 merged laws of this order? Are they from an ancient galactic family? Do your overlord have connections to stellar academies? I was the one who created them. Robin waved dismissively as he observed one of the battles. But then, his smile froze as the weight of his words sank in. Upon reflection, while the technique to modify Caesar's foundation and fuse the law of death into it was his idea, he had sought the all-seeing god's help to expedite the research when he realized the process was challenging and time-consuming. Indeed, the all-seeing god had offered a few insights that enabled him to master such modifications in record time. The all-seeing god had not questioned where Robin had acquired patterns from the path of death, nor had he expressed surprise at the merged technique of Deathfire once it was completed. He had merely praised it. Robin had assumed such things were commonplace in the middle planetary belt and thus had not found them unusual. But after hearing Pythor's reaction, what did this imply exactly? Did you really create them? Do you really possess the major heavenly law of life? You have the major heavenly law of death? You have the capability of making solid foundation techniques using merged laws already? Pythor's attempt to regain his composure vanished again in an instant. Pythor's outburst snapped Robin out of his thoughts. He looked at Pythor again, this time with an official, slightly annoyed smile. Yes, I have all of that. Yes, I can create merged laws whenever I want. And on top of that, I acquired the minor law of corrosion from the path of destruction from you guys as well. Want to know something else? I also have a method to modify pre-existing foundations and transform them into merged ones. Do you want me to make you one using the minor law of corrosion? Pythor gritted his teeth, locking eyes with Robin directly. What do you want in return? Chapter 1050. Robin tilted his head back slightly, his face showing an expression of astonishment. He had asked that question to Pythor as a form of insult, never expecting him to take it seriously. You want a merged law technique that incorporates the minor law of corrosion? Do you even understand its value? Robin chuckled, deliberately echoing Pythor's earlier words. Fine, I will stand by my statement. I can create such a technique for you, but under one condition: dismantle the Great Serpent Empire and swear absolute loyalty to me for 10,000 years. Only then will I grant you the technique, and it will be yours alone, forbidden from being passed on to anyone else. Pythor stared into Robin's eyes for several long seconds. Finally, he leaned back against his throne and let out a deep sigh. No deal. I will hold on to what I have. Haha, why not? Did you not say earlier that you would sell your planets? Robin laughed heartily. His response was predictable, but his expression grew slightly serious. In truth, you have given me an interesting idea. Why not follow me? You could become one of my supreme generals. Together, we could conquer the entire young planetary belt and eventually make a powerful entrance into the middle planetary belt at the right time. Why waste your strength fighting me here? Look at all these grand ambitions we are discussing, then consider the gains from this war. Do you see anything truly worthwhile? As for your overlord or whoever it is you serve, we will figure something out when the time comes. Pythor said slowly, his tone carrying grudging admiration. Robin Burton, it seems you are the seed of a future great truth chosen. I may be arrogant, but even I can recognize intelligence and awareness superior to my own. So let me ask you a mortal analogy. He gestured toward his opponent with deliberate slowness. Imagine you are the owner of a large, prestigious restaurant. You have poured your sweat and blood into it for decades, growing its reputation. The restaurant has become a part of your identity, your passion, and your future goal. Then, one day, a small new restaurant opens right next to yours. Its owner has secret, ingenious recipes that quickly make it popular. Everyone predicts it will become the most famous restaurant in the entire country within a few short years. At this point, Pythor locked eyes with Robin, his gaze sharp and unyielding. What would you do as the owner of the old restaurant in this scenario? Would you shut down your restaurant and go work as a waiter in the new one? A faint smile appeared on Robin's face. He understood Pythor's point instantly. No, it is impossible. I would never abandon my restaurant to work as someone else's waiter. Pythor had declared he would rather die than surrender. Good that you understand. Pythor nodded and began scanning the killing fields before them. Perhaps the two restaurants could have coexisted. Maybe the old one could have stayed as it was, content with what it had. But unfortunately, the owners of the two restaurants were destined for conflict. Now, one of them must close forever, left to die in despair. The good news, Pythor added with a smirk, is that it seems the one who will perish will not be the older one, heh. Turning back to Robin, he grinned wider. You made mistakes, Robin Burton. You erred when you split your forces across my 8 planets, leaving them to face ruin instead of consolidating your strength. You made another mistake when you entertained this negotiation instead of retreating your forces, fearing the loss of planets. For a petty gain and psychological play against me, for the sake of your pride and self-satisfaction, you assumed you could walk out of here alive without your full army. Perhaps Truth Chosen are not as intelligent as their legends suggest. Robin smiled calmly, clearly unaffected by the remark. Do you know I have several hidden portals in the southern region? One of them was used by Sakar to come to Poison Rock and meet with me before we all arrived here, and there are others that remain unused. What does that have to do with what I said? Pythor frowned, his brows furrowing in suspicion. Just stating facts, Robin said, shrugging slightly. You still have a connection with Rocky, do you not? Why not ask her about the state of my army there? Go to your soul domain and take a look for yourself. I promise not to lay a finger on you until you return. Pythor frowned slightly, his brows knitting in suspicion. Yet his curiosity got the better of him, and he chose to follow through with Robin's suggestion. Robin chuckled as Pythor's consciousness disappeared into his domain. The man trusted the word of a rival he was battling over planetary ownership. Should Robin feel flattered? Turning slightly, he cast a glance at the open battlefields around him. An hour and 10 minutes had passed since Robin had instructed his son Richard to retrieve the small dark pyramid. By now, all the battles were nearing their conclusion. It would not be long before the victors began to emerge one after the other. No, this is impossible. Pythor's muttering was not far behind. When Pythor had asked Rocky to show him the state of the remaining true beginning Empire troops stationed on his planet, he had expected to see a scattered force, perhaps a few hundred soldiers attempting to regroup, some scrambling to various corners of the planet. He thought he might see heaps of corpses, casualties of the poison rain he had ordered, or perhaps troops sheltering in fortresses to avoid further losses. What he saw instead shocked him to his core. The expansive military courtyard of his imperial palace was bustling. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers were lounging, chatting, laughing, and even roasting meat. Around 100,000 land mounts and an equal number of flying mounts roamed freely around the palace grounds, turning it into a grand stable of sorts. In a designated area, a few hundred individuals sat with an air of pride and refinement, martial emperors, no doubt. 3 towering Traiants from legend sat face to face like mountains in council, their colossal figures dwarfed even the palace structures. Finally, Pythor's gaze fell upon several formations of elite soldiers sitting in disciplined, orderly rows. Despite their relaxed postures, their gear shone with intricate, individualized engravings that, when seen collectively, formed an interlocking design. These were the warlord arrays, nearly 20 of them. Robin Burton. Pythor roared in anger. What am I supposed to make of this? It was clear to him now why Robin had casually mentioned the existence of hidden portals in the southern region. If that army were to arrive, it would completely obliterate any threat posed by the ongoing battle of the main forces. But that was not what infuriated him most. What enraged him was the sheer complacency of that army. Despite the existence of those portals and the instant teleportation they could offer, the soldiers had not even been informed that they might be needed. Robin Burton had not accounted for the possibility that he might require their support. No need to panic. That army will not be summoned, Robin said calmly, his gaze fixed on the distance. I do not need them. Chapter 1051. Clank, clank, gra. Amon roared, his voice a guttural echo of fury and defiance. His right hand, grotesquely reshaped into a gleaming, blood-streaked cleaver, slashed through the air with deadly precision, shoving one of his attackers backward. Yet even before the foe hit the ground, Amon's sharp senses flared as another adversary was closing in fast from behind. Die already, you monster! Bellowed one of the 20 generals, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. His hands gripped an epic, rune-etched weapon, raised high to strike a blow intended to cleave Amon in two with a single swing. Swish! From the shifting mass of Amon's back, flesh rippled and twisted, coalescing into a needle-like projection that shot out with lethal speed, extending 3 meters in a heartbeat. This was no ordinary attack. It was one of the extraordinary abilities inherent to the bodies of demon emperors. Their very flesh, blood, and bones could be manipulated and reshaped at will, a grotesque yet elegant weapon forged from their essence. Arg! The general cried out in pain, unable to halt his momentum in time. The crimson needle pierced his eye with a sickening squelch, sending shockwaves of agony through his body. Yet, driven by sheer will, he staggered back just before the blood weapon could skewer his brain. Swish! Swish! A fresh wave of martial emperors descended upon Amon, their formations tightening like a steel net around him. They advanced cautiously, weapons at the ready, keeping just out of reach of his savage, unpredictable attacks. Huff, huff. Amon's labored breaths reverberated through the chaos, his massive frame quivering with exertion. Though his sole sense, a constant, all-encompassing awareness compensating for his lack of eyes, provided him with unparalleled perception and lightning-quick reactions, the relentless assault was beginning to wear him down. Earlier, Amon had stormed into the battlefield's right flank like a tempest, cutting down countless soldiers of the Great Serpent Empire and shattering their intricate battle arrays. His ferocious intervention had given his beleaguered forces a brief reprieve. But it was not long before the enemy generals, bolstered by their elite retinues, descended upon him. Like predators isolating their prey, they drew him away from the main battlefield, forcing him into an uneven fight. The warlords, meanwhile, fared no better. Each titan fought valiantly against impossible odds, facing 20 imperial guards apiece, far more than their already immense capabilities could handle. Their survival relied on their sheer size, powerful defensive formations, and the countless arrays they had prepared. But even these defenses were crumbling. The corrosive poison seeping through the battlefield claimed more lives with every passing moment, each fallen warrior weakening the integrity of the war sovereign formations. The balance of power tilted further with every loss. Amon's plight mirrored the broader struggle. Though he had drawn away 5 enemy generals and scores of mid-level demon emperors, his valiant stand had failed to shift the tide of the battle. The demons were still being overwhelmed, their forces steadily crushed under the unyielding might of the Great Serpent Empire. No! Amon's roar pierced the heavens, a desperate cry filled with frustration and fury. His soul sense flared with dreadful clarity, revealing what had just unfolded. The encirclement was complete. The enemy's strategy had worked. The Great Serpent Empire's forces were now splitting their efforts, tightening the stranglehold around the beleaguered demons while simultaneously breaching the city's walls. Their banners fluttered triumphantly in the poison winds, signaling the beginning of the end. My main army will remain at the poison rot planet. I do not need them. Excuse me? Pythor could not decide whether to laugh or be angry. Robin sighed, turning his gaze back to Pythor. You were generous with me earlier, offering me clarity and explaining your position with that restaurant analogy. So, although Caesar asked me for an explanation before coming here and I refused, I will not withhold one from you. Not too long ago, I used to beat myself, crying, wishing I could go back in time and choose to live a normal life. But all of that gradually faded with time. What remained was hunger for more. Robin smiled as he opened his hands. I realized I had a bad trait, Pythor. I am not the kind of person who is satisfied with what they have. I always want more. I might not be ready to face what awaits me in the middle planetary belt, but I want to see it. I might not be prepared to venture freely through the young planetary belt without control, but I want to try. He leaned back on the throne's armrests with grandeur. But this intention would be a joke if I had to mobilize my entire army just to eliminate a pitiful enemy like you, a person who spent 10,000 years to only seize 8 planets. Would that not be pathetic? Even if I won, I would feel like I lost. I would feel unprepared, that all my ambitions, my hunger, would lead to nothing but my death. So here I am. And infinite pride shone on Robin's face. Forget about my forces in Poison Rock, and forget about the fact that I have a comparable number of troops stationed on your other planets, awaiting my signal. I did not even distribute gravity bracelets to the demons before the battle. Look around as much as you like, Pythor. With the forces you see before you, I will defeat you today. I will prove to myself, first and foremost, that my ambition is not a madman's delusion. You truly are a madman. Pythor's expression transformed throughout Robin's speech until suppressed rage was evident on every inch of his face. He pointed to a specific direction. And indeed, your hunger will end in your death today because of your lack of wisdom, because of your arrogance that surpasses mine. Clank, clank, boom. The direction Pythor pointed to was where the main army was engaged. The walls there had been breached, and the army of the Great Serpent Empire surged into the city. How unfortunate. Amon has failed. Perhaps I have been backing the wrong person all these years. Robin's eyes turned cold. No matter. I will take things into my own hands then. You will not take a single step from here. A killing intent gleamed in Pythor's eyes. I will not need to. Robin chuckled. With a single thought, 2 silver portals opened to his right and left, and outstepped 2 individuals Pythor knew all too well. Pythor stood slowly, his eyes wide open in shock. Marshal Lontad? Marshal Snight? Chapter 1052. 1 day ago. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Evergreen shouted, her voice filled with alarm. Whoosh, clank, clank. My plan has too many flaws. A million things could go wrong. I must be ready to intervene and fight everyone alone. Robin leaped onto an initial soul sphere, chuckling darkly, and then punched it. Bam, bam, crack. Only when the sphere cracked and white liquid began to ooze from its sides did Robin clap his hands forcefully. A soul altar materialized, wrapping tightly around the fractured soul sphere. Apologies, Marshal Snight, but I do not have time to decipher your soul. Immediately, drills roared to life. Whoosh. Dozens of them pierced the initial soul sphere from beneath and the sides, grinding not to extract but to destroy. Robin waved his hand sharply. Humph. WZZ, WZZ, WZZ. The drills in all the soul altars sped up, growing stronger and faster. You are trying to kill yourself. Your soul domain cannot withstand such rapid expansion. Evergreen's frantic gaze darted around, the drilling noises and the sight of the shattering soul spheres nearly making her sick. Stretch. The boundaries of Robin's soul domain began to expand visibly. Cracks appeared in its silver ground, trees collapsed, and violent earthquakes rippled through the domain. Turbulence spread across its skies, disrupting its balance. Haha. You are the one saying that, Evergreen? Were you not the one urging me to finish them off quickly? Robin's soul avatar laughed loudly. And do not worry about my soul domain. With the Greenland sun above, there is no need to fear any soul injuries. Robin pointed upward. There, in the heavens of his soul domain, shone a green star. That celestial body had first appeared when Robin fully refined 100% of Greenland and had taken its place as a radiant sun, emitting gentle, warm light. The light descended upon the cracks and damage in the ground and sky of the soul domain, beginning to heal them instantly. The Greenland sun's help is limited. And secondly, I already told you to destroy them, but one by one, not at this reckless pace. Evergreen waved her tiny arms desperately as if her life depended on it. Each of those spheres contains memories, grudges, and desires. Even if they are incomplete fragments, you will have to confront and suppress them individually. What will you do when all those memories and emotions of hatred strike you at once? You could. Ah. Robin clutched his chest and collapsed onto the silver ground. No. Evergreen darted toward him in panic. Please stop. You are inviting disaster upon yourself. Robin struggled to lift his head, his broken eyes unable to see clearly. Only the radiance of the Greenland sun kept him conscious. Somehow, he managed to mutter, "I cannot. I am starving, Evergreen. I am starving. Ha, ha ha, ha ha." Present time, City of Hope. Marshal Lontad? Marshal Snight. Pythor stood slowly, his mind refusing to accept the shocking reality before him. Marshal Lontad had died during the invasion of Greenland. Pythor had seen the body himself. Marshal Snight was supposed to be on Poison Rock Planet. Even if he had failed to repel the enemies there, he should be hiding somewhere. What were they doing here? Open your eyes and examine your comrades more closely. Robin chuckled at Pythor's slow reaction but did not blame him. If Elizabeth and Alexander had appeared to him in the same state, he would have been equally stunned. Soul creatures. Pythor muttered softly, the words bitter on his tongue. You turned Lontad and Snight into soul creatures? How dare you? Transforming someone into a soul creature was the ultimate act of disrespect. Who would want to serve as a slave under the command of the one who killed them? A slave with no will of their own, only carrying out orders. The notion of a second chance at life was nothing more than hollow justification by cruel soul masters. Yes, they have become soul creatures. Do you still like them? Ha ha. Robin laughed heartily. Though they are useless in life, they will be put to good work now. Leaving them dead would have been a waste, so I gave them a decent job. But honestly, I owe a lot to Marshal Lontad. When I captured his soul, it still retained complete consciousness. The amount of information he handed me was astonishing. He gave me the coordinates of all your planets and revealed the locations of your 5 vaults. Stop provoking me. My marshals have been with me since my youth. They are brave men who do not fear death and would never betray me. You expect me to believe something like this? You are the one who tortured their souls in the cruelest ways after their deaths. You are the villain here. Pythor pointed angrily at Robin, his fury ablaze. Believe whatever you like. They are dead, and so are you. Robin stood slowly, his expression turning serious. Pythor's heart sank as he looked at his comrades in this state. You are really going to force me to fight my comrades? Do you have no humanity? You are speaking of humanity. Robin threw his head back and laughed loudly. Fine. They are not here for you anyway. Swoosh, swoosh. The soul creature Lontad and soul creature Snight flew swiftly toward the army of the Great Serpent Empire, which had entered the city. Stop. Come fight me instead. Pythor shouted with all his might, quickly whipping out 2 leather whips from under his white robes and lashing them toward the departing creatures. Shah! Robin's soul ring glimmered, and a slender black spear appeared in his hand. Bang! Bang! Robin fired 2 precise energy shots at the whips, knocking them down before they could touch the soul creatures. I am your opponent today. Robin Burton. Pythor's face twisted with anger before a forced smile appeared. Do you think you can stop my massive army just because you have Marshal Lontad and Marshal Snight on your side now? You are dreaming. As soul creatures, they cannot even use the law of corrosion. At best, they will buy you a few minutes. You are right. I was not planning on sending them alone anyway. Robin snapped his fingers. V-room. Several calm, silvery portals opened, each resembling liquid mercury, unmoving except when something passed through. Step. Bam. Grr. Chapter 1053. Rar. Pythor stumbled 2 steps back. His balance faltered as his heart skipped a beat, nearly sending him sprawling back onto his decorated throne. His eyes widened in shock as a monstrous parade began pouring out of the shimmering silver portal. From the gleaming silver portal emerged a fleet of otherworldly creatures, towering humans, horned demons, slithering demi-serpents, and colossal beasts whose sheer size made the earth quake beneath them. Some were covered in gleaming silver scales that reflected the sunlight like shattered mirrors. Others bore jagged tusks and twisted horns that screamed destruction. Each exuded an overwhelming aura, suffocating and fierce. It was a palpable pressure that rivaled or surpassed mid to high-level martial emperors. The very air seemed to hum and ripple in their presence. It was heavy with a sense of impending carnage. Bam, swoosh. The creatures moved with deadly precision, their formation flawless as they assembled into a horde of 100. Once the final figure stepped through, the liquid-like portals shimmered briefly before vanishing without a trace. Then, like an unstoppable tide, the soul creatures surged in the direction the 2 marshals had disappeared to, their movements shaking the ground with each step. 100 martial emperors? Pythor's voice trembled for a moment before his disbelief turned to fury. How far has your soul strength risen, exactly? What monstrous level of mastery is this? His gaze fixed on Robin, his expression a mixture of rage and disbelief. What is a soul master like you even doing here, in the young planetary belt? This is absurd. Oh, come now, Pythor. Robin replied with a teasing grin, the corners of his mouth curling upward. No need to flatter me. I merely stumbled upon an excellent soul technique, that is all. He gave a carefree shrug, his demeanor calm and mocking as he reached into his spatial ring with a flicker of soul energy. Sure. Pythor's frustration boiled over. He gripped his flowing purple robe tightly and tore it from his body with a loud rip, tossing the garment aside in a dramatic flourish. Beneath the robe, his sculpted, alabaster-white physique gleamed in the sunlight. His muscles, carved with precision and glistening like polished diamonds, radiated an otherworldly intensity. The purple ribbons intricately woven into his thick, wild hair caught the breeze, adding a touch of regal ferocity to his appearance. He strode forward with deliberate confidence, each step reverberating with a tangible promise of destruction. Raising his arms, he tightened his grip on the 2 black leather whips in his hands, their tips crackling faintly with an ominous energy. You have made a fatal mistake, Robin Burton. Pythor growled, his voice dripping with menace. sending your so-called trump cards to deal with foot soldiers while I, Pythor, stand before you, ready to end you myself. His eyes burned with fury, and the tension in the air thickened like a storm ready to break. Relax, Pythor. Robin smirked, stepping forward with a mocking lightness in his stride. I still have plenty of tricks up my sleeve. I am just curious how many of them you will see before you finally crumble. Bam! Pythor's patience snapped. With a sharp crack, his right whip lashed out, faster than the eye could follow, slicing through the air with devastating precision. The sheer force of the strike was enough to obliterate most high-level martial emperors, aiming to cleave Robin in half. But the whip struck nothing but empty ground. Slash! Its energy carved a jagged trench into the earth, sending rocks and dirt flying in all directions. Pythor narrowed his eyes, a flicker of confusion flashing across his face. Robin was standing just a step to the right, calm and unscathed, as if he had not even moved. Hee, you missed, Robin said, his voice a soft taunt. His relaxed posture and the black spear resting effortlessly in his hand only added to Pythor's irritation. Impossible. Pythor snarled, his jaw tightening as his temper flared. Pythor does not miss. Again. With a feral roar, he raised both whips high, the energy crackling along their lengths intensifying. Then, with an earth-shaking force, he struck again. Bam! Swoosh! Swoosh! Let us see how long you will keep hiding, you filthy monster. Sakar focused his soul sense around him, ignoring everything happening beyond the bounds of his battlefield. His heightened combat instinct told him the moment he had been waiting for was near. Inside his mind, he began drafting plans for all 400 martial emperors, predicting their next positions, movement patterns, and attack trajectories. He accounted for every minor detail in their actions. He was preparing himself and them for the decisive moment. In just 15 minutes, he would be able to execute his plan smoothly, taking down all his opponents in one fell swoop. Amid his intense focus, Sakar heard a voice within his soul domain. Sakar, I have noticed what you are planning, but my soul units are no longer solely directed at spiritual creature Hovenheim. I am afraid you will need to accelerate your plan. I cannot sustain this level of unit depletion for much longer. The message snapped Sakar out of his deep concentration. He immediately expanded his soul sense as far as possible. Oh no. The first thing he noticed was that the western walls had been breached. Thousands of infantry from the Great Serpent Empire were pouring in, wave after wave. Their martial emperors had not appeared yet. They were busy attempting to completely crush the warlords and demon emperors. Not that their presence was necessary at the moment. The entry of such a massive force meant they would soon join the inner battles, surrounding and attacking the core strongholds of the true beginning empire from all directions and with all methods. Under such a siege, compounded by the spatial lockdown preventing any escape, defeat would be inevitable. The invasion of the city marked the beginning of the end of a war that had already claimed billions of intelligent lives. I must. Sakar momentarily forgot he was trapped like a rat in a cage and almost leaped down to halt the advancing tide. But slash! A sword strike sliced the air right in front of his nose, forcing him to stop abruptly. Haha, what is wrong? Cannot stand staying in the back anymore, monster? This battle is ours to win, shouted the Imperial Guard triumphantly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several underworld daisies intervened, pushing the Imperial Guard back swiftly. But Sakar had learned his lesson. He held his position, his brain operating at maximum speed. It started to overheat as it worked feverishly to find a solution. Shwo, shwo. At that moment, Sakar's focus was pulled slightly eastward, to what looked like a nightmare made real. He saw two figures flying rapidly toward the main battlefield. Their bodies shone silver, but their features were unmistakable. They were undoubtedly from the Dirger human race. Specifically, are those marshals? Sakar's heart skipped a beat. And it was not just them. Rawr! Behind the marshals came dozens of massive beasts. One of them was a mammoth with 3 horns and 2 tails, towering nearly 20 meters high. The mammoth crushed houses in Hope City like they were made of sand and swung its long trunk. It toppled towers as though they were candy structures. On the mammoth's back sat several humans and demons. Flying alongside it were more Dirger humans. What in the actual hell? Sakar muttered, his disbelief growing. His astonishment deepened when Shwo, the 2 marshals in the lead, reached the breach in the wall. Without hesitation, they drew silver weapons from within their bodies and raised them high. Then, boom, they struck the vanguard of the Great Serpent Empire's soldiers. Marshal Lantad? What are you doing? Ah, Fwo. Reinforcements from the rear did not delay. The 3-horned mammoth and 99 other martial emperors charged in at full speed, crushing everything in their path. Chapter 1054. Fwo. Boom. What is happening up ahead? What are those sounds? Help. Arg. The synchronized assault of the marshals was devastating, obliterating the formations of the vanguard of the Great Serpent Empire's army. Not a single soldier in that massive force could advance even a step in the presence of the 2 marshals. Then, the true calamity struck. 100 martial emperors crashed into their ranks like an unstoppable tidal wave. The colossal silver beasts trampled them like insects underfoot, their massive frames unstoppable. The silver martial emperors descended with ferocity unparalleled, slashing and smashing with brutal efficiency. Heads and severed limbs flew through the air, scattering blood and gore in all directions. Their fighting style lacked any trace of humanity or mercy, their savagery amplified to monstrous levels compared to their lives before. No. Many soldiers of the Great Serpent Empire's army froze in sheer horror, their eyes widening as they recognized faces among the attackers. Old comrades, revered officers, and even famed Imperial guards stood among the 100, their silver eyes devoid of emotion, wreaking havoc on their own. No, this cannot be real. What is happening here? What is happening here? One soldier gasped, staring in disbelief as his former commander, once his idol, mercilessly tore through their ranks. What is this? Sakar's mind reeled at the surreal sight unfolding before him. His instinct screamed that he must be dreaming. In a desperate attempt to wake himself, he struck the space between his horns. Bam! Bam! The pain shot through him, but the nightmare did not fade. It is real? What is happening? Is that our 53rd brother? Is not he supposed to be on the Poison Rock planet? What is he doing attacking our men? Bang! Bam! Bam! In the distance, a fierce battle raged between the Lord and Pythor, their strikes reverberating like thunder. Until this moment, Sakar had assumed that his lord's role in the battle was limited. After all, he had already done so much, summoning the soul creature Hovenheim, enduring the agonizing toll it took on his soul reserves, and stalling Pythor with his words. Sakar believed his lord was buying time, spinning lies, perhaps confessing intriguing truths, all to delay the inevitable. He thought his lord was stalling until he, Sakar, could defeat his own opponents and join the fight against Pythor, standing side by side to tip the scales. But now, swoosh! Swoosh! Bam! Pythor struck again and again, his whips cutting through the air so fast they seemed to vanish into nothingness, their power enough to cleave through mountains and shatter the earth. Yet, not a single lash found its target. The Lord flickered and reappeared mere centimeters away from each strike, his movements confined to a single, unyielding circle no larger than a single step. It was as if he had wagered with fate itself, determined not to leave that small space. Even as he faced a planetary emperor, the Lord laughed. His voice carried a playful derision, as though the ferocious duel unfolding around him was but a mild diversion. While battling Pythor with such ease, he had simultaneously deployed his soul beast Hovenheim, as well as marshals and 100 silver martial emperors to annihilate the advancing enemy forces. What kind of power was this? What kind of monstrous dominance is this? Ha! I have let my thoughts run wild. The Lord is the Lord after all, Sakar chuckled to himself, shaking his head in self-mockery. The awe he felt for his lord swelled anew. He turned to Hovenheim, the massive silver soul beast tearing through their enemies like a storm of vengeance incarnate. Switch with me. Despite their bound servitude, soul creatures possessed fragments of their master's will. At Sakar's command, Hovenheim immediately responded with a deafening roar. Roar! Its immense branches lashed out, slamming into unprepared opponents and launching them into the ground like broken puppets. Grr! Sakar seized the opportunity, his hands closing into tight fists. Half of the underworld lilies surrounding him began merging rapidly, their petals swirling like whirlpools of crimson death. The merging lilies grew in size until Sakar clenched his fists again. Boom! The 5 lilies condensed into small, fiery blooms no larger than a hand. Yet, within each flower swirled the wrath of oceans of blood, a fraction of the abyss. Now, Sakar leaped toward the 100 silver martial emperors tasked with stalling Hovenheim. What is happening? The demon is coming. The nearly 100 martial emperors Hovenheim was battling finally turned their horrified gazes toward Sakar. 5 underworld daisies rotated ominously around him, their deadly hum resonating like death's whisper. Kill the demon first. The silver emperors adjusted their strategy, converging on Sakar. Perhaps this time, they could defeat their new target instead of battling the unrelenting, regenerating soul beast. ZZT, ZZT. The 5 lilies shot toward their prey with terrifying speed. Boom. The first martial emperor disintegrated into a cloud of crimson mist. Boom. Another fell, reduced to nothingness. What? The remaining martial emperors froze momentarily, their battle-hardened instincts urging them to act. Attack! Do not let those things touch you, they roared, hurling their mightiest blows at Sakar. Bam! 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 Their weapons of legend crashed into Sakar's crimson-black armor. The sheer force made him stagger, blood spurting from his mouth. Yet the armor, crafted uniquely for him, absorbed much of the damage. While the combined might of their epic weapons and powerful foes was no trivial matter, Sakar endured. Unlike his opponents, battered and fatigued from an hour of relentless combat against soul creature Hovenheim, Sakar stood as a fresh, unyielding force. The difference in their preparation, physical endurance, and energy reserves was undeniable. If Sakar had faced this barrage earlier in the day, the outcome might have been different. Broken bones, severed limbs, or worse, those were possibilities. But now, the odds were entirely in his favor. Again, Sakar bellowed, hurling his hands forward. The 5 daisies roared to life, finding new targets among his enemies. Damn it! Those nearest to the deadly blooms attempted to flee, but their broken bodies betrayed them, slowing their movements. The daisies reached them in a flash. Boom! Boom! They were obliterated, leaving only vaporized remnants. Damn it all, one of them shouted, his voice trembling with fear as he watched the daisies circle again, ready to strike. Chapter 1055. What is wrong with you, you cursed tree? Look, the crimson scoundrel is attacking our brothers. Those 300 high-level martial emperors whom were sent flying away by the treacherous strike of the soul creature, Hovenheim, did not remain idle for long. They swiftly returned with vigor to resume what they had started. And then, they saw Sakar wreaking havoc upon their brethren on the other side of the battlefield. Seize him! Swish! Swish! Hovenheim's silver branches descended from above the clouds again like lightning bolts to block their path. Bam! This time, only some were struck while the rest managed to evade, focusing on their target as they charged toward Sakar. Buzz! 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 What? More than 20,000 underworld daisies appeared before them. It was the remaining half of the Blood Sea. Destroy them. Even when their numbers were double this, they could only stall us. What can these blood daisies do now? One of the martial emperors roared in anger as he saw his brothers on the far side being pursued by the 5 overpowered daisies. He surged through the sea of underworld daisies before him, accompanied by dozens who heeded his call. Buzz, buzz. The daisies, which had been stationary moments ago, attacked immediately as if an enemy had entered a wasp's nest. This time, they weren't just trying to push them back. Each daisy sought to inflict as much damage as possible. Bang, bang. The daisies began exploding on impact. Sakar was no longer using them merely to intimidate enemies into retreating or to inflict minor injuries. That option was no longer viable due to their dwindling numbers, so he started using them in the most violent way possible. In this manner, the number of daisies rapidly decreased. They exploded, fell, burned, or even turned to dust. However, the damage to the Great Serpent's martial emperors also began to mount quickly. Breaking through that barrier was undoubtedly no easy feat. It would take at least 15 minutes. Whoosh, whoosh. Soul creature Hovenheim did not waste such an opportunity. Trapped amidst the daisy network, they had nowhere to go as the massive branches rained down upon them. Bam! That cursed tree again. Brother Basar, take your men and eliminate that soul creature immediately. Understood. Marshal Serbal's aide saluted sharply, taking his 100 men to intensify the attack on the spiritual creature Hoffenheim. More importantly, they aimed to strike the branches before they could reach the rest of their allies, giving them a chance to focus on destroying the daisies. The Imperial guards felt anger surging through their veins as they watched their comrades fall like this. Over 30 of them had been slain before their very eyes, and they couldn't advance. Destroy those bloody flowers. Burn Dirger's blood in your veins, spare nothing. Bam! A colossal club descended upon Sakar's head from behind, striking with such force that he spat out blood. Piffed. The impact hurled him dozens of meters away before he managed to regain his balance. His body quivered slightly, but his gaze remained sharp. Buzz. With a swift motion, Sakar raised 2 fingers in the direction of his assailant. Instantly, one of the 5 underworld daisies darted toward the attacker with lightning speed. Bam! The unfortunate foe exploded into a crimson fountain, his life extinguished before he could even utter a scream. You insolent fool! Do you think you can act as you please among us? 2 more adversaries charged at Sakar from his side, their weapons gleaming under the chaotic battlefield's light. Sakar's right arm morphed into a massive hammer, its surface crackling with an ominous energy as he swung it with brutal precision. One attacker was sent hurtling away, his body crumpling under the devastating blow. But the second attacker, moving with the agility of an imperial elite, managed to bypass Sakar's defenses, driving a blade deep into his side. Arg! Sakar bellowed in pain, his voice echoing through the battlefield like a wounded beast. Buzz! Buzz! The underworld daisies did not delay, surging forward with terrifying speed. In mere moments, the 2 attackers were reduced to flying masses of blood and gore, their remains splattered across the ground like rain. Panting heavily, Sakar stood amidst the chaos. His breaths came in ragged gasps, each exhalation a visible puff in the cold air of the battlefield. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes fixed on the 5 new foes advancing toward him. His blood-soaked figure radiated a feral determination, an unyielding will that refused to break. Then, with a thunderous roar that shook the very ground, he shouted, Ka! This cry was not just a challenge but a declaration of his intent. From the beginning, Sakar's strategy had been clear, to exchange the wounds he sustained for as many enemy lives as possible. The cost of his pain was the blood of his adversaries. Without the blood sea, Sakar's strength was still formidable. As a level 49 expert, his power approached that of a warlord. Yet, even with his prowess, he understood his limits. Alone, he could crush most of the marshals of the Great Serpent Empire, with the exception of Celebus. In direct combat, he could take down 10 Imperial guards, hold his ground against 20, and might even escape from 30. But against 100? The odds were close to none, and he knew it. Now, every time the 5 daisies left his side to strike new targets, Sakar found himself surrounded by dozens of enemies. Their blades glinted with malice, their eyes filled with the desire to claim his head. These were no ordinary soldiers, they were Imperial guards, disciplined and fearless, their resolve unshaken by the terror of his power. Despite the overwhelming odds, Sakar's sharp mind picked up on a critical detail. He observed the group attacking the soul creature Hoffenheim and noticed their dwindling stamina. The heavy use of the purple mist early in the battle had taken its toll, leaving them vulnerable and nearly depleted of their energy reserves. A plan began to form in Sakar's mind. If he could eliminate those 100 attackers quickly, the balance of the battlefield would shift. Their numbers would be reduced to a quarter, and their morale would suffer a devastating blow. But he also knew the clock was ticking. He needed time, just 15 more minutes. In that span, fatigue would further weaken his enemies. Their strikes would become slower, and their strength diminished by at least 20%. The tide of battle would turn in his favor. But plans are fragile things, easily disrupted. The sudden arrival of the Great Serpent Empire's army into the city had shattered any hope of executing his strategy perfectly. His lord, though valiantly holding the line by summoning countless soul creatures, was fighting on a front unsuited to his role. Sakar, as the supreme general, understood his duty. He had to end this fight swiftly and move to stop the invading army, allowing his lord to focus solely on his own battle. Even if the plan was ruined, Sakar was determined that the outcome must remain unchanged. Blood dripped from Sakar's wounds, pooling at his feet, but he stood tall. His right arm transformed into a massive hammer, its weight seeming to challenge the heavens themselves, while his left became an enormous shield, its surface glowing with a faint, protective aura. Ka! His war cry echoed once more, shaking the spirits of friend and foe alike. Sakar braced himself for the storm ahead, ready to endure every blow, to strike back with unrelenting fury. 33 foes had fallen, leaving 367 enemies more to go. Chapter 1056. Step, clack, step. A figure emerged through the haze of dust and smoke, his footsteps weak and unsteady. He leaned heavily on what appeared to be a staff or a spear. Who? Who? His labored, uneven breaths echoed faintly amidst the ruin, punctuated by the faltering sound of his shuffling steps. His hunched back and trembling posture painted a vivid picture of an old man well beyond his prime. Yet, despite the weight of his years, he pressed forward, as though his very existence depended on reaching his destination. Step, step, silence. The elderly man came to a halt, finally stopping his arduous trek. His eyes, though weary and dim, fixed themselves on a figure seated amidst the wreckage of a collapsed building ahead. Summoning every ounce of strength, the old man parted his parched lips and muttered in a voice barely audible, "Give it back to me." Drip, drip. The only response came in the form of blood, dripping steadily from the fingertips of the seated figure. He was slumped against a jagged fragment of debris, his legs stretched limply before him, utterly devoid of strength. His hands rested lifelessly on his thighs, palms facing the sky in silent surrender. The man's skin was pale. No, it was beyond pale. It was ashen, ghostly, like the frozen surface of an ancient glacier. A thin trail of blood trickled from his hairline, snaking down past his hollowed eyes and across his cracked lips, painting a crimson streak against his deathly pallor. Most unsettling of all were his eyes, stark white and devoid of life, staring vacantly at nothing. Silence. No heartbeat. No breath. There was no mistaking it, this was a corpse. And not a fresh one. Its dreadful appearance suggested it had been dead for centuries, perhaps longer. Yet, the elderly man leaning on his staff refused to relent. He rasped again, his voice rising with desperation, "Give it back to me." Movement. The seated figure's finger twitched. Slowly, with an almost agonizing effort, the corpse lifted its head, turning it stiffly as if awakening from an endless slumber. A deep, resonant voice emerged, one that seemed to echo from the depths of the earth itself. Whom? The young planetary belt? The corpse's head tilted slightly as if in contemplation. It raised an icy hand, its movement deliberate, almost mechanical. A human? How surprising. None have dared approach for ages. The old man's face was obscured by the swirling dust, but his rage was unmistakable. Saliva began to drip from the corners of his mouth as his trembling jaw clenched tightly. Gathering every last shred of strength, he bellowed at the corpse, "Give it back to me." Oh. The corpse finally turned its lifeless gaze toward the old man, a flicker of interest in its dead eyes. "What do you wish to reclaim, mortal?" Step. Clack. Step. The old man stumbled forward, each step a monumental effort. He nearly collapsed but managed to regain his footing, inching closer until his full figure emerged from the dust. "Give me back the life force you stole. Give me back my years." His voice cracked with the strain, but his words carried a weight of anguish and fury. His teeth had long since fallen out, his features so deeply lined with age that they were barely recognizable. Even his voice seemed to belong to someone else entirely. But one thing remained, his armor. Despite its battered and tarnished state, it still bore the unmistakable insignia of his identity. This was none other than Marshal Haros. Whoosh! The corpse swung its arm, sending a powerful gust of wind that cleared the dust in an instant. The battlefield lay bare, and there, in the open, the true horror of the figure before the marshal was revealed. The face was eerily similar to that of a Caesar, yet it was not Caesar. Those lifeless, bone-white eyes, that chilling smile that seemed to pierce the soul, and the predatory expression as it gazed hungrily at the marshal, all of it belonged to someone, or something, far more sinister. "Ha, interesting. Ha 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 ha. Eek." The marshal recoiled involuntarily, his ears ringing from the corpse's otherworldly laughter. His heart skipped a beat as if momentarily forgetting to function, and a cold sweat ran down his aged face. After his laughter subsided, Caesar turned his ghostly white eyes toward the soul of the old marshal. His petrified voice echoed again, cold and unyielding. "I am in a good mood today. I will ask you a question, mortal. If you answer correctly, I will grant you a new chance." "What? What is it?" The marshal wanted to grasp into anything that might sound like hope. He raised his eyebrows mocking, leaning forward from where he had been resting against the rubble. A sly grin spread across his pale lips. "What is my name?" The mockery was clear, the manipulation even clearer, but the old marshal felt compelled to respond. His voice trembled as he forced the words through parched lips. You are Caesar, son of Robin Burton, the prince of the true beginning empire." "Not quite." Caesar, with his hauntingly white eyes, shook his head slowly, his grin widening. "What if I helped you a little? I will describe myself, and you may guess once more." The old marshal hesitated, his head nodding feebly as though clinging to the last fragile thread of hope. His vision had long since faded, and now only shadows danced before his weary eyes. Caesar tilted his head slightly to one side, his aura suddenly darkening. A vile, oppressive blackness enveloped him as if the void itself had materialized around his figure. His expression twisted, morphing into a grotesque blend of arrogance, hatred, and disdain. Then, parting his lips, his voice boomed like the rumble of an earthquake, shaking even the frail remnants of the marshal's hearing. It carried a weight that suffocated and an authority that crushed. "I am the shadow that never fades. I am the silence that devours screams. I am the moment when time shatters. I am the answer to the final question. I am the truth that souls refuse to face. I am the path from which there is no return." Then, just as abruptly, his smile returned, a cruel, bone-chilling curve that made even the air around him drop colder. "Now tell me, who am I?" You are." The marshal's eyes, already clouded with the weight of years and torment, widened in sheer horror. His lips moved frantically, trying to form the answer, not out of any hope of survival but because of the overwhelming shock and terror that consumed him. But the answer never came. "Ah." His trembling hand shot to his chest as he gasped in agony. His heart gave one final desperate lurch before stilling completely. With wide open, lifeless eyes and saliva trailing from his mouth, the marshal collapsed, his final breath escaping into the void. Ha ha ha. Caesar chuckled softly, his grin widening as he gazed upon the lifeless body sprawled before him. The sight seemed to amuse him, as though it were a masterpiece of his own creation. He stood there for a moment, soaking in the morbid beauty of it all. Then, his gaze shifted, scanning the other battlefields that lay beyond. He watched the carnage unfold, the slaughter, the countless lives extinguished as though they were mere toys in a game played by reckless children. His expression remained cold and detached. Still too early, he muttered, his voice a whisper carried away by the wind. Turning slightly, he added in a sing-song tone, "See you later, Caesar, son of Robin Burton. Ba-dump. Ha, ah." Caesar's black pupils snapped back into place, his entire body convulsing as he clutched at his chest with his right hand. Gasping for air, his breaths came in ragged bursts. Ha, what happened? Ha, what happened to me? The last thing he remembered was the invasion, the army of the Great Serpent Empire breaching the city. To end the prolonged battle against Marshal Haros, he had tapped into using 10% of the Law of Death, planning to finish it swiftly and join the other fronts. But after that, he sank into darkness. His eyes fell upon the body before him, his breathing still uneven. Ha, the bastard is really dead, ha. He ran a hand across his sweat-drenched forehead, a shaky laugh escaping his lips. Finally, the grueling battle was over. His gamble had paid off, at least for now. As his gaze shifted upward, he noticed the chaos in the sky. Sakar was still fighting, his body battered from relentless attacks, his condition deteriorating rapidly. Caesar's brow furrowed. It seems I will not have time to catch my breath after all. Chapter 1057. Ha. Marshal Haros ran as if his life depended on it, and it likely did. Several pieces of his epic, assembled armor set had fallen off, and others were cracked. Blood poured from his nose and mouth in large quantities, and his limping gait suggested something was seriously wrong with his leg. Yet he kept running, weaving between buildings and rubble in a desperate attempt to hide. But his frantic escape was short-lived. Found you. Key. Haros felt as if a thunderbolt had struck his heart in terror the moment he saw that familiar face. Key. Without waiting to see what would happen next, he turned and bolted in the opposite direction. If Leader Kiri or Queen Tao were present and saw this man, the mountain they once thought insurmountable, the shadow that loomed over their hearts, fleeing in such a pitiful state, they would never have believed their eyes. 100%, they would have dismissed it as a dream or an illusory attack. Stop running already, you slippery scoundrel. Richard slammed the ground with force and changed his trajectory to pursue Haros again. If this were an open chase, Haros might have escaped by now. He would have flown in a straight line, speeding away until one of them ran out of energy, something that could take weeks. But this time, escape wasn't an option. His mission was to remain within the battlefield's perimeter, preventing the immediate activation of the spatial portal. This forced him to zigzag in crescent-shaped patterns and constantly seek cover. This wasn't the first time they'd used such tactics. There had been multiple battles against the Ghassan Empire near major spatial portals where the generals of the Destruction Pit Planetary Empire employed a device to disable the portal's functionality. The difference was that their generals typically carried this device as a badge of dominance, striding through the battlefield with unshakable confidence. They stood tall, their figures almost statuesque, arms crossed as if daring the entire world to make an attempt at seizing it. The sight alone was often enough to crush the morale of any opponent. Haros had believed today would be no different. When he activated the device, he had stood proudly behind His Majesty Pythor, his laughter echoing across the battlefield. He was the unyielding shield of their empire, daring anyone, even the heavens, to challenge him. But, boom! Out of nowhere, a colossal boulder cloaked in searing green flames struck him from behind with the force of a falling star. Crack! Ah! Haros cried out in pain as his body jerked forward uncontrollably. Instinctively, he flung his elbows backward in an attempt to stabilize himself, but the impact had already taken its toll. The last remaining piece of his legendary back armor, the pride of his battle-worn gear, had cracked and shifted violently. It dangled precariously as if one more strike would send it clattering to the ground. Finally, I've got you. Richard's voice roared through the chaos, filled with both triumph and relentless determination. His boots slammed against the rubble as he pushed off the ground with raw, unrelenting power. His body became a living projectile, hurtling towards Haros like a blazing meteor, hands outstretched to snatch the dark blue pyramid, the key to their mission. Whoosh! Hold it right there. Remember me. Out of the corner of Richard's vision, a shadow emerged with terrifying speed. It was Marshal Haros, closing in fast. His battered frame belied the sheer strength he carried as he lifted a massive wall of rubble from the ruins around him. With a guttural roar, he brought it down with devastating force onto Richard's head. Boom! The impact was deafening, the ground trembling beneath the sheer weight of the rubble. Richard's body was thrown off balance, sent tumbling uncontrollably as he crashed against the ground. Bam! 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 Each collision with the earth echoed like thunder, shaking the battlefield until, finally, bang! Richard's trajectory ended with a brutal crash into the wreckage of a toppled tower. The already unstable structure groaned under the strain before collapsing entirely. Chunks of stone and steel buried him beneath a mountain of debris, temporarily halting his pursuit. From his vantage point, Marshal Haros smirked, his breath heavy but victorious. Hey, you good over there? I stopped him for now, take a breather, he called out to his comrade, his tone laced with a false sense of ease. Yet, Marshal Haros didn't pause. He didn't look back. His feet pounded against the ground with relentless urgency, swish, swish, as if the Grim Reaper himself were nipping at his heels. He knew all too well that this temporary reprieve wouldn't last. Richard wasn't someone who stayed down for long. Every second he gained was borrowed time, and he intended to use every bit of it to stay ahead. Rumble. Indeed, the debris of the fallen tower began to tremble, and then, boom, each piece flew off in a different direction like meteors, revealing Richard beneath it. He glared at Marshal Haros with seething anger. You again. Time and time again, you meddle where you don't belong. Do you really want to go before your brother? Twitch, twitch. The veins across Richard's arms and legs began to pulse erratically, and even his neck twitched involuntarily. More than an hour had passed since the battle began, and throughout, he hadn't stopped using the power of the flame of life for even a second, forcing his body to consume energy it was never meant to handle. Haha, and who can make me go? Come and get me if you can. Haros stepped back, clearly unwilling to engage in a direct fight. The first few times he had tried fighting Richard head-on to ease the pressure on Xanax and give him a chance to find a better hiding spot, Haros had been utterly beaten, tossed left and right. His wrist was still broken, along with several ribs, and a few teeth had been knocked out in those split-second exchanges. Let people mock his pathetic appearance after the war all they wanted. He didn't care. Today, if he didn't stand in Richard's way, he might as well have run in the opposite direction of Xanax. As for the purple mist and the secondary corrosion law, both he and Xanax had stopped using it after the first 30 minutes of combat. That green flame burned through it like it was nothing. It seems I won't be able to catch the other runaway with you jumping in my way every time. You know what? Why don't I just focus on you first? I'd love to see if your friend will come to help you. Richard sneered with irritation and began moving slowly toward Haros. Clatter, clatter. Richard raised his head slightly. The atmosphere around him shifted abruptly. The overall pressure and sense of danger intensified to an alarming degree. As he glanced around, his furrowed brows relaxed, and his eyes widened in shock. Oh no! The wall had been breached, and the army of the Great Serpent Empire was flooding in, destroying everything in their path. Above, General Sakar had gone berserk, initiating a massive slaughter that he himself might become a victim of. A squad of soul creatures under his father had rushed to engage the invading army. His father, meanwhile, had begun his confrontation with Pythor, and the ground beneath them trembled violently from the clash. And finally, out of the corner of his eye, Richard spotted his brother, Caesar, struggling to fly toward Sakar. His face was pale, covered in wounds, and he looked as though he would be killed the moment he reached the battle above. The world has gone mad in a matter of a second. Chapter 1058. The main demon army failed to contain the situation. Richard felt his world collapsing around him. The sudden onslaught of events, fast and chaotic, was enough to shatter anyone's perception of reality. Oh no, oh no. Interesting. Even Marshal Haros took a few moments to assess the situation. The sudden chaos sweeping across the battlefield was incomprehensible, but he couldn't afford to lose focus. He had a mission to complete. This is your doing. Crackling. What? Haros stiffened as the air around him began to shift. Richard's voice, once laced with frustration, had grown deeper, darker, like a beast awakening. What is happening? Haros' eyes widened in shock. The man he had been watching just moments ago seemed to have vanished, replaced by someone, or something, else entirely. Dark green flames roared to life in Richard's hair and eyebrows. His teeth ground together with such force that the sound resonated like a symphony of agony. His expression had transformed from irritation and anger into pure, unfiltered bloodlust. Crack, crack, crack. What the hell is this? Haros shouted in panic as the ground within a 10-mile radius fractured and split at an alarming speed. From the jagged earth, green flames erupted like molten lava, morphing into massive, clawed hands that reached toward him. I need to get out of here. Terrified by the unprecedented turn of events, Haros slammed his foot into the ground and shot into the air, desperate to escape. But Richard's voice, now a guttural growl, echoed next to his ear, sending chills down his spine. You're not going anywhere. Bang, piffed. Haros felt something smash into the top of his head with such force that he couldn't even let out a scream. His skull vibrated violently from the impact, leaving his senses reeling and his thoughts a scattered mess. Whoosh! The Marshal plummeted from the sky like a meteor, crashing into one of the city's towers with earth-shaking force. Bam! Just as Richard had been moments earlier, the building collapsed onto Haros, burying him beneath tons of rubble. Richard, now engulfed in the eerie green fire, remained hovering above the ruins, his sharp gaze locked on the wreckage below, waiting for any sign of movement. Silence. Beneath the debris, Haros lay trembling in fear. Richard had already been formidable, a relentless force who had tormented them for over an hour. But none of that could compare to the devastating blow that had just struck his skull. The raw power and malice behind it were unlike anything he had ever faced. Marshal Haros' eyes bulged slightly from their sockets, blood streaming from them as his shattered skull radiated pain. His teeth were all broken, and his body trembled from the devastating blow. What could he possibly do now? Forgive me, Xanax. I cannot do anything more against this lunatic. You are on your own now. Gritting his teeth, the Marshal stopped breathing entirely. He slowed his heartbeat to near stillness, mimicking the behavior of cold-blooded beasts. Forcing himself into a death-like hibernation, Haros pretended to be lifeless beneath the rubble. From above, Richard scanned the debris with his heightened spiritual sense. The Marshal's presence was utterly still, no heartbeat, no breath, not even the faintest movement of his blood. Undeniably lifeless. But Richard smirked. Really? Playing dead against someone wielding the law of life. Whoosh! Molten green flames erupted from the rubble, swallowing everything in their path. Haros couldn't keep up the act any longer. He slammed the ground and shot forward like an arrow, heading toward the battle between Pythor and Robin. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, help me. Whoosh. But he didn't get far. Another crushing blow struck his spine, slamming him back down. Bang. Huff. Huff. Blood poured from every part of his body. His back was shattered, and his swollen eyes barely stayed open. He clawed at the ground, dragging himself forward. Your Majesty. Xanax. Anyone. Bam. Richard landed heavily on Lacrose's left arm, shattering it instantly. Ah. And where do you think you are going, huh? Richard sneered, leaning closer. If my father does not call for aid, no one approaches his battlefield. Do you think that your Pythor gives a damn about what happens to you? You know what, let me show you, as one last favor for a dead man. With his bare hands, Richard crushed the remnants of the Marshal's helmet, revealing his battered, bald head. Then he lifted Lacrose's broken body into the air, gripping his cracked skull tightly. Look, does this look like someone who has time for your nonsense? In the distance, His Majesty Pythor fought with ferocity, his roars echoing through the chaos. He wielded 2 whips. They were gifts from General Cyril after conquering a planet. Each whip was crafted from the entrails of a king beast that had survived 5 million years in the mid-belt, and their handles were made from its scales. But even with these epic weapons, Pythor failed to land a single hit on his opponent. His desperate cries for aid had likely reached Pythor's ears by now, but the king didn't spare him a glance, not even for a fraction of a second. Your Majesty. Tears mixed with blood in Lacrose's eyes as despair consumed him. Bang. Piffed. Lacrose spat out a thick stream of blood, his body growing colder by the second. Glancing downward, he saw a fist piercing through his chest. Then came the final words he would ever hear. Go on your way. Shush. Visible green energy began flowing from Lacrose's body into Richard's hand. It was his remaining life force, thousands of years' worth of dense vitality, siphoned away with terrifying ease. The pain of his life force being drained was indescribable, but Lacrose managed to keep one eye open, straining to witness His Majesty's battle for one last moment, until his eyes closed forever, and his head slumped to the side. Bam! Richard tossed the lifeless body aside, shaking off the blood and viscera clinging to his hands. Then, his gaze swept the battlefield, searching for the bearer of the dark blue pyramid. Bam! Richard glanced down at his right arm, where one of his veins had burst, spraying blood uncontrollably. I need to hurry. Chapter 1059. A few minutes ago. 1, 2, advance. HSS. Bang, bang. Once again, the flanks of the Great Serpent Empire's army advanced with ferocity. Anyone in their path was pushed toward the center, and those who resisted were trampled underfoot and stabbed. Damn it! One of Amon's aides finally realized what was happening. The enemy battle formation had taken on the shape of a U. It was only a matter of time before the soldiers of the Great Serpent Empire closed the final gap and completed the encirclement. The aide looked toward his general, Amon, who was still stuck in the rear, fighting 5 generals and another 10 martial emperors of their closest aides. Battling 15 of the enemy elites, he had no time to breathe, let alone issue orders. Then Amon's aide quickly came up with a simple plan. Jump over them, don't let them complete the encirclement. As long as they wanted to trap us in the middle, we would turn the tables on them, break out and surround them instead. Bah, bah, bah. Without a moment's hesitation, the demons began leaping over their enemies, desperate to escape. But the response was swift. Launch. A barrage of arrows, energy weapon attacks, and even attacks from some epic weapons were launched into the sky simultaneously. The demons, who were merely trying to jump without any defense, seemed like nothing more than a swarm of locusts being hunted. Bang, bang. The bodies of the demons attempting to leap began falling like locusts amid the Great Serpent Empire's army. For every 10 who tried to jump, one managed to get past their foes and reach the other side. Even those few who succeeded were not spared. As soon as they landed, they were hunted down and killed on the spot. You're trying to humiliate us, the demon race, to force us to retreat. Amon's aide shouted in frustration as he watched his disastrous plan fail miserably. No matter, we'll retreat this time only, but we'll return to make you suffer. Fall back quickly. Don't let them complete the encirclement, and then we'll show them. Gah! Retreat, retreat, retreat. The shouts of Amon's aide triggered a disastrous withdrawal. Whether on the front lines or those fighting on the flanks, all of them turned their backs on the city and simply ran. In war, there is no greater mistake than turning your back on your enemy, and that is exactly what happened. The demons, accustomed to acting individually and unconcerned with the life or death of their peers, had no training in anything like withdrawal tactics. The result was predictable. Get over here. Slash. With swords, spears, arrows, and even some violet clouds, demon corpses began piling up on the ground. Those who weren't killed by attacks were trampled by the entire army until they were flattened into the dirt. In that single onslaught, over 10,000 demons fell. There was one more thing Amon's aide hadn't accounted for. Quick march, don't look behind. If they could run backward, couldn't their enemies do the same? March, march, march. In their same U-shaped formation, the Great Serpent Empire's army began advancing quickly after the fleeing demons. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Amon's aide clutched his horns tightly, panicking at what he saw before him. He had ordered the retreat, yet the demon army was still trapped in the center, losing countless soldiers. He looked toward Amon and shouted desperately, "My king, what should we do?" "I don't know. Do something. Even if everyone dies, we must keep them occupied outside the city." Amon replied hastily before taking a heavy blow that sent him flying backward. Bang! If Amon had eyes, he would have cried. He had no underworld daisies or walls of deathly flames to frighten his enemies and turn the tide. What was he supposed to do? "The 77th Prince, we need some assistance here." One of the 15 generals tasked with dealing with the demon army shouted loudly, "Bam, bam, bam." The one being called was among the participants in the battles against the warlords. Hearing the plea, he glanced toward the main battlefield. He immediately understood the situation. 5 from each team, follow me. The prince shot forward, pulling 4 others who were fighting alongside him against a warlord. 20 others disengaged from their battles and flew quickly behind him. Now, each warlord was left fighting just 15 imperial guards, but their situation didn't improve much. Boom! Watch out from above. As soon as the reinforcement of 25 imperial guards arrived, they struck the demon army from the open area, blocking their path with several purple clouds. Complete the encirclement. Seizing the moment, the generals shouted commands, and their soldiers swiftly advanced from the demons' flanks, exploiting their hesitation. The encirclement was tightened from above and all sides, compressing the demons further inward. Damn it, damn it. Amon's aide took a few steps back. Why is this army moving like that? Why don't our tactics work on them? No, you come here and die. Amon's aide didn't flee. He had found the perfect opportunity to feign engagement in the battle and leave the responsibility of the surrounded army to someone else. Encirclement formation number 4, begin. The 15 generals in the rear issued their orders in unison. Clank, clank. Instead of the 3 lines of soldiers surrounding the goblins completely, with about 20 imperial guards raining attacks from above, the rest of the soldiers began withdrawing and forming square battalions, each containing 10,000 soldiers. Boom! After rapid reorganization, a horn was blown, and the battalions began advancing. Ha! Ha! Boom! The massive walls of Hope City collapsed. Bam! 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 The battalions started pouring in one after another. When Amon caught sight of what was happening, a scream emerged from the depths of his soul, erupting into the open air. No! Chapter 1060. No! Amon's thunderous scream sounded as though it might tear his insides apart. Arg, you bastard, my ears hurt. One of the generals near Amon clutched his ears in pain and lashed out in irritation. Amon, fully focused on the city, had no chance to defend against the attack. Bang! The next moment, he found himself on the ground, tumbling several times before coming to a halt. What? Did you think you would grow stronger because you are angry? Ha ha ha! Another general approached from behind and struck him on the back of the head with a hammer. Bang! Piffed. Completely defeated, Amon could not even see them anymore, and poured all his soul sense toward the city. Tens of thousands of soldiers had entered the city in the blink of an eye. Soon, they would spread out and begin targeting Supreme General Caesar, Supreme General Sakar, Crown Prince Richard, and even the Lord himself. All of it because of him. No! Boom! Ah! Marshal Lunta? Marshal Snate? What are you doing? Ah! At that moment, the sound of an explosion erupted from the city, followed by wails and screams of death. One of the 5 generals froze mid-swing, his weapon poised to strike Amon's neck. What is happening over there? Clatter! Clatter! Whoosh! The generals could not see what had happened at first, but soon they witnessed a massive 3-horned mammoth trampling their soldiers inside the city, with dozens of martial emperors wreaking havoc among them. Kill them! There are only 100. We can take them down. The soldiers inside the city tried to bolster their courage. They were still the seasoned army of the Great Serpent Empire. How could they falter from a mere enemy ambush? Bam! 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 The organized army quickly launched a unified assault on the 100 combat emperors. Tens of thousands of attacks flew chaotically through the air in a terrifying display. No matter how fast the 100 combat emperors, along with Marshals Lunta and Snate, were, they could not avoid them all. What is going on? But what was even more terrifying than the chaotic assault was the fact that everyone inflicted on the Silver Emperors healed rapidly, and they continued their slaughter as though nothing had happened. They are soul creatures. One of the generals surrounding Amon muttered in frustration. No! Amon murmured softly, his soul seemingly weeping. There was only one person on their side who had soul creatures, the Lord, and no one else. The Lord, who should have been entirely focused on fighting Pythor, had moved to fill the gap Amon had caused? What condition was the Lord in now? His opponent would surely exploit this distraction to kill him. Whoosh! Whoosh! 5 generals and their 10 aides departed hastily, leaving Amon in the valley. The terrain was treacherous, flanked by jagged ridges and looming mountains, but they cared little for their abandoned leader. Their focus was entirely on the city, where the battle raged at a fever slope. Amon's fate, it did not matter. Under normal circumstances, such blatant disregard would have ignited Amon's infamous temper. He would have roared, leaped to his feet, and launched himself after the offenders in a blind rage. Yet, this time, Amon remained still. His form lay crumpled on the ground, shoulders slumped, claws digging into the earth. His once proud posture, always brimming with menace, was now replaced by a defeated silhouette. His eyes, typically filled with fiery determination or vengeful malice, were vacant, staring at the chaotic battle unfolding before him with hollow resignation. The battle at the wall had reached a critical juncture. Blood and screams painted the battlefield in shades of despair. The rhythmic clamor of clashing steel and the guttural roars of combatants were deafening. Boom! Boom! Explosions reverberated from above, shaking the ground and shattering Amon's trance. His soul sense instinctively shot upward, seeking the source of the disturbance. No! No! Above the city, amidst a tempest of chaos, Sakar, the true king of demons, fought valiantly against 100 high-level martial emperors. It was a terrifying sight. Sakar, wielding his full might, slaughtered his foes with the ruthless efficiency of a seasoned predator. In mere seconds, dozens of the enemy were reduced to crimson mists, but even a predator can bleed. While Sakar unleashed devastation, the retaliatory strikes of his enemies were not in vain. His once pristine armor, a testament to his rank and power, was battered and caved in, blood leaking from countless wounds. Sakar was supposed to hold back. He had planned meticulously, intending to unleash his true strength 20 minutes from now, during the climax of the battle. That plan was now in tatters. The failure to halt the advancing main army had forced Sakar's hand prematurely. He had been thrust into an unforgiving storm of blades and claws, and the cost of his intervention was steep. Could he hold out long enough to turn the tide? Scratch, scratch. Amon's claws burrowed deeper into the dirt, drawing blood from his palms. Of course, Sakar would endure. He was Sakar, after all, the king of demons, unyielding and unstoppable. A being whose power and presence commanded both fear and respect. Even if it cost him everything, Sakar would fight until his last breath, ensuring victory for his people. Amon's soul sense detected a new presence. He shifted his focus and saw a figure approaching the battle in the sky. It was Caesar, the supreme general. His once mighty form was now broken, his golden armor shattered, and his movements labored. Yet, despite his injuries, Caesar was ascending toward Sakar with unwavering resolve. No, no, no. Caesar has been locked for nearly an hour in a one-on-one duel with an enemy marshal. Yet, the first thing to come to his mind after his victory was to aid Sakar in another impossible fight. He knew that Sakar would not survive without his help, but apparently, neither would Caesar. Whoosh! Near the horizon, the earth erupted in a fierce blast of underlife flame. Molten lava surged forth, engulfing the battlefield in an inferno of chaos. Amon's soul sense honed in on the source of the explosion. There, amidst the fiery maelstrom, was the Lord's Son. His body contorted unnaturally, blood spraying from ruptured veins. The sight was ghastly. His flesh seemed moments away from imploding under the strain of his power. He was forcing himself far beyond his limits, all for the sake of the battle. No! Amon pressed his head to the ground, his claws trembling as he gripped the blood-soaked earth. In that moment, the truth became painfully clear. The Lord was right. Caesar, Sakar, and Richard were not ordinary warriors. They were not just soldiers or commanders. They were the pillars of the empire, unwavering in their dedication and resolve. Each of them faced the abyss without fear. Each of them sacrificed their bodies, their minds, and their very lives for the sake of their cause. And what was he, Amon? A failed king, weighed down by his inadequacies, clinging to excuses and false bravado. This is, Amon whispered, his voice trembling as he lifted his head. A bitter smile crept across his face. This is the difference between us. Rumble, rumble, hoy. This is your chance. Amon's aide roared at the top of his lungs, his voice carrying above the cacophony of battle. All those damned martial emperors are gone, fighting the Lord's soul creatures. Push the right flank. Break the siege. His voice brimmed with desperate determination. For the first time, he dared to hope. The ground beneath the aide's feet began to tremble. Disturbance. Disturbance. The vibrations were subtle at first, but soon the earth quaked violently. Then, the unimaginable happened. Blood, spilled from countless bodies, began to flow. It defied gravity, seeping from the soil, cleansing itself of impurities, and coalescing into crimson spheres. Blood from the soldiers' armor, hair, and weapons followed suit, leaping into the air and joining the macabre dance. The battlefield froze. For a brief moment, every soldier, every general, every combatant paused, their gazes drawn to the strange phenomenon. The blood flowed purposefully, gathering into a massive tide, surging toward a single point in the valley. The aide's eyes widened in horror as he traced the blood's path. King Amon, Chapter 1061, My King. When Amon's aide finally noticed where the blood was flowing, he jumped and abandoned his battle, wanting to see what was going on. With both his hands and feet on the ground, his face facing down and his claws digging into it, Amon opened his mouth only to gulp. Gulp! Amon's aide opened his mouth wide in shock at the sight, but he didn't dare approach his king. The massive amount of blood had formed a small sea around Amon. Summoning blood in this way was not exclusive to any specific demon, all of them had a specific affinity for the blood path. Something simple like this was never a problem for them. In fact, they had been accustomed to doing it since ancient times to drain their victims' corpses of blood for storage. Eventually, it became a ritual they performed after every battle. Of course, each one of them would collect a few drops here and there, perhaps a few buckets to take back to their young. However, gathering blood on this scale could only be achieved by kings of Amon and Sakar's level. But Amon wasn't just collecting the blood. Gulp, gulp, gulp. No, my king, what are you doing? The assistant shouted loudly. Rip. Amon's stomach expanded until it tore open, and blood began to flow out just as it had gone in. But the blood quickly coagulated to seal the wound, and Amon continued drinking as if nothing had happened. My king. Amon's assistant took 2 steps forward but stopped again. What are you trying to achieve? You can't compress blood. Arg. Rip, rip. Amon's stomach burst again, this time his chest was punctured, and his arm muscles ruptured. Ah. But Amon did not stop, he began channeling the blood to enter his body through those openings, using them as additional mouths. Please stop, my king. The enemy martial emperors have retreated to deal with the Lord's soul creatures. Come back and try to lead us to victory. Rip, rip, rip. King. The assistant struck his thigh. What are you trying to prove? No matter what you do, you can't compress blood within your body. You're not King Sakar. Ah. Amon finally raised his face toward the sky and roared. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The assistant's words were meant as a reminder and advice, but they only rubbed salt into the wound. Rip, 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 my king, you'll kill yourself. You can't endure any more. Your Majesty, you'll explode from within. My king, you. Amon's assistant tried his best to salvage the situation, desperately attempting to dissuade his master from his suicidal attempt. He didn't realize that he was gradually lifting his face upward with each passing word until finally, the sun was blocked from his view. My king, you. Battalions 1, 2, and 3, take the first defensive formation immediately. Battalions 4 through 10, deploy into the 7th mid-range attack formation. Long-range battalions, fire at will whenever ready. Despite the presence of 2 formidable marshals and 100 soul creatures with strength compared to mid to high-level martial emperors, the army of the Great Serpent Empire refused to crumble. They stood their ground with unwavering resolve. Nearly 20 experienced generals, each possessing vast knowledge of battlefield tactics, furiously analyzed the ever-changing combat landscape. Their minds worked relentlessly to devise the most effective strategies, ensuring that every available resource was utilized to its fullest potential. Your Highness, the 77th Prince. You must stop the marshals and that mammoth at all costs. If you don't, all our carefully constructed formations will collapse. The 77th Prince narrowed his eyes, his gaze locking onto the towering figures of the enemy marshals. Their terrifying presence and overwhelming power radiated through the battlefield like an unstoppable storm. Without hesitation, the prince turned to his troops and bellowed with authority. By now, the entirety of the northern army had arrived, swelling their numbers to nearly 1,000 martial emperors engaged in fierce battle against roughly 300 demon emperors. The battlefield was a chaotic sea of clashing steel, blood, and raw power. The martial emperors of the Great Serpent Empire had been given strict orders, no unnecessary risks were to be taken, and their survival was paramount. The empire had already paid a steep price in this relentless war, and they could not afford further losses. Once, they boasted an army of nearly 4,000 martial emperors, but now they struggled to muster even 2,000 in total. Faced with the relentless ferocity of the rampaging demon emperors, a strategic solution had been implemented. Teams of 2 or 3 martial emperors were formed to contain and gradually eliminate the demons in a methodical, calculated manner, minimizing casualties as much as possible. However, the moment the 77th Prince's commanding voice pierced the battlefield, swoosh, swoosh, roughly 300 martial emperors from the Great Serpent Empire swiftly abandoned their current engagements, rallying to his side in a synchronized motion. The air around them crackled with anticipation. Listen well. The prince's voice rang clear and sharp. Those soul creatures will not perish easily. Maintain your 3-man formations and encircle those 100 demons. Beat them relentlessly until their summoners are left with no choice but to withdraw them. Yes, your highness. The assembled emperors roared in unison, their voices brimming with unwavering determination. With purpose in his steps, the 77th prince turned to his closest warriors, 20 imperial guards, battle-hardened and steadfast in their loyalty. His gaze was firm as he gestured toward their next target. Come with me, we will face these 2 ourselves. Without hesitation, the prince and his elite guards surged forward, heading straight for the enemy marshals, Lantin and Snight, 2 towering figures whose very names struck fear into the hearts of lesser warriors. The battlefield trembled beneath the weight of their impending clash. However, despite the prince's strategic planning, the reality of war was far from simple. The soul creatures they faced were not mere fodder, they were immensely powerful entities, entirely unfazed by injuries that would cripple ordinary soldiers. Their endurance and sheer power were unlike anything the Great Serpent Empire had encountered before. Each soul creature operated at a mid to high martial emperor level of strength, and even when facing 3 martial emperors simultaneously, they often emerged victorious. The situation was no different with the marshals. Against the imperial guards, even a staggering 1 versus 10 battle seemed effortless for them. Their overwhelming might made them nearly unstoppable forces on the battlefield. Yet, despite the difficulties, the generals and the 77th Prince had achieved their primary objective, to isolate the soul creatures from the main force, giving their army a fighting chance. Hold your ground. One of the generals shouted, his voice booming over the battlefield. Prepare yourselves, we will advance again. Their strategy remained clear, securing the City of Hope was the key to ultimate victory. Bam! At that moment, a strong tremor shook the earth beneath their feet. Bam! Chapter 1062. March, march, march. Once again, the legions of the Great Serpent Empire advanced relentlessly. Every now and then, one of the soul creatures would manage to break free from containment and lash out. Boom! Come here! But it was swiftly intercepted, contained, and pulled away from the battlefield before they could cause too much damage. Despite the relentless containment efforts, the soul creature's interference repeatedly shattered the soldiers' formations, forcing them to spend valuable time reorganizing. Their progress was painstakingly slow, and their numbers dwindled with every step forward, but still, they pushed on. Tisk! Sakar clenched his teeth tightly as he watched the grueling scene unfold before him. The difference in numbers and capabilities was simply staggering. Even with his direct intervention, they couldn't stop the inevitable from creeping closer. Die! 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 With a furious roar, Sakar unleashed the 5 dark daisies orbiting around him, each one claiming the lives of 5 more enemies in a whirlwind of death and destruction. His overwhelming rage blinded him for a fleeting moment, dulling his awareness of his surroundings. In that split second, a deadly intent pierced through the air. One of the Imperial Guard's eyes gleamed with malice as he spotted the unprotected nape of Sakar's neck. His comrades had struck Sakar's head and back multiple times, shattering his armor completely. Now, at long last, an opportunity presented itself. Swoosh! Like an arrow loosed from a bow, the guard lunged forward, spear in hand. If he could drive it through Sakar's neck from behind, this nightmare would finally end. What? Sakar finally realized what was happening, but the guard was already mere inches away. By the time he could turn and defend himself, the spear would have already pierced his throat. The dark energy exploded in the guard's face just before he could reach Sakar. Boom! Yeah! The sheer force of the blast stunned the Imperial Guard, leaving him frozen in place for a brief second, more than enough time for Sakar to sidestep and evade the deadly strike. With a swift motion, he prepared to sever the guard's head. But then, a familiar voice echoed through the battlefield. "I wouldn't touch him if I were you, Caesar." Sakar's gaze shifted back to the guard, now engulfed in dark flames, his entire body consumed and crumbling rapidly. He was the last one of the 100. Sakar exhaled, loosening his tense shoulders slightly upon seeing his comrade. "Thanks." Caesar, standing calmly amidst the chaos, nodded. "Are you finished with your battle?" Sakar asked. "Yes, I came to assist." Caesar's gaze then shifted toward the heart of the battlefield, where the demon's main army struggled against the relentless enemy forces. "But looks like there's another place that needs me more." Sakar took a long, assessing look at Caesar from head to toe, his expression grim. "If you go in your current state, you'll be surrounded and killed within 2 minutes, at most." Caesar smirked wryly. "Thanks for the vote of confidence. I really needed that." He cast another glance toward the massive army that continued to crawl toward them like an unstoppable tide. "Do you have another solution?" Sakar remained silent for a moment. He wanted to tell Caesar that he would join him, but instead, he turned his gaze back to the battlefield behind them. He had managed to take down 100 high-level combat emperors within mere minutes, thanks to a combination of meticulous planning and brute force. But the fight was far from over. There were still 300 more high-level martial emperors engaged in battle with what remained of the underworld deises, once forming nearly half of the Blood Sea. Alongside them was the formidable soul creature Hohenheim. However, this strategy wouldn't hold them off for much longer. The odds were quickly turning against them. Perhaps, with the remaining forces of the Blood Sea and Hohenheim's support, Sakar could still follow his original plan and take on the rest. Even with his armor shattered and his body riddled with injuries, he could press on, but that was it. He couldn't afford to leave this place. Those 300 high-level martial emperors were no less of a threat to the master than the advancing infantry army. "It's fine." Caesar patted his comrade on the shoulder, understanding his thoughts instantly. "Stay here and finish off those scum. Leave the small fry to me, 1 or 2 walls of fire should do the trick, haha." Sakar nodded silently, scanning the area with his soul sense at its maximum range. The moment Caesar reached the battlefield, he would undoubtedly be surrounded by several martial emperors, and his life could be in danger. But there was no other way. Sakar's brows furrowed in confusion. "How did I not notice that mountain next to the city before?" "Ha!" Caesar chuckled, following Sakar's gaze toward the distant horizon. What he saw made his smile fade. A massive, dark figure loomed over the skyline, casting an ominous shadow across the battlefield. Something colossal. Something that hadn't been there before. Something that was moving. Boom. Rumble. What the hell? Boom. Rumble. One of the generals glanced down at his feet as pebbles and dust leaped into the air before settling again. "Battalions 1 through 3, reorganize yourselves immediately." "What the hell are you doing? Give them a break, man," another general muttered. "They're taking attacks from those soul creatures nonstop." "Tisk. I know, but if we don't push them hard, they won't advance fast enough." Boom. Rumble. This time, the generals themselves were lifted slightly off the ground. "Oh, no, something feels wrong." One of them spoke up, his eyes scanning the battlefield warily. "Hey, do you all feel those repeating tremors? You noticed it too, huh?" "Yeah, do you think it's the work of one of the marshals? Those guys can cause some serious destruction." "Yeah, they must be hammering the enemy generals inside the city. Who else can make such an impact on the ground?" "I don't think so. These aren't just random explosions. They're happening at regular intervals, and the ground reacts the same way every single time." The general slowly turned his head, his face growing pale. Boom. Rumble. His voice came out hoarse and uncertain. Footsteps. And then, boom, the earth trembled violently, and an immense shadow stretched across the battlefield. Chapter 1063. What in the hell? The general shouted in disbelief as he turned around sharply. Is that a demon?" Another general chuckled at his words. "What do you mean a demon? We have been fighting them for months. Look anywhere, and you will find one." He turned around to continue mocking his colleague, until his voice trailed off. One by one, the other generals followed suit, along with several combat emperors who had a moment of reprieve. Each of them gazed in that direction, their heads slowly tilting upward, and the higher they looked, the wider their mouths fell open in shock. There, looming over the horizon, was a giant, no, a walking mountain. The monstrous figure moving toward them had the color of deep, blood-stained crimson and 2 enormous horns sprouting from its head. That, and only that, was what resembled a demon. Everything else was beyond comprehension. The colossal being stood at least 300 meters tall, its massive claws stretching tens of meters long. Rows of jagged fangs ground against each other, emitting a horrific screech that sent chills down spines. It had no intact skin. Its powerful, pulsating muscles were laid bare, and shreds of torn, rotting flesh hung loosely from its body like ragged, decayed garments. A thick, grotesque tail trailed behind it, carving deep scars into the earth with every dragging movement. And the stench. It reeked of countless rotting corpses, an overwhelming scent of death that suffocated the battlefield. Splurt! Splurt! Explosions erupted from within the titan's body as geysers of dark, viscous blood burst forth. Yet the blood did not spill away. It writhed unnaturally, slithering back into its wounds through other orifices, making the creature seem eternally encased in a swirling halo of its own essence. Oh no, it is going to trample them. One of the generals snapped out of his daze, pointing toward the advancing titan, but it was already too late. Boom! The titan's foot, dozens of meters wide, came crashing down with earth-shattering force, crushing an entire battalion of the Great Serpent Empire's troops under its sheer weight. Panic consumed the soldiers of the Empire. The sheer terror of the monstrous entity drove them to flee in every direction, abandoning their positions. Mere moments ago, their focus had been entirely on the demonic army of hundreds of thousands. Now, their minds and hearts refused to stay still, for they could not face that. It looked like something pulled straight out of the hellish legends passed down through generations. Even the demons themselves, creatures of chaos and destruction, trembled at the sight. Some fled in sheer terror. Some fell to their knees, paralyzed with fear. And others gazed upon the beast, noticing the resemblance between themselves and this monstrous being. Slowly, reverently, they prostrate, chanting in awe as if witnessing the return of an ancient deity. Key. What are you fools doing? A booming voice cut through the battlefield. Finally, Amon's lieutenant emerged from the shadows, spreading his arms wide. It is King Amon? Ha ha! It is the king. The king. King Amon. Ha ha! King Amon. A deafening roar erupted from the demon army, all 200,000 of them screaming in unison. A surge of morale coursed through their ranks, reigniting their spirits. Their wounds, their fatigue, their dwindling numbers, none of it mattered anymore. Just moments ago, they had been like fish trapped in a barrel, cornered and outmatched. But now, King Amon has ascended. Follow the king. Even the demon emperors, each engaged in fierce battles against two or more enemies, shouted with renewed vigor, their lungs straining to pour their devotion into the air. Amon looked around his feet ever so slowly to glance back at the horde of demons dashing from under him toward their enemies with intense bloodlust. His bloodshot eyes flickered with a cold, vacant light. His vision was barely functioning. At best, he could make out vague silhouettes. To reach this monstrous size, he had forced his blood to seep into every fiber of his being. It flooded his organs, stretched them to their limits until they ruptured, and then he healed them. He forced it into his very marrow until his bones fractured and shattered, only to be fused back together with his own blood as a binding agent. His nails, tongue, even his reproductive organs, everything had exploded and been reconstructed countless times in a cycle of agony no living creature could comprehend. Amon now resembled a man who had spent days in an icy hell, naked and starving, his body on the verge of collapse, his limbs numb and unresponsive. Pain racked his very soul, an unbearable torment that gnawed at him without respite. He could barely remain conscious, driven forward by nothing but a primal instinct ingrained deep within him. The pain is unbearable. What was I trying to do? Ah, yes, destroy the enemies of the Lord. Ah. Amon's deafening roar erupted with unfathomable depth and power. The space before him rippled violently, distorting and bending in unnatural waves, but oddly, no one actually heard the sound. Instead, they felt it. An invisible force pressed against their skulls, making their minds reel in disarray. Soldiers from the Great Serpent Empire and even the demons themselves dropped to the ground, clutching their ears in agony, blood trickling from their noses and mouths. The weaker ones collapsed outright, succumbing to internal hemorrhages. Boom! A tremor. Amon took another step forward, this time heading straight toward the city. Follow the king. Follow the king. The demon army erupted into a frenzied battle cry. There were no formations anymore. No discipline, no strategy. Like a rabid horde, they stormed toward the city, trampling over the imperial soldiers who, mere moments ago, had them cornered. This is bad. One of the Great Serpent Empire's generals stumbled back, his face pale. King Amon of the demons? Who was supposed to kill him? Another general barked, fury etched into his features. A third general clenched his fists tightly in response. You are blaming us now? We rushed here because of the soul creature's assault. If we had not returned, the 4th and 5th battalions would have been wiped out. Come on guys, all of you calm down, you are all overreacting. I fought Amon before. He is strong, but I know his limits. So what if he has grown a little bigger? It is probably just an empty size, a big balloon. I can take him down easily. He is right, let us just attack his leg and he will come crashing on the demon army. But then, one of the more perceptive generals muttered, sweat trickling down his temple. What are you all talking about? Can any of you sense the sheer power of that thing? His voice trembled. That aura. I have only ever felt it once before. Then he shut his mouth, afraid to say any more. The oldest and sharpest general in their ranks turned swiftly toward the city, his expression grave. Without hesitation, he shouted at the top of his lungs. To all units, an enemy approaches from the rear. Halt the advance and prepare for engagement. Chapter 1064. Don't worry, everyone. It's just an oversized balloon, puff without the weight. Hold your positions. One of the generals who had previously fought Amon led the last three formations of the army into a defensive stance, firmly rejecting the idea that the same opponent he had overwhelmed earlier could have transformed into a creature from hell in mere minutes. Amon, towering like an apocalyptic nightmare, raised his arms high, so high that his fingers nearly disappeared from view, before bringing them down with all the force he could muster. Rumble. The sheer size and overwhelming strength of Amon's fists compressed the air violently, causing it to explode outward as if trying to escape his descent. Brace for impact. Boom. Amon's colossal fists obliterated hundreds of soldiers instantly, crushing the general like an insect before he could even finish his command. Crack, crack, help, scatter, scatter. The devastating blow shattered the ground beneath them, sending cracks spidering across the earth. The soldiers scrambled over one another, trampling their comrades in a desperate attempt to escape the collapsing terrain. The once organized army, known for its iron discipline, was now reduced to a panicked mob. Grind. With great effort, Amon pulled his massive arm from the rubble, his monstrous frame lurching forward once more. The demon's power grew in a simple yet horrific way, by consuming the flesh and drinking the blood of intelligent races. Their bodies absorbed the essence of their victims, transforming and strengthening with every meal. Amon, in his relentless pursuit of strength, had forced his blood to destroy and rebuild his body over and over again, effectively pushing himself into a higher state of existence through sheer brutality. Raw power was no longer an option. Crush them all. Behind Amon, 200,000 frenzied demons charged forward, their blood-stained weapons raised, their snarling faces twisted in manic glee. Your Highness, we need reinforcements. One of the imperial generals shouted toward the elite royal guards, desperate for aid. But what he saw in that direction drained all hope from his heart. The battlefield was already a nightmare. The Silver Marshal's clones, Lanta and Snite, had cut down several of the imperial guards. Elsewhere, soul creatures and silver demon emperors overwhelmed their opponents, tipping the balance of battle in their favor. How can they ask the 77th prince to save them? The prince himself needed saving. Desperate, the general turned his gaze toward another battle zone, where the remaining imperial guards clashed with the warlords of the enemy forces. The sight was no better. Many guards had been pulled away to fight off the soul creatures, granting the warlords a chance to catch their breath, enough to mount a vicious counterattack. Oh no! The general whispered in dread, his grip tightening around his weapon. Bam! Another quake erupted beneath their feet. Doom was marching toward them. Amon! Sakar couldn't believe the cries of the demon army at first, but after scanning the towering figure over and over, he finally realized, I can't believe it, it really is Amon. You guys can reach that size? This is incredible. Caesar widened his eyes in astonishment. Having such a colossal force on their side was definitely cause for celebration. I didn't know it was possible either, Sakar replied quickly, his expression serious. But he certainly didn't pay a cheap price for it. Of course, Sakar understood what Amon had done. He himself had experienced the agonizing struggle of controlling a blood sea in the early days of his experiments. His organs had exploded several times before he finally mastered the art of blood compression. And he wasn't the only one. Every demon who ascended to the rank of demon emperor attempted to push their limits by consuming vast amounts of blood and devouring excessive food. Yet, most of them stopped when their bodies began to crack, and some who didn't perished from the pain. But somehow, Amon succeeded. And that power. Sakar's eyes widened in shock as he watched Amon crush the enemy general with a single blow, squashing him like an insect. At that moment, Amon's true strength was laid bare for all to see. Level 50. Whew. A rare smile crept onto Sakar's face. It seems we don't have to worry about that front for now. He turned his back to his main battlefield against the 300 high-level martial emperors. Care to join me? With your help, we can deal with those fools faster. Ha ha. With pleasure. Caesar's high spirits made him temporarily forget his pale face and shattered bones. From afar, Halak watched the chaos unfold, scratching his head in frustration. Man, this is bad, so bad. Bang! Halak slammed his fist against a pile of rubble, reducing it to dust. That son of a bitch did it before me. A filthy demon who was rolling in the mud half a century ago reached level 50 before me. Grinding his teeth in frustration, Halak kept his eyes on Amon's rampage, calculating whether he could take on that behemoth in a fight. Sure, Amon was slow, and he looked like he was in constant agony with every step, but if he took even a single hit from those massive fists, he'd need that damned Richard to put him back together again. Another one I'll have to think twice before killing. Halak clenched his fists tightly. Ever since he learned of the true beginning empire, he'd been encountering monsters like these left and right. First, that arrogant, filthy, holier-than-thou bastard named Robin Burton. Then there was Sakar and Richard, each one a beast in their own right. And Caesar? Halak wasn't sure who'd come out alive if they fought, but he knew it would cost him at least half his life even if he won. And now, a fourth monster joins the ranks. Clicking his tongue in irritation, Halak leaned against the ruins and muttered to himself. Tisk, you had it easy, didn't you? That old Pythor stayed at the top for 10,000 years, and you remained the second strongest. Every time a marshal got close to surpassing you, you'd just take another dose of Dirger's blood and pull ahead again. He gave a half-smile, dripping with sarcasm. Even your master is no different. The aura his body gives off is more beast than human. Your whole strength and identity are clinging on a fucking beast. Such a simple life. Silence. Halak glanced down at his right arm, resting against the severed head of Marshal Celebus. But where do I go when I want to get stronger, huh? His voice grew sharper. That damn tattoo works on its own, and it looks like I'll have to wait another 1,000 years before I get to the same level as that damn demon. His frustration boiled over, his voice rising to a shout. Tell me, why did those four bastards surpass me, Halak? Catching himself mid-outburst, Halak exhaled, glancing at Celebus's lifeless eyes. Oh, my bad, I didn't mean to make it difficult for you. Carry on dying. Turning his gaze back to the battlefield, he surveyed the carnage. Should I step in again? Chapter 1065. Skoo, skoo, skoo. One whip after another struck the ground with incredible precision and immense force. The sounds of tearing through the air were as loud as explosions, and even space itself seemed to compress slightly under their might. Yet, no sound of impact was heard. There was no longer any ground left to be destroyed in that area. Most importantly, for some reason, the target of the whips could not be touched. Shah! Shah, amazing, simply amazing. Do you see this? Robin pointed toward the battlefield of the main army, specifically at what seemed like a moving mountain. Amon proved me wrong much faster than I anticipated. But still, this can only be possible because of his origin as a demon. Indeed, the demon's body is indeed a treasure trove waiting to be explored. Just what is the origin of these incredible creatures? Skoo, skoo. The sound of the whipping continued, even intensifying, but Pythor's voice was also heard. I didn't want to consider this possibility, but after witnessing this exact transformation, it's almost certain those things are most likely the Red Plague. Pythor cast a single glance at Amon and the ongoing battle before refocusing on studying Robin's movements. Robin had barely gathered this army within a few decades and trusted them, but what about Pythor, who had built his army over 10,000 years? No matter if a mountain moved to stop them, his army would handle it. The Red Plague. Robin turned toward Pythor quickly. The term itself felt strangely fitting for the demons. What exactly is the Red Plague? Do they exist on other planets? Skoo. Pythor sent a few more whip strikes toward Robin before pausing. Each time the whip came close, Robin would flash and appear as if the whip had passed through his body. Pythor looked directly into Robin's eyes. If I answer you, will you tell me what trick you're using now? And I also want to know how you're able to use a spatial ring so effortlessly. The vibrations emitted by the device make it difficult to manipulate anything related to space. Even if you manage to connect with the ring for a moment, you shouldn't have been able to retrieve anything from it. Robin had already reached the second stage of the major heavenly law of time and was in the process of modifying his tattoos to utilize the flash ability, an advanced temporal technique. Simply put, he could skip a fraction of a second into the future, allowing him to take a step forward and back while appearing as if he hadn't moved at all. From Robin's perspective, it was merely an opening gambit to buy more time for the rest of the battles. The more victories he achieved and the more isolated Pythor became, the easier it would be to handle his trump cards. But for Pythor, the major heavenly law of time, you have access to the primary law of time. He shouted in disbelief, his eyes widening to their fullest. Yes, I also use it to unlock the spatial rings. Robin chuckled slyly, his eyes gleaming with amusement. Didn't you know that time directly affects space? I used the law of time to tamper with the rings a bit and extract what I wanted, and of course, this can only be useful because I also have the major heavenly law of space and know what to do. That's all there is to it. Pythor's expression darkened, his lips curling into a tight line. You, besides mastering the laws of life and death, you've also obtained the law of time. He took a step forward, his teeth grinding audibly in frustration. It was evident that Robin's capabilities were beyond what he had initially imagined. If you're not planning to surrender, then hurry up and tell me about the Red Plague. Robin waved his hand dismissively, his casual attitude making Pythor's frustration even more palpable. If Pythor was going to be shocked every time he revealed something from his arsenal, they'd never finish this battle. Pythor let out a deep breath, clearly trying to suppress his rising irritation. The Red Plague is a planetary scourge, he finally admitted, his voice laced with a mixture of disdain and concern. It usually strikes older planets in the midbelt, where the land, sea, and air have become corrupted due to centuries of conflict and the relentless plundering of resources. These creatures emerge from the depths and kill every living being in their path. When they run out of flesh, they start devouring trees and drinking seawater. And when that ends, they consume each other. It's a never-ending cycle of destruction. Any planet that shows signs of the Red Plague is doomed to destruction, unless it receives swift and decisive intervention. Robin's smirk faded slightly, and a frown crept onto his face. He furrowed his brows deeply, his mind racing with thoughts. This definitely sounded like something the demons would do, mindless, insatiable creatures devouring everything in their wake. If the first truth chosen of Nihari hadn't appeared all those years ago and invented the powder, the entire intelligent population of the planet might have been wiped out by now. But what had a young belt planet like Nihari done to deserve such a fate? Had the planet's vast number of intelligent species, nearly 100, tipped the balance? Or was it the relentless extraction of resources and the reckless use of divine body-strengthening tattoos that had led to its corruption? Pythor's voice interrupted his thoughts. There have been rare cases where mutated demons with a semblance of intelligence appeared, he continued, his face etched with a grim expression. They managed to exploit the technology of the planets they infested and ventured into space to attack other worlds. Robin instinctively cast a glance at Sakar, who was silently observing the battlefield calculating every move. The implications of this revelation were troubling, to say the least. To this day, Pythor continued, his tone heavy with conviction, demons are still roaming across the mid-belt planets. Wherever they appear, they are relentlessly hunted down. They are among the few things that unite all intelligent races in hatred. They've all agreed to exterminate them on sight. His gaze shifted toward Amon, watching the towering figure wreak havoc on the distant battlefield. I will annihilate every single one of those creatures after I'm done with you, Pythor declared, his voice filled with cold determination. If word of their presence here spreads, we might attract some very unwelcome attention. Robin's eyes narrowed. Yeah, it seems I'll have to be more cautious with them around. He muttered under his breath, the weight of the situation finally sinking in. The sharp crack of a whip sliced through the air. Skoo. Robin easily dodged the attack, his movements fluid and precise. He pointed at Pythor with a playful grin. Aha! Sneaky Pythor, that wasn't very gentlemanly. Fight me seriously. Pythor roared, clearly embarrassed by his failed attempt to catch Robin off guard. His frustration was reaching its peak. As you wish. Robin said, his smile unwavering as he prepared for the next exchange. Chapter 1066. Skuh. With its intensity and speed, Robin didn't see the whip coming. But his dense soul sense told him precisely where the whip was, and where it would head. Glow. The eye of truth began to turn a faint golden color. He finally managed to see the incoming whip, and within 1/100th of a second, he found a certain point. Shah! A shot of intense energy came out of the tip of the spear. What? Pythor was surprised that the whip lost its power in midair and began to fall toward the ground like a severed clothesline. Again. Skuh. Facing the torrent of whip strikes, he smiled and repeated what he did. He knew that Pythor saw this as an opening to understand his opponent's capabilities. Inside, he was still a little apprehensive about their conversation. Every time Robin opened his mouth, he told him something that was supposed to be impossible. ZZT. Every shot of his spear was targeting the whip's balance point, causing it to lose its power. With each strike, the balance point changed, and each time he hit it with infinite accuracy. Poof! After several more rounds, Pythor blew out a breath filled with purple mist. Now we start talking. Robin laughed and then swung his spear toward the mist. Whoosh! What? Pythor shouted when he saw the purple mist disappear. The force represented the law of secondary erosion. Robin Burton didn't stop it, he literally cancelled its existence. Tisk! His long combat experience made him quickly ignore that shock and focus on an opening in Robin's defenses. Now. Robin's focus on cancelling the purple mist delayed his reaction toward the two whips for a split second, making it impossible to stop them together this time. No problem. ZZT. Robin swung his spear at one of the whips, stopping it in midair, while the other came down to claim his neck. Shush! Stop that provocative move, you human bastard. Pythor was furious. At the crucial moment and before the whip touched his neck, Robin Burton used the time flash feature again. Robin smiled, then rushed forward toward Pythor. Come on, his opponent shouted and raised the two whips up, ready for the upcoming exchange. Shush! After Pythor made the decision to attack directly, Robin used the time flash. In his eyes now, Pythor was moving in slow motion. The whip was still coming toward him, but it was visible, and a child could dodge it at this speed. This time Robin used the flash not only to dodge, but to take a few steps to the side, then raised his spear. The moment the time flash feature stopped, he would attack Pythor directly while he was in an attacking position. Shush! Skuh! What? Before Robin could strike directly with his spear, he saw one of the whips heading directly toward him. Bam! The whip came down and cut that piece of land in half, but there was no trace of Robin. Using the flash of time, he moved again, but this time backward. Oh, Pythor, I see you don't intend making this easy, ha! That's exactly why Robin considered the time flash to be a trick at best. From a distance and through short, quick movements, it would be an amazing trick to avoid blows. But if he wanted to use it in a wider range and closer to his opponent, especially an opponent as strong as Pythor, he would pay the price. That's what my enemies said every time, before I killed them all. Pythor replied confidently, but his eyelids twitched slightly. Up until this moment, he was picking up the aura of a high-level sage power from Robin. Just a sage. He, the mighty Pythor, was panting as he fought someone using the third stage of law, and that law wasn't even suitable for battle, it was only meant for research. I like your confidence. Robin laughed out loud. Let's try another method then. Robin tightened the spear with his left hand, then hit the ground hard and rushed directly toward Pythor. Pythor was momentarily amazed at the power of the rush for a sage, but he quickly raised his whips and began his attack. Using the spear in his left arm, Robin fired an energy bullet that made the whip on the right lose its power, but he didn't have time to do the same on the left. Pythor filled his mouth with something, preparing to use Robin's flash of time to strike at the location where he would appear. Bam! But Robin grabbed the space spear with both hands and directly collided with the left whip. What? Pythor opened both of his eyes wide. The two whips were an epic weapon set that almost touched the middle grade. For a sage like him who relied on tricks to confront them head-on, it was sheer madness. You killed yourself, Robin Burton, haha. Arg. The force of the whip almost sent Robin flying backward like a projectile. Several tattoos on his body began to show faint lights. Arg. The 4th stage body strengthening divine tattoo and the 4th grade pure strength divine tattoo showed their full power. Bang. The whip finally retreated backward. What? Pythor opened his eyes wide. And his surprise didn't stop there. Robin stepped on the tip of the whip with his foot forcefully. Swoosh. Robin launched the space spear toward the other whip and pinned it to one of the towers near the portal. Crack. Crack. With one whip pinned under his foot and the other pinned to the space spear, Robin cracked his fingers and neck. Come on, let's continue without the toys, what do you think? You, someone who hasn't reached the pinnacle of the sagehood realm yet, want to fight me with your bare hands? Pythor laughed loudly and then threw the handles of the whips. Come on, truth chosen, show me the truth of your fists. Chapter 1067. A few years ago, Robin placed a sharp-tipped pen in a cup filled with dark ink, then used the tip of the pen to carve into his skin and flesh. Tisk tisk tisk. Oh, you're modifying that tattoo again? You were just doing something to it a few months ago. Evergreen materialized next to Robin, hands behind her back and large eyes watching the process intently. I got some new ideas. If I'm not wrong, it will help with the symptoms after using the divine tattoo. It will make me use it for longer as well. Robin's face looked very much in pain. It looks like it hurts. What exactly does it do? Evergreen asked again with curiosity. Of course it hurts, one of the most painful tattoos in fact. The rest of the offensive tattoos convert natural energy into a law outside the body. The lightning giant's tribe for example converts the natural energy around them into lightning around them, never entering their bodies, and maybe their bodies are struck by a lightning bolt or two unintentionally. But this is called a pure power tattoo, owned by a tribe of Nihari giants we wiped out in the past, and I put some of my understandings in it. It's one of the few divine tattoos that attracts energy and converts it into laws inside the body. Robin took a bit of the specially made ink and went back to engrave it on his body, speaking at the same time to forget the pain. Arg. This offensive divine tattoo, it converts energy to support several hormones inside the body. Some of them give a sudden increase in strength, some of them cause muscle tension, and some of them feed the muscles with more nutrients, things like that. And thanks to it, I can get a huge temporary boost in physical strength. It may reach 3 to 5 times the usual strength. It's true that it causes a hormonal imbalance after the battle. It can be a permanent problem if not healed swiftly. Oh, that seems. Evergreen nodded several times, then raised her eyes and looked at Robin, a bit pointless. A true chosen one and a soul master, whether this character or that, Robin should be the type to stand in the back in a clean robe and let the battle revolve around him without raising his hand. Instead, here he is preparing himself for hand-to-hand combat. Haha, I can never know when I might need what. The secret to victory is constant preparation. Robin raised his fist, then charged towards Pythor. Facing the incoming attack, Pythor raised his right hand to form a palm, and supplied his arm, leg, and back with enough energy to stop a Marshal Emperor's attack, already more than adequately prepared for the situation. Haha, come on, Mr. Sage, come and show me what a truth chosen might. Boom. Pythor was sent flying upon impact. Bang. After crashing into a house, Pythor finally managed to stop himself and stay on the ground. How the fuck? Again. Robin shouted in midair, raising his fists and clenching them together to form a hammer, and using his energy to push downward. Stop your insolence. Pythor shouted angrily. This time he didn't dare to underestimate the outcome of the incoming attack. Swoosh. He stomped his foot on the ground and quickly retreated. Boom. The ground shattered under Robin's fist, sending a rapid dust storm all around. Swoosh. A quick shadow broke through the dust storm, raising his fists. Come here. Tisk. Flying backward, Pythor had nowhere to go, and remembering that he didn't need to, Pythor put all his energy into his right arm, and launched towards Robin. Know your place. Swoosh. Robin used a flash of time to narrowly avoid Pythor's fist, then slammed into the stomach. Piffed. Pythor spat out some of the saliva that had accumulated in his mouth from the intensity of the blow and fell to melt the ground. The blow did not cause him any fatal damage, but it made his stomach twist and almost threw him away. Catch. Pythor quickly grabbed Burton's hand that he had hit him with, then raised his head up and brought it down on Robin's forehead with a bang. Robin felt the ground spin around him for a moment before he could balance himself. In a split second, Robin decided to take advantage of the fact that Pythor was holding his right arm with both hands, so he raised his left leg and unleashed a devastating kick to his ribs with a boom. Arg, you son of a human bitch, behave yourself. Pythor felt something shatter inside his body, but he didn't care. He raised his head again and hit him on his forehead again with a bang. Robin's eyes disappeared into the back of his head. Humph. When Pythor saw that, a malicious laugh appeared on his face, then his mouth filled with something, and he spat it out. Swoosh. This time what came out was a concentrated purple liquid. The liquid was burning the air on its way towards Robin. Robin's pupils appeared again and he found himself looking up at the sky, but something inside him told him that death was approaching now. Damn it. Ohm. Right in front of Robin's head, a small silver portal opened and a Dirger humanoid's head came out. Tis. The purple poison spit hit the spirit creature's head. Hua. He screamed for a moment before his head turned into soul force and entered the soul domain again, and the portal closed, while the purple spit fell to the ground. Ohm. Pythor heard an ominous sound from behind and quickly looked up, shouting, "What?" 3 large silver soul portals appeared, each several meters high, and whatever came out would definitely be huge beasts. Where are you looking? I'm right here. He heard Robin's voice from the front laughing. Bam, bam, bam. Taking advantage of his distraction, Robin managed to break at least 2 ribs with 3 consecutive blows toward Pythor's right side, shouting, "Arg! Just die, die already." Angry, Pythor raised his leg and kicked forward towards Robin's stomach, taking advantage of the fact that he was still holding his arm with both hands. Robin used his free left hand to strike Pythor's leg before it could reach him, but his attack barely dampened its force a bit before it reached his chest, sending him flying backward like an arrow, spitting blood with a bang. Pythor focused most of his energy into his foot, preparing to catch up with Robin. "You won't get a second's rest while I'm here, you will." Boom. His words were interrupted by a powerful blow to his brain. Piffed. Pythor felt his mind shake and his teeth crack. Some blood was already dripping from the top of his head, and he would definitely feel this direct hit for a very long time. Pythor rolled dozens of meters before he could balance himself. For God's sake, this. When he looked behind him to see who had hit him, he found an imperial guard holding a silver hammer. My 63rd son. He then turned to Robin and shouted angrily, "This is not fair." Chapter 1068. On another battlefield, I will stop this wave. Go and cut off the demon's head. One of the strongest imperial guards shouted powerfully. Wielding a massive hammer and towering shield, the imperial guard roared and stepped forward ahead of everyone. Though his body was covered in visible wounds, and parts of his armor were shattered, he looked as if he was ready to challenge the world. Stopping a wave of underworld daisies was easier said than done. Everyone understood that he didn't mean to stop them entirely but rather to buy a second or two. Don't waste the sacrifice of our 37th brother. ZZT, ZZT, ZZT. Hundreds of daisies rushed forward like a swarm of wasps hungry for flesh. Nothing would stop them from getting what they wanted. Hey The guard raised his colossal, epic shield and activated his ability, Wall of the End. The shield's size multiplied tenfold, and not just its size, its power and weight increased as well, judging by the strain visible on the guard's arm, which looked like it might explode. The underworld daisies couldn't all maneuver around the massive shield in time, and a great number of them crashed into it. Bam, bam, bam. Ha ha. I bought you time, you goblin bastard. Now the game ends. Ha ha. The guard laughed loudly, enjoying the sound of chrysanthemums exploding like music to his ears. But suddenly, bang, one of the underworld daisies didn't explode upon contact with the shield. Instead, it didn't even pause. What? The 37th guard felt time slow down as his shield was shattered, and an ordinary-looking underworld approached his chest. Boom. In the end, this particular underworld wasn't ordinary at all, it was one of the 5 elite ones. Sakar had fused them with thousands of regular underworlds to heighten the danger. Upon contact, the Imperial Guard's chest exploded. He fell, and the shield that had accompanied him for more than 700 years hit the ground for the last time. 7 high-level martial emperors had managed to break through the underworld swarm and headed directly toward Sakar. The supreme general of the Second Army, the mighty Demon King, was in a pitiful state at this moment. Most of his armor had been shattered in his first battle against the 100 emperors, and he had sustained multiple wounds. Now, after several minutes of combat, those injuries had worsened significantly. Even his left arm appeared to be hanging by a thin thread, about to fall off. Your head is mine. The fastest among them raised his halberd, eager to claim this honor. But, shwa, a black fireball was all that greeted him. Ah. Even though the black flames didn't inflict immediate pain, the Marshal Emperor knew what was going on and he panicked about it. The moment he realized what had struck him, he quickly changed his trajectory, his body moving instinctively as he began releasing thick purple mist in large quantities to smother the deathly fire before it could consume him entirely. He wasn't the only one facing this danger. Several other fireballs had been launched toward the incoming warriors, forcing them to scatter in all directions and slow their advance. Humph! With a grunt of effort, Sakar's right hand morphed into an enormous cleaver, its jagged edges gleaming ominously. Without hesitation, he swung it fiercely at the closest opponent. Crash! The sheer force of the blow shattered the warrior's shield like fragile glass, and a chunk of his shoulder was cleaved away in a single, devastating strike. Blood splattered across the battlefield as the wounded warrior staggered back, gasping in pain. I'll handle things on that side. Caesar's voice was low, yet it carried a weight that chilled the air around him. It wasn't the kind of coldness born from murderous intent or battle fervor. No, this was something much more tangible, something that made it clear he was struggling. His entire body trembled slightly, a sign that he was reaching his limit. Sakar narrowed his eyes. You don't need to push yourself like that. Caesar's face was pale as death itself, his once vibrant complexion reduced to a sickly shade, and his wound showed no signs of healing. His eyes, once sharp and full of life, were now a ghostly white, devoid of any color except for the dull black pupils that had now dimmed to a murky gray, yet he smiled upon hearing Sakar. You're not exactly in top shape yourself. Caesar coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of dark blood onto the ground. He wiped his cracked lips with the back of his trembling hand, his chest rising and falling erratically. But despite his condition, he wasted no time, raising his hand to unleash a barrage of small, black fireballs toward the right flank, forcing their enemies to retreat momentarily. Sakar, meanwhile, continued his relentless assault. He swung his monstrous right hand again and again, sometimes wielding it like a brutal cleaver, sometimes snapping it like a whip, slicing through anything that dared approach him. I know I'm injured, he admitted with a growl, his breathing heavy, but my wounds are only on the body. You, on the other hand, I don't even know what's happening to you. Caesar let out a weak, rasping chuckle. Oh, does my condition earn sympathy from a demon? Damn, I must really look like shit. His voice was laced with bitter amusement. Looks like I'll need to have a little chat with my father about these damn side effects, after today's battle. Your optimism is heartwarming, Sakar replied dryly, before swiftly lashing out with his blade hand, cutting down yet another enemy who had dared to approach. Zwoosh. Of course we will win, Caesar muttered, his expression weary but determined. He tilted his head slightly, motioning toward the battlefield ahead. Take a look over there. Sakar followed his gaze to where Robin and Pythor were locked in an intense hand-to-hand brawl. At that very moment, Robin delivered a devastating kick to Pythor's ribs, the sickening crunch of bones shattering echoing across the battlefield. Ha ha, did you hear that? Caesar's laughter was hoarse, yet genuine, as he dodged an incoming attack and countered with a well-placed strike. Sakar, however, remained unimpressed. He shook his head slightly. That's just a warm-up. His eyes remained fixed on the two fighters below. Neither the Lord nor Pythor specialize in body cultivation. The only reason the Lord is holding his own is because of that auxiliary body strengthening tattoo of his, while Pythor's beast bloodline naturally grants him a tougher physique. Sakar's expression darkened. You'll know the real fight has begun when you start seeing that purple mist spreading everywhere. Caesar shrugged, his lips curling into a faint, cracked smile. Mental strength is crucial. Maybe Pythor will lose his nerve after getting beaten in hand-to-hand combat, and just give up. Ha ha ha. His dry laughter held a hint of desperation, but he was trying to keep himself awake, trying to stay conscious through the pain and exhaustion gnawing at his body. Sakar could see it too. Caesar was barely holding on, using these small exchanges to keep his mind sharp. But Sakar couldn't afford to let him stop. If Caesar fell now, Sakar would be next. And if Sakar fell, then the entire city, and everything they had fought for, would crumble with them. At that moment, a voice both of them recognized rang out from the side, cutting through the chaos of battle like a blade. Hey guys, need a hand? Chapter 1069. Sakar and Caesar turned their gazes towards the newcomer. It was Richard. The young man's hair was still ablaze with thick green flames, and his face bore a wide, almost unsettling grin stretching from ear to ear as if he wanted to flaunt his perfectly aligned teeth. His eyes were wide open, radiating an intense eagerness, clearly ready to offer the help he had promised. However, PSSHT, both Sakar and Caesar noticed something alarming. The veins and arteries in Richard's shoulder were torn to varying degrees, and they could see, with their naked eyes, his blood seeping out steadily, trickling down like a leaking faucet. Richard, are you okay? Caesar floated slightly forward, concern evident in his voice. Of course I'm okay. Why would you even ask? Richard laughed loudly, his voice filled with forced enthusiasm. Then, with practiced ease, he reached into his spatial ring and pulled out an object. Look at this. Both Sakar and Caesar narrowed their eyes sharply. In Richard's hand was a dark blue pyramid. Its presence alone sent alarm bells ringing in their minds. If Richard had it, that could only mean one thing. What happened to the Marshals, Xanax, and Lacrosse? Haha, I killed them, of course. Richard chuckled, his voice laced with an eerie sense of triumph. They were good at hiding, but how long could they possibly hide from me? Ha ha ha. PSSHHHT. Even as he laughed, several blood vessels in his neck ruptured, spraying fresh blood right onto Caesar's face. Caesar slowly wiped the blood off his face, his eyes locking onto Richard's. For the first time in a long while, a genuine sense of fear settled in his heart. What he saw in Richard's eyes was a mixture of pain hidden behind excitement and weakness masked by an unwillingness to stop. Richard was trying desperately to conceal the immense strain his body was under by acting as if nothing was wrong. Either that, or he had truly gone mad. Caesar stepped forward and placed a reassuring hand on Richard's trembling shoulder. Little brother, I don't think you're in any condition to. Sakar cut him off abruptly and pointed to the right flank. Son of the Lord, I'll be counting on you to cover me from that side, while brother Caesar will cover the other. You two just handle the defense, and my 5 daisies will handle the offensive. Understood. Without hesitation, Richard dashed toward the designated position, instantly locking onto an enemy. His hand shot out like lightning, grabbing the opponent by the throat. Ah! Caesar sighed deeply as he watched Richard dive into the fray, his movements fueled by adrenaline and sheer willpower. The boy's not all right. You noticed it too. Why did you send him back into battle? Caesar spoke weakly, his eyes never leaving Richard. Sakar laughed bitterly. He's in better shape than both of us. He gestured to himself, his body riddled with gruesome injuries, his left arm barely hanging on by a thread of muscle and tendon. As for Caesar, he looked like a walking corpse, barely holding himself together with sheer determination and making small talk. And yet, here Caesar was, worrying about Richard losing a few liters of blood. Step, rumble, fire, fire everything you've got. A general from the Great Serpent Empire's army bellowed orders at the top of his lungs. Boom, boom, boom. Tens of thousands of soldiers from the Great Serpent Empire unleashed their might upon the largest and easiest target they had ever seen in their lives. Boom. Amon's colossal body was set ablaze, frozen, and corroded, all in the same instant. No matter how strong one was, taking 100,000 attacks simultaneously was not an experience anyone could walk away from unscathed. Oh! A deafening roar of pain tore through the battlefield as Amon staggered backward, each step causing the ground to tremble under his immense weight. Step, step, rumble. But, despite the overwhelming barrage, he managed to steady himself before collapsing completely. Protect the great infernal master. The demon army roared in shame, furious that they had allowed such a devastating attack to land. They pushed forward with renewed vigor, but the sheer numerical difference between them and the Great Serpent Empire's forces was overwhelming. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't reach the soldiers' position safely in the backlines. Amon, the towering giant, opened his mouth and let out a low-frequency roar, inaudible to the human ear, yet powerful enough to shake the air around them. Hearts clenched in response to the unseen force. From every wound and crack on his immense body, blood burst forth, sizzling and quenching the raging fires while neutralizing the lingering effects of the attack. The same blood then slithered back into his veins, reabsorbed into his colossal frame. With great effort, he lifted his foot once more and began advancing. Prepare for the second wave. The general of the Great Serpent Empire's army raised his hand, scanning the battlefield carefully to ensure every unit was in place. Then, with a sharp motion, he swung his arm down, shouting, "Fur! Fush! Roar!" Before the command could be completed, 7 silver soul creatures appeared, descending upon the right flank of the Serpent Empire's army. In mere moments, they obliterated an entire battalion's formation, scattering soldiers in chaotic disarray. Damn it! What in the hell is the 77th Prince doing? The general bellowed furiously, his composure cracking. Those few moments of hesitation were all Amon needed to take 2 more thunderous steps forward. Oh! His massive hand descended from the heavens like a meteorite. Oh no! The general looked up, but he no longer saw the sky. Boom! Meanwhile, elsewhere on the battlefield. This isn't fair. You're using my flesh and blood against me. His voice trembled with a mix of anger and disbelief. Crack, crack. Reuben emerged from the debris, brushing off the rubble accumulated over him. His forehead was bleeding from 2 brutal headbutts Pythor had landed earlier, but other than that, he seemed relatively unscathed. Your flesh and blood, huh? Reuben wiped his forehead and spat out, his tone laced with mockery. Tell me, what's his name? Pythor hesitated for a moment. Mashallah. His name is Seth. Stop embarrassing yourself. Reuben waved his hand dismissively, irritation flashing across his face. He had learned a thing or two about Seth after shattering his primal soul and absorbing it. Pythor raised a finger, as if about to argue, but then let his hand drop and looked away, muttering, "You know what? It doesn't matter." He took a quick sweeping glance across the battlefield, processing the grim state of his forces, and then he extended his soul senses further. What he discovered struck him like a bolt of lightning. "My 4 marshals. They're all dead. You should have been more worried about them once you realized what laws my boys wield." Reuben shrugged lightly, buying himself time to tend to his wounds and halt his bleeding. Pythor stood silent for 5 full seconds, his gaze drifting in 4 different directions, toward the shredded remains of his subordinates. 2 seconds of that were spent staring at the severed head of his closest confidant, Celebus, which was now being used as an armrest by Halak. His eyes then scanned the battlefield, where Sakar, Richard, and Caesar were systematically tearing through his elite guards and marshals one after another. Further back, Amon crushed his soldiers underfoot, while the invading soul creatures obliterated everything in their path. The warlords, once struggling to hold the front lines, were now pushing their opponents back, slowly gravitating toward the central battle between the demon emperors and the Great Serpent Empire's imperial generals. That was the only front they were still losing. The warlords were moving in to act like fortresses, to absorb the pressure and balance the tides of battle. Pythor spent several more seconds absorbing the unfolding disaster, then muttered under his breath, "The scene I'm witnessing now, was all of this your doing? Did you anticipate it would come to this?" Reuben glanced around the battlefield as well, a small smile forming on his lips. "The only credit I'll take," he said, cracking his knuckles, "is that I chose the right men." "I see." Pythor nodded slowly. Without hesitation, he reached into his travel pouch and pulled out a transmission device, his fingers trembling slightly as he spoke into it. "Seventh son, bring the entire southern army here, immediately." Chapter 1070. "Seventh son, I need you and the entire southern army here, right now." After a few seconds, the voice of the 7th prince came through. "Your Majesty, we are under heavy attack here. We can't move an inch. I don't care what's happening around you. We're losing here. If you don't send reinforcements, then even if I manage to kill Robin Burton and his close followers, I'll still be surrounded." Pythor shouted angrily. "Start sending reinforcements immediately, 7th. Within 5 minutes, your entire army must be in front of me, even if you have to sacrifice half of it. I'll see what I can do. Please hang on there. We all depend on you, Almighty Father." The 7th prince responded before cutting off communication. Pythor then placed the transmitter back into his special travel pouch. "In just moments, you'll see the ships raining down troops. Don't get too proud of your followers' heroics. They will all turn to dust soon enough." "Oh, really? You know, we can just leave right now if we want to." Robin laughed, tearing open the space beside him with a sharp TRR, his gaze locked onto Pythor's eyes the entire time. Pythor's expression stiffened slightly. Ever since he saw the green flame fighting above, he had a bad feeling, and now it was confirmed. The spatial seal had been broken. Nothing could keep Robin and company if they surrounded them. They would just use their annoying instant space portals and leave. "Are you thinking of running away now? Is this how the great emperors behave? Do you think mere words can stop me if I truly want to leave?" Robin chuckled, waving his hand to close the rift beside him. "No need to worry. I'm not going anywhere today. I truly respect you, Robin Burton. It is a tragedy that you must fall today." Pythor's voice was filled with absolute seriousness. "Why not listen to me and join my side? If we combine our forces, we can take control of an entire planetary sector." "No, thanks." Robin cracked his neck from side to side, still unsure why Pythor spoke as if he were the one losing today. He then raised his fists into a boxing stance. "Come, let's finish what we started." "A pity." Pythor shook his head, his eyes beginning to glow with an intense violet hue. "No need for more warm-ups, then." HSS. Crack, crack. A sound of bones breaking echoed as Pythor's body twisted unnaturally. His neck and arms contorted in ways that defied human anatomy. "Haha, are you admitting defeat in close combat? If I were you, I'd." Robin's laughter gradually faded as his gaze shifted upward, watching Pythor's growing form. "Oh. Crack, clatter. HSS, HSS." All traces of humanity vanished from Pythor's eyes. His hands fused with his body, his legs merged together, and his form rapidly expanded. The once scaly skin turned into thick, armor-like plates. Finally, his coarse hair shot upward, solidifying and transforming into 3 imposing horns. Pythor. Robin took a step back. The man he had been speaking to was gone. What stood in his place was a monstrous, scaled behemoth, a miniature incarnation of Durger the Devourer. "Fa!" Pythor let out a powerful hiss, his colossal form twisting with unnatural fluidity before lunging at Robin. His gaping maw exuded a thick, rolling purple mist, an eerie manifestation of the corrosion law he had mastered. Fwoosh! Robin's instinct screamed at him as the ominous mist surged forward like an unstoppable tide. He swiftly took several steps back, his mind racing through escape options. The familiar surge of power pulsed through his veins as he prepared to activate a time blink, but the mist advanced with terrifying speed, consuming everything in its path. Bah, bah, bah. Robin's fingers moved like blade spears, releasing precise energy shots aimed at the minor heavenly law of corrosion patterns within the mist. The crimson streaks of energy sliced through the swirling purple fog, dispersing a significant portion of it with each hit. Yet, Pythor showed no sign of relenting. Fwoosh! Another wave of dense mist billowed from Pythor's gaping maw, rolling forward in relentless pursuit. Robin cursed under his breath, "Damn it. He could feel the oppressive energy of the corrosion law pressing against his skin, corroding the very fabric of the air. Shoo! Above Pythor's monstrous form, another spatial rift split open, and Robin emerged, his body flickering as he soared away. Below him, Pythor's corrosive mist engulfed the rift Robin had just used. The sheer volume of the mist was staggering. Part of it vanished into the crack in space, but the rest pressed onward. 8:19. With a decisive motion, Robin activated the space-piercing law tattoo etched onto his arm. A jagged rift in reality tore open behind him, distorting the battlefield with an unnatural hum. Without hesitation, he leaped through the fissure. The world twisted and reformed in an instant. Shoo! Above Pythor's monstrous form, another spatial rift split open, and Robin emerged, his body flickering as he soared away. Below him, Pythor's corrosive mist engulfed the rift Robin had just used. The sheer volume of the mist was staggering. Part of it vanished into the crack in space, but the rest pressed onward. Fwoah! The metallic surface of the space portal, once a towering monument of craftsmanship, crumbled instantly upon contact. The thick purple fog reduced it to nothing more than drifting particles in the wind, erasing its presence from existence. Yet, Pythor's own mist, having entered the spatial rift, re-emerged from another tear in the fabric of space. This time it crashed down upon his own enormous body with explosive force. Bang! The impact sent shockwaves rippling through the battlefield. Pythor's massive form trembled, his scales vibrating under the corrosive assault of his own attack. Dust and debris erupted in a towering cloud, obscuring the battlefield. HSS. Pythor's enraged hiss echoed through the air, filled with pain and frustration. His eyes, gleaming with malice, scanned the battlefield, searching for Robin with renewed fury. The destruction of the portal meant nothing now, his prey had become his primary focus. Bah! Without warning, Pythor's colossal tail lashed through the air with a deafening crack, breaking the sound barrier as it hurtled toward Robin with deadly precision. Shah! With mere seconds to spare, Robin once again tore a path through space, vanishing just before the devastating strike could land. Boom! Pythor's tail crashed into the earth below, splitting the ground like fragile glass. Cracks spider-webbed across the battlefield, entire residential blocks crumbling into ruin under the sheer force of the impact. Robin reappeared several meters away, his gaze cold and calculating as he observed Pythor. The once humanoid figure had fully transformed into a serpent over 60 meters long, his scales gleaming with an unholy purple glow. Every inch of his massive frame radiated the oppressive aura of the erosion law. Robin's eyes narrowed. The mist should have harmed him. The Dirger's human race avoids such exposure at all costs. Yet Pythor stood unscathed, his transformation going beyond mere physical change. His affinity with the corrosion law had deepened to an unprecedented level. Pythor's jaws parted once more, revealing fangs as long as spears, dripping with a sickly purple essence. The mist within his throat swirled with an ominous energy, and his deep, guttural voice rumbled through the battlefield. Human, be proud. You are now witnessing the pinnacle of the second cultivation path. No one has seen this true form before, and I will ensure you do not live to tell the tale. Chapter 1071. And I will make sure you don't live to tell the tale. Rumble, rumble. Pythor's massive body shifted, and the sheer weight of his form caused deep fractures to spread across the ground beneath him. The earth itself seemed to groan under his immense bulk, sinking inch by inch as if surrendering to his presence. HSS, HSS. A single flick of his tongue, drenched in the corrosive purple venom, sent waves of distortion rippling through the air. The very atmosphere began to erode, thinning unnaturally and creating an eerie vacuum that pressed down on the battlefield like an unseen force of doom. Robin locked eyes with Pythor. Indeed, he had lost his last sliver of humanity, and there was nothing in those eyes except for savagery and doom. He could almost hear the echoes of countless lives snuffed out by this monstrosity's will, a silent cacophony of suffering embedded deep within Pythor's soul. The weight of billions lost pressed heavily on Robin's chest. At that moment, Robin realized that Pythor had severed his final link to his true self. No longer did he bear even a shred of the former human king. If he were now to stand beside Dirger, the Beast King, no one would question that he was his rightful heir. Robin clenched his fists. So this is what happens when one masters the second cultivation path completely. You become a mere imitation of the creature whose blood you've drained? A pathetic counterfeit. Pythor didn't take the bait. Instead, with a menacing HSS, he threw his jaws open wide and unleashed a torrential blast. Flowish. The thick purple mist surged forward like a tidal wave, engulfing everything in its path. Robin's pupils shrank. Damn it. He cursed under his breath, activating his time flash ability with a sharp blink, barely managing to reappear outside the mist's expanding edge. Pythor's monstrous head snapped toward Robin's new position instantly. Another blast followed. Flowish. Blink. Blink. For 10 relentless seconds, Pythor spewed his deadly mist with alarming intensity. Buildings, debris, and remnants of the previous 4 battles all disintegrated in an instant. The entire city within a few miles radius vanished without a trace, and the purple haze continued its slow, insidious creep outward. The very earth beneath it groaned as it was eaten away, dissolving into nothingness. Robin gritted his teeth. He could see Pythor's plan now. The beast was using his mist to corral him, offering the illusion of near capture and baiting him into staying close in a futile attempt to evade. Robin realized he had to act fast. Pythor suddenly shifted his gaze away from Robin, turning his focus upwards toward Amon. You dare. Robin's voice roared with fury as he watched Pythor's intentions change. Without hesitation, he slashed through space beside him. Crack! A spatial rift tore open, and Robin vanished into it. A heartbeat later, he emerged high above Pythor's titanic frame, hovering just over his back. Robin's original plan had been simple: land a few crushing blows, shatter some scales, and force Pythor to redirect his wrath to him once more. But the moment his feet touched Pythor's monstrous hide, he understood just how hopeless that plan had been. Each scale was enormous, large enough to support 5 of him standing side by side. Boom, boom. Robin stomped twice, feeling their density beneath his feet. Each one was nearly half a meter thick. Slowly, his gaze traveled across the beast's colossal frame, taking in the thousands of overlapping scales. Each of them could be used to forge an epic armor. Robin's focus zeroed in on the back of Pythor's head. Was this the true power of the second cultivation path, transformation? Only minutes ago, Pythor had been a skinny, pale human in his eyes. Now, he was a primordial terror. His body, weight, and aura were indistinguishable from that of an ancient beast. The transformation was more than just superficial, as it was like he had changed places with Durger. Knowing brute force wouldn't suffice, Robin acted. Whoosh! With a mere thought, a black spear materialized from his spatial ring. This was no ordinary weapon. Unlike the sleek, needle-like space spear, this one was thick, heavy, and built for raw destruction. Its massive head gleamed ominously, and twin handles were positioned along its shaft to ensure maximum control. Crafted entirely from uracilium, the spear was a tool only used for raw power. Hey! Robin roared, activating his divine tattoos. Glow, glow. The fourth stage body strengthening divine tattoo and pure strength divine tattoo flared to life, flooding his body with immense power. Then, with all his might, boom, the spear came crashing down like a meteor, and the strength Robin could pull now using the heavy spear was much more than his normal strength. He noted that with just a kick moments ago he had managed to break Pythor's rib. Damn it! Even with his full strength, the spear barely managed to pierce the scale to a degree, creating only a dent in it. Yank! Yank! Robin struggled to retrieve his weapon, but the spearhead had lodged itself deep within Pythor's scale, refusing to budge. Sah! Pythor still bellowed in agony, though the blow managed to send shockwaves all over his body at least. His monstrous head twisted around to locate the source of his pain. Spotting Robin, he unleashed another devastating purple mist wave. Fwoosh! Robin smirked, dodging with another blink, and reappeared on the same scale. Whoosh! A second black spear emerged in his hand. Let's try this again, he shouted, driving it down with another colossal strike. Boom! Sah! Pythor abandoned his mist attack, lunging downward in an attempt to crush Robin beneath his gargantuan fangs. Not today. Robin laughed, tearing through space once more. Crack! He vanished into the void just as Pythor's jaw came crashing down. Boom! The force of Pythor's impact triggered a dust storm that engulfed the entire battlefield, giving Robin a brief moment to catch his breath. Huff! 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 Robin panted, watching Pythor struggle to clear the swirling debris as his eyes narrowed. In that moment, Robin realized a glaring flaw in his combat style. Chapter 1072. Robin discovered a critical flaw in his combat style. Hoof! Pythor exhaled forcefully towards the ground, his powerful breath filled with purple venom instantly clearing all the dust lingering in the air and continuing to surge rapidly in all directions. The sheer force of the breath caused the ground to crack beneath him, sending small debris flying like shrapnel. In this situation, even if Robin tried to use a time blink, the winds carrying the law of corrosion would still strike him without mercy. Swoosh! Robin remained in place, watching the advancing wall of wind rushing toward him at the speed of sound with a distant gaze, his eyes reflecting a mix of calculation and uncertainty. Then, he muttered under his breath, his voice barely audible, "I refuse to believe this." Robin's body began to glow with a golden shade for a brief moment before the glow took the form of a cloak that enveloped his entire body like a second skin. Even his head was covered by a transparent golden hood, and his feet were adorned with golden boots that pulsed with raw power. Robin had fully activated the golden cloak ability. Swoosh! The wall of purple wind struck Robin with immense force, forcing him to take a few steps back due to the sheer momentum and energy Pythor had infused into it. The ground beneath him cracked under the pressure, yet the golden light held firm. But that was all. HSS. Pythor narrowed his eyes sharply, his massive pupils contracting in disbelief. The purple erosion law vanished the moment it touched the golden light surrounding Robin, dissipating as if it had never existed. You have another trick? Let's test it again. Pythor spoke, a rare occurrence since his transformation, then opened his mouth wide. Fwoosh! A dense purple fog surged toward Robin, even thicker than the previous attack, spreading like a living entity, with tendrils of venomous mist reaching out hungrily. It looked almost like a cotton cloud, yet it carried the essence of decay and destruction. Facing the incoming attack of certain death, Robin slowly raised his hand to shoulder level. 10 silver portals, each the size of a human head, opened beside him, pulsating with an eerie hum. From each portal emerged a mighty silver sword, shimmering with an ethereal glow. Swoosh! 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 The 10 silver swords shot directly toward the advancing purple cloud, cutting through it with precision and force, leaving streaks of shining light in their wake. Slash! Slash! HSS! The giant serpent widened his eyes to their fullest. Robin Burton's successive actions indicated he had suddenly become serious for some reason. And also, how could an intangible gaseous attack be countered in such a manner? Those massive swords were slicing through it as if it were candy. But when Pythor focused, he finally saw it. Slash! 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 Those mighty silver swords were dissipating anything that came close to them. Impossible. Pythor forgot the dignity he had previously displayed. The deep voice from his belly resonated once again, maintaining his assault. But this time, there was a hint of panic when he realized something about those 10 swords. How many soul units do you have exactly? Each of those swords carried a full 1,000 soul units, each reaching the maximum limit possible within the young planetary belt. If these 10 swords were counted as 10,000 soul units and the Marshal Snight and Lanta, along with the giant Father Tree, each holding 1,000 as well, that alone would total 13,000 soul units, an amount that represented the full power of a respected soul master. But if they were to add the 100 soul creatures currently fighting his army, damn you, Robin Burton. I thought we were having an honest discussion. I thought you were an honorable opponent who would speak to me with honesty in the final moments of our rivalry. Why have you resorted to such deceit? The heavy serpent's voice carried a clear sense of betrayal. You said you never went to the mid-planetary belt? That you crafted a good soul technique which made you a soul master? What kind of technique could be created in the young planetary belt to yield such results? Who exactly is your overlord? Why does he have a soul master like you as a subordinate? I never lie. I have no need to lie to anyone. No one is worthy enough for me to lie to. Robin snapped out of his daze for a moment to respond to this insulting accusation. Don't pretend to be virtuous. You lied. Your words are filled with cunning deceit, but I chose to overlook it. Pythor roared fiercely. I'll remind you of the 2 worst lies to refresh your memory. You lied when you said you possessed the major heavenly law of death despite being a mere mortal. And you lied again so brazenly when you claimed that you met a great truth chosen, while I know full well that there is only one in each generation. Robin's eyes widened to the fullest. No matter, Robin Burton. Lie all you want. Your lies end today. The voice, filled with hatred, echoed again. Pythor then shut his mouth, ending his attack, and lunged forward like lightning. Swoosh. Slash. Slash. The 10 great silver swords were still busy eradicating the massive purple cloud. Robin didn't withdraw them upon seeing Pythor approaching. He wanted to eliminate the cloud entirely before it reached the goblin army, as Pythor had begun directing his attacks this way to pin Robin down. Swoosh. Swoosh. Despite his massive body, Pythor moved at lightning speed, closing the distance in an instant, slithering towards Robin. Then, he opened his mouth wide, ready to swallow Robin whole. Home. At that moment, 6 silver portals opened in front of Pythor, releasing 6 soul creatures of varying sizes. The largest was a huge beast, 10 meters tall, resembling a mix between a gorilla and a crocodile. It immediately pounded its chest, bam, 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 and roared, caw, before leaping towards Pythor's fangs, clinging to them. Roar. The other 5 creatures circled around and attacked Pythor's enormous body. His aura, which rivaled that of Durgar the Beast King, meant nothing to these soul creatures. All they cared about was obeying their master's commands and pleasing him. Boom. The 6 soul creatures were infused with the maximum soul units they could handle. Each carried roughly 600 soul units, equivalent to the peak of level 47. While this alone meant nothing to Pythor in his transformed state, 6 of them together were not something he could simply ignore. Hiss. Pythor violently shook his head, trying to throw off the spirit creature attempting to force his jaws shut. But at the same time, he was enduring relentless attacks all over his body. Boom, boom, boom. He looked upward and let out a pained roar, feeling humiliated. Hissa. You asked me how many units I have. I can choose to ignore you, but let me gladly break your last bit of confidence. Robin stepped forward, the golden cloak exuding the aura of the true ruler of this land, and his cold eyes showing his absolute determination to win today at any cost. 177,000, Pythor. I have 177,000 soul units, and I acquired most of them in a single day, but you consider me a liar. You can choose to doubt me this time as well. Chapter 1073. Bang, bang, 177,000 soul units. Pythor's enormous eyes widened to their limits. For a moment, he forgot he was being attacked by 6 soul creatures. This time, he chose to believe Robin Burton. Swoosh, swoosh. The 10 colossal silver swords had finished annihilating the purple cloud completely, shredding it to pieces. Without hesitation, they redirected toward Pythor with deadly intent. Grr. Pythor shifted his head to glance toward the main battlefield. The mere friction of his scales as he moved created a sound that felt as though an entire village was shifting from its place. Calculating everything Robin Burton had deployed so far, the 10 swords, the marshals, the father tree, and the 106 soul creatures that were as strong as high-level martial emperors, the estimated total force would be around 75,000 soul units. The moment Robin unleashed those 75,000 units, they were immediately consumed from his soul reserves. Each passing minute, the summoned soul creatures drained more and more energy to maintain their corporeal forms, and every injury they sustained demanded even greater consumption to restore them to their prime condition. Factoring in these ongoing expenditures, another 50,000 units could be added to Robin's expenditure thus far. This meant that, up to this moment, Robin had already expended 125,000 soul units, which meant he still had 52,000 units remaining. Robin Burton was using the colossal father tree to fight alongside Sakar and the other pillars of his empire. He was employing 102 soul creatures to support his main army, and now he was pouring more and more of his soul force into his own duel. What was terrifying was that he still had enough energy reserves to sustain all these battlefronts for at least another hour. This is what it means to have a soul master as an enemy. Why did someone so young, not even 2 centuries old, possess such power? How could someone who had never set foot in the middle planetary belt reach such a level? How did a mere human develop all these advanced techniques? Pythor's eyes began to glow with a fierce, blinding purple light. Robin Burton. A thick killing intent clouded his vision entirely. Robin furrowed his brows and then waved his hand with force. The 10 mighty swords launched toward Pythor's neck like a barrage of meteorites. Bam! Bam! Each of these swords carried an impact equivalent to an all-out strike from someone like Celebus, yet they barely managed to pierce through the thick scales before halting in place. Roar! The 6 monstrous soul creatures continued their relentless assault on Pythor's colossal body with everything they had: claws, fangs, fists, each of them desperate to be the one to please their master by bringing down the great serpent. However, none could penetrate a single scale. At most, they were able to hold him down. Clatter! Pythor coiled his massive body tightly, his thick, muscular form contracting like a steel spring under immense pressure. Every scale along his colossal body glowed with a faint, ominous sheen, reflecting the chaotic energy rippling through the battlefield. And then, bam, with explosive force, he unleashed his tail in a devastating arc. The sheer velocity of the impact sent shockwaves through the air, launching 3 soul creatures skyward as if they were mere leaves caught in a violent storm. Their bodies twisted and flailed helplessly before they crashed into the distant rubble. Before the dust could settle, Pythor's tail descended once more with earth-shattering force, crushing the 4th soul beast outright. A sickening crunch echoed through the battlefield, followed by a tremor that rattled the bones of every observer. Hiss! A venomous hiss escaped Pythor's maw as his cavernous jaws snapped shut with deadly precision. His fangs, each longer than a full-grown human, sank effortlessly into the flesh of the gorilla-like soul creature. The beast's muffled roar of agony barely lasted a moment before Pythor's jaw muscles contracted, sending it hurtling through the air like a missile toward the 6th soul beast. Swoosh! Swoosh! Robin Burton stood firm amidst the chaotic battlefield, his brows tightly knit, eyes locked onto the 3-horned serpent. Around him, the soul beasts tumbled and crashed, their once confident assault reduced to scattered fragments under Pythor's onslaught. Pythor's cold, reptilian eyes glowed with malicious delight as his voice rumbled like distant thunder. Robin Burton. He sneered, his voice thick with venomous hatred. So what if you're a Grand Soul Master with 177,000 soul units? Perhaps I would have fled from you in the middle belt if I had known your true strength. If you had concentrated a single attack using 5,000 units, I might already be dead. But his massive frame coiled menacingly, and his pupils narrowed to razor-thin slits. Here, I am still the strongest. And today will be the day I proudly declare that I have slain a Grand Soul Master. A sinister crackling filled the air as Pythor's immense form tensed. Then, crackle, with a burst of speed that defied his size, he shot forward like a lightning bolt, the ground beneath him exploding into a cloud of debris. This is bad. Robin's instincts kicked in instantly. With a blur of motion, he activated Time Flash, teleporting multiple times in rapid succession to evade the monstrous serpent's relentless pursuit. But Pythor's speed was terrifying. You won't escape. Pythor's voice roared across the battlefield, shaking the earth with raw fury. His jaws opened wide, revealing an abyss of swirling purple mist, the ominous prelude to an attack empowered by the deadly minor heavenly law of corrosion. Robin's heart pounded as he realized the gravity of the situation. Pythor had positioned himself perfectly, as if Robin dodged, the corrosive attack would obliterate his entire demon army behind him. A cold sweat trickled down his brow. The thick, purple mist churned violently within Pythor's throat, preparing for release. Flow! Suddenly, buzz, a deafening sound split the air. 10 mighty swords lodged deep into Pythor's thick neck began to spin simultaneously like drills, their sharp edges tearing into his scaly hide. Hiss! Pythor writhed in agony, the piercing force not strong enough to break through his formidable scales, but they still caused excruciating pain. His jaws trembled, but with sheer willpower, he forced them open, determined to release the devastating attack. Bam! Bam! In a synchronized strike, the 6 surviving soul beasts sprang into action, launching themselves onto Pythor's head with unwavering resolve. 3 latched onto his massive horns, trying to drag his head down. Another targeted his left eye, delivering relentless blows, while a 4th hammered against the energy crystal embedded in his forehead. The largest among them took the ultimate risk, diving straight into Pythor's gaping maw, blocking his throat entirely. Boom! A massive explosion erupted inside Pythor's mouth. His colossal body convulsed violently, toppling sideways in a thunderous crash that sent tremors rippling across the battlefield. But boof, boof, the soul beast that had sacrificed itself inside his throat disintegrated entirely under the pressure of the corrosive energy. The dense purple cloud erupted outward, engulfing the remaining soul beasts in its deadly embrace. They vanished in an instant, reduced to nothingness. Even the 10 mighty swords lodged in his flesh crackled before breaking apart into fragments, dissipating into the void. Boom! Pythor's enormous form collapsed fully, the battlefield trembling under his weight. A hush fell over the chaos, all eyes fixated on the scene in a mixture of awe and dread. Robin narrowed his eyes, his breathing heavy but controlled. He extended a hand, activating the Eye of Truth, peering through the dense cloud of dust and smoke. His heart pounded. He had sacrificed approximately 13,000 soul units for this intricate plan, and they just evaporated. The battlefield held its breath. Neither side dared to celebrate victory or mourn defeat just yet. And then, Robin Burton. The voice that echoed through the mist sent shivers down his spine. As the dust settled, Pythor's colossal form loomed once again. Despite the catastrophic explosion inside his throat, despite the carnage inflicted upon him, he still stood. His lower jaw hung loosely, heavily damaged. One of his enormous fangs had been shattered, and the mantis-like soul beast had gouged out one of his reptilian eyes before meeting its end. Yet none of these injuries were fatal. Robin exhaled a long, weary sigh. The battle was far from over. Pythor had sustained damage, but it wasn't enough. Meanwhile, Robin's soul units were dwindling at an alarming rate. Chapter 1074. Amon raised his colossal leg high into the air, his every movement radiating pure dominance. The sheer scale of his limb, taller than most towers, cast an immense shadow across the battlefield, enveloping countless soldiers below in darkness. The sound of his shifting weight alone caused tremors to ripple through the ground, shaking the resolve of even the bravest warriors. For a brief moment, it felt as if the world had paused, the atmosphere suffocating under the anticipation of what was to come. Boom! Quake! Screams echoed across the chaos. Ah! No! The ground beneath him crumbled as though struck by a falling mountain. Amon's gigantic foot, towering at 300 meters in height, was massive. Upon impact, the earth beneath his target collapsed entirely. A large section of the battalion he aimed for was crushed under his feet. The remaining soldiers were flung away by the shockwaves. A single step from Amon had wiped out a battalion of 10,000 soldiers. At this size, Amon was literally looking down at the enemies as ants, but that didn't mean that these ants couldn't bite. Fire! The generals roared at the top of their lungs. Dozens of battalions redirected their entire focus onto one point, Amon's gigantic left leg. Boom! 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 Hundreds of thousands of attacks were unleashed simultaneously. Energy weapons, epic-grade equipment, and even purple mist collided against Amon's left leg in a focused, relentless barrage, all aimed at the same weak spot. Shit! Amon's assistant panicked at the sight and barked orders frantically. What are you doing? Stop them! Protect King Amon! The massive army of goblins sprang into action, abandoning their own fierce battles to focus on shielding their king. Those capable of ranged attacks raised their hands skyward, unleashing their own attacks to intercept the incoming strikes. In a breathtaking clash, the demon army's counterattacks met the imperial forces' onslaught mid-air. A significant portion of the strikes was neutralized, but swoosh, swoosh, due to the overwhelming numerical difference, many of the attacks broke through and slammed into Amon's leg. Oh! Amon released a muffled roar, his massive head lowering as he gazed at the damage inflicted upon his leg. It was clear that the relentless focus on this spot had taken its toll. Unable to withstand the pressure any longer, his left leg severed from his body. Bang! Amon's enormous leg tore away, crashing onto 3 battalions of the Great Serpent Empire's army. Scatter! The cries of the soldiers rang out as chaos erupted. Damn it! Give the king time to recover. Kill them all. Amon's assistant shouted in rage, transforming his arms into massive hammers as he leaped toward a general, engaging him in combat directly. The demon army went berserk at the sight of their king's injury, surging forward in a frenzied attempt to protect him. Many abandoned their formations entirely, diving headfirst into the Great Serpent Empire's ranks, causing utter havoc. Quake! Quake! Amon stumbled slightly, struggling to balance his titanic frame on just one leg. Maintaining his equilibrium was a feat in and of itself, but somehow, he managed it. His gaze fell upon his severed leg, which had crushed hundreds of enemies beneath it. Slowly, he raised his hand toward it. Whoosh! A massive surge of blood began gathering from all over the battlefield, forming a crimson link between Amon's thigh and his severed leg. Grr! The severed limb began to rise from the ground depending on the huge amount of blood raising it, clearly indicating that Amon intended to reattach it as if nothing had happened. Swoosh! Swoosh! Stop him! From behind, several voices screamed in unison, and Amon felt stinging sensations pierce his back. Boom! Explosions erupted across his immense frame, nearly toppling him forward. If he fell, his massive body would undoubtedly scatter the Great Serpent Empire's forces entirely, possibly killing thousands in the process. But one thing was certain, if a creature of that size fell, he wouldn't get back up. With great effort, Amon managed to steady himself. Then, swoosh! Swoosh! The rings of blood covering his body expanded outward, extending hundreds of meters. They lashed wildly at the air behind him like massive whips, indiscriminately attacking everything in their path. He couldn't see what was happening behind him, but whatever it was, it needed to die. Damn it! One of the Great Serpent Empire's combat emperors shouted as a massive blood whip streaked toward him, but it was too late. Bam! A single blow sent him hurtling toward the ground like a meteor, his bones shattering entirely on impact. This is bad. Amon's assistant, still locked in combat, shoved his opponent back and refocused his attention on the king. Currently, nearly 20 martial emperors were swarming around Amon, pestering him like mosquitoes with constant attacks. These individuals weren't some generals or new support troops, they were just martial emperors. That meant only one thing: we're losing the emperor's battle. Panic filled Amon's assistant as he clutched his head and flew toward the rear of the battlefield. There, the true clash was unfolding, 700 martial emperors of the Great Serpent Empire against 300 demon emperors. The demon emperors had been given a single order: dodge and stall for as long as possible. But the odds were far from fair. Oh no! With a single glance, the assistant's soul nearly left his body. Even with the aid of the 5 warlords, who had joined the battle to relieve pressure on the demon emperors, they were clearly on the losing side. At least 50 demon emperors had already been killed, and the rest were in dire condition. It was only a matter of time before they were wiped out entirely. Arg! Blood poured from the guard's eyes and nose as he struggled desperately to escape. But any excessive movement could mean instant death. Fortunately for him, Richard had no intention of killing him outright. Bam! A sharp object slammed into the guard's back from behind, piercing his heart. Ah! The guard let out a final, anguished scream, convinced that his end had come. His body weakened rapidly, and his vision began to fade. He hated the thought of his 1,700-year-old soul being extinguished in such a miserable place. But then, he noticed something. Go sit quietly over there until we finish with the rest of your brethren. Richard tossed the Imperial Guard from a height of dozens of meters like a sack of garbage. With the seal nail embedded in his heart, the guard wasn't going anywhere. Sons of the Lord, the Marshal Emperor's battle behind the main army is spiraling out of control, Sakar said quietly. Despite his composed tone, his battered appearance made it clear that each word was a struggle to utter. If the Marshal Emperors of the Great Serpent Empire achieve victory before the Lord kills Pythor, everything else will crumble. Caesar, wielding his halberd, slammed it against an Imperial guard and drove a seal nail into him as well, though it missed the heart. Still, the nail frightened the guard enough to make him flee. Caesar then turned his gaze toward the distant battlefield for a moment. I'll go help. Chapter 1075. I'll go help, Caesar muttered as his eyes locked onto the chaos surrounding Amon. Are you sure? Sakar asked hesitantly. Caesar's condition had worsened since the battle had begun. His once vibrant demeanor had faded, and his skin was now as pale as milk. His apparent blue veins, struggling to keep him alive, were clearly visible beneath his white, almost translucent flesh. His body resembled a frozen slab of ice, marred with streaks of blue and red all over. Just looking at him gave one a sense of exhaustion and unease. But still, Sakar didn't dare stop him. No one else could take his place. If Sakar left, Caesar and Richard wouldn't be able to hold back their enemies here. And if Richard left, it was uncertain whether he could even last long enough to reach the battlefield. Though Richard seemed to move with more energy than anyone else, his vitality was draining at a terrifying pace. His blood flowed with difficulty, and not a single vein in his body remained intact. Were it not for his constant use of the flame of life to heal himself, he would have collapsed and died already. Even with the flame of life sustaining him, it was unclear if he could last another 10 more minutes. Yes, I'm sure, I'm fine. Caesar cracked his neck gently, careful not to snap it unintentionally. He turned and prepared to leave. He knew exactly Sakar's train of thought, and there was no one else to go. Wait a moment, Sakar stopped him, turning toward Richard. Hey, Crown Prince, your brother needs his wings. No, leave him alone. He has enough to deal with. Caesar stopped in his tracks and shouted back, but even he couldn't stop himself from glancing sideways at Richard. Since stepping through the portal and long before Robin sat on his throne, Caesar had wanted to ask for his fiery green wings, but the shame of making such a request held him back. Their father had brought them here as equals, so how could he ask his younger brother for help in battle? The last time he had asked was embarrassing enough. Bam! 8:14 a.m. Richard crushed the jaw of a martial elite between his hands, then glanced over his shoulder and unleashed a massive, dense green flame toward Caesar. On the way, he shouted before turning back to drive a seal nail into the chest of his opponent. Shwela! The green flames ignited across Caesar's body, forming into two massive wings of life energy. Gasp! Caesar closed his eyes and lifted his face skyward. In that moment, he felt as though he had been dancing on the edge of death, only to be pulled back into life by Richard. His pale, cracked lips began to regain their color. The veins beneath his skin vanished, and his once ghastly complexion began to look healthy once more, as if a corpse had been revived. Though his fatigue and countless injuries from battling marshals and hundreds of martial emperors were still evident, the rapid restoration of his vitality was undeniable. Thank you, little brother. I know you need this more than I do. Caesar sighed as he felt the power of life surging through him. The energy infused in these wings was immense, as Richard hadn't hesitated to pour in the life force of nearly 1,000 beasts. Ha! Don't worry about it. Just go and draw their life force out for me. It'll all be mine anyway. Richard laughed maniacally, though the blood streaming uncontrollably from his eyes ruined the sentimental moment. Take care of the boy, Caesar whispered as he patted Sakar on the shoulder. Then, without another word, he turned and launched himself toward the west, where the battle of 1,000 combat emperors raged on. Swoosh! Like a black comet, Caesar shot across the battlefield, leaving a trail of ominous black flames in his wake. The goblins and soldiers below could only glance upward in awe and terror as the fiery streak lit up the darkened sky. Caesar's ominous aura, combined with the unrelenting pressure that radiated from him, seemed to drag the air from their lungs. It was as if death itself had decided to descend upon the battlefield. Swoosh! In a heartbeat, Caesar reached the core of the conflict, a swirling maelstrom of destruction where the most powerful combatants from both sides clashed. Below him, the Great Serpent Empire's army stretched as far as the eye could see, their formations vast and imposing, their countless warriors locked in deadly battles against the goblin forces. Yet to Caesar, they might as well have been ants. Without so much as a glance at the chaos beneath him, Caesar soared overhead, his focus fixed entirely on the towering figure ahead, especially what was happening behind him. Amon shifted his massive head slightly, recognizing the familiar figure approaching. When he realized who it was, Amon stopped swinging his enormous arms and ceased using his blood halos. Instead, he focused ahead, completely ignoring the martial emperors attacking him from behind. Bring him down. The martial emperors, relieved that Amon had finally stopped flailing his colossal limbs and unleashing his blood aura, caught their breath and returned to attacking his massive frame with everything they had. But whoosh! Whoosh! A rain of black flames fell upon them from above. Arg! What's happening to me? What's happening? The martial emperors didn't feel the searing pain of fire when the flames touched them. Instead, they experienced a sharp, agonizing cold in their chests, as though the life force within them was being forcibly expelled. Use the minor heavenly law of corrosion to counter it. One of them finally shouted, managing to stave off the pain in his chest by burning part of his own Durgar blood to extinguish the black flames. What's going on here? The martial emperors all surrounded themselves with transparent purple barriers, desperately trying to suppress the effects of the secondary law of corrosion. Yet, despite their efforts, every passing second drained their Durgar energy, weakening them further. Crackle! In that moment, the black flames erupted into the sky, turning it into an oppressive night. The aura of death gripped every heart on the battlefield, sending chills deep into their bones. All eyes turned skyward, fear etched into their very beings. From the menacing cloud of black fire descended a lone figure. He held a black halberd in his right hand, his left hand resting calmly behind his back. He stood directly between Amon's enormous frame and the nearly 100 combat emperors gathered against him. Beyond them lay the largest battle currently raging, the clash between hundreds of the Great Serpent Empire's martial emperors, the demon emperors, and the 5 warlords. The black flames enveloped Caesar's entire body before spreading outward, forming a barrier that seemed to separate him, and Amon, from the rest of the battlefield. Though he stood alone, his presence was overwhelming. An unshakable aura of menace radiated from him, and the martial emperors, almost involuntarily, took a cautious step back. Faced with this sudden and undeniable threat, Caesar looked down at his new opponents, his gaze cold and unyielding. Playtime is over. No one else will cross this line. I am your opponent today. Chapter 1076. Boom, boom. Robin crossed his arms over his chest, his piercing gaze fixed on the battlefield ahead. Despite being a central figure in the ongoing chaos, he had refrained from lifting a finger for the past few minutes, quietly observing the unfolding carnage. At the heart of the battle, Pythor was locked in a savage fight against 6 silver soul creatures, the same creatures he had destroyed not long ago. As a soul master, Robin had a distinct advantage. As long as the initial soul of a summoned soul creature remained intact within his soul domain, it didn't matter how many times its physical manifestation was destroyed. He could easily summon it again. However, each resummoning cost him an enormous amount of soul units. HSS. Pythor hissed violently, spewing forth a deadly cloud of corrosive poison toward one of the silver creatures. The soul creature barely had a chance to react before disintegrating entirely. Robin's brow twitched in frustration. Ever since Pythor had suffered the catastrophic injury that shattered his lower jaw and gouged out one of his eyes, at the cost of destroying the 6 silver soul creatures and the 10 mighty swords alongside them, he had regenerated himself with terrifying speed using a massive surge of life energy. Now, his rampage had only grown fiercer. In the time since, Pythor had managed to destroy more than a dozen of Robin's soul creatures. This wasn't the only drain on Robin's resources. Between sustaining Hovenheim and the other 102 soul beasts, his spirit unit consumption was spiraling out of control. He could feel his reserves dwindling rapidly, barely 20,000 units remained, perhaps even less. Bam! One of the silver soul creatures, resembling a giant mole with a single horn jutting from its forehead, lunged at Pythor's neck while the serpent was distracted. The horn managed to pierce one of Pythor's protective scales. HSS. Pythor whipped his massive tail around with lightning speed. Bam! The force of the strike obliterated both his own tail and the mole-like beast in one devastating blow. The creature, crafted with enough power to contend with an imperial guard, couldn't withstand even a single direct attack from Pythor. Crack! Robin clenched his fists tightly, the sound of his knuckles cracking audible in the tense silence. His sharp eyes remained locked on the damage caused by the mole's horn. The horn had pierced halfway through the thickness of Pythor's scale before getting stuck, failing to reach the serpent's flesh. It was eerily similar to what had happened when Robin had attempted to drive Orasium spears into Pythor's back earlier in the fight, after the serpent's transformation. Robin's gaze shifted to Pythor's back, where the 2 black Urasium spears still remained embedded. They hadn't been driven deep enough to cause lethal damage, but they couldn't be removed either. Robin's lips trembled slightly with suppressed frustration. He had thrown everything he had, every ounce of his physical strength and every shred of his internal energy, into those strikes, yet the result was comparable to the mole beast's attack. In theory, Robin could easily destroy the mole beast 100 times over using countless techniques. He could summon 100 more soul creatures to shred it apart. But when it came to raw destructive power, the kind that could be unleashed in a single decisive blow, he barely matched it. This was the glaring weakness in Robin's combat style, as he lacked a finishing move powerful enough to end battles decisively. HSS, HSS, HSS. Pythor's mocking laughter echoed across the battlefield. Ignoring the remaining soul creatures for a moment, he hissed venomously, "Is that all you've got, Robin Burton? You're only delaying the inevitable. Spend your soul units however you like, today, the victory will be mine." "Shut up." Pythor's taunts hit a nerve. Robin gritted his teeth and glared directly into the serpent's remaining eye, his brows furrowing with intense focus. Soul demolition domain. HSS? At first, Pythor didn't understand the significance of Robin's sudden declaration, but he soon found out. 8:15 a.m. Arg. Each wave carried a precise 100 soul units, seemingly insignificant to someone like Pythor, who had a soul capacity of around 3,000 units. But the rapid, continuous barrage of waves caused violent tremors within his domain, creating an effect akin to an earthquake. The soul demolition domain was a technique that could be countered easily, provided the target had sufficient soul defenses. Robin, however, had gambled on the possibility that Pythor lacked such defenses. And he was right. HSS. Pythor shook his massive head violently, stumbling backward in disarray. Roar. The 4 remaining silver soul creatures seized the opportunity. 2 leaped onto Pythor's tail, locking it in place, while the gorilla-like beast lunged for his massive fangs once again, aiming to neutralize his biting force. ZZN. Robin summoned another thick Urasium spear, gripping it tightly as he surged forward with astonishing speed, his gaze locked onto Pythor's head. Let's see who's laughing in the end. Since Pythor's transformation, a massive crystal had appeared on his forehead, a feature strikingly similar to the energy cores found in the beasts. It was clear that Pythor's transformation wasn't merely physical but a complete structural evolution, with his energy core externalized and positioned exactly where Durgar's core was typically located. This crystal was undoubtedly his weakest point. If shattered, everything would end. But could it be done? The gem was in the most exposed and heavily protected spot on Pythor's entire body. HSS. Don't push your luck, human, you are way too far underestimating me. Pythor's deep, guttural voice reverberated across the battlefield. With a mighty whoom, he lashed his tail violently, hurling the two soul creatures off of him as if they were mere nuisances. The gorilla-like beast suffered a direct hit from Pythor's corrosive poison, disintegrating instantly. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield reset. All of Robin's efforts turned into nothingness. Damn it! Robin cursed under his breath, his expression turning dark. If he had Hovenheim and the marshals beside him, they might have been able to restrain the serpent long enough for him to strike a decisive blow. But alone, it seemed impossible. What could he do now? With barely 20,000 soul units left, should he summon those 6 soul creatures again, or just pull the 2 marshals from their battles? Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of something moving at high speed tore through the battlefield. My moment to shine has arrived. In the next instant, a shadow dropped onto Pythor's massive body, landing directly on the 2 embedded spears Robin had planted earlier. Boom! Under the feet of the newcomer, the spears drove deeper into Pythor's flesh, shattering the remaining scales and embedding themselves deep into his vulnerable body. Crack! Crack! FWA! Pythor threw his head back and unleashed a pained, guttural roar, the sound echoing across the battlefield. For the first time since the battle had begun, he was genuinely injured, as his extremely tough scales had been penetrated, and blood poured freely from the wound. Robin, still rushing toward Pythor, saw everything unfold. His eyes widened in shock. Holak! Haha! Your uncle has arrived to save the day. Holak shouted with a wide grin. Chapter 1077. That foul-mouthed bastard. Robin muttered through gritted teeth, his frustration clearly evident as the veins on his forehead bulged. Hearing Halak's casual, almost mocking tone when addressing him was enough to irritate him deeply. Yet, instead of allowing his annoyance to take over, he forced a wide, toothy grin onto his face, and bellowed, "Hold him steady. Stretch, stretch." Almost immediately, Robin's body began to transform. His muscles swelled grotesquely, their unnatural growth accompanied by the sound of tendons tightening and bones creaking under the strain. The sinews in his arms and shoulders bulged outward, their mass increasing with each passing moment as though his body was being sculpted anew by sheer force of will. The tattoos that covered Robin's body, arcane symbols representing raw physical augmentation and unbridled power, flared to life, their intricate designs glowing with a ferocious light. The intensity of their illumination was far greater than anything seen before, a clear sign that Robin was pushing himself far beyond his usual limits. Every mark on his skin seemed to radiate heat and energy as if his very soul was igniting. A faint, almost ethereal green glow began to seep from the center of Robin's chest. At first, it was barely noticeable, like a dim ember. But then, the light exploded outward, spilling across his entire frame. The surge of energy was dense and overwhelming, spreading rapidly through his muscles, veins, and even the very air around him. His aura, which had already been intimidating, flared up exponentially, like a storm growing out of control. His aura flared up dramatically, multiplying several times over as his muscles ballooned further and the veins in his body pulsed visibly, as if ready to burst. Robin, in that critical moment, had started to burn the energy in his life force. Gripping his thick black spear tightly, he began spinning it rapidly above his head. Swoosh! Swoosh! With every rotation, the tip of the spear seemed to distort the space around it, creating faint ripples in the air. Another tattoo on Robin's body began to emit a faint light, and this one was the stage 4 space-piercing divine tattoo. This is bad. Pythor didn't fully understand what Robin was doing, except for one terrifying realization: Robin was burning his own life force. But there was one thing Pythor knew with absolute certainty, and that was that this attack was meant to end the fight. Get away from him! Pythor roared with all his might, whipping his massive tail toward Halak. Halak spotted the incoming tail clearly. Planting his feet firmly on Pythor's massive body, he assumed a defensive stance and let out a booming laugh. Ha! Do you think I'm one of those puny planetary emperors you are fighting? Do you think a strike like this will shake me? I am Halak, the king of the north, the king of Nihiri. I am power incarnate. I am. Thwack! Bam! Bam! Shii! The tail struck like a whip, silencing Halak mid-sentence and hurling him away like a pebble. When Halak opened his eyes again, he would find himself buried beneath a mound of rubble, utterly disoriented and clueless about what had just happened. Huff! Pythor exhaled a thick cloud of corrosive gas toward the 2 spears embedded in his body. The corrosive mist was potent, no doubt, but the spears, forged entirely of Urazelum and nearing the level of a mid-stage epic weapon, weren't something that could be dissolved so easily. The mist had already begun to corrode them, but it would take several minutes to free Pythor completely. Realizing his predicament, Pythor turned his gaze forward once more, a flicker of fear in his remaining eye. Swoosh! Robin swung the spear again, its fierce arc cutting through space itself. He descended upon Pythor's head with blinding speed, yelling, "Pythor, take this from me! Damn you!" Pythor opened his mouth wide, unleashing a thick, purple gas that surged toward Robin like a raging storm. At the same time, the sheer force of the expelled gas propelled Pythor's massive head backward, pulling him out of Robin's immediate range. But blink! In the next instant, Robin activated Time Flash to dodge the deadly attack, reappearing directly in front of Pythor's head once more. Bang! The heavy spear's tip crashed down onto the center of the crystal core on Pythor's forehead. Crack! HSS! Pythor's eyes rolled back into his head as he let out a spine-chilling scream, his body convulsing from the impact. But Robin's eyes widened in shock. Despite pouring every ounce of his strength into the attack, and despite burning his life force, his strike had only managed to create a small crack in the core. Humph! Robin didn't waste any time. Immediately, he activated the secondary phase of his attack, as the stage 4 spatial laws seeped into the crystal, burrowing deep into the crack. Crack! The delayed effect of Robin's technique created a small spatial pocket within the fracture, theoretically enough to split the core in half. HSS! Pythor roared again, shaking his massive head violently in desperation. Robin's shock only deepened. The crack in the core extended downward, resembling a deep fissure that ran from the top of the crystal to its base, and he could clearly see energy leaking from the fracture, but the core refused to shatter completely. Why won't you just die already? Robin bellowed in frustration. Home, home, home. 3 silver portals materialized around Robin, and from each emerged a mighty sword. Without hesitation, the swords began hacking relentlessly at the crystal, causing the main fissure to branch out further and further. HSS, HSS. Pythor's screams grew louder, the agony evident in his voice as he thrashed wildly, his massive tail lashing out in every direction with uncontrollable ferocity. 8:16 a.m. Thud, thud. Every strike of the tail demolished a building or caused the earth to crumble in massive collapses. The sheer violence of Pythor's rampage drew the attention of everyone on the battlefield. HSS. Keep going. Robin shouted, pushing himself to burn even more of his life energy. At the same time, he activated a minor time law to accelerate the crystal's cracking process, refusing to abandon his position even as Pythor's massive tail struck dangerously close, unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. But swoosh! Pythor's tail came down from above like a thunderbolt. Boom! The tail struck with devastating force, crashing into Pythor's own head while also grazing Robin, and the sheer impact drove Pythor's massive head into the ground, shattering the earth beneath him and sending up a dense cloud of dust. Father! My lord! From a distance, Richard and Sakar screamed in horror at the sight, as Robin had vanished beneath the blow. His frail, human body, insignificant compared to Pythor's, couldn't possibly have withstood such an attack, especially without any protective armor. Where do you think you're going? The Imperial guards, their bodies battered and scarred, stepped in front of Richard and Sakar, blocking their path as hatred burned in their eyes while they glared at the pair. Even though they could see Pythor was also suffering severe damage, their hatred for these two monsters ran far deeper. If the two wanted to move, they would have to get through them first. Richard stared toward the spot where his father had disappeared, then turned back to the Imperial guards, blood exploding from his eyes. Get out of my fucking way. Chapter 1078. Boom. Pythor struck down the planetary emperor, Robin Burton, and for a moment, it seemed as though he had killed him. However, in the process, Pythor had also struck himself, and his massive head crashed into the ground like a falling meteor. The sheer spectacle of the event sent waves of shock and chaos rippling through the entire battlefield. In every combat zone, from the outermost trenches to the heart of the city, warriors on both sides paused momentarily, trying to grasp the reality of what had just occurred. But nowhere was the reaction more immediate and intense than among the martial emperors. Your Majesty! The 77th son of the Great Serpent Empire cried out in terror before immediately turning and bolting toward the city. If His Majesty Pythor had fallen, then everything they were fighting for would be meaningless. The Lord has fallen. The demon army, too, was thrown into a frenzy at the sight. Pythor's previous agonized screams had drawn the attention of all, and in that brief moment, every eye had turned toward the scene. Everyone had witnessed exactly what had transpired, and the battlefield trembled with the weight of their uncertainty. Stop them. Trust in the Lord and hold back these sons of snakes. Do not let them reach the city. A high-ranking demon general, one of Amon's personal aides, bellowed his orders with all the authority he could muster, pointing directly at the retreating 77th son. Without hesitation, he abandoned his position among the ranks and personally leaped forward, ready to fight. But in the end, there was no need. Bam! A tremendous slap struck the 77th son square across the face, sending him hurtling into the ground headfirst. Despite the force of the blow, he scrambled back to his feet almost instantly, his eyes darting toward his attacker in sheer disbelief. Impossible. The one who had struck him was the sole creature that looked exactly like Marshal Haros. Caesar's entire being tensed when he first witnessed the event, his instinct screaming at him to abandon his current battle and rush toward the city immediately. His body nearly moved on its own. But when he saw the 77th son get slapped into the ground by a sole creature, a smirk formed on his lips. His tense shoulders relaxed slightly, and he turned his full attention back to his own fight. What are you doing? Do you not care about your father? Go to him and let us go to His Majesty already. The martial emperors surrounding Caesar erupted in frustration, their rage fueled by their inability to push past the hellish black flames he had cast around them. The sheer quantity of the black fire was overwhelming, as it engulfed the air itself, creating a swirling inferno that prevented them from advancing. Their only option was to continuously use the corrosion mist technique to slowly erode it over time. Seeing Robin buried beneath Pythor's devastating attack, they had expected, even hoped, that Caesar would abandon the fight and rush to his father's side, giving them a chance to break free. But he stayed. His piercing gaze swept over them, unwavering, his voice booming with unshakable conviction. Planetary Emperor Robin Burton is not that weak, you worms. Swoosh, swoosh. Above him, the black firestorm stirred to life once more, sending down another volley of flaming arrows. Damn it. The 130 martial emperors surrounding him were forced to retreat again, their movements turning into an erratic dance as they struggled to dodge the relentless barrage. It was 8:21 a.m. These attacks might not be lethal to them, but they were more than enough to force them away from the main battlefield. Get out of my fucking way. Richard's aura exploded like a raging volcano. The new surge of power coursing through his veins was too much for his body to handle, and his very skin began to crack and peel away, flaking off in a grotesque display of self-destruction. The remaining Imperial guards and elite marshals instinctively recoiled, their bodies moving away of their own accord. Whatever that lunatic was trying to do, one thing was clear: he would die attempting it, but he would take them all with him. Son of the Lord, calm yourself. Look behind you. Sakar moved swiftly, placing a firm hand on Richard's shoulder before gesturing toward the battlefield. His finger pointed toward Hoffenheim, the colossal soul creature still standing tall in the midst of battle. I do not know much about soul creatures, Sakar admitted, but I do know this: they would not still be here, fighting with such focus and intensity, if something had happened to their master. Tisk. The other martial emperors of the Great Serpent Empire took notice as well. Their eyes darted toward the remaining battle zones. And there it was, proof. Every battlefield where Robin's soul creatures fought remained just as active, just as fierce, as before. Not a single one of them had disappeared. Bam, bam. Richard exhaled sharply, easing the torrent of life energy he had been forcing through his body. He flexed his fingers, then suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha, good, good. Grinning wildly, he clenched his fists and cracked his knuckles menacingly, his eyes locking onto his enemies once more. Then let us continue. Buzzing, buzzing. Robin slowly raised his trembling hands, placing them over his ears. Shut up. The buzzing was unbearable, as if a swarm of 1,000 bees was rattling inside his skull. Shut up. He groaned weakly, shaking his head left and right, but the relentless noise only grew louder, pushing him closer and closer to madness. Shut up. He slammed his fist into the ground beside him in frustration, trying to silence the relentless phantom bees buzzing in his mind. Where am I? Finally, Robin's eyes fluttered open, and he slowly took in his surroundings. There was nothing but darkness, but as his vision adjusted, and the eye of truth activated instinctively, he saw it: he was buried beneath the rubble. Not just under the rubble, but several meters underground. What? Oh, I remember now. Robin let out a long sigh as the last thing he recalled resurfaced in his mind. That damned monster must have landed a lucky hit on him with its tail. After quickly assessing his situation, Robin exhaled again, preparing to push himself upright and finish what he started. Tisk, tisk. The moment he tried to move, pain exploded throughout his entire body. It felt as though every bone in his frame had shattered. Activating the Eye of Truth once more, he scanned himself, and his suspicions were confirmed. Ugh. That miserable attack from Pythor had carried every ounce of power he had left. Meanwhile, Robin had been left completely defenseless, throwing all his strength into breaking the crystal core. Taking damage was inevitable. But this much? Flicker. Flicker. From beneath the rubble, Robin's body began to glow once again. He was burning his life force once more. Hey, stop already. What exactly are you trying to do? Evergreen's voice rang through his mind, its tone sharp with concern. Yes, you have a link with me, and I am constantly replenishing your life force, but you are burning it far too quickly. If you reach zero, I will not be able to help anymore. I can supply energy, but I cannot resurrect the dead. It is fine, Robin chuckled weakly. I will use another 40% to heal myself quickly. I do not think I will need life force anymore after this. His grin widened slightly. Because I already won. Oh, really? Evergreen's voice dripped with skepticism. Then you might want to tell that to the one waiting outside. Because if my senses are correct, you need to use the gift immediately. Robin's brow furrowed. Clatter. Clatter. Chapter 1079. Bam. The battlefield shook violently as Pythor slammed himself with a force that could wipe entire cities off the map. The sheer magnitude of the impact sent massive shockwaves tearing through the ground, causing it to shatter and crumble beneath him. The surrounding landscape trembled in protest, as if the very world itself could not withstand this kind of power. Fissures snaked outward in every direction, splitting the terrain apart like fragile glass. Giant slabs of stone were torn from the earth, launching debris high into the air before crashing down in a chaotic landslide. The force of Pythor's attack on himself had caused deep craters to form beneath him, creating a battlefield that now looked more like a wasteland ravaged by natural disasters. HSS. Pythor's enormous body convulsed uncontrollably, twisting and thrashing as if he were a beast caught in the throes of death. His massive tail whipped violently, carving trenches into the ground with every uncontrollable spasm. Bam! Bam! His colossal head jerked upward, his forked tongue flicking wildly, before he slammed it down again, the force of the impact sending a second round of tremors through the battlefield. His entire being shuddered in agony, desperately trying to rid himself of the unbearable torment coursing through his veins. Each motion was wild, frenzied, and desperate. Each thrash of his tail sent shockwaves rippling through the air. Each violent collision with the ground sent mountains of dust and debris flying, forming massive clouds that billowed outward, obscuring the battlefield in a suffocating haze. The once mighty serpent, the terror of the battlefield, was now writhing like a decapitated snake. His pride and his dominance were all of it momentarily forgotten in the face of pure, unrelenting pain. Ha! Ha! Only after a few agonizing seconds did Pythor cease his wild movements, his massive chest rising and falling heavily as he panted, as if his very survival depended on each breath. The effects of Robin's soul demolition domain had finally faded. With his soul domain stabilized at last, Pythor could now assess the damage. His self-inflicted attack had been immensely powerful, but it wasn't fatal. Though several of his head scales had fractured and his bones suffered cracks, these injuries were manageable, and he could recover from them in time. The real problem was his energy crystal core. It had split in two. HSS, HSS. Pythor let out a pained, furious hiss. A beast's energy core wasn't as delicate as a human's energy gathering center. For humans, even the slightest scratch on their energy center could result in instant death. But a beast's crystal core was designed to endure extreme amounts of pressure and damage. After all, their cores were always exposed and were a natural target for attacks from weaker foes. Robin Burton had managed to split Pythor's core in half. This left Pythor in unbearable agony, his very essence unstable. And yet, he wasn't dead. The crystal was still attached to his body, and he could still draw power from both halves. Of course, he would likely need hundreds of years to fully heal from this wound. Perhaps he would even be forced to purchase an expensive remedy from the Middle Belt planetary market. But for now, if he fought carefully, he could still survive. There was only one absolute rule. Robin Burton must never touch the crystal again, not even by chance. Yo! A disgusting voice interrupted Pythor's thoughts. Why did you slap me with your tail while I was talking? Don't you know it's rude to interrupt others? Holak! Pythor's entire body jerked backward, instinctively trying to put distance between his exposed core and the savage brute standing before him. Hoppa! But Holak didn't let him escape, and he jumped right after. With one swift leap, he grabbed Pythor's horn, stopping the serpent from pulling away. Then, with a sudden twist, Holak yanked the horn downward, sending Pythor crashing back into the ground. Bang! Sa! Pythor screamed in agony, violently shaking his head in an attempt to break free. But it was useless. Holak's monstrous strength clamped down on the horn like an iron vice, refusing to let go. Panicking, Pythor tried pulling his entire body backward. But again, nothing. The two spears embedded in his stomach were still intact, preventing him from escaping. His torso was pinned to the ground by two epic spears. His head was locked in place by Holak's vice grip. Desperate, Pythor swung his tail at Holak once more. Swoosh! Bam! Holak casually sidestepped the incoming tail strike, using Pythor's own horn as a shield. Sa! For the second time, Pythor's own scales shattered against himself. This time, the damage came from his own horn. Ha ha! Now put that tail down, big guy. Holak grinned, casually smacking Pythor's tail back into its place. Then, for 2 full seconds, he locked eyes with the massive serpent, his expression completely still. Holak wasn't just fighting, he was dominating. He was showing Pythor exactly who was in control now. After letting the moment sink in, Holak shifted his gaze to the shattered crystal core on Pythor's forehead, then he let out a booming laugh. That little human couldn't finish the job, but at least he did half the work for me. With a firm squeeze, Holak tightened his grip on Pythor's horn, ensuring the serpent wouldn't be able to throw him off. Then, he planted his foot into the ground, driving it deep into the earth to anchor himself. The veins in his arms bulged, twisting and writhing as he poured his raw strength into holding Pythor still. Then, with his remaining hand, Holak drew back his fist. His posture was clear, and he finally shouted, I, Holak, king of Nihiri, shall end today's battle, before he let his fist loose. Pythor's pupils dilated in absolute horror. Never in a million years would he have imagined that his life would be threatened by some lowly brute from a backwater world. Never in a million years would he have accepted something so humiliating. Boom! Bang! Holak's arm came crashing down on the center of Pythor's fractured crystal core. His goal was simple. Shatter the core. Crush Pythor's power. Then, walk away and brag to Robin Burton about it. But something unexpected happened. Holak's fist didn't hit solid crystal. Instead, it felt like it had sunk into a thick, viscous liquid. Ah! A blood-curdling scream tore from Holak's throat. A searing pain unlike anything he had ever felt before shot up his entire arm. It was as if his very soul was being ripped apart. Bam! With sheer desperation, Holak slammed his foot into the ground, launching himself backward like an arrow. His only instinct was to escape. As he soared through the air, he lifted his arm to examine what had caused such unbearable pain. But when he looked, he found nothing. His arm was gone. Everything up to the elbow had vanished. Ah, not again. Not again. Boom! Holak crashed into the city's outer wall, causing a large section of it to collapse onto his head. But in an instant, he rose from the rubble, brushing off the fallen debris as if they were nothing but twigs. Fury filled his eyes as he turned toward Pythor, roaring with rage. You've really pissed me off this time, you overgrown pile of worms. He clenched his remaining fist, veins bulging with anger. Do you have any idea how long it took me to regenerate that arm to my wrist? I am going to. He froze mid-sentence. Slowly, his gaze lifted. And he wasn't alone. Every single living being within 1,000 miles did the same. For above the city, a colossal purple sun had appeared. Chapter 1080. What the hell? Halak muttered as he witnessed the strangest sight his eyes had ever seen. The purple sun was nearly the same size as Pythor's head in his serpent transformation, massive, yet not excessively so. A perfect sphere of dark purple flames, it had dyed the entire city in its somber hue. Yet, instead of radiating heat, it emanated a suppressive aura that dulled the senses. Even though Halak stood at a distance, he felt an overwhelming urge to retreat even further. Still, all that emanated from that celestial body was mere pressure, just an ominous feeling. The true danger, and the most bizarre event, was happening below it. Shush! At this moment, Pythor was undergoing yet another transformation. He wasn't growing larger or shifting into another colossal form. No, he was transitioning from a solid state to a liquid one. Starting from his horns, then his energy core, his head, his fangs, and now the transformation had reached his midsection. Pythor's once mighty scales disintegrated like ash, revealing beneath them a gelatinous, translucent purple substance. HSS. Pythor lifted his now liquid head toward the sky, gazing at the purple sun before closing his eyes. Drip, drip. A few drops of the viscous liquid escaped from his open mouth, falling to the ground. Tiss. The moment they touched the earth, they bored deep holes instantly, sending thick plumes of vapor skyward. The sizzling, melting sound persisted for an entire minute before finally subsiding. The depth of those holes was now beyond estimation. Shush. Pythor's transformation advanced beyond his torso, reaching the area where two spears had been pinning him down. Instantly, the spears began to float within Pythor's gelatinous body before dissolving into vapor, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Halak instinctively took a step back. He had wielded those spears himself and knew their might well. Even when Pythor had unleashed his corrosive breath on them moments ago, they had barely been affected, yet now they had disappeared without a trace. Just how potent had Pythor's corrosive power become? Shush. Halak took another step back. Pythor's transformation was now complete. His body retained its original size and form, a massive three-horned serpent, but he was now entirely transparent and gelatinous. Halak could see straight through him. The ground beneath Pythor let out a continuous hissing noise, releasing thick, suffocating fumes as it struggled to bear his weight. Tisk. Don't think you're invincible just because you've shed your skin like a raw egg. Bam! With a shout, Halak stomped the ground and propelled himself forward with immense force, raising his uninjured hand in a striking position. The tattoos covering his entire body began to glow ominously. As he closed the distance, he thrust his palm forward with all his might. Hee-ya! Crack! The very fabric of space fractured at the point of impact, compressing all the surrounding air into Halak's palm as if forming a miniature black hole. Then, boom! The sonic barrier shattered. All the compressed air exploded forward in a devastating shockwave. This was an attack capable of flattening cities, obliterating armies, and without a doubt, the most devastating wide-range technique in Halak's arsenal. Pythor lowered his head and opened his eyes as he sensed the incoming devastation. But it was already too late. The air blast from Halak's attack struck Pythor's gelatinous face directly, and shoo! Pythor's face and upper body vanished instantly, dissolving into acidic rain that scattered over what remained of the ruined city behind him. Son of the Lord, take cover! Sakar's urgent shout rang through the battlefield. He was the first to sense the catastrophic acid rain and the devastating winds carrying it, thanks to his ever-active soul sense. Swish! Swish! The underworld daisies immediately abandoned their tasks and formed a protective shield in front of Sakar. Richard hadn't realized what was happening, as everything had transpired in a fraction of a second. However, he placed his full trust in his father's supreme general. The moment he heard the warning, he swiftly gathered the scattered life flames around him and condensed them into a dense shield. Swish! 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 The devastating winds carrying the acidic rain finally arrived, crashing upon them like the end of days. A large portion of Sakar's underworld daisies disintegrated on impact, while the rest struck him like hammers, sending him flying. As for Richard, before he could comprehend what was happening, he felt the life flames around him incinerating the corrosive rain, but the sheer force of Halak's air blast sent him tumbling like a paper kite caught in a storm. Rumble! Rumble! Only a fraction of a second had passed since the winds had left Halak's palm and disappeared into the horizon. They continued their rampage until they struck a nearby mountain, obliterating half of it with ease. Swish! Halak jumped just beneath the purple sun like a blazing meteor, looking down at what remained of Pythor's corpse, his mouth stretched into a victorious grin. Ha ha ha! This is what you get for meddling with the strongest creature to ever live. I am the true ending of every dreamer. I am the true beginning of every worshipper. I am King Halak, and none shall surpass me. His voice thundered across the battlefield, his arrogance echoing for hundreds of miles. No one within range failed to hear his proclamation. Bam! Sakar and Richard emerged from beneath the rubble. Son of a bitch. I swear he did that on purpose. Richard roared, his eyes burning with blood and fury. Crack! The underworld daisies surrounding Sakar cleared away the debris and dusted the dirt from his clothes. But his gaze remained locked on the distant city, now dozens of miles away. That ridiculous strength. Sometimes his sheer foolishness makes me forget what he is capable of. What a terrifying individual. Then, he swept his eyes over their surroundings and gestured with his hand. Well, at the very least, he provided us with some assistance. 100 or so imperial guards and elite marshals lay scattered beneath the ruins, groaning in pain, some missing limbs, others lifeless. The purple acid rain had been far too potent, exceeding the endurance of the guards' bodies. Even the dirger blood coursing through their veins had failed to protect them against such an overwhelming concentration of the minor heavenly law of corrosion. Who cares about his strength? Do you really think he meant to help? Did you even hear what he said about my father? He is the true beginning, the true king? He is clearly taking a piss. Richard clenched his fists, channeling his energy into his legs, preparing to launch himself toward the city. I am crushing his fucking skull today. An entire mountain had collapsed atop them due to the winds carrying them in its path. The underworld daisies had shielded Sakar, while the dense life energy had wrapped around Richard, sparing them from severe injuries and preventing the acid rain from touching them directly. Yet, despite those defenses, both of them had suffered many fractures. Wait! Sakar grabbed Richard's wrist and then pointed downward. Look! The purple acid rain scattered across the mountainside was beginning to flow, slowly at first, but its speed was increasing, heading straight toward the city. Chapter 1081. It didn't matter whether they belonged to the demon army or the Great Serpent's empire. It didn't matter if they were martial emperors or warlords. Every pair of eyes turned toward the scene unfolding in the city. Aside from the soul creatures that had yet to receive orders and continued to obliterate their opponents, the rest stood in stunned silence, mouths agape, staring at what remained of Pythor's massive form. Even Caesar and Amon couldn't comprehend what they were seeing. Had Halak just slain the planetary emperor, Pythor, all by his own, and in his new form? Had the battle ended just like that? Boom! Halak unleashed another blast of air to halt his momentum before descending to the ground, creating a small dust storm upon impact. Then, he raised what was left of both arms and began striding toward Pythor's corpse with absolute confidence, reveling in the fact that he had become the center of attention. Don't look so shocked, all of you. Fools are abundant, and Pythor was the biggest fool of them all. His deep, powerful voice echoed through the battlefield. He thought transforming his body into that state would make it harder to reach his energy core, but look at him now. I erased his entire head. Reaching Pythor's remains, Halak turned his back to them and continued shouting, his words booming in everyone's ears. I, the great Halak, may not have an army, but that is because I don't need one. Everyone, look at your rulers. One was broken, hiding somewhere underground, and the other was slain by my hand. I am the strongest here. Then, he pointed his uninjured hand toward Caesar. Use your heads, followers of Robin Burton. Think carefully, loyalists of the late Pythor. I am your best choice as a ruler. With me in power, you will fear no one. Caesar and the others kept their gazes on him for a few seconds. Then, their eyes slowly began to rise. The looks those beasts gave him weren't of reverence or fear, but pity. And secondly, why were they looking up in the first place? At that moment, the light from the purple sun was suddenly blocked from reaching Halak's body. A strange, uneasy feeling crept into his chest. There was nothing tall enough to cast such a shadow over him, unless. Slowly, Halak turned around. And, like the others, he looked up. Pythor was staring at him. Swish, swish. Streams of purple acid rained down from the north, merging back into his body. In an instant, his head was whole again. His core was restored. Even his 3 horns had returned to their rightful places. Halak gazed up at Pythor, then tilted his head. Dude, are you for real? With a mocking smile, Pythor parted his maw. Did you truly believe that the gift of a planet as vast as Poison Rock, a planet attuned to the path of destruction, the gift that transformed my body entirely and elevated me beyond the realm of mere living beings, would be defeated in a single strike from you? Halak scratched his head. That was the plan, yeah. Swoosh. Pythor's tail shot forward with blinding speed. Let me show you a real attack. Nah, that thing's never touching me again. The memory of his arm being trapped in Pythor's core earlier flashed through Halak's mind. His eyes flew open in alarm. Anticipating the real danger before him, he raised his hand and prepared another strike. This time, he struck downward. Boom! A barrier of shattered space and compressed air erupted between them. Pythor's tail dissolved into mist once more but reformed almost instantly. Even though he had avoided a direct hit, the acid mist had touched nearly every inch of his body before he was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball. Silence. The sight of Pythor in his current form, standing alone in the city, was overwhelmingly oppressive. His towering figure, wreathed in a dark aura of destruction, sent shivers down the spines of all who beheld him. His mere presence was suffocating, like an unstoppable force that had descended upon the battlefield to remind everyone of their insignificance. Long live the empire of the Great Serpent. Long live His Majesty Pythor. His Majesty is invincible. The air itself seemed to tremble with the resounding cheers of his warriors. The battlefield, which had been on the brink of collapse mere moments ago, was now alive with newfound determination. The soldiers of the Great Serpent Empire, fueled by their ruler's apparent immortality, surged forward like an unrelenting tidal wave. The battles reignited with newfound fury. This time, however, the tides had turned under the crushing weight of Pythor's overwhelming presence. His army, their morale reaching the heavens, fought with reckless abandon, driven by a fanatic belief in their ruler's invincibility. Bam! Bam! Amon, who had barely managed to reconstruct his shattered leg, suddenly found himself overwhelmed by a renewed wave of assaults. Each strike pushed him further back, his balance teetering on the edge. Meanwhile, Caesar, once an unstoppable force, now faced an uncharacteristic defiance from the emperors of the Great Serpent. Fearlessly, they pushed forward against his flames. The demon army, which had just started gaining ground, now suffered devastating losses at an alarming rate. The momentum they had built through Amon's advance was completely overshadowed by the resurgence of their enemies. Meanwhile, the battle between the martial emperors of the Great Serpent and the demon emperors had escalated to an unprecedented level. The Great Serpent's martial emperors abandoned all caution, throwing themselves into the fray without hesitation. Their sheer numbers alone made it seem as though they could drown their enemies in an endless wave of bodies. The demon emperors, despite their strength, were unable to hold their ground. One after another, they fell like autumn leaves in a storm, their defenses shattered under the relentless assault. Even the mighty warlords, once feared for their brutality, found themselves retreating step by step. The high-ranking emperors and generals along with 300 martial emperors, locked in battle against the 102 soul creatures, were also swept up in the chaos. Fueled by a desperate need to prove their worth, they fought with a newfound intensity, as though possessed by demons. Their greatest fear was no longer the enemy before them but rather the gaze of Pythor himself. None dared to show weakness, lest they draw the ire of their godlike ruler. But the soul creatures did not falter. They did not waver. They did not know fear, nor did they understand the concept of morale. They fought with the same merciless efficiency, cutting down anything in their path without hesitation. Yet something had changed. Despite their relentless nature, they were beginning to fall. 5 generals had already perished in the blood-soaked battlefield. But the most alarming discovery was yet to come. The injured soul creatures were no longer regenerating. The realization struck like a bolt of lightning. Their once unstoppable foes were now vulnerable. The 77th prince, who had been observing from a distance, saw his opportunity. His eyes gleamed with cruel determination as he signaled his forces forward. The Soul Master reached his limit at last. Finish them off. Pythor's burning gaze slowly swept across the battlefield. Every front had shifted in his favor. Victory was within his grasp. And yet, his expression was not one of satisfaction. It was fury. A deep, smoldering rage burned within him, more intense than ever before. His voice, when he finally spoke, was filled with venom. He had issued a direct command. His seventh son had been ordered to bring the full might of the Empire's forces to this battlefield. Yet not a single warship had arrived. Had they truly been besieged to such a degree? That didn't matter. The seventh son had defied a direct order. Unforgivable. Pythor's massive form rose even higher, his immense body exuding an aura of raw destruction. His glowing purple eyes deepened in intensity, casting an eerie light upon the battlefield. The very fabric of space rippled around him. The ground beneath him trembled violently, as if the world itself feared his wrath. Then, with a monstrous roar, he opened his maw and unleashed a thunderous cry toward the heavens, toward the purple sun. Ka! For a brief moment, the purple sun itself seemed to shudder, then sent what looked like energy waves in all directions. Oh, this is bad. This is really bad. The seventh prince paced frantically, his normally composed demeanor shattered by sheer panic. Even here, far in the southern region, he could feel the aftershocks of the battle raging in the City of Hope. The tremors beneath his feet coming from all that distance spoke of unfathomable destruction. What the hell is happening over there? Your Highness, we must go. There is still time. One of his closest aides, a loyal companion who had stood by his side for years, was practically pleading with him. His face was pale with terror as he gestured wildly toward the communications device that had been relaying Pythor's messages. You are openly defying His Majesty's wrath. Not even fleeing to the planetary belt will save you, he will hunt you down. The prince clenched his fists. Do you think I don't know that? He bellowed, his frustration spilling over. If he went to the battlefield, he risked being ordered to activate the Disaster Seal Cube, a weapon of unimaginable power. If things went poorly, he might be forced to use it. If they won, he would likely be made to hand it over. Either way, disaster awaited him. Pythor had to die in this war. He must. Rumble. A pulse of energy swept through the air, unseen yet undeniable. The very space around them shuddered as a massive wave of violet energy passed over them like a silent storm. It surged onward, continuing its path as though it did not even exist. The prince stood frozen for a moment. His heart pounded in his chest. Then, in a voice laced with reluctant resignation, he spoke. Mobilize. Mobilize the entire army. We are going to support His Majesty immediately. Understood. Chapter 1082. Amon took a step forward. Rumble. Boom. The sheer, unimaginable weight of the monstrous being, standing at a staggering 300 meters tall, crashed down upon the battlefield with devastating force. The very ground beneath his colossal foot shattered into dust, sending violent tremors rippling outward like an earthquake. In an instant, an entire battalion, 10,000 soldiers strong, was obliterated. Some were crushed into oblivion, others sent flying like ragdolls, while the rest scrambled in sheer terror, fleeing from the unrelenting force of destruction. Charge! For His Majesty! Yet, despite the horrifying display of devastation, fear did not take hold of the remaining battalions. Not even for a second. Instead, they roared in unison, their battle cries piercing through the chaos like an unstoppable wave. To them, this was no longer a battle against an unstoppable monster. Amon had become just another obstacle, a challenge they had to overcome, a test of their loyalty and strength. Their emperor, their planetary conqueror, stood tall and unyielding, his presence alone an unshakable beacon of power. To earn his favor, they had to break through. At the front lines, the Empire's soldiers struck the demons with everything they got, quickly making up for the losses under Amon's foot. Bam, bam, bam. Every blow sent demon bodies flying, the sheer force of their attacks shattering bones and armor alike. Blood painted the battlefield, turning the once dry soil into a scarlet wasteland. Yet, behind the first ranks of warriors, the entire rear divisions of the Empire's army had one goal in mind: cripple Amon once more. But then, swoosh, swoosh. The crimson halos that Amon had used to guard his back, once an impenetrable defense, were no longer needed there. The moment Caesar took control of that front, Amon redirected every single drop of energy toward defending against the onslaught of infantry. One after another, battalions threw themselves forward with every ounce of strength they had. They struck with swords, spears, and siege weapons, yet the colossal halos of blood met them head-on. The swirling barriers of crimson energy slashed through the battlefield like blade whirlwinds, intercepting countless attacks before they could even reach Amon's body. Thousands of weapons clashed against the barriers, yet most of the strikes never made it past the midway point. However, this defensive wall came at a heavy cost. Each intercepted strike evaporated a portion of Amon's blood, causing the halos to shrink little by little. The radiant shields grew thinner, flickering like dying flames. Yet Amon did not stop. Boom! He took another step forward. Follow the king. The demons, witnessing yet another battalion being wiped out before their eyes, felt a renewed surge of power burning deep in their hearts. Their king was still standing. He was still moving. Like ants scrambling beneath a colossal titan, they rushed forward, trying to seize this fleeting moment of momentum. Amon released a deep, guttural groan, a sound that no one heard. His monstrous form trembled for a brief second. A silent pain coursed through his body, unseen by those around him. He could feel it, he was beginning to collapse. Perhaps no one had noticed, but his towering height was slowly diminishing. With each second, he shrank, little by little, his massive frame losing its edge as the blood loss reached an unsustainable rate. When he had expanded earlier, the transformation had been excruciating, his bones had snapped apart, his organs had been ripped to shreds, only to reform and stretch beyond their limits. And now, it was happening in reverse. His body was contracting, forcefully compressing, and the pain was unbearable. In just a short span of time, the sheer amount of blood he had expended had already cost him 10 full meters of his height. The unbearable agony was nearly blinding. His mind flickered between lucidity and darkness, his vision blurred by the waves of suffering. But he knew one thing, he could not stop. Rumble. Amon raised his foot once more. The next battalion, knowing they were next in line, broke formation immediately, scattering like leaves in a storm. No one wanted to be the next to end up flattened into the earth. And then, a single, deafening roar shook the heavens. HSSSHH. Then, the purple sun, the celestial fire that loomed over the battlefield, suddenly shuddered. Then, as if answering Pythor's call, it began to pulse. Wave after wave of pure, concentrated energy burst forth from its core, radiating outward in all directions. Then a sharp buzzing sound filled the battlefield. The eyes of every single soldier from the empire of the Great Serpent flashed with a deep, eerie purple glow. For a moment, silence fell. Even those who had been frantically fleeing from under Amon's colossal foot, those who had just been running for their very lives, suddenly froze in place, standing eerily still as if their minds had been forcibly shut down. Amon frowned. Even Caesar and the rest of the commanders paused in confusion. The battlefield, which had been an inferno of chaos just seconds ago, now stood eerily still, as if time itself had halted. Then, roar. A monstrous, unified roar erupted from every soldier of the Serpent Empire. For His Majesty! For His Majesty! For His Majesty! Their voices merged into one, an overwhelming mantra of devotion that thundered across the battlefield. Their expressions, once filled with either determination or fear, were now twisted into something else entirely. Pure, unfiltered, savage bloodlust. Like wild beasts released from their chains, they bared their teeth in manic grins. Drool dripped from their mouths as their eyes burned with violent intent. Then, as if driven by a force beyond reason, they charged forward once more. But this time, they weren't trying to avoid Amon's impending attack. They were charging toward him. Clank, clank. Entire battle formations crumbled as rank after rank dissolved into utter chaos. The Great Serpent Empire's generals abandoned their positions, their once cunning battlefield formations now replaced with raw, animalistic hunger. The disciplined army of the Empire of the Great Serpent had become something that resembled the demons. No, they had become something far more terrifying. Moments ago, the demons had been like waves crashing against an impenetrable dam, desperately trying to break through their enemy's unshakable defense but couldn't without Amon's help. But now, they were like waves crashing against a tsunami. The Great Serpent's advance was horrifying. Oh no! One of the demon generals muttered in horror as he noticed the sudden shift in their enemy's behavior. Bam! Bam! Boom! Amon stomped down once more, crushing the ground beneath him and taking thousands of enemy soldiers with it. But this time, swarm. The infantry soldiers, those who should have fled in terror, began climbing his legs like insects. They scrambled up his massive form, their hands clawing at his skin, their bodies piling on top of each other like an unholy horde of ants swarming prey. Amon snarled. He swung his halos of blood, the crimson energy carving through their ranks like a scythe through wheat. SHHK. In 1 minute alone, he killed more than he had in his last 2 stomps combined. And yet, they did not stop. Not for even a single second. They kept climbing, their limbs twisted and broken, their bodies impaled by his counterattacks, yet they kept moving without hesitation. Their numbers did not dwindle. If anything, they only seemed to grow. Fall back, you damned fools. Do you not care for your own lives? Caesar roared in frustration, watching in shock as 150 imperial combatants came rushing at him like rabid dogs. Their bodies burned away as they charged through the black flames, their very lifespans halved in the process. And still, they did not stop. What the hell is wrong with you? Confusion turned to horror as everyone realized, this wasn't normal. This wasn't just discipline. Something unnatural was happening to the soldiers of the Serpent Empire. And then the situation escalated even further. Swoosh, swoosh. Massive warships began appearing one after another, emerging from the skies like harbingers of destruction. TSHH. The hatches of the starships opened. But the soldiers inside, they did not wait for landing gear. They did not wait for descent ropes. They did not wait for a controlled landing. Instead, they jumped. What? Hey-ah! Bam! 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 Like meteors crashing into a river, the soldiers plummeted from the ships, each one slamming into the ground with earth-shaking force. The impact left craters where they landed, some of them breaking bones upon impact. But even the ones who fractured limbs did not stop. They rose immediately, limping, crawling, running, and charged straight for Amon and the remaining demon army with insane, suicidal fervor. The battlefield had turned into pure madness. Chapter 1083. Pythor stood tall, unshaken. His presence alone radiated supremacy, his gaze locked onto the incoming warships, watching them arrive one after another as if he were expecting a particular vessel amidst the fleet. The carnage unfolding across the battlefield? It didn't concern him. To Pythor, this was inevitable, a predetermined conclusion, merely the unfolding of fate. He stood directly beneath the purple sun, its ominous glow casting his enormous form in an ethereal light. The sheer majesty of his stance was undeniable. Anyone, regardless of allegiance, who laid eyes upon him at the heart of the city would feel an overwhelming urge to kneel. But then, a voice shattered his focus. It seems your roar wasn't just for show. You did something to your soldiers, didn't you? Pythor's massive head shifted, turning slowly with an air of absolute arrogance. His razor-sharp eyes settled upon the one who had spoken. A figure stood before him, nearly 3 meters tall, with twisting horns spiraling from his skull, and surrounded by an angry swarm of underworld daisies, flowers that spun like a disturbed hornet's nest. Pythor knew who was in front of him immediately. I never imagined I'd speak to a mutant Red Plague King before, Pythor murmured slowly, before shifting his gaze back to the warships. Truly, if one lives long enough, they'll see everything. Then, in a tone of pure indifference, he confirmed what Sakar suspected. You're right. My roar carried absolute commands, orders to throw themselves into battle and achieve victory, no matter the cost. His voice was unhurried, as if he were merely discussing a trivial mechanism rather than a battlefield drenched in blood. It's a basic function of the racial upgrade device, a safeguard ensuring that one's army never betrays them in their most crucial moments. Normally, the effect is far weaker than what you're witnessing now, but my transformation into this primal form amplified it. And as for the planetary spirit manifestation, he finally glanced at his opponent. I used it to extend my call across all of Nihiri. A tense silence followed. Then, that's far more detail than I expected. Sakar gave a smile, slightly taken aback. His question had been rhetorical, he hadn't expected an actual answer, let alone such a thorough one. In truth, he had only spoken to announce his presence, not to indulge in Pythor's self-indulgent explanations. And, what was that about a mutant Red Plague King? This is my first time using these abilities, so I felt like boasting a little. Is that a problem? Pythor spoke with calm amusement. His focus never wavered from the incoming fleet. Besides, none of this information will help you. All of you are dead men walking anyway. Then, as if returning the favor, he asked, perhaps I should ask you, Red Plague, why bother talking to me? You had a far better chance if you attacked from the shadows. I know my own limits. Sakar's voice remained steady, unwavering. If Halak's attack couldn't kill you, then I certainly wouldn't be able to either. My only goal is to stall you, until my lord returns. His tone carried absolute confidence. If anyone has a way to kill you, it's him. Pythor finally chuckled, a deep, hissing laugh that rumbled through the air. Oh, you criticize my blunt honesty, yet you're even more straightforward than I am. I like that. HSS. But he still did not turn to face Sakar directly. But tell me, do you truly believe you have what it takes to stop me, Red Plague? Sakar's lips curled into a small smile. The underworld daisies around him began to spread, filling the air with an ominous presence. I have a better chance than Halak. Pythor's expression remained unreadable. Perhaps. He hummed in a disinterested tone, his eyes still locked onto the incoming ships. Then, without turning, he asked, where is the one with the green flames? He was fighting alongside you just moments ago. I left him in the mountain, driving the sealing nails deep into the hearts of the remaining Imperial guards who still cling to life, while simultaneously draining the lingering life force from those who perished under the effects of that deadly purple mist. Sakar let out a chuckle, his voice dripping with mockery and amusement before continuing. Don't you find this strange? Most of your generals have been killed and recently replaced. Your marshals? Every single one of them has perished. And now, the elites in their armies have followed suit. Meanwhile, you yourself contributed to the slaughter of 100 Imperial guards here, while the soul creatures wiped out another 40. If we also count the guards who perished at Poison Rock and the staggering 2,500 martial emperors from your ranks that we have slain since the war began, what do you have left? Your elite forces? Your foundational pillars? Your powerhouses? They are all but gone. You are, for all intents and purposes, alone. Pythor's gaze darkened. His expression, once composed, now bore the weight of calculated thought. Are you trying to manipulate my mind? Why do you even possess such intelligence and rhetorical finesse? Your kind is supposed to be nothing more than savages, driven by nothing but predation and reproduction. His eyes narrowed. Truly, the mutated Red Plague Kings are a threat. It never once crossed my mind that a planet in the Young Belt would harbor two of you. He stared at Sakar for a long moment, memorizing every detail of his enemy's face. He had just climbed the ranks on Pythor's kill list, now second, right below Robin Burton, and after him, Amon. With a slow exhale, Pythor turned his attention back to the battlefield. The chaos raged on. To answer your question, what I have left is a planetary empire spanning 13 worlds, and millennia of prosperity to rebuild everything. Keep your tricks to yourself. The war is already won. We won't even get the chance to fight, Red Plague King. Swoosh, swoosh. Within minutes of Pythor's signal, nearly 20 warships arrived, their crews operating with reckless abandon, attacking the demons with no concern for their own survival. The sheer number of bodies piling up reached horrifying levels. Sakar, however, remained relaxed, his smirk unfazed by Pythor's confidence. I made a few calls before arriving as well. I will not allow this war to end before the Lord says the final word. Buzz, buzz. Several instantaneous space gates burst open behind the Grand Serpent Empire's army. A flood of demons poured out, immediately engaging the enemy in brutal combat. Reinforcements have arrived. Hold the line. Amon's lieutenants roared with renewed vigor as they watched their brethren ambush the enemy from behind, striking at the perfect moment. Pythor's eyes flicked toward the new arrivals before shifting his gaze back to the warships. The remaining demons from the southern region? Do you actually believe they will make a difference in a battle like this? Buzz, buzz, buzz. 5 more portals flared open in different locations. This time, the ones charging out were not demons. They were the locals, humans, dwarves, stubborn warriors, even half-bloods, and a contingent of towering Nihiri giants. Each one emerged with weapons raised high, their faces twisted with unrelenting rage, their eyes burning with the desire for revenge. 2 years of horror had pushed them to this moment. They had nothing left to lose. But, boom. It was futile. The moment they stepped out, none of them made it past 10 steps before being cut down. Pythor scoffed. Really, now? His glare fixed on Sakar. Is your grand strategy to burn through every last energy pearl on this planet just to keep it out of my hands? Sakar simply shrugged, his expression unreadable. Please, don't underestimate them. Their numbers are still considerable, and numbers take time to kill. Of course, Sakar never truly expected them to win the battle, even if they threw billions into the fray. Pythor exhaled sharply, frustration creeping into his features. He turned toward the portals once more, his heart sinking at the sheer waste of life. He clenched his fists, his voice growing colder. No matter. I'll deal with the seventh son later. First, I will ensure Robin Burton is eliminated for this farce to finally end. His gaze locked onto the direction where Robin had been thrown moments ago. Sure enough, as he turned, two golden eyes glowed at him from beneath the rubble. Chapter 1084. Robin Burton. Pythor furrowed his brows slightly as those golden eyes glared at him from the rubble. You can still move. Tiss. The ground beneath Pythor sizzled and burned as he stepped forward. Each movement seared the earth as Pythor's corrosive body trailed his path. Stop. Sakar spread his arms wide, unleashing the underworld daisies in all directions. What was once a near-infinite swarm of 100,000 had now been reduced to only a few thousand after the brutal course of battle. Pythor, however, paid his opponent no mind. His attention was solely on those golden lanterns gleaming under the rubble. Killing Robin Burton and mutilating his corpse would end this war. It would put a stop to all of this bloodshed once and for all, and most importantly, it would stop the excessive usage of his precious energy pearls. He would be lying if he said Sakar's words earlier hadn't unsettled him. What kind of empire would he rule if it had no army left to defend it? Do not you dare underestimate me. Sakar roared, his rough voice cutting through the battlefield as he slashed a hand through the air. Instantly, the daisies surged from all sides, forming a dense encirclement around Pythor. Zzzt, tis. A large number of them struck Pythor directly, piercing through his body. But to Sakar's dismay, they vanished the moment they made contact, dissolving into nothingness as if devoured by his very flesh. Pythor barely even flinched. You're wasting your time, Red Plague King. Halak might have been able to stop me for a second or two, but you cannot. He strode forward without a care, his enormous form completely disregarding the onslaught of daisies. Each one that touched him simply disintegrated into oblivion. Until. What? Pythor's eyes widened in shock. Zzzt. One of the underworld daisies did not vanish upon impact. Instead, it sliced cleanly through part of his neck, emerging from the other side with eerie precision. Zzzt. Four more underworld daisies struck at the same time. Each one buried itself in his massive frame, carving through his jelly-like body before bursting out on the other side. The air suddenly filled with the misty purple haze once more, spilling from his wounds like an unnatural vapor. Zzzt. Sakar retracted every underworld daisy except for the 5 that had successfully landed their blows. Then, boom. He clapped his hands together with crushing force. The remaining underworld daisies writhed and pulsed, expanding and compressing in rapid succession, merging into something even greater. Moments later, the sea of underworld daisies vanished, and 5 more formed, bringing the total to 10 highly condensed underworld daisies. Each of them contained 10% of Sakar's blood sea. Without hesitation, Sakar sent all 10 of them surging toward Pythor. Zzzt. The underworld daisies struck him again, relentlessly tearing through his massive frame. The purple mist rained down in thick, suffocating waves, so much so that even Pythor's colossal body had begun to shrink noticeably. But, tis. Each time an underworld daisy emerged from his flesh, it came out coated in a foul, blackened smoke and dripping with decayed, putrid blood, as if the flowers themselves were corroding from within. Sakar watched his underworld daisies from a distance. He knew it would not take long before these last remaining underworld daisies disintegrated entirely. But it did not matter. His mission now was to buy time. Pythor, however, simply let out a booming laugh. Try something bigger. Ha ha ha. Despite the withering effect on his body, he kept moving forward, unfazed. What did it matter if he shrank a little? The mist would naturally recondense back into his body later. These chrysanthemums? They were not an obstacle. So what if his form had gone from 60 meters to 40? That was still more than enough to crush Robin Burton where he lay. Just as he prepared to strike. Ah! A blood-curdling scream erupted from the east. Even amidst the deafening chaos of battle, among millions of soldiers locked in bloodshed, that single, unhinged shriek demanded attention. Both Pythor and Sakar instinctively turned toward the source. The figure leaped an immense distance and landed directly in front of Pythor. You messed with the wrong guy, you overgrown pile of jam. Even Sakar and Pythor took a couple of seconds to recognize the newcomer, Halak. His body was utterly mutilated from the explosive purple mist. His chest was hollowed out, a gaping cavity where flesh should have been. His left arm was missing entire chunks of muscle and bone. Yet none of that stopped him. Rah! Halak roared and threw a devastating punch forward. HSS, you should have stayed back and died in peace. Pythor sneered at Halak's pathetic state, his tail already swinging forward with the intent to end this charade once and for all. This time, Halak would die, for real. Zzzt. The 10 underworld daisies suddenly moved as one, forming a single line of attack. In a flash, they struck Pythor's tail and split it in two. What? Pythor whipped his head around, staring at his severed tail in disbelief. That moment, that single instant of hesitation, was all Halak needed. Boom! Whatever was left of his right arm collided with Pythor's face, sending shockwaves howling through the battlefield. Pythor's head snapped backward, his massive form stumbling. That will buy us a few seconds. Sakar muttered under his breath. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Halak roared, lifting his arms and hammering into Pythor relentlessly. Left, right, again and again. Each impact sent the colossal figure reeling back and forth, unable to stabilize. Swoosh! Swoosh! Yet it did not matter. Pythor's form was already reforming. Faster! The purple sun above intensified, its light pulling the scattered mist and gelatinous remains back into shape at an alarming rate. Hey, stop trying to kill him, you won't be able to. Sakar called out to his least favorite ally. Just focus on keeping him down until the Lord is ready. Halak paused for a brief moment, his bloodshot eyes flickering toward the golden gaze beneath the rubble. Then, with a shake of his head, I won't rely on anyone. Boom! Halak resumed his relentless assault, striking at any gathering point of Pythor's regenerating body. Sakar did not argue. As long as he was fighting Pythor, that was enough. Instead, Sakar turned his gaze toward the floating purple mist and gelatinous pools scattered across the battlefield. Pythor's body was reconstructing itself at an absurd pace. It was clear now. He was still adapting to this strange ability. It would not be long before anything they did became utterly useless. Swoosh! At that moment, 5 massive ships descended over the ruined city. The demonic army had been far too preoccupied to stop them from arriving. Boom! The ship's gates opened instantly. Figures leaped out in unison, imperial guards with piercing eyes radiating purple light. Kill the enemies of His Majesty. Tisk! Sakar clicked his tongue and turned toward them. The 10 underworld daisies floated back to his side, ready for battle. But neither his wounded body nor the small number of flowers remaining could handle another massive fight. That is when a familiar voice rang out. This again? We barely finished dealing with your damn brothers, for hell's sake. Sakar could not help but grin. Richard restored a bit of his confidence. Chapter 1085. Not far from the battlefield, a pair of eyes were silently observing everything, glowing like golden lanterns. If anyone were to approach, they would see the planetary emperor, Robin Burton, sitting under a pile of rubble, watching intently. A short while ago, when Evergreen had informed him that Pythor was preparing to use the poison rock planet Spirit's gift, Robin hastened the healing of crucial parts of his body, enabling him to climb out of the pit he had found himself in. Barely making it to the surface, he struggled to move a few rocks randomly, creating a vantage point that allowed him a clear view of the ongoing battle. From that moment on, he had remained completely still, silently observing the scene without making any further movements. Now I finally understand what you meant when you explained the concept of gifts. Robin muttered under his breath. You said that anyone who uses one in the middle planetary belt would immediately be recognized as a planet owner and could potentially be hunted down and tortured. At the time, I didn't quite grasp the full weight of that statement, but now. His golden eyes fixated on the purple sun shining ominously above Pythor's head. This is simply too much. It's like a beacon calling for attention. Crack, crack. That's how battles between planet owners should be, grand, devastating, and impossible to ignore. You will rarely see anyone using their gift in the middle planetary belt, and even rarer still will you witness 2 planet owners clashing against each other. Most of you prefer to keep your gifts as last resort trump cards. After all, if a major faction were to capture you, they would torture you until they uncovered the location of your planet and then kill you just to claim it. The risks of using gifts are immense, but as you can see, the rewards are equally fascinating. Evergreen's voice carried a knowing tone before she suddenly added, by the way, aren't you going to use yours? What an infuriatingly troublesome planet gift. Robin grumbled, his gaze locked onto Pythor's rapidly regenerating form as Halak's relentless punches barely managed to keep him from reforming too quickly. How do you even kill something that? He became untouchable? Heart, head, crystal core, these are the essential targets when defeating a beast. But now, all of them have turned into a toxic, fluid state. Is every planet's gift this frustrating to deal with? Crack. Of course not. Each planet possesses a unique ability suited to its natural properties. My nature leans towards the paths of life and plants, whereas Poison Rock Planet follows the path of destruction and poisons, and it's far larger than I am. Both the paths of life and the path of destruction are fundamental forces, so our gifts are comparable in strength. However, there are many planets with far weaker gifts. Some are so feeble they can't even grant one. I imagine that pathetic excuse of a home planet you come from might be among them. Evergreen's words held no mercy. Crack, crack. Robin remained silent, his glowing golden eyes fixed on the battlefield. He was listening, not just to Evergreen, but also to the faint sounds of fractures forming within his own body. At this moment, he was taking full use of his unlimited supply of life energy, slowly burning it to repair his shattered bones and replenish the energy reserves within the energy gathering center located just beneath his navel. His goal was clear, to maximize efficiency. Evergreen was replenishing his life energy at a steady but slow rate, so Robin needed to burn just enough to heal effectively while ensuring his reserves never dropped below 10%. Excuse me, but what kind of master law practitioner are you? All it took was a single hit, and your entire skeleton shattered. Shouldn't you have worn one of those armored suits you craft before heading into battle? The sounds coming from Robin's body were grating on Evergreen's nerves, clearly irritating her. Hey, I won't let you talk to me like that. I nearly shattered his core, alright. That attack should have killed him. I was supposed to fall as a valiant warrior, wounded in an honorable fight. How was I supposed to know he'd activate that damned gift? Robin smacked his forehead as if the impact might somehow reach Evergreen through sheer frustration. And secondly, do you seriously expect me to walk around in full armor all the time? I am an emperor, not a mere foot soldier. That would be utterly embarrassing for my stature. Even Pythy wasn't wearing armor, so why on earth would I sit before him like some clunky, metal-clad fool? Pythy, did you just give your opponent another one of your adorable nicknames? Hey, stop dodging the real issue. Use your gift and get back into the fight. Evergreen practically yelled at him. I don't want to, Robin sighed, before motioning toward the main battlefield where the grand armies were clashing. If I use your gift, it will prolong the battle, and that's something we absolutely cannot afford right now. Evergreen fell silent for a moment. Through Robin's eyes, she could see exactly what was happening. In that direction, the demon army and the local resistance were being annihilated at an alarming rate. A large portion of the Great Serpent Empire's army had now been freed from their initial skirmishes and was already sweeping through the city. If not for the combined efforts of Sakar, Richard, and Amon, holding their ground, they would have reached Robin's location by now. If you truly believe that the gift I granted you will only drag out the battle, then tell me, what do you have besides it that could possibly end it? A confident smile spread across Robin's face. I still have my second stage master spacetime law, and that will help you? What exactly do you plan to do with it? I've already seen what you pulled off back in Greenland against General Lunta. Do you seriously think that stopping time and fiddling around is going to harm Pythor in any way? Evergreen's tone was skeptical, almost uneasy. Not just a few seconds, even if Robin were to sit there for an entire hour, striking Pythor over and over again in his current state, it wouldn't make a difference. I had the same thought at first, Robin admitted. Even if I froze time, I wouldn't have any means to deal significant damage to that insanely durable body of his. And now, after his transformation, my chances of harming him have become even more impossible. He exhaled sharply, his golden eyes flashing. Even though my eyes of truth allows me to pinpoint the exact locations of his heart, his soul domain, and his crystal core, it doesn't change the fact that I can't do anything to them while they're in that fluid, toxic state. Robin shook his head, but then, that smile returned. But the beauty of Spacetime Master Law is that it doesn't just have the time lock technique. His smirk deepened. Otherwise, how could it be considered a master law? For some reason, I don't feel reassured by that statement. Robin raised a single finger. One attack. His voice was steady. Once my body is healed enough, I will need just one attack to end everything. Crack, crack. Chapter 1086. No, one of the warlords screamed in a heavy voice as he realized what was about to happen. Die. Nearly 50 martial emperors surrounding him lunged forward, unleashing massive waves of thick, purple mist in his direction. Ah! The sound of thousands of people melting simultaneously was horrifying. Yet, their screams did not last long. Within seconds, the golden fragments of the colossal armor began to dissolve, allowing the purple mist to seep inside, reaching the saints and sages embedded within the array. Normally, these individuals would be in a deep state of slumber, controlled by a single person, the heart of the array tattoo bearer. But now, the moment the mist touched them, they awoke only to scream out their final cries of agony. The last thing they saw was their own bodies disintegrating, unable to do anything to stop it. Boom! Within less than a minute, the massive warlord was reduced to an empty shell. The blackened fragments of his armor collapsed onto the ground, with nothing remaining inside. Next, the martial emperors pointed at the remaining warlords. After the waves of purple sunfire, they had begun burning their dirger blood inside them without restraint. They no longer cared about their future ranks or the potential loss of power after the battle. Nothing mattered to them anymore, except victory. Boom! Suela! One of the Great Serpent Empire's emperors roared with all his might. His teeth, worn by old age, had begun to fall out, and his voice barely escaped his throat. Yet, despite his frail state, he pushed himself forward with his crazy purple eyes, defying the heavy gravitational force of Nihari's planetary field with all his remaining strength. Damn it! Caesar staggered back once more. After using the black flame veil to repel dozens of martial emperors and confine the battle of the martial emperors away from Amon, he was now being forced into retreat, again and again, until he was nearly pressed against Amon's massive frame. What the hell is wrong with you people? Caesar was genuinely stunned by what he was witnessing. This was the first time he had ever fought opponents who seemed to care so little for their own lives. Ever since that purple glow had ignited in their eyes, it was as if their minds had been completely sealed away. Within mere minutes, Caesar had slaughtered nearly 50 of them, all because they had mindlessly hurled themselves into his black flames, accepting certain death just to push him backward. Swoosh! Swoosh! Not far from Caesar, Amon was fighting for his life. The tens of thousands of enemy soldiers scaling his colossal frame had turned his very body into a battlefield. Every single step he took felt like an impossible task, so he shifted his entire focus to his blood auras. With grim determination, he detonated several sections of his own flesh, manipulating the surging rivers of blood to form miniature halos, attacking the relentless soldiers climbing him like ants. Chi-Chi the blood auras lashed out wildly across his body, with razor-sharp whips slicing through every enemy they touched. With every passing second, dozens, no, hundreds of soldiers were torn apart. Yet, it did not stop them. They kept climbing, relentless in their pursuit of higher ground. Oh! With a thunderous war cry, Amon let out a devastating roar, obliterating the uppermost ranks of enemy soldiers who had nearly reached his abdomen. But the overwhelming weight pressing down on him grew heavier still, and for the first time, Amon began to stagger. Don't give up. In front of Amon, the demon generals tried to revive their soldiers as much as possible. After facing an enemy capable of matching their madness, they no longer knew what to do. Now, it was a battle of tit for tat, with casualties on both sides mounting at an alarming rate. If not for the instant space portals opening within the city, releasing around 150,000 demons and countless local soldiers, the main army's battle would have already ended. However, the emergence of these reinforcements did not mean the tides of battle would change. Swish, swish, boom. Warships continued to arrive, loaded with troops, while their cannons focused fire on the instant space portals, especially those from which the locals were emerging. Each of these cannon blasts was powerful enough to kill dozens of locals effortlessly. As a result, even after an extended period, no more than 10,000 locals had managed to gather inside the city. Korya. The 77th Sun charged toward the massive mammoth, cloaked in a dense layer of purple mist so thick that his own skin could not withstand it, peeling off piece by piece. Whoosh! Despite the reckless charge, the mammoth did not back down. It lifted its head and then slammed its enormous trunk down on its opponent. SSSH. The moment the mammoth's trunk made contact, it disintegrated instantly, scattering into the air. But the mammoth refused to yield, as it opened its massive mouth full of protruding fangs and bit down. GHK. The 77th Sun screamed in agony as one of the tusks pierced through his abdomen. Yet, he did not stop and kept pushing forward. Hey-ya! Bam! The 77th Sun plummeted from the sky, his abdomen pierced, his body fading away by his own corrosion minor law. Yet, even in his last moments, his glowing purple eyes continued scanning the battlefield, searching for another target to kill and serve his majesty, until they dimmed forever. This scene played out repeatedly. The battle against soul creatures had turned into pure suicide missions, as both sides were too powerful and cared nothing for their own survival. Out of the 102 soul creatures, only 57 remained, and they endured solely because Marshal Lanta and Marshal Snite were still among them. ZZN is ZZN. Sakar swung his blade forcefully, sending his 10 underworld daisies forward, trying to harvest the lives of 10 flying emperors in an instant. However, he was immediately struck by a warhammer in return. Bang! The force of the blow sent him flying back dozens of meters before he managed to stabilize himself. You are courting death. Richard appeared like an angel of death, striking down the enemy who had attacked Sakar with a single punch, shattering his skull. Tisk! If only the soul creature Hoffenheim was still here, his vines would have been a great help. Richard muttered this before slamming down onto the ground, as soul creature Hoffenheim had been obliterated by Halak's first full power punch. Bam! Richard began channeling a massive amount of life energy through the soles of his feet. Swish! Swish! From the earth, metal and stone spears erupted, striking down the advancing enemy infantry. BFFH. Sakar spat out a mouthful of blood and surveyed the battlefield with a grim expression. The Empire of True Beginnings army was being crushed in every battle, with no hope of counterattack. Meanwhile, more warships kept arriving, and more martial emperors and imperial guards emerged onto the battlefield. Taking a deep breath, Sakar raised his head and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Listen up, everyone! Crown Prince Richard has unlocked space restrictions. This is a direct order from me, Supreme General Sakar. Withdraw from your positions. Use any means necessary. Gather here, as our sole mission shall be protecting the Lord." Chapter 1087. Boom! Halak unleashed another strike toward the purple slime, causing it to explode once again. Sick! This time, the massive slime reassembled at an incredible speed. Before Halak could ready another punch, it took the shape of Pythor's head. You are only delaying your death. Shut up! Halak roared, launching another punch. Bang! The very fabric of space shattered before his elbow strike, and the force of the wind surged forward to obliterate everything in its path. Pythor's head was instantly erased, and the purple mist scattered through the air. The city's ground was now unrecognizable. No buildings, no streets, not even a single stone remained standing. Everything around Pythor had eroded and vanished. Even the ground beneath the slime forming his body was dissolving, sinking further. Sick! Pythor reassembled his face and part of his body even faster this time. Haha, come on, strike harder, faster. He was truly enjoying this state. He had experienced it once when he acquired it from Rocky, but only for a short time, and he had never fought a life or death battle with it. The thrill of having an indestructible body was exhilarating, and what made it even better? He was mastering it more and more the longer he fought against Halak. Damn it! Halak's hand trembled slightly this time, his reaction slowed by mere fractions of a second. But in the end, he launched another attack. His body was already in shambles. The very arm he was fighting with was mangled, full of missing bone and muscle. In his current state, he should be in a field hospital, receiving treatment, perhaps even asking Richard for help. Yet here he was, unleashing everything he had, left and right, more than he ever had before. Clatter! Clatter! After Sakar's booming war cry, every soldier of the True Beginning Empire felt life surging back into their bodies. Not because reaching the Supreme General Sakar would make them safer, nothing like that, but because they had a new order. Any order, anything, that would pull them out of the hell they were trapped in. Even if rushing to Sakar's side meant certain death, it was still better than waiting in place for the inevitable. But, how? The battlefield was in its worst possible state. The air itself was unbreathable. How could they retreat? Oh! At that moment, Amon raised his massive hands, clenched his fists, and let out a devastating roar, pouring all his strength into it. The roar alone was enough to send countless clinging enemies plummeting from his body. Then, the number of blood auras around him multiplied, launching a relentless assault on the soldiers of the Great Serpent Empire. Amon's towering height began shrinking rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he had shrunk to just 180 meters, and he continued to diminish. But his sacrifice of so much blood was met with the slaughter of thousands of enemies and the fall of tens of thousands from his body. Then, boom, boom. Finally, feeling lighter at last, Amon began moving forward, ignoring the pain. This time, his steps were faster. This time he didn't intend to destroy formation and assist in winning the battle, he just wanted to move next to Supreme General Sakar as commanded, so he just kept on walking casually with his reduced weight. Kill them! Boom! The army of the Great Serpent Empire threw everything they had at Amon, trying desperately to stop him. But they failed. His massive strides tore through their formations, creating gaps in their ranks, crushing hundreds with every step. Their attacks slashed deep into his colossal body, carving gashes in his flesh, but it wasn't enough to stop the Titan. Even when he was nearly half his original size, Amon was still a colossal Titan. Follow the king. At last, the remaining demon forces saw a glimmer of hope. With renewed determination, they pushed forward, cutting down any straggling soldiers of the Great Serpent Empire that Amon left in his wake. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, where the instant space portals still poured out waves upon waves of demons and locals, the newcomers rallied together. Their new focus? To carve a path through the chaos, one that would lead them to Supreme General Sakar. The newcomers who just got out and saw the hell break around them didn't understand anything, they just followed those who came in early with blind trust in their comrades. Among them, the locals were the most fiercely determined. They weren't here for food and orders like the demons, they were fighting for a cause. After enduring countless hardships, they had finally found something meaningful, something they could fight for. Caesar took a quick glance over his shoulder, his gaze sharp and calculating. Then, he nodded firmly. Good. His position had been tied entirely to defending Amon and the demon army. But now that they were advancing, he was free. No longer trapped, no longer forced to hold the line. With that, Caesar and the 150 martial emperors in front of him all surged forward, racing toward Amon and the infantry at incredible speed. They were trying to get to Amon and the demon army and eradicate them all, while Caesar was trying to stall them with black flame attacks while racing them and trying to stay ahead. He was still trying to survive this madness, but trying to stop them at the same time as he was doing so, which painted a scene of pure epic struggle. Stop them! The imperial guards and the generals assigned to fight the soul creatures immediately noticed the incoming charge. And, of course, they had heard Sakar's command to protect the Lord. The first thought that flashed in their minds? They could not allow these forces to reach His Majesty Pythor. But boom! Marshal Lantas slammed his palm into one of them, sending him flying through the air. Then, without hesitation, Marshal Lantas charged forward, clearing the way for Amon. The rest of the soul creatures followed right behind him. Their arrival signaled something devastating. Yet another battlefield had been dragged into the ever-expanding maelstrom of destruction. Amon's mere presence distorted the battlefield. Every step he took reshaped the course of the war. The battles across Hope City and its outskirts had all begun to revolve around him. Only one battlefield remained completely stagnant, unable to move towards the city and unable to make their enemies stay. Damn it! One of the warlords cursed, his voice thick with regret. From his vantage point, he could see the enemy slowly closing in on the Lord. He desperately wanted to intervene, to make a difference, but he couldn't. His own arm was gone, which meant he had lost a lot of his power and countless sages and saints under his command. His armor was shattered beyond repair. And yet, despite all this, he still found himself more concerned about the battle raging within the city than his own survival. Their battlefield was a separate war altogether. Hundreds of great serpent emperors clashed against less than 200 demon emperors and the remaining warlords, who had now been reduced to just 4. They were too far from the city. Their numbers were catastrophically low compared to their enemies. Even if they wanted to follow Supreme General Sakar's orders, they couldn't. They were trapped. They wouldn't last 5 more minutes before their formations broke and this battle turned into a massacre. In 15 minutes at best, they would be completely annihilated. Buzz, buzz. At that moment, dozens of portals ripped open across the battlefield of the emperors. And from their depths, a figure emerged. It was the second in command of the Shadow Swords, Charles Burton. His twin daggers gleamed, and in his eyes, murderous intent burned like a raging inferno. And he wasn't alone. Out of the other portals, they came. Dozens, hundreds, no, thousands of Shadow Swords of varying levels. These were the Hidden Elites, the branch of the Shadow Sword organization that had manipulated planet Nihiri from the shadows, pulling the strings behind the scenes for the past 20 years. And now, every single one of them had arrived. Among them, there didn't appear to be more than 20 Marshal Emperor-level Shadow Swords. And yet, Charles raised one of his daggers, pointing it directly at the Great Serpent Emperors. His voice rang out, cold, commanding, merciless. Slaughter them all. Chapter 1088. For His Excellency. For the Empire. In barely audible whispers, thousands of Shadow Swords chanted in unison. Then, without hesitation, they lowered their black masks, concealing their faces entirely. And in the next breath, they vanished into the embrace of darkness. Stab! A great serpent emperor felt a sudden piercing pain in his back. Arg! Whipping around, he swung his weapon in a powerful, sweeping arc, but there was no one there. His breath steadied, and for a moment, he convinced himself it was merely a stray fragment from a nearby battle. But as his fingers traced the source of pain, he felt it, warm, wet blood trickling down his back. And then he noticed. The wound was deep, nearly half a finger's length into his flesh. A realization dawned upon him. That was a stab wound. His pulse quickened. What was that? Stab, stab, stab. Aik! This time, the pain multiplied tenfold. Over 10 different blades pierced his body simultaneously, one sinking into his throat. Enough! A primal rage ignited within him. With a furious roar, his aura erupted. A purple fog exploded outward, swallowing everything around him in a deadly storm, leaving no place to hide. Arg! Screams echoed in response. Several shadow swords were forced into the open, only to vanish moments later, their bodies disintegrating under the effects of the law of corrosion. Those damn! The martial emperor tried to curse, but his voice faltered. A sudden wave of dizziness overtook him. His vision blurred. His body swayed. And then, his eyes hollowed, all life fading from them. His lifeless corpse collapsed with a dull thud, black blood pooling beneath him. The wounds covering his body had been inflicted with poison. A lethal dose. Across the entire battlefield of the emperors, similar scenes unfolded. The arrival of the shadow swords had unleashed pure havoc. Even when they failed to land a killing blow, they disrupted their enemies, forcing them onto the defensive. Yet, with every successful strike, more and more blood was spilled, and not all of it belonged to their enemies. The battlefield was a maelstrom of death, and the bodies and ashes of the shadow swords littered the ground alongside their foes. One of the warlords, still standing, took notice of the unfolding chaos. Turning his gaze towards the still active space portals, his eyes locked onto Charles Burton. His voice, filled with anger and disbelief, boomed across the battlefield. What the hell are you doing? Most of these kids haven't even reached sagehood yet. They're all going to die. Charles didn't flinch. His reply was short and unwavering. For His Excellency. For the Empire. Then, without missing a beat, he lifted his dagger and gestured towards the space portals. Go. Protect His Excellency. Don't let my swords die in vain. A tense silence seemed to cover the battlefield between them at this point. Then, damn it. Gritting his teeth, the warlord swung his massive glaive, blasting 3 martial emperors backward. Then, without a second thought, he charged towards the nearest portal. Buzz. He vanished. Forward. To His Majesty. The remaining demon emperors, too, seized the opportunity. Each one waited just long enough for the shadow swords to provide an opening, and then they rushed towards the nearest portal, never once looking back. Fwoosh! A general of the Great Serpent Empire unleashed a cloud of minor corrosion law, instantly disintegrating 3 shadow swords in a single breath. His eyes burned with rage as he turned toward the portals. His voice thundered across the battlefield. After them. Chase them down, even if we have to follow them to the depths of hell. Swoosh! In the next instant, a shadow flickered in front of him. A chill ran down his spine. He barely had time to react before he felt the press of a cold blade against his throat. His breath hitched. It was Charles Burton himself. And in the span of a heartbeat, Charles whispered the last words the general would ever hear. You're the one going to hell. Slash. Richard's eyes darted frantically in all directions, his breath ragged, his body tense. His mind struggled to process the sheer madness unfolding around him. Bang! Crash! Swoosh! The living city had unleashed its fury, regurgitating metal, rubble, and even lifeless corpses from its depths. The very ground trembled under the weight of the enormous life energy Richard had released without restraint. Screams filled the air. Ah! Move forwards, we must, arg! Before Richard stood an ocean of enemy soldiers, yet none of them could advance. How could they, when the very earth itself rejected them? The forces of the Serpent Empire had been attempting to breach this area for some time now, but their losses had surpassed 20,000, and that number was still climbing at an alarming rate. And yet, despite the carnage, Richard had not unleashed his power to attack. Instead, he had established a zone of control, a massive circular area centered around him, extending over Hulak, Pythor, and the place where his father had fallen. Right now, hundreds of thousands of enemy soldiers surrounded this perimeter from all sides, their relentless march unbroken by fear or doubt. Anyone who dared set foot within his domain met a gruesome fate. Still, they continued forward. They had no choice. Their glowing purple eyes told them to push with all they got. The only thing slowing them down was the speed at which they were being slaughtered. Suddenly, swoosh, swoosh. 7 warships emerged from the southern horizon, their dark shadows swallowing the battlefield below. This time, they did not hover at a distance. Instead, they moved directly over Richard's head. Richard barely spared a glance upward before shouting at the top of his lungs. I need some help here. A voice answered almost immediately. Hold on, I'm on my way. It was Sakar. The battle-worn warrior was currently fighting to protect the airspace over Richard's domain, using his 10 underworld daisies with savage brutality against any approaching warship or martial emperor. ZZZT. Sakar withdrew 3 of his underworld daisies from other battles and redirected them toward the 7 incoming ships. But, you shall not. A squad of Imperial guards standing outside Richard's control zone lunged forward, intercepting the underworld daisies mid-flight. Their powerful strikes deflected them off course. That moment of interference was enough. The warship's doors slid open, and soldiers poured out like a torrential flood. KRKKT. Hundreds of mounted cannons swiveled, locking their aim onto Richard. Richard shut his eyes tightly, his jaw clenched. He could not afford to move. He could not halt the energy flow feeding the city. ZZZT. With a single sweeping motion, the warlord obliterated the descending soldiers, his very presence shielding Richard from the incoming cannon fire. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions thundered around them, bodies torn apart mid-air, but the warlord stood firm, unshaken. Richard's eyes widened in astonishment as he finally dared to look up. It was a sight both majestic and terrifying. Without his epic class armor, the warlord was vulnerable, yet unyielding. The ground around him was now strewn with the shattered bodies of saints and sages, their corpses thrown in all directions by every blast, yet the warlord did not move an inch. Crack! Richard almost shattered his teeth as he saw all these men die for him, but he couldn't tell them to withdraw. If they left him alone, everyone will die. Rage took over as he screamed his lungs out. ZZZT, ZZZT. More portals ripped open in the air at the moment. From them emerged the demon emperors. They saw the dire situation in an instant. Without hesitation, they raised their weapons, pointed at the enemy warships, and roared, "Protect the Lord's son!" Crack, crack. Robin gritted his teeth with such force that his jaw trembled, veins bulging along his temples. His entire body was quivering, not from fear, but from barely restrained fury. Every ounce of self-control he had ever learned was being tested to its absolute limit. The battlefield before him had surpassed all imagination. This was no longer a structured war. This was hell itself. No one knew what was happening anymore. No battle plan, no strategies, no sense of control. There was only chaos. There was only blood. Blood that soaked the ground. Blood that splattered across faces and armor. Blood that filled the air, misting in the wind like a cursed fog. My honor, if you wait for your body to fully recover, there will be no army left for you to lead. Robin's expression twisted in agony as he heard Evergreen. Do you think I don't know that? He roared, his voice nearly cracking under the weight of his own frustration. The veins on his forehead throbbed, his body trembling violently. But if I use that technique without proper preparation, I will die before I even finish it. They just need to hold on a little longer, a little longer. Chapter 1089. Buzz, buzz. More and more instant space portals began to open within the controlled zone established by Richard. A large number of demon emperors rushed out from the swirling portals, followed closely by more warlords, their weapons gleaming under the chaotic battlefield lights. I shall aid the Supreme General, Sakar, one of them shouted with unwavering determination. Defend the High Lord's son against the earthly forces. Do not let them advance, others roared, their voices filled with urgency and battle-hardened resolve. A weak grin formed on Richard's blood-drenched face. The overwhelming responsibility that had been weighing down on both him and Sakar was now slightly alleviated, but his expression did not remain joyful for long. His eyes widened in horror as the same portals that had brought his allies also began spewing out martial emperors from the empire of the Great Serpent. Oh no! Kill them! Do not let them spread! Above Richard's head, and right beside the brutal clash between Halak and Pythor, an even larger battle erupted among hundreds of mighty martial emperors. The air trembled under the sheer force of their colliding powers. Damn it! Halak cursed in frustration as he noticed several martial emperors from the Great Serpent Empire rushing to reinforce their master. He had no choice now, as he had to divert some of his strength to deal with them as well. Shut down those portals. Sakar's furious command rang across the battlefield as his eyes darted toward the scene. More than 30 emperors from the Great Serpent Empire had already arrived. Charles, close the portals. No, wait, there are still too many soldiers over there. Richard snapped out of his reality when he heard the command, but his intercession on their behalf was never listened to. Understood. From over 50 miles away, Charles Burton responded with a sharp salute toward Supreme General Sakar to acknowledge his orders. Even though he hated the guy as a superior and received a suicide order, he did not hesitate for a moment. Then he gave a unique smile toward Richard as if saying thank you, before immediately disabling all instant space portals. With calculated precision, he then raised his dagger high and bellowed at his soldiers, "Kill them all. Do not let them reach His Excellency. Charge!" Richard turned his gaze toward his own battlefield once more, and could not bring himself to look in that direction again. Over there with General Charles Burton, he could still see a warlord, dozens of demon emperors, and thousands of shadow swords who had not managed to teleport in time. Closing the portals while they were still on the other side, surrounded by nearly 200 martial emperors and tens of warships, meant only one thing: they were all going to die. Lowering his head farther, Richard clenched his fists. His heart ached at the thought of the sacrifices being made. A deep, guttural cry of anguish escaped him as his flaming hair burned even fiercer, reflecting the storm raging within. Tears welled up in his eyes, but he refused to let them fall, knowing he had to keep fighting. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the thunderous sound of approaching footsteps echoed from the west. A massive shadow, towering like a mountain, loomed over the battlefield, obscuring vision for all. Boom! The rear ranks of the Great Serpent Empire's infantry shattered under the devastating impact, and then, with an earth-shaking leap, Amon landed within the controlled zone. Advance! Richard saw the tide turning in their favor and wasted no time. He opened several openings in the western sector of the controlled zone, allowing the demon army that had been following Amon to surge forward. Shush! Shush! Tens of thousands of demons poured through the gates like an unstoppable flood, untouched by the chaos of the city. Whenever an enemy attempted to obstruct them or launch a counterattack, Richard was there, his mind sharp and his actions precise, stopping every move before it could gain momentum. Drip, drip. The tears that had once filled Richard's eyes were mixed with blood. The sheer intensity of his control and the extreme soul division he was undergoing should have been enough to shatter his soul, yet somehow, against all odds, he endured. Stay away from my brother. At that very moment, a powerful shout erupted from behind the demon army, followed by a deafening shwela. A cascading torrent of black flames surged downward like a wrathful inferno, sweeping through the most densely packed enemy ranks. In that single devastating attack, Caesar reaped the lives of several thousand soldiers before stepping into the controlled zone himself, perfectly synchronized with the arrival of the last demon warrior. Swish! Swish! The soul creatures also began their retreat, falling back under the leadership of Marshals Lunta and Snite. By the time they reached the controlled airspace, their numbers had dwindled to just 43, but they had managed to take down several enemies along the way. Once they arrived, all the demon emperors soared into the sky, positioning themselves beside Generals Sakaar and Caesar to defend the aerial perimeter. Meanwhile, the soul creatures scattered along the land borders, standing side by side with the demon army, ready to assist Richard in the battle ahead. As for the 3 remaining warlords, one of them who had been fiercely protecting Richard had already collapsed, his body reduced to scattered remains from the sheer number of limbs he had lost. Only 2 remained now, standing resolutely at Richard's side, striking down any martial emperor or warship that dared to target him. Bam, bam, boom. Ah. What was unfolding in this moment was the very definition of chaos. The army, now compressed into a relatively small circular formation, had gained some defensive cohesion, but at the same time, they had become an easy target, surrounded by an ocean of enemies on all sides. The entirety of the Great Serpent Empire's military force had arrived. The southern 600,000 law-using soldiers, and 600 martial emperors, including 100 elite imperial guards, stood ready for battle. The foot soldiers stretched as far as the eye could see, while the emperors filled the skies like a swarm of locusts blotting out the sun. Swish, swish. Hundreds of warships circled above the controlled zone with terrifying speed. Their colossal cannons fired relentlessly, unleashing a rain of destruction, all converging toward one primary target, Richard. They knew that if Richard fell, if he ceased his efforts, everything else would collapse like a house of cards. Pfft. Richard spat out more than a liter of blood. His face had aged as if 100 years had passed in mere minutes. His eyes had sunken so deeply into their sockets that they looked as if they might vanish into his skull. Even with the assistance of the soul creatures and the goblin army, the immense spiritual strain on him had not lessened, as it was only growing heavier with each passing second. The highly trained forces of the Great Serpent Empire were tightening their grip with calculated precision. They advanced in intricate formations that made dealing with them exponentially more difficult. TSSSH. Caesar's once glorious green wings flickered and then vanished completely. His ability to generate his black flames had plummeted to less than a quarter of its original power, and the blazing barrier he had been using to shield a portion of the sky had dissipated. His complexion turned deathly pale, but he dared not ask Richard for more energy because he knew the cost of doing so. Forget about Richard needing this energy the most. If he diverted his attention to Caesar for even a second, the semi-safe zone would turn into hell. As Amon was the main man when gathering the army, now it all depended on Richard to keep them alive. Hold the line. Sakaar roared, his voice echoing across the battlefield. He scanned the area, searching for a way to send one of his elite warriors to aid those trapped in dire situations. But as his gaze swept the sky, he was met with a horrifying sight, as more than 1,000 enemy martial emperors had completely encircled them. His own subordinates, his comrades, were being slaughtered mere meters away, yet he was powerless to intervene. No, he whispered in despair. Ha ha ha. A chilling, triumphant laughter split through the air like a blade. It was Pythor. Bang, bang. At that moment, Halat was still bombarding Pythor with relentless attacks as he always had. No matter how many times he struck, the fragmented mist of Pythor's body simply reassembled, restoring him to an unscathed state, as he had mastered this ability to perfection. Sakaar's mouth hung open in disbelief. At this rate, they would not survive another 5 minutes. Then, in that cursed moment, Sakaar suddenly heard a voice resonate within his spiritual domain, a voice that was eerily familiar. Hey, if you want to survive, retreat now or take cover away from the Great Serpent Empire's army. I'll give you 10 seconds. After that, don't blame me for what happens next. Chapter 1090. Amon let out a deep, rumbling growl before opening his palm and swinging his arm with tremendous force. Wherever his hand moved, currents of violent wind surged forth, sending enemy soldiers tumbling through the air like fragile leaves caught in the fury of a raging storm. The howling gusts tore through the battlefield, twisting and tossing armored warriors effortlessly. Then, in a final crescendo, boom, the accumulated torrents of air smashed into the advancing army, crushing hundreds, perhaps even thousands, under their relentless force. Take down the monster first, one of the enemy generals roared with commanding authority. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of martial emperors focused their attacks upon Amon, their relentless assault lasting no more than 5 seconds. But in warfare, 5 seconds was more than enough. Clatter. Amon's massive frame trembled before he finally collapsed onto one knee, his enormous hands pressing against the ground to keep himself from completely falling and crushing Richard and the demon forces beneath him. Don't stop. Sever his head. The enemy general showed no hesitation, recognizing Amon as one of the greatest threats on the battlefield. Hey, do something, uncle. You won't have an army left at this rate. Evergreen's voice echoed with urgency, her words laced with undeniable panic. No need to worry, Robin responded in a low, measured tone, though the tension in his voice betrayed his anger and pressure. His face had turned slightly red from the overwhelming strain of the battle. Once Pythor is dead, I will exploit the shock of his followers and order the immediate opening of instant space portals. Many of our forces will manage to escape, and many won't make it in time before the wrath of the Serpent Empire's army tears them apart. Evergreen shot back, clearly unconvinced. And secondly, what do you plan to do with the enemy army if you just leave them behind? Do you think they'll simply surrender the moment their ruler is gone? Robin knew this truth all too well. If he died now, the demon army wouldn't just retreat, they would disintegrate into utter chaos. Worse, if the Jura forces witnessed his downfall, they might fight with even greater desperation, driven by either vengeance or pure rage. Don't worry, everything has been calculated, he assured her. Without the marshals in Pythor, no one will be left to rally them. If given a day or two to gather themselves, they will most likely scatter and retreat toward the middle planetary belt. Sigh. Then let's just hope your plan works, and that your surviving soldiers drown themselves in the sweet intoxication of victory, forgetting the sheer scale of today's losses. Otherwise, without an army at your back, you won't be going anywhere. Even as a planetary spirit who manipulated the Tree Fathers and humans to massacre themselves for hundreds of thousands of years, this was the first time she witnessed a battle of this size. Evergreen's voice indeed carried an underlying concern, not because she doubted Robin's intellect, but because of the sheer horror she was witnessing through his eyes. Robin's fate was either absolute greatness or inevitable destruction, and from her perspective, the downfall of a man with golden eyes would not take place here, in the depths of this young planetary belt. You're thinking in the wrong direction. Robin shook his head, his expression unwavering. Soldiers are merely pieces on the board, moved according to my will. It does not matter whether the piece is a human or a demon, a general or a mere food supplier. They all serve one purpose, victory. And once that victory is secured, everything else will be forgotten after the spoils of war are distributed. HSS. Pythor suddenly let out a booming laugh before whipping his massive tail toward Halak with terrifying force. Upon witnessing the all-too-familiar sight, Halak swiftly leaped backward, his body reacting on instinct. He unleashed a flurry of rapid strikes, his voice erupting in frustration. Damn it. Whoosh. Yet, the purple mist still reached him. Ah! Halak screamed tore through the battlefield as his body was riddled with even more holes. His condition had deteriorated so much that the mere act of standing was nothing short of a miracle. HSS. Pythor lunged forward, his piercing eyes locked onto Halak with a deadly determination. This time, he intended to finish him off completely. Aren't you going to save Halak? I know he's not an official follower of you yet, but he is still useful. He's going to die at this rate. Evergreen's voice rang in Robin's mind, a sharp reminder of the brutal reality unfolding before them. Robin cast a single, indifferent glance at Halak before turning his gaze away. No, I will not move from here, no matter what happens. Until I am absolutely certain I can execute that technique, let them die. His expression remained cold as he continued observing the battlefield. Anger simmered within him at the unexpected massacre before his eyes, yet his gaze remained as emotionless as ice, because, in the end, it did not matter. What difference did it make if the entire army perished? Once Pythor was dead, he could create a force 10 times stronger than this one. All he had to do was distribute the spoils of war to the fallen soldiers' families, and in the eyes of the people, he would be seen as a hero. This wasn't a sports team fighting for union rights, this was a planetary war, a battle of empires. Death was an inevitability that loomed on all sides, an unrelenting force that spared no one. Every soldier who joined the army did so willingly, knowing full well that the specter of death could claim them at any moment. What did it matter if they died for the empire? Take the warlord who sacrificed himself for Richard, for instance. He had known that if the true beginning empire emerged victorious, his family, and the families of every saint and sage in the array, would enjoy a life of prosperity and privilege. That was why he did it. So what was wrong with them dying for Robin's ambition? If he could defeat Pythor with half his army, then that victory would open new horizons for the empire, elevating their families and descendants to unimaginable heights. In the face of planetary conquest, all lives were expendable. Those who chose to walk this path had to turn their hearts to stone, or they would never take another step forward. On this road, planetary emperors walk alone, and everything else was nothing but fleeting dust. Coo, cough, cough, Robin's eyes snapped toward a particular direction. There, in the midst of the raging battle, he saw Caesar coughing up blood, surrounded by 5 high-level martial emperors. The once burning black flames that cloaked his body had completely extinguished. He could no longer conjure a single spark. My boy. Robin's golden eyes widened in a rare moment of raw emotion. With a forceful motion, he rose to his feet. Boom! The rubble around him exploded in every direction, sending debris scattering like shrapnel. In an instant, countless eyes turned toward him. Even Pythor, who had been relentlessly pursuing Halak, halted in his tracks and looked toward Robin as if finally laying eyes on his true prey. Swoosh! A moment later, the buried space spear, hidden beneath the wreckage, suddenly shot through the air, breaking free from the ruins. In the blink of an eye, it landed firmly in Robin's outstretched hand. Crack! Robin clenched the spear tightly, his expression darkening as an intense fury overtook him. His voice thundered across the battlefield, "You are courting death." Raising his arm, he prepared to tear through space itself and teleport beside Caesar. But just as he was about to act, a deafening voice erupted through the battlefield. "Richard, son of Lord, we beg for your protection." It was Sakar, his desperate plea cutting through the chaos like a sword. Chapter 1091. Hey, if you want to survive, then retreat or take cover far away from the army of the Great Serpent Empire. I will give you 10 seconds. After that, do not blame me for what happens next. Sakar's mouth fell open, his eyes widening in sheer disbelief. The weight of the message that had suddenly appeared in his mind was overwhelming. His breath hitched as he hurriedly activated the same soul imprint that had delivered the warning and sent back an urgent reply. What do you mean? What exactly is going to happen? You think you can just appear out of nowhere and say something this cryptic? 9. Sakar instinctively took 2 steps backward in midair, his pulse racing. A creeping sense of unease crawled up his spine, yet he dared not ask further questions. Instead, his sharp gaze darted around him, scanning the battlefield, then downward toward the chaos below. Retreat? That was impossible. Every single soldier of the true beginning empire was currently locked in a brutal, life-or-death struggle. If they were suddenly given an order to fall back toward an instant space portal, they simply would not be able to comply. Anyone who turned their back on the enemy in the middle of such ferocious combat would be cut down instantly. Take cover? Where? There were nearly 1 million soldiers desperately trying to force their way into Richard's control zone, a fortified region that had been carefully prepared in advance. Meanwhile, nearly 1,500 battle emperors swarmed the skies above, circling like a storm of enraged hornets. Where in the world were they supposed to go? 8. Something inside Sakar's mind snapped. He stopped overthinking entirely. His instincts took over, driving him toward the only person who could possibly provide a solution in a moment like this. Richard, son of the Lord, we beg for your protection. Arg, do I look like I am playing around here? Richard barely managed to lift his head, his voice straining with exhaustion as he roared back. His eyes were shut tight, unable to withstand the excruciating spiritual pressure weighing down on them. The sheer force of it had reached an unbearable level. 7. Son of Lord. Sakar had no time to argue. He used his underworld daisies as shields to block an incoming attack, then immediately turned his full focus back to Richard, shouting with all his might. Erect a dome around us. Do not hold back, pour every ounce of your strength into it. Every single drop of life energy you have. What? Richard forced one of his eyes open, straining to glance up at Sakar, his body trembling under the overwhelming pressure. Even if I use every bit of my energy, a barrier like that will not last more than 20 seconds against this level of concentrated firepower. 6. That is more than enough. Just do it now. Sakar's voice erupted like a desperate war cry, his tone leaving no room for hesitation. Richard heard it, that unmistakable tone of pleading urgency, something far beyond mere battlefield panic. And so, he did not ask again. Understood. KRRR, KRRR. The very ground beneath their feet began to crack. Deep fissures ripped through the battlefield, splitting open the earth as an enormous wall started to rise. It was not a structure of ordinary stone, it was a monstrous construct, forged from a mix of earth, metal, shattered weapons, skeletal remains, and fragmented armor. The colossal barrier surged higher and higher, its towering presence casting a massive shadow over the battlefield. 5. Sakar panicked and started scanning the battlefield. The voice had warned him to take cover from the army of the Serpent Empire. But what about the hundreds of martial emperors scattered among them? If the dome was completed while all of those martial emperors were still trapped inside, would the voice's threat come true? He had to push them out, but how? 4. Aman. Sakar's desperate shout rang through the battlefield. At that moment, Aman was on his knees, battered and barely defending himself. To an outsider, he might have seemed defeated, a warrior who had lost all strength. But in reality, he was serving a crucial purpose, drawing in a massive number of battle martial like a giant punching bag. Use every drop of blood you have left and push the Serpent Empire's martial emperors back. You do not have to do any damage, just push them away. Aman's muscles tensed. A low, guttural growl rumbled from his throat, as the bloody auras around his body surged wildly. His size expanded dramatically, his veins glowing an ominous red. Slash. Slash. Aman was no longer using his blood auras as whips for attack and defense. Instead, they had become projectiles. Ugh. Any martial emperor struck by Aman's blood blasts was sent flying hundreds of meters backward. In a mere blink, he had cleared the entire western half of the battlefield. 3. Caesar, son of Lord, I beg you, just one last time, push them back. I will not ask you for anything else. Sakar's voice was filled with raw urgency as he shouted at Caesar. Caesar sighed deeply. His silver-gray eyes were dull, yet unwavering. Slowly, he raised both hands. Then, with a single clap, his eyes snapped wide open. Return to nothingness, 10%. Floom. A sphere of white and black flame shot out from Caesar's palm, soaring toward the densest cluster of martial emperors engaged in combat on the eastern side of the battlefield. Then, boof. A small, almost unimpressive explosion erupted. Yet, despite its size, the effect was catastrophic. Hundreds of martial emperors and even demon emperors felt their hearts seize with terror. A fear so deep, so primal, that it burrowed into the very core of their existence. Caesar's wide-scale attack had not even drained a single drop of life force from them. Yet the sheer intensity of their soul-crushing dread left them paralyzed, their minds utterly blank. One by one, they began falling from the sky, and among them was Caesar himself. 2. Even Sakar felt his own heartbeat falter, the suffocating fear threatening to consume him. But the voice inside his mind snapped him back to reality. Where do you think you are going? With a furious cry, he swung his hand with all his might. His 10 compressed underworld daisies suddenly began duplicating at a rapid pace. In an instant, the 10 underworld daisies became over 3,000, each one locking onto a falling martial emperor and striking them mid-air. The underworld daisies were too weak to deal any real damage, but that was not their purpose. Their only goal was to push the martial emperors away, and they fulfilled that purpose perfectly. KRRRR. At last, with the final martial emperor expelled, Richard's dome of protection was sealed shut. Sakar gulped, his body trembling slightly as he braced for the final countdown. He had a feeling, no, a certainty, that something massive was about to happen. He had sacrificed everything. Richard's last drop of power. Aman's last reserve of strength. Caesar's last ember of will. Even his own underworld daisies, all of them had been expelled beyond the dome. Whatever was about to happen, it had to be worth it. And then, he heard it. The last message from that mysterious voice. Sigh. Well done, demon. Master is lucky to have you. Farewell. 1. Rumble. Rumble. Boom. Chapter 1092. Crack. Crack. Rumble. Rumble. The soldiers of the Empire of the Great Serpent were taken aback as the ground split open once again. Something resembling a massive wall began to rise from within. Whoosh. Whoosh. Ha. The stone hands, metal bars, and even skeletal remains and corpses that had been fiercely defending the control zone suddenly ceased their attacks. As if guided by an unseen force, these objects began picking up fallen bodies, armor, and weapons scattered across the battlefield and hurled them toward the rising wall, where they seamlessly merged into its structure. What are those fools doing? Even if they block us here, what do they plan to do about the mighty martial emperors fighting above? Attempting to construct a wall at such a moment, against such overwhelming numbers, was nothing short of madness. No matter how strong the wall was, no matter how much reinforcement it received from fallen weapons and armor, how long could it possibly withstand the relentless assault of over 1 million soldiers before crumbling under pressure? One of the seasoned generals in the army scoffed as he drew attention to himself. They are gasping for their last breath. They have nothing left. Do not stop. Attack, he commanded, raising his weapon before charging forward. The rest of the enormous army followed his lead. Bam, bam, boom. At that very moment, the main enemy characters, Caesar, Amon, and Sakkar, made sudden, unexpected movements as well, drawing the attention of many. They had launched attacks against the soldiers of the Empire of the Great Serpent, and somehow, their efforts appeared to be effective. Then, a strange buzzing sound filled the air. ZZN is ZZN. The underworld daisies joined the assault, sweeping through the battlefield and forcefully pushing everyone away. Ah, the lords have fallen. A soldier clutched his head with both hands in horror. Panic spread through the ranks of the Empire of the Great Serpent. Even though their glowing purple eyes urged them forward without fear or hesitation, witnessing nearly 1,500 martial emperors being thrown aside like discarded rags caused something to snap in their minds for a brief moment, an instinctual alarm telling them that something was terribly wrong. Rumble. The wall had finally sealed itself from above, forming a massive dome. There is no need to panic. They are all alive. Those fools merely pushed them back a little. One of the generals activated his spiritual sense to confirm, then pointed toward the dome with a cold expression. Watch me destroy it myself. Without hesitation, he took the lead, raising his weapon high. He coated it in a layer of corrosion law before leaping toward the dome, determination burning in his eyes. Bang! The general struck the barrier with full force. Yet, to his shock, only a tiny fragment of the dome broke, a piece no larger than a fingertip. From underneath the cracked surface, an eerie green flame flickered, weaving through the structure, reinforcing it with an unnatural resilience. What? The general froze for a brief moment, trying to process what he had just witnessed. Then, snapping back to reality, he roared to his soldiers, "Attack! Attack!" The army behind him obeyed without hesitation, raising their weapons and launching themselves toward the dome. To their surprise, their weapons' attacks were of no use. Whether it was their high-level energy weapons or the epic ones, they just scratched the walls of the dome like a 3-year-old child trying to scratch his household with his fingernails. But the thing is, there were millions of them in this case, and the outer chill of the dome already began to crack. Bam, bam, bam. Destroy it. Tear it down. One soldier shouted fiercely, determined to contribute every ounce of his strength for the glory of His Majesty. But then, something strange happened. His strikes were getting weaker. Ha! The soldier hesitated, lowering his massive warhammer. He raised his free hand, turning it over as if questioning why his strength was suddenly fading. But before he could dwell on it, something else caught his attention. He glanced downward and noticed a faint glow emanating from just below his navel. As he bent slightly to get a better look, he saw the light pulse once, then vanish, only to flicker again moments later. What? Alarmed, he quickly turned to his fellow soldiers. Most of them were still relentlessly attacking the dome without issue. However, after scanning the crowd, he spotted another soldier experiencing the same phenomenon, the faint light flickering beneath his navel, pulsing at an even faster rate. Hey, do you have any idea what is happening to us? That other soldier turned toward the voice calling out to him and shrugged. I have no idea either, but I see 3 more people nearby with the same issue. Maybe if we asked the general after the battle, he might. Boom. Time seemed to freeze in the soldier's eyes as he witnessed his comrade's lower abdomen explode from the inside. But in that fraction of a second, before the shockwave could reach him, he glanced down at his own body, understanding his fate. Oh, boom, boom, rumble. What? Richard forced his bloodshot eyes open and looked upward in shock. No one knew the resilience of this dome better than him. He already had high reserves before, and when he was left behind by Sakkar at the mountain by the deceased imperial guards, he absorbed the escaping life energy from their corpses. The life energy of tens of high-level martial emperors with beast blood was no joke, and he poured everything into this dome as Sakkar asked. Yet, for some reason, the dome was shaking violently. It seemed as if a single devastating attack had struck it. Who, out there, had the power to unleash such destruction? Rumble, rumble. The violent tremors returned, shaking the very air inside the dome. No one could hear what was happening outside. Richard had sealed them within layers upon layers of reinforced metal, but the intensity of the shocks made everyone feel nauseous. Bam, bam. Even the demonic emperors flying above began to lose control, their bodies thrown into disarray by the sheer force of the tremors. One by one, they plummeted to the ground, landing face first. What in the hell is happening out there? Rumble, crack, crack. The dome had started to crack. Stones broke loose from its structure, crashing down on the warriors trapped inside. Take cover. Sakkar barely managed to pull himself together before shouting with all his might. Though his soul sense was somewhat obstructed by Richard's dome, he could still faintly feel something, a series of colossal explosions occurring outside. Explosions that seemed to have no end. Pushing his soul sense to its absolute limits, Sakkar picked up on something else, a familiar presence. It was his fellow king, lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. Aman! Sakar shouted his name and rushed toward him at full speed. Meanwhile, Richard stood in complete disbelief as he watched his dome fall apart before his eyes. Yes, he had built it in a hurry. But the dome had been specifically designed to withstand continuous attacks from over 1 million soldiers and 1,500 battle emperors for at least 20 seconds. Yet barely 3 seconds had passed, and it was already collapsing. What is happening? Who in the hell can produce such? At that moment, something caught Richard's eye. His words died in his throat as his entire body tensed. He instinctively twisted his torso to the left, momentarily forgetting his battered and broken state. Ignoring the agonizing pain that tore through his body, he poured what little strength remained into his leg and lunged forward with everything he had. Bam! Barely in time, he managed to catch someone midair before they hit the ground. Big brother! It was Caesar's body. Rumble! Rumble! The ground beneath them suddenly convulsed, shaking with terrifying intensity. Then, without warning, massive cracks split through the battlefield, forcing chunks of earth upward. From deep below, volcanic magma and scalding underground water erupted violently, creating streams of fire and boiling rivers. What had been an already war-torn battlefield just moments ago had transformed into a chaotic land of jagged mountains and lakes of molten lava. Tens of thousands of demon troops found themselves in immediate danger of annihilation once again. Panic took hold. Scrambling in desperation, soldiers began climbing the unstable rocky formations, trying to escape the rivers of death forming all around them. What the hell is happening here? Pythor, unable to contain himself any longer, finally exploded in a furious roar. Chapter 1093. Clatter. Pythor lifted his head, his sharp eyes darting left and right as the dome trembled for the first time. It was only now that he realized there was no one inside except for the soldiers of the true beginning empire. Am I supposed to be afraid now? He scoffed, feeling that whatever plan this was ridiculous. You little boys think surrounding me will make any difference? Ha! Don't make me laugh. Rumble. A creeping sense of danger began to take root in Pythor's heart. The tremors were not stopping. In fact, they were growing stronger. The dome shook violently, and large stones began to fall from above. If Richard had been shocked by the power of the attacks outside, then how could Pythor not be? After all, he knew exactly how powerful his own generals were, and this was not it. Whatever was happening out there was not good. Even the main cannons of the Empire's warships should not have been capable of causing disturbances like this. Just then, something changed within him. Flash! Pythor's entire body began to flicker with a strange glow, his energy crystal on his forehead shining violently. What is happening? Rumble crack. The ground beneath the dome shattered and erupted upward. Molten lava and scalding hot water surged from below, flooding the interior. The sealed dome trapped the heat, causing the temperature inside to rise to unbearable levels. Ah! Help! The soldiers of the demon army began screaming, desperately leaping onto any solid rock that had not yet been melted. But it was chaos. Dozens of the weaker ones fell into the lava, their bodies disintegrating instantly. The wounded had no chance at all. We have to get out of here. Open the dome. Panic took over. Something catastrophic was unfolding outside, something beyond comprehension. Beneath their feet, the battlefield was destroyed, replaced with an inferno of boiling magma. The air inside the dome burned from the sheer heat, filling with thick, suffocating steam that not only blinded the warlord's vision but also disrupted the demon's soul sense. In such a hostile environment, even the demonic warriors, feared across the land, felt as though they had been cast into the depths of hell itself. Buzz! Over here! Spatial portals opened, shining with a blue luster inside the hellish atmosphere like a door toward heaven. Such portals were a privilege only reserved for the Empire's elites. With Caesar, Richard, Aman, and Sakar missing from the battlefield, opening one had been an issue. Each of them possessed multiple teleportation arrays, but their absence had left their forces stranded. Fortunately, some of the demon generals and Aman and Sakar's trusted aides still had their own arrays. Finally, 3 glowing instant space portals flickered into existence at different locations. The demons rushed toward them with everything they had, leaping into the swirling void as if their very lives depended on it. Why are you running? Why are you running? Pythor's mind reeled in shock as he saw the demons flee like mad rabbits. Weren't you the ones who trapped me in here? Flash. Pythor frowned. The flickering light around his body suddenly intensified, rapidly growing brighter until his entire form was engulfed in a blinding glow. What the? Boom! A colossal explosion from within Pythor ripped through the dome, annihilating everything in its path. Holak's devastating attacks had barely managed to push Pythor's mist-like body back by a few meters before. But this explosion scattered him across the entire battlefield, his purple mist raining down like a violent storm until his remains covered both the ground and the dome itself. SSS. The deadly purple mist began to corrode the dome from the inside. In mere moments, it had already burned away half its thickness. Countless demonic warriors were caught in the mist. It ate through their flesh, piercing through their bodies as they screamed in agony until their lifeless corpses collapsed on the molten ground. Whoosh! But the mist did not stay scattered for long. Within 2 seconds, it gathered again, returning to the exact spot where Pythor had been standing. His voice screamed in rage as the mist swirled violently. What happened? What happened just now? Even though his body was transformed, and the purple sun still shone above him, Pythor felt an unbearable pain, something that should not be happening. His eyes widened in madness as he frantically scanned his surroundings, desperate to find out who had just attacked him. He saw Hulak swimming through the lava, retreating into the distance. Then, he turned his gaze toward his rival, Robin Burton. Robin stood firm, gripping a spear tightly in his hands. His golden eyes shone with an intense light, his expression frozen in shock. But his attention was not on Pythor. Instead, he stared straight at the dome, as if he could see beyond it. There was no doubt. He was not the one who attacked. What the hell is happening here? Pythor finally exploded in rage. If neither Hulak nor Robin Burton were responsible, then the attacker had to be one of Robin's children or the damned Red Plague King. He twisted his head in all directions, trying to locate them, but he found all four of them gathered in just two locations. The first was Richard, who was clutching Caesar in his arms, sobbing tears and blood uncontrollably. The second was Sakar, kneeling over Amon, his hands pressed against Amon's chest. Pythor immediately realized that neither Richard nor Sakar could have launched that attack, but he did not care. He just needed a target. SSS. With a violent burst, he shot forward like a mad beast, heading straight for Sakar. At that moment, Amon had already reverted to his normal form, but his bones were shattered, his organs torn apart, and his body was drained of blood, leaving him unable to heal himself. He had spent every last drop under Sakar's command to eliminate all enemy martial emperors in the western half of the dome, leaving nothing for himself. You fool! Why did you do that? Sakar gritted his teeth as he continued forcing his own blood into Amon's body, desperately trying to keep him alive. He had already expelled all the parasites from inside the dome, but at what cost? SSS. Sakar's head snapped up as he heard a burning sound approaching. His spiritual sense locked onto it. Pythor. His body tensed, and he instinctively took 2 steps back, still holding onto Amon. Step back. Your fight is not with me. Pythor's eyes blazed with fury. You were the one giving orders earlier, he roared, his voice shaking the air. Tell me, what the hell did you do outside? What the hell happened to me? For some terrifying reason, Pythor could feel his power fading, draining away bit by bit. That explosion, it was not just an attack. Something had changed inside him. Sakar staggered backward, panic gripping him. He had no strength left to fight. His body was broken, and even his own blood was now flowing inside Amon. How could he survive this? And more importantly, how could he answer a question when he himself had no idea what was happening? Pythor's rage boiled over. His mouth stretched wide, his monstrous jaw opening fully, ready to devour both Sakar and Amon in one bite if he did not get a satisfactory answer. Just before he reached them, whoosh, a pillar of energy shot past his face, forcing him to halt. Then, he heard Robin's voice behind him. Did he not already tell you? Your fight is not with him. Chapter 1094. Clatter. Didn't he already tell you that your fight is not with him? Pythor slowly turned his massive head backward, his glowing purple eyes locking onto Robin, who stood firm with his slender spear pointed directly at him. Pythor looked at his rival from top to bottom. You, Robin Burton, was it you who caused my body to explode? What is happening to me? I do not know, Robin replied, his golden eyes scanning Pythor from head to toe as well, his expression unreadable. But I can see strange movements within your body. My eyes tell me that your physical form is trying to abandon the Beast King state and revert to your original self, and I mean your true human self. But the purple sun refuses to comply. It is resisting, forcing you to remain in your current transformation. Why do not you just deactivate the planet's gift and return to your original form? That might help us understand what is wrong with you. Ha, ha. Very funny, Robin Burton. Pythor let out a low, guttural laugh, though there was no humor in his voice. Crack. His muscles tensed as he twisted his enormous body toward his rival, his every movement radiating hostility. Step by step, he began to close the distance between them, his focus narrowing until Robin was the only thing in his vision. I have a better idea, he growled, his tone dripping with menace. I will kill you first. Then, I will go and ask the Red Plague King. I am sure he knows a thing or two about what is happening to me. Robin remained silent, his sharp gaze fixed on Pythor. Then, without a word, he calmly raised his right hand to shoulder level and pressed it downward. Whoosh! The suffocating black smoke that had become so dense it obscured all vision suddenly compressed and sank, forming a thick, low-lying fog that clung to the ground like a heavy blanket. The demons, who had been struggling to sense anything through the thick haze, suddenly found their soul sense restored. It was so abrupt, so unnatural, that many of them momentarily froze, trying to comprehend what had just happened. Then, Robin's voice rang out clearly in everyone's ears. There is no need to panic, everyone. Use the portals calmly and evacuate to the new rendezvous point in the southern region. Begin your recovery. The battle is over. What? Sakar flinched, nearly losing his grip on Amon, who was still draped over his shoulder. We may be injured, but the army is still here. Together we can still leave. Robin's command came again, firmer than before. Sakar clenched his teeth, his mind racing, but before he could argue further, Richard's voice cut through the tension. Move through the portals. All of you. Bam, bam. The demons did not waste a single breath protesting. Without hesitation, they rushed toward the nearest portals, diving headfirst into the swirling energy, desperate to escape the unbearable heat that still lingered in the air. The Lord's son, Sakar shouted at Richard, his voice filled with frustration. Are you not worried about your father? He is going to fight that thing alone. Did you not see what happened to Hulak? Richard stood there, his expression unreadable as he carried Caesar's unconscious body over his shoulder. The battle is over. I have heard him say something similar before, on the Poison Rock planet. I believe the result will be the same this time as well. With those final words, he activated a spatial portal and stepped through, his figure vanishing in an instant. Behind him, countless demons followed suit, disappearing one after another. Damn it! Sakar cursed under his breath. He had no choice. With a last, reluctant glance at the battlefield, he summoned his own portal, lifted Amon's battered body, and leaped inside. A deep, menacing chuckle echoed through the air. HSS, HSS. How touching, Pythor sneered as he resumed his slow, predatory advance toward Robin, his eyes burning with pure, unfiltered bloodlust. Sacrificing yourself so your followers can escape? How noble. I just do not want to see you pull some cheap trick before your death and drag the rest of my men down with you. Robin tapped the ground twice with his spear, the sharp sound echoing through the scorched battlefield. Then, without hesitation, he started walking toward Pythor as well. His body still trembled faintly, veins pulsating with the remnants of green energy seeping into his muscles and bones. You still have a cataclysm sealing cube left, do not you? Robin's voice was calm, almost casual, as he kept advancing. If my guess is correct, you are the one holding it. HSS, HSS, HSS. Pythor let out a low, raspy laugh. You actually think I would use the cataclysm sealing cube on you? His laughter grew louder. Are you not overestimating yourself a little, Robin Burton? I have memorized your combat style. There is nothing you possess that would force me to use such a suicidal move. And if you think you can just stall for time until your allies escape, then open a space rift and flee yourself, forget it. You would only embarrass yourself trying. Pythor's eyes gleamed as he studied Robin, his gaze predatory, unwavering. Space and time, two terrifying laws, no doubt. But you cannot fully wield them, can you? He sneered. It has something to do with those markings on your body. You are barely scratching the surface of the laws. And let us not forget your pitiful level, a sage. If I increase my speed just a little, I will be able to capture you with ease. Oh no, how terrifying, Robin said mockingly, chuckling as he continued moving forward. His head tilted upward slightly, a smirk tugging at his lips. No matter how much I try, I just cannot seem to hate you, pythy. Is there really no way we can work together? Pythy. Pythor's body tensed at the nickname, his expression twitching. Then, after a brief pause, he responded. There is a way, Robin Burton, you do not need to die. Swear loyalty to me. Become my first aide, you will have a status much higher than all the newly appointed marshals. His voice was low, filled with temptation. Robin sighed and shook his head. Such a shame. With a single effortless motion, he leaped over a pool of bubbling lava, landing gracefully on the other side. Then, gazing up at the sky with a playful grin, he added, You are simply unqualified to have my services. At this moment the dense energy coursing through his body slowly faded. The healing process was complete. Pythor let out a deep, dry laugh, shaking his head. What an ironic twist, Robin Burton. You, a truth-born seed of immense potential, someone with a legitimate chance of becoming a great truth chosen when you reach the 5th stage of your law, only to die at the hands of a mere mutant like me? His laughter turned into a harsh, self-deprecating chuckle. Buzz. The last warrior to pass through the portals was a warlord. The shimmering gates flickered before sealing shut one by one, vanishing into nothingness. Now, only two remained in the miniature hellscape. Robin, Pythor. Step. Robin stopped at a calculated distance from Pythor, his gaze settling on his opponent's face for a few seconds. His eyes held something almost resembling pity. I would love to prolong this, Robin said, his tone light, almost amused. Exchange a few more insults, banter a little, but I need to end this now. My body has barely recovered enough for one final attack. I cannot afford any more delays. His golden eyes flared brilliantly, twin beacons cutting through the darkness. Activating Eye of Truth at full power, he pointed his spear directly at Pythor's body, scanning him from head to toe. Your energy core, your soul domain, your heart. Robin's voice was steady, deliberate. I can see all three. Which one would you like me to destroy? Ha! Pythor blinked before erupting into laughter. It was a cruel, guttural sound. Ha! Ha! Ha ha! Go ahead, take your pick. Attack them all if you can. His grin widened as his killing intent surged, his tail rising high into the air. Robin hummed, tapping his spear lightly against the ground, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. I am not sure what would happen if I destroyed your soul domain, as I still want your initial soul. And I have no idea what would happen if I shattered your energy core. After all, I already split it in half, and yet you are still standing. He paused, then grinned. So, I will go for the heart. Tap. Robin's spear struck the ground lightly. Pythor's eyes blazed with fury. Ha! Then I will melt you first. Swoosh. Pythor's colossal tail came crashing down like a meteor, its sheer force distorting the air around it. From this close, there was no way Robin could dodge. Die, Robin Burt. But Robin did not move. He simply watched the attack descend, his smile never fading. Then, in a soft whisper, he uttered a single word. Goodbye, my temporary rival. The world around Robin stopped moving. Chapter 1095. The world around Robin froze. Every particle of smoke hung motionless in the air. The trembling ground fell into absolute stillness. All sound vanished, leaving behind a deafening silence. Everything, every shape, every shadow, turned into a monochrome canvas, as though the world itself had become an unfinished painting. Ha! Robin let out a small sigh before taking flight, gliding effortlessly toward Pythor. It didn't matter how many times he used spacetime, every single time, it gave him this same eerie sensation. A feeling of complete detachment from reality. Suspended in the air before the colossal serpent's chest, Robin's golden eyes fixated on a single point. Through the dense, viscous mass of energy, nothing was visible at first, only the swirling purple liquid coursing through Pythor's body. There were no distinct landmarks, no clear shapes. To any ordinary observer, it was an unbroken sea of violet. but to Robin's eyes, it was different. At that moment, a significant portion of Pythor's chest was outlined in a radiant golden glow. Tisk. This is exactly why I didn't want to use spacetime from the start. Robin clicked his tongue in frustration, his mind racing with calculations. I need to find a solution to my combat style. He had found Pythor's heart. It was right there, just a step away. Yet, despite its proximity, it remained nothing more than a gelatinous mass. If he struck it now, it would simply reform itself, unaffected. Even before Pythor had transformed into this monstrous state, if Robin had used spacetime and attempted to attack this weak point, how would he have done it? How could I have even struck it? That was his biggest weakness. He had no destructive attacks in his arsenal. I hope my calculations are precise enough this time, otherwise. He extended his spear forward, pointing directly at the heart. Black and white lines started coming out of his hand. These lines moved in perfectly straight paths, but whenever they reached a certain length, they would abruptly bend, forming sharp angles, before curving once more, continuing their erratic yet deliberate motion. Until, finally, a massive cube took shape. Piffed. Robin coughed up a mouthful of thick blood, his body convulsing from the immense strain. But he didn't stop. His trembling hands steadied themselves on the spear. And slowly, he pushed it forward. Distortion. The monochrome world rippled violently. The space around the cube bent and twisted as if it were a heavy stone sinking into a still pond. At last, the cube reached its target, Pythor's heart, and began to engulf it. Shoo! Robin exhaled sharply and let go of his spear. The very moment his fingers left its surface, the spear lost its colors entirely, turning into a suspended, motionless relic, frozen in midair. Then, with both hands, Robin pressed against the monochrome cube, and he pushed. Ugh! His vision blurred. His golden eyes began to bleed. His entire body contorted, writhing under an unbearable force. At that moment, he felt as though he were standing at the bottom of the ocean, crushed beneath an unfathomable weight. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't move. Yet still, the cube shifted slightly backward, and the little void it left behind turned into a pure, abyssal black. Ah! Robin gasped, feeling the weight on him intensify. But he kept pushing. Move. At last, the cube, along with a piece of Pythor's body, was dislodged from its place. A large deep, gaping void was left behind in its absence. A void so black, so absolute. It was as if an artist had taken a blade to his own canvas, cutting out a piece and setting it aside, leaving behind a hole of pure nothingness. With his eyes now a blend of gold and deep crimson, Robin stared at that spot as if it were the most precious thing in existence. Crack! Barely a second had passed since Robin had removed the cube and created that void when it began filling itself back in automatically. But this time, when Robin focused on that area within Pythor's massive body, he couldn't pinpoint anything anymore. The spacetime had repaired itself, yet it did not restore what was lost from Pythor. His gamble had worked. He had successfully sealed Pythor's heart within a separate dimension. But now, Robin lowered his gaze to the cube in his trembling hands, his thoughts racing. What was he supposed to do with it? He had spent so much time considering this while watching from beneath the rubble, yet he still hadn't arrived at a definitive solution. Should he store the heart in a spatial ring? No, the pocket dimensions inside those rings were fragile, easily shattered. Should he deactivate his spacetime seal and throw the heart far away before Pythor could react? But what if separating the heart made no difference to Pythor at all? What if? Piffed. A violent cough interrupted his thoughts as Robin spat a massive mouthful of blood onto the cube. His vision blurred, his body trembled, and the pain that had been festering inside him surged all at once. His eyes, once burning with divine clarity, now struggled to stay open. I have to. Before he could complete his sentence, his body gave out. FWSH. Robin plummeted from the sky like a lifeless puppet, the glowing markings on his body flickering and fading. The moment his back slammed against the scorched battlefield, a deafening pulse of energy rippled outward. Robin Burton. Pythor roared, his voice shaking the very air. His massive tail lashed downward with a force that cracked the ground. Boom! SSS. The ground beneath Pythor's tail instantly corroded, melting into vapor, and then vanishing entirely as if erased from existence. Pythor furrowed his brow. He had expected to hear a scream, a cry of agony, anything. But there was only silence. Where did you go? He twisted his massive frame around, scanning the battlefield with a sharp gaze. Then, finally, his eyes locked onto a figure sprawled motionless behind him. There lay Robin. His body was barely moving, blood leaking from his mouth, nose, and ears. His golden eyes, once piercing and fierce, now remained open yet unfocused, gazing up at the dome above. His chest rose and fell, he was still breathing, but barely. Pythor hesitated. What happened to you? He muttered, his voice laced with confusion. Just a moment ago, Robin had stood before him, exuding confidence, even issuing commands as if he had everything under control. And now this? Russell. Pythor turned fully to face him, his curiosity overpowering his caution. He opened his mouth, about to repeat his question. And then, it hit him. A sudden wave of weakness surged through his entire body. His strength, his overwhelming, monstrous power, was fading. His vision darkened at the edges. His usually razor-sharp thoughts felt sluggish, as though trapped in molasses. His muscles stiffened. What is this? Robin Burton, what have you done? Pythor wanted to move, he wanted to crush Robin, to do something, but he found himself frozen. His instinct screamed at him, something was missing. A piece of him, something vital, was gone. Slowly, as if guided by an unseen force, Pythor lifted his gaze to follow Robin's empty stare. And then, he saw it. Suspended in midair, floating against the backdrop of the burning sky, was a sight that should have been impossible. A mass of flesh and blood, pulsating ever so slightly. A heart. Pythor's mind lagged for a moment, struggling to comprehend what he was looking at. It was encased in something transparent, an invisible cube, no, a prison. From the way droplets of blood splattered against its unseen walls, it seemed like a glass container, an unbreakable cage. That thing looks like the heart of a serpent-type beast. The realization dawned on him like a slow, creeping nightmare. His pupils contracted. No. Chapter 1096. Robin kept his gaze fixed on the sky. Even he wasn't sure whether he was forcing himself to stay conscious to avoid falling into another long coma, or if he simply wanted to witness Pythor's final moments with his own eyes. Ba-dump. Ba-dump. The massive heart, still suspended in the air, continued to beat erratically. Like the severed tail of a lizard twitching after being cut, the heart acted as if it hadn't fully realized what had happened yet. Some of the blood trapped inside continued to seep out, slowly filling the dimensional cube that imprisoned it. Faced with such a horrifying yet surreal sight, a small, exhausted smile crept onto Robin's face. He had won. At this point, nothing else mattered. It didn't matter if Pythor activated his planetary gift, an ability that allowed his organs to take on a gelatinous, untouchable form, because no ability could help if the organ in question was missing entirely. It didn't matter if Pythor's life vein carried infinite energy, because the life vein is a metaphysical link between the heart and the soul domain. If one of the two was lost, the vein would immediately begin purging itself until it dried out completely. And of course, it didn't matter if Pythor was 100 times stronger than Hulak. That glass cube wasn't made of ordinary material. It was a separate dimension, an extension of spacetime itself, an artificial reality layered on top of an existing one, making it an intruder within this universe. In other words, that cube was an independent, self-contained cosmos that obeyed no celestial laws other than those Robin had imposed upon it. To retrieve the heart, one would need to shatter this newly created dimension. And to break it with brute force alone, well, perhaps someone in a Nexus state might be able to attempt it. Robin chuckled softly as he observed his finest creation, his pinnacle so far. How many beings in the entire cosmos could claim to have made something even remotely similar? But such an achievement had not come without sacrifices. No. Pythor's eyes widened to their absolute limits as his trembling voice escaped in a whisper. The moment his gaze fell upon that massive, floating heart, a terrifying realization struck him. That heart was his. Give it back. With agonizing slowness, Pythor raised his tail. His movements were sluggish, his body barely responding to his will. Then, with what little strength he had left, bam! He brought his tail crashing down upon the glass cube. But contrary to expectations, there was no sound of impact. There was no sign of corrosion. His liquid-like tail silently exploded upon impact and splashed everywhere. A few droplets of the thick, purple fluid from Pythor's body stuck to the invisible surface for a brief moment before sliding off and falling to the ground. Drip! Drip! Give it back! Pythor's vision was fading. His consciousness flickered like a candle in the wind, but his survival instincts refused to let go. In a last-ditch effort, he lunged forward, this time attempting to headbutt the cube directly. Bam! But yet again, no effect. Pythor, just accept reality. Robin's voice was hoarse, his breath unsteady, but his words carried a quiet finality. You're already dead. Even if your master arrived at this very moment, even he wouldn't be able to bring your heart back. Cough, calf, piffed. A fresh splatter of blood left Robin's lips. Even after prevailing, his body was barely holding together. Bam, bam. Pythor slammed his head against the cube 2 more times before pausing. Then, slowly, he turned towards the voice that had spoken. Robin Burton, SSS. Pythor's massive body began to melt like butter placed on a scorching pan. The ground beneath him dissolved, hissing and steaming as it released thick clouds of vapor into the air. And from within the dense fog, a shadowy figure emerged, moving toward Robin step by step. Flash! Flash! The purple sun above Pythor flickered, phasing in and out of existence, its glow unstable. His life vein was on the verge of complete depletion. You will come with me. Robin finally tore his gaze away from the dimensional cube, shifting his weary eyes toward Pythor. Step back and die in peace. His voice was hoarse, but firm. Reflect on the centuries you have wasted. Regret the choices you have made. I have no desire to shorten your already short life any further. Piffed. A violent cough interrupted his words, and he spat another mouthful of blood onto the scorched ground. You have returned to being a saint, Pythor muttered, his breath ragged. His piercing eyes, despite their exhaustion, remained sharp. You destroyed your own foundations just to destroy me. Pythor's melted face contorted into something resembling a twisted grin. You sacrificed yourself in the end, we will both die together. Robin smirked weakly, blood still dripping from his lips. I hate to ruin your moment, but the master law of truth has already begun restoring my foundations. I didn't sacrifice anything. Though Robin had fallen back to level 23, this time, he had controlled the energy consumption, ensuring that only one solid foundation was sacrificed at a time. The solid foundations from level 24 to 39 had completely crumbled and turned into raw power to fuel the dimensional cube, but the first 23 foundations remained mostly intact. Gasp! Pythor's expression twisted with shock. Most of his face had already melted away, his flesh sloughing off in grotesque chunks, exposing the raw, sizzling muscle beneath. He looked even more monstrous now. Yet another reason to kill you in this state. HSS. Pythor's instincts as a serpent kicked in, his body tensed, his mind issuing the primal command to devour him whole. But his body refused to obey. He could barely move. Still, he refused to give up. The distance between him and Robin was short, all he needed was a single strike. With a guttural growl, he raised his head, forcing himself upright, balancing on the back half of his ruined body. Then, he let himself drop in a freefall. Whoosh! The sheer force of gravity would ensure that when he landed, he would swallow Robin whole. Robin simply exhaled, a slow, deliberate breath. Even as he stared up at the massive serpent crashing down toward him, there was no fear in his eyes, no despair, no surrender, only defiance, a challenge. He would fight to the bitter end. But then, a voice came. Didn't the skinny human already tell you to give up and die, you filthy son of a worm? Whoosh! A violent gust of wind blasted in from the west. And in an instant, find your next read on novelfire.com. Pythor's entire upper body was sent flying, away from Robin. Hulak? Robin's head snapped toward the direction of the voice. That infuriating tone, that disrespectful nickname, it could only belong to one person. Huff! Sure enough, Hulak crawled out from a lake of molten lava. His entire body was covered in gaping wounds. His face and torso were riddled with holes, his skin burnt and disfigured beyond recognition. His hair was scorched, his muscles torn, his remaining arm trembling as he dug his fingers into the dirt, struggling to pull himself forward, away from the lake. Arg! Huff! Huff! Hulak gritted his teeth, dragging himself further. He barely managed to pull his legs out of the lava before turning his one remaining eye toward Robin, his eyelid burned away, exposing raw flesh beneath. Your bastard children. Hulak's voice was thick with exhaustion and fury. Those little shits, they left me behind. Chapter 1097. Erg. Hulak clenched the ground in pain, his fingers digging into the scorched earth. Those damned, little shits you call sons, they left me behind. No one told you to go for a swim at such a crucial moment. Robin chuckled, his voice hoarse as he lifted his gaze upward once more. But it's good that you are here, I appreciate the help. I wasn't trying to help you, fool. Hulak slammed his left hand against the ground, sending small embers flying. I just couldn't let that bastard die before I gave him one last slap. Robin smirked at the irony. Couldn't he have just waited until Pythor had crushed him first and then slapped him? Hulak was obviously trying to save him, but he didn't comment on it. Instead, he waved his hand dismissively. Yeah, whatever makes you sleep better at night. Now come help me up, I can't move. Get lost. Hulak lifted his head just to yell at him, before letting it drop back into the sand with a dull thud. His voice, now barely above a groan, followed. Call someone, get help for both of us. I can't even move a damn finger anymore. Robin couldn't help but chuckle at the pitiful tone coming from beneath the sand. The way he viewed Hulak had shifted rather unexpectedly. It was strange how facing death together could change things. Then, shush, a faint sound reached his ears, something unsettlingly familiar. Instinctively, Robin turned his head toward it. Pythor's body was trying to reassemble itself. Slowly, weakly, but it was happening. Hey, cut it out and just die already. This is getting pathetic. Robin shouted with all the strength he had left, frustration lacing his voice. Then he turned toward Hulak. You, get up and finish him off. Hulak didn't respond. Robin narrowed his eyes. I know you can hear me, don't pretend you passed out. Whoosh. Hulak weakly moved his head from side to side, dragging his chin through the sand until he managed to dig a small hole. Then, without hesitation, he buried his entire face in it. Are you fucking kidding me right now? Robin bellowed, absolutely exasperated. He had seen plenty of ridiculous things in his life, but this? But there was no time to focus on Hulak's antics. His gaze snapped back to Pythor, damn it. The massive serpent's body had barely managed to reform to a mere 10 meters in length before it collapsed into itself once again, dissolving into a formless mass with a hiss. But Pythor didn't give up. He strained, fought, and slowly, through sheer force of will, reshaped himself once more. This time, his form was different, humanoid. He now had arms, legs, and long, tightly braided hair. It was his true form, the one he had before his monstrous transformation. And yet, even now, his body remained in its gelatinous state, unstable and flickering. Flicker! The eerie purple sun above him blinked in and out of existence, growing dimmer with each passing moment. Thud! Pythor collapsed onto his knees, panting, staring up at the sky as though searching for something beyond it. His lifeblood had been reduced to a mere drop, the last remnants of his existence barely keeping him conscious. Any other being would have long since drawn their final breath. But Pythor had lived for 10,000 years, and sheer, unrelenting willpower alone kept his soul tethered to his fading body. Then, in that state, he spoke. His voice was frail but clear, no longer distorted by his monstrous form. When I was still a prince of the human kingdom, I always resented my father. I opposed him countless times, trying to convince him to wipe out the Lilian race, the weakest species on the poison rock planet. Their resources could have made us rich. Their destruction would have solidified our reputation as an unchallenged force. But my father refused every time. Robin remained silent, listening. He had no choice anyway. He always said that the destruction of entire races was not something to be taken lightly. That if we committed such atrocities, the consequences of our actions would eventually come back to claim us. But I thought he was just an old fool rambling nonsense. So, I killed him with my own hands and seized power for myself. It wasn't long after that the Overlord reached out to me. From that moment, I chose my path, the easy path, the path of annihilation. Pythor's tired eyes slowly lifted to meet Robin's directly. His lips curled into a smirk, faint but mocking. If one of my ships hadn't stumbled upon that wormhole, I wouldn't be dying today. I don't blame you. I don't even blame myself. I blame the law of karma, which took 10,000 years to finally claim me. But what's truly fascinating, his smirk deepened. Is that the same law has only spared you for 50 years, and now suddenly decided to drag you down with me today? Hee hee. Ha ha ha. Robin stiffened. A shiver ran down his spine. What did he mean by that? Robin Burton. Pythor's voice weakened as his breath came in ragged gasps. Come with me, let's see the next world together. And with that final whisper, Pythor's breath ceased. But just as his soul began to fade, his trembling hand shot upward. Whoosh. A small object, like a pouch, came flying from the distance, landing in his palm. Robin's eyes widened in horror. No. It was the dimensional traveler's bag, and from it, countless treasures and artifacts spilled onto the ground. But among them, one object stood out above all. The Cataclysm Seal Cube. Pythor's fingers barely brushed against it before his lifeless hand fell onto its surface. The cube suddenly lifted itself from Pythor's palm, floating into the air. A deep, ominous hum resonated through the battlefield. Then, whoosh. Waves of raw, untamed energy exploded outward in every direction. Arg! Robin was hurled dozens of meters away, crashing into the ground, while Halak was flung back into the lava lake. The already fragile dome above them began to collapse. The first energy wave alone sent deep cracks through the huge structure, making it crumble like brittle glass. Rumble! Debris rained down like a meteor shower. Some pieces were instantly disintegrated by the energy pulses, but others made it through, crashing violently onto the ground below. A thick storm of dust and sand swirled through the air, reducing visibility to almost nothing. Then, crackle! A thick, dark smoke erupted from the cube. Not ordinary smoke, this was consuming everything it touched. Stones, debris, and even the air itself seemed to vanish within its abyssal grasp. It spiraled rapidly, coiling into itself like a storm, swirling with hunger, as if it had been waiting for this moment for an eternity. Through the chaos, Pythor's lifeless face retained its final smirk. With the last shred of his will, he moved his left hand one last time, reaching toward his own forehead. With a sickening pull, he extracted something, a small, black and red sphere, directly from within his skull. Without hesitation, he flung it toward the darkstorm. Shit! Robin instantly recognized what it was. It was a soul shard. The moment the shard made contact, rumble, the waves of energy from the cube intensified tenfold. The darkstorm expanded, stretching until it touched the very heavens themselves. Flicker! And with that final act, the purple sun above them blinked out of existence. At the same time, all light left Pythor's eyes. His incomplete body collapsed onto the ground, flesh and blood returning to their natural state. A lifeless, broken corpse. But the chaos was not yet over. Whoosh! The dark storm suddenly stopped, then parted. From within its depths, a colossal shadow emerged. A towering figure, cloaked in darkness, its face obscured beneath a deep crimson hood. The huge shadow's empty gaze scanned the battlefield for a long, silent moment. Then, its voice shook the very earth. What exactly happened here? Chapter 1098. What exactly happened here? Rumble, rumble. The Overlord, or Helen's, Shadow's voice alone sent tremors across the entire eastern region, shaking the land with such force that the last remnants of the dome's walls collapsed into dust. Beneath the shadow of her crimson hood, her eyes, glowing with a searing, blood-red intensity, trembled with both rage and shock. Helen, the one known as the goddess of blood and destruction, had fought through countless battlefields. She had witnessed mountains collapse and rivers boil. But it had been centuries since she had seen anything like this. The first thing she laid her eyes on was the inside of the ruined dome. The once stable ground had been reshaped into jagged miniature mountains, torn apart by violent upheavals. Rivers of lava and boiling underground waters clashed, sending pillars of superheated steam into the toxic air. The sheer devastation made her furrow her brows for a moment. But then, from the corner of her vision, something outside the dome caught her eye. And in that instant, she realized that what lay inside the dome was nothing short of a safe haven compared to what had formed outside. Bloop, bloop, a sea of fire. Not a lake, not a pool, but a vast, unending ocean of molten hellfire stretching as far as the eye could see. Unlike the jagged terrain inside the dome, there were no floating islands or broken structures out there. Nothing but a sheet of searing lava, pulsing like the surface of a dying star. Helen's gaze darted around, checking and rechecking the coordinates of the planet where the Cataclysm Seal Cube had been activated. This is planet Nihari. She struggled to match this nightmare with the planet she remembered. Nihari, as she knew it, had never harbored an infernal ocean like this. But as she continued scanning her surroundings, she noticed something else, something that sent an even deeper chill down her spine. For disturbing details stood out. First, the lava sea level was much lower than the dome's remains. The landmass beneath the dome stood like a towering mountain in the middle of the molten abyss. But it wasn't a stable mountain. All it takes is one strong push from an Emperor Realm warrior and it would collapse, sinking into the hellish depths below. Second, the sea's bottom was uneven, filled with massive hollows shaped like semicircles, that were too precise, too uniform to have formed naturally. Each one was a scar of destruction, the aftermath of an unimaginable series of catastrophic explosions. Third, the lava level was still rising. The Earth's core was still vomiting fire, pushing more and more molten death to the surface. And fourth, most chilling of all, the corpses. Helen saw them floating everywhere on the lava's surface. Not just the ones visible to the naked eye. With a simple sweep of her soul sense, she felt them. Thousands, tens of thousands. Shattered bodies, charred bones, melted armor, broken weapons. An entire army, slaughtered to the last soldier. The sheer density of death in the air was enough to form a spectral fog, a lingering mist of restless, wandering souls that had yet to realize they were no longer among the living. Helen inhaled deeply. The scent of freshly scorched earth still lingered. The energy of newly severed lives still rippled in the air. Everything here was recent. Everything here had just happened. Her expression darkened. This destruction is fresh. The stench of burning land is still raw. The screams of the dead still echo in the air. Her voice turned ice cold. Who in the name of the eternal warbringer caused this? This level of devastation, the complete annihilation of an entire army. Only a being of world cataclysm realm could have done this. Ugh. GGH. Helen's sharp eyes caught something unusual, something that looked like a corpse floating on the surface of the lava sea, its body trembling slightly as it gurgled weakly. Whoosh. In an instant, Helen extended her hand, pulling the barely alive figure toward her with a swift motion. Her crimson eyes narrowed as she examined the broken body before her. This epic armor. I recognize it. Aren't you one of the Imperial Guards? The figure before her was more dead than alive, a wrecked husk of a man. He was missing both legs and an arm, one of his eyes had been destroyed, and a large portion of his face was charred beyond recognition. His armor had been nearly obliterated, the left side of his abdomen exposed where the metal had melted away, revealing burned, blackened flesh. A massive hole in his torso still smoldered from the lava that had seared through his body. The fact that he was still breathing, however faintly, was nothing short of a miracle. Helen's voice was cold, sharp as a blade. What exactly happened here? Tell me what happened to all of you. The soldier's remaining eye twitched erratically, filled with raw, primal terror. He hadn't even acknowledged the enormous black and red silhouette looming behind Helen, but just remembering what had occurred made his broken body tremble violently. Explosion! Explosion! His voice was ragged, barely audible. His breath hitched as if the very word itself was poison on his tongue. Everyone! Everyone! From the inside! Explosion! Explosion! Before he could finish his sentence, his body spasmed one final time. His jaw locked, his remaining eye rolled back, and then, silence. Helen scowled. Useless. She let go of the corpse, allowing it to drop back into the sea of molten rock with a soft plop. Turning her gaze toward the ruined battlefield, she called out, her voice laced with irritation. Who activated the Cataclysm Seal Cube? And why does my manifestation have this degree of consciousness? This form should only have 20 soul units, barely enough to complete a single task. What exactly is going on here? She froze. Her glowing red eyes widened in shock as she turned toward the broken remains of a figure lying not too far from her. Pythor? His body had been reduced to a grotesque mass of flesh and bone, reverting to its incomplete form before he had fully regenerated. He had perished before even reclaiming his full strength. And yet, despite his mutilation, the remnants of his powerful aura still clung to his corpse, an undeniable testament to the peak-level might he once wielded. Helen, who had known him for 10,000 years, recognized him immediately. A voice interrupted her stunned silence. I am afraid he won't be able to answer you anymore. Helen's gaze snapped toward the source of the voice. A bloodied figure struggled to sit up amidst the debris, his every movement sluggish, labored. And you are? Crackle. Robin, groaning in pain, used every ounce of strength he had left to push himself backward, dragging his body across the rubble-strewn ground. After a painstaking effort, he reached a jagged rock and leaned against it, using both hands and his back to stabilize himself. He took a deep breath, forcing an exhausted grin onto his blood-covered face. Oh, come on. You don't recognize me? All those souls that were extinguished in the war, and you don't even know me. His voice was hoarse, yet laced with an almost amused edge. That really hurts my confidence. Helen looked him up and down, asking if she should remember him, observing him like one might observe an insect struggling in the dirt. The only reason she hadn't vaporized him yet was simple, he was the only conscious being left who could still speak. Robin chuckled, shaking his head. Ouch, that really stings the ego. But I suppose I should have expected it. After all, I'm just a small character in the grand scheme of things, aren't I? Someone you thought you could terminate without seeing his face once. His smirk widened slightly as he looked up at her, his eyes gleaming with defiance. Then please, let this small fry introduce himself. He straightened his posture as best as he could, ignoring the searing pain in his ribs. His next words were spoken with unwavering authority. I am the one who you ordered your follower to kill, saying that my head equals Nihari itself. I am the third truth chosen, the one to whom all tongues show reverence and all heads bow. I am the victor of the war against Pythor and his horde. I am Robin Burton. Then, with a triumphant grin, he declared. Today, I proclaim myself as the sole ruler of the 13 planets in the young planetary belt, including Nihari itself. These 13 shall be my foothold, the first step toward greater conquests yet to come. His bloodied hand clenched into a fist. I am Planetary Emperor Robin Burton. Rumble. The sky trembled violently at this very moment. Thick, swirling clouds materialized above the battlefield, stretching endlessly across the heavens. The deep dark color of the clouds was split apart by brilliant flashes of colorful lightning, each bolt as thick as an ancient tree, each one radiating an immense, terrifying power. KRZZT Boom. Chapter 1099. The Third Truth Chosen? Jabba's Master? The massive crimson eyes narrowed slightly, glowing with a dangerous intensity. You won. Robin, struggling to move, managed to lift his trembling hands slightly, yet his smile never wavered. What do you see before you? If you ask me, your followers never stood a chance from the very beginning. I didn't even have to use my full army to achieve what you are seeing now. With all due respect, it doesn't seem like you trained them properly. He. Helen's piercing red gaze narrowed further, her expression shifting ever so slightly. That's strange. A moment of silence stretched between them before she finally spoke again, her voice sharper than before. Why are you speaking to me in this way? For some reason, I feel as if you are certain that you will survive, as if you know I won't strike you down before your very next word. Who gave you this confidence? Who assured you of safety from me? Robin's smirk widened just a fraction, his bloodied hand lifting slightly as he pointed toward the towering shadow behind her. You did. Helen's expression remained unreadable as he continued. To answer your question just now, and the one you asked earlier about why this manifestation of yours has such heightened awareness. Robin's voice carried a hint of amusement, despite his injuries. I saw Pythor inject a soul shard into the cube just before the shadow was fully formed. If I'm not mistaken, that shard is the same one you left with him to maintain contact with him whenever necessary. A deep, unsettling silence followed. Helen's gaze flickered toward Pythor's lifeless remains, realization dawning upon her. She exhaled slowly, her expression hardening as she muttered, "That explains the heightened awareness of the blood and destruction shadow, but it does not explain why you feel so safe in my presence." Rumble. A crackle of energy rippled through the sky above them, lightning surging through the dark clouds. Robin, however, remained unfazed. Wiping some of the blood off his face, he continued, "Jabba once spoke of encountering a soul shard of yours on the planet Nihiri. When I heard that, I wondered why you didn't simply use that shard to annihilate everything. We all know the kind of destruction the Cataclysm seal cubes are capable of. You could have ended everything before it even began." Helen's shadow remained motionless, yet Robin could tell she was listening. "And then I thought further," he continued, eyes glinting. "Why was the shadow within the cube destroyed, while your soul shard remained intact upon entering Nihiri?" He let his words sink in before answering his own question. "Enjoy more content from novel fire, come. The answer is simple. The cube has destroyed something on the planet, while your soul shard didn't." Helen's shadow shifted slightly. She had turned her focus back to him. Robin smirked, his voice steady despite the pain. "If I'm not mistaken, this shadow of yours, created through the Cataclysm seal cube, is something you consider replaceable. It contains a few years of your cultivation and only a few minor units of your soul power. But the shard? That's different." His eyes locked onto hers with unwavering confidence. "I briefly sensed the shard passing through Pythor's spiritual domain before it was absorbed into the cube. And if I'm not mistaken, it contains nearly 30,000 soul units. But more importantly, it's a true soul fragment, a genuine piece severed from your soul domain. If it's destroyed, you will lose it forever." For the first time, the shadow looming before him seemed to pause, as if truly considering his words. Helen's voice, though neutral, carried a faint note of curiosity. "Interesting. And what does this mean for you?" For the first time, the shadow made a subtle gesture, acknowledging him. Robin grinned, though his exhaustion was evident. "It means you will likely act with the same level of rationality you did when you first arrived on Nihiri. Perhaps you will try to extract some information. Maybe you'll even attempt to intimidate me a little." He chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Or maybe you'll act even more wisely. Perhaps you'll offer me a deal, one I hopefully can't refuse." His grin widened. "But what you absolutely won't do is attack me." The atmosphere grew thick with tension, the very air crackling with unspoken power. "You won't risk triggering a reaction from Nihiri's planetary spirit, one that could erase your soul shard permanently, just for someone like me." A faint smirk tugged at the edges of Robin's lips. "Let me guess, the planet's spirit is speaking to you right now, isn't it? Warning you not to make a move. If I were you, I'd listen." He exhaled, his body aching, yet his confidence never wavering. To him, 30,000 soul units weren't necessarily an impossible amount to acquire, thanks to the soul-filling technique. But to anyone else, losing that much permanently would be an absolute catastrophe. Fascinating, truly fascinating. For the first time, Helen's shadow raised a hand and began to clap. Slow, deliberate, amused. Robin chuckled, nodding in acknowledgement, accepting the praise with an easy smile. Helen clapped her hands a few more times, slow and deliberate, before stopping abruptly. Her crimson eyes locked onto Robin's. "It's absolutely fascinating that a mere rodent like you has reached this level of arrogance." Her voice dripped with amusement, yet her gaze carried nothing but scorn. "Your entire existence is laughable. There is nothing about you worthy of a second glance, and yet you dare to speak to me in this manner? Incredible." Robin felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Silently, he lowered his hands, pressing them lightly against the scorched ground beside his thighs. "I'm merely stating facts, my lady." His voice was careful, controlled. "I don't believe I've ever disrespected you." "Oh, no. This isn't your fault." Helen waved a hand dismissively as if amused by her own patience in engaging with such a creature. "I suppose I've spent too long on my high throne, forgetting that even ants have a king. Oh, pardon me, an emperor, was it?" Her smirk widened slightly, mockery dripping from every syllable. "Go on then, Emperor of Ants. Enlighten me further on how I supposedly cannot attack you." Guess what happens next? Try your best to turn this confrontation into a civil discussion, an exchange between equals. She leaned forward slightly, her presence suffocating. "I'm all ears." The mockery was unmistakable. Robin swallowed hard. "All I'm saying is..." Before he could finish, Helen's shadow lifted a hand. Whoosh! A gray beam shot toward Robin at terrifying speed. Robin barely had time to react. He wanted to curse, to say damn it, or anything that captured his sheer shock, but there was no time. Crack! With nothing but raw instinct, he pressed his fingertips against the ground beneath him. A sharp tear split open in space itself, right under him. His body vanished into the rift an instant before the beam struck. Boom! The area where Robin had just been standing was obliterated. The entire environment, the land encased within the sealed dome, began to crack apart and turn to ash. The lone mountain in the sea of lava, the battlefield that had once hosted thousands of emperors and an entire army of demons, everything crumbled, collapsing into the molten abyss below. Oh! The hooded shadow tilted its head slightly, intrigued. Then, with a simple gesture, Helen clenched her fist. Boom! Everything in a radius spanning miles froze solid. Even the bacteria within the soil stopped moving. Silence. The shadow's head turned slightly, fixing its gaze on a distant point. Fourth stage spatial manipulation? Is this what gave you the confidence before me? A slow exhale, dripping with disdain. Pathetic. With a flick of Helen's other hand, somewhere in the distance, space itself was torn open. A figure was forcibly ejected. It was Robin. Bam! His entire body trembled. His breathing was ragged, heart pounding in his chest. He didn't even need to see what happened, he could feel it. The spatial tunnel he had opened had collapsed in on itself. No, not collapsed, crushed. It was as if he had been traveling through a corridor and, in an instant, the unseen spatial walls had caved in, suffocating him. His mind screamed at him to move. Open another rift. Get out of here. Now. But before he could. Come here. Helen's voice was calm, but her fingers curled toward herself in a beckoning motion. Zoom. The space around Robin imploded. This time, it wasn't his doing. Before he even realized what had happened, he was pulled forward, yanked through the crushing void. And then, he found himself face to face with a pair of glowing, blood-red eyes. A face as black as the abyss itself. And a gaze filled with such overwhelming contempt that it burned itself into his mind, a look he would never forget for a very, very long time. Chapter 1100. You have crossed the line. A powerful voice exploded from the sky. Robin froze. His heart pounded as realization dawned that this voice was unmistakably the planetary spirit. His guess had been right all along. What, do you think you have been saved now? The towering, shadowy form of Helen remained utterly unimpressed, her tone dripping with contempt. Do you believe the planetary spirit will now strike down the wicked invader and bring peace to all? Her words made Robin falter. He showed a faint, embarrassed smile. I kinda hope so. Crackle. Rumble. The heavens twisted in rage, and the storm above intensified. Furious lightning coiled within the churning clouds, growing ever more volatile. A massive bolt of raw destruction descended from the storm heart, aiming straight for the shadowy colossus. Crack! Robin had seen this before. When similar strikes had landed on the shadow spawned from the three other cataclysm sealing cubes, each one had been partially dispersed and eroded by the relentless lightning. The very air had sizzled as serpentine bolts coiled around them, gnawing away at their dark forms. But this time, boom! Before the divine lightning could even reach the shadow head, it struck an invisible barrier and was snuffed out instantly. Helen's shadowy form tilted its head upward, its lips curling into a cruel smile. Then, with a voice that shook the very world, it bellowed. He stands before you, still breathing. Restrain your thunder. The air itself vibrated with the sheer force of her command. I warned you before, do not test me. I am not just another world cataclysm. Push me further, and I will erase this entire planet from existence. The skies roared, turbulent and unrelenting. A moment of hesitation. Robin's eyes widened in shock. The storm was still raging. The celestial wrath was still present. Yet, it had lessened. Even the planetary spirit, for all its fury, had wavered. Helen's gaze fell back on Robin, her crimson eyes boring into him. Now, where were we? Ah, Emperor Robin Burton. She spoke his name with a casualness that sent a shiver down his spine. I remember you now. I did, in fact, issue orders for your execution. Helen's eyes scanned the battlefield, the lingering destruction, and the corpses strewn about. I have heard plenty of stories about you from your disciple. And judging by what I see here, my orders to prioritize your elimination were well-founded. Unfortunately, her lips curled into a faint smirk. It seems no one competent enough was available to carry them out. Robin took a shaky breath. He had to think fast. Is there a particular reason you chose to have me killed rather than attempting to recruit me? His voice carried a forced chuckle, though the tension in his body betrayed his unease. I do not like to brag, but I might actually be more valuable than Jabba. After all, I built my pillars using the master law of truth. My potential far surpasses his. There was no point in pretending anymore. The planetary spirit had hesitated. His life was still hanging by a thread, but there was now a sliver of a chance, a bargaining chip. Helen arched a brow, as if mildly intrigued. The reason is simple. I heard about your master, the all-seeing god, was it? Her expression turned calculating. As long as you have an overlord, I assumed that door was already closed. Was I mistaken? She tilted her head slightly, then wasted no time getting to the point. No matter. The opportunity is still open. Helen raised her chin slightly, her presence commanding. Rule those 13 planets in my name, and I will allow you to keep 10% of the resources. The rest, of course, will be presented to me as annual tributes. Additional benefits can be negotiated later. Her war against the Ghassan multiplanetary empire had dragged on far too long, long enough that even her father had started to grow impatient. Her own planets had been bled dry in the endless conflict, drained of resources to fuel her campaign. And every new world she conquered from the Ghassan empire was stripped clean within mere years, if it was not partially destroyed before she even seized control. On the surface, she was winning, slowly expanding her dominion, prying new worlds from the Ghassan empire every few decades. But beneath that facade of victory, she was growing weaker. The battlefield was stretching across more and more planets, demanding greater and greater resources. Resources she no longer had. Between the dwindling supplies from the Soul Society and her operations in the Young Belt, she had only a few lifelines left. And one of her greatest assets in the Young Belt was Pythor. The tributes he provided, whether in raw resources, armaments, or supplies, were enough to sustain an entire warfront on their own. And now, Pythor was dead. The fall of the Great Serpent Empire would inevitably lead to the loss of at least one of its planets in the middle planetary belt. On the surface, losing just one out of 25 planets might not seem like a devastating blow, especially since most of those planets had already been rendered nearly useless due to the relentless wars. However, the true danger lay not in the material loss, but in the psychological impact it would have. For thousands of years, such a defeat had never occurred. If it were to happen now, it would shatter the myth of her empire invincibility. The moment people stopped seeing it as an unassailable force, enemies would begin circling like vultures, sensing weakness. A crushing assault could follow, leading to a domino effect of defeats that might be impossible to recover from. But there was still hope. If she could somehow bring this so-called truth chosen to her side, then she would not just be securing the tributes of the 9 planets of Pythor. She would also gain control over the 3 planets ruled by the truth chosen himself. And, more importantly, she would gain access to the colossal planet of Nihiri, a powerhouse of resources and manpower. With such an acquisition, the tide of war could turn in her favor, and she might even secure a complete victory within the next 1,000 years. A bead of sweat formed on Robin's forehead. He licked his dry lips before speaking cautiously, telling her he was sorry, but he was afraid he could not deliver any resources to her. That was not part of the agreement. However, he swallowed hard, feeling the weight of her gaze pressing down on him. Maybe we can find another form of cooperation? I mean, as a truth chosen, hey, wait a second. Helen's hand rose once again, her slender finger pointing directly at Robin's forehead. Crackling, rumbling, the sky trembled violently, as if warning Helen against any reckless actions. Wait, hold on, just hold on a second. Robin waved his hands weakly, trying to buy himself some time. I might not be able to provide resources, but surely, we can reach a compromise. How about a truce? I shall swear not to attack the rest of your followers in the young planetary belt. And listen to this, I will even give you Pythor corpse so you can grant him a proper burial. Helen's dark, shadowed face froze for a moment. A flicker of surprise crossed her expression, but it was brief. In an instant, another gray beam of energy erupted from her fingertip, hurtling straight toward Robin's skull. No! Robin's eyes widened to their limits, his pupils shrinking as death rushed toward him. But at that precise moment, a thunderous voice roared across the battlefield. That is enough. Crack! A thick, blinding bolt of lightning tore free from the heavens, intercepting the gray beam before it could reach Robin. Boom! The resulting explosion sent shockwaves rippling through the air, and Robin was hurled backward like a ragdoll, tumbling across the battlefield. His internal injuries worsened as he started coughing up blood, but the sky did not relent. Crack! 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 More and more lightning bolts rained down, hammering into Helen's shadowed form. Boom! Boom! Though a protective barrier still shielded her, the relentless bombardment began to pierce through her defenses bit by bit. This is my final warning, the furious voice of Nihiri planetary spirit boomed across the heavens. Leave my surface immediately. If you harm him any further, I will be forced to initiate the next level of planetary defense, and neither of us will like the consequences. Helen's lips curled into a sneer. Do as you please. But know this. She slowly raised her head, her eyes gleaming with arrogant defiance. If you dare destroy a fragment of my soul this fast, then I swear upon my true existence, I will return in my full form and erase you from existence. You are bluffing. Nihiri's voice thundered with a hint of hesitation this time. If you obliterate a planet under the protection of the young belt, you will not escape the consequences unscathed. Helen laughed coldly. Try me. And with that, she completely ignored the planetary spirit warnings. She extended both hands forward, clenched them into fists, then yanked them toward herself. Zoom! Robin's entire body jerked violently as space itself folded around him, trapping him in an unbreakable grip. He struggled with all his might, but it was futile. Helen was not using spatial laws to restrain him, she was employing sheer, overwhelming force to crush the very space around him into submission. Not even the 4th stage of spatial law could help him escape from this. For the first time, true despair began creeping into Robin's heart. If this kept up, he was going to die. His mind raced frantically for an answer, but none came. And so, with no other choice, he did the only thing left to him. Robin threw his head back and screamed at the top of his lungs. What the hell is wrong with you, you impatient bitch? Did not your father teach you how to negotiate? Do you really think I am completely helpless against you? To be continued. Thanks for listening. If you enjoyed this video, hit that like button and subscribe so you never miss an update. Check out the playlist to catch up on the rest of the series. I'll be back with the next part soon, stay tuned.